You don't need all of these things. What do you need? One of these things. One of these things. Any one of these things has the ability to expand and concentrate even the cities of Israel. Or, yeah, Zara, of course, does up with this. So, so let's see, now let's analyze this. This is actually quite interesting. So, when it says, what does it mean all of these things? So, the following can Asaba, Isha Yishona, Kisha Shaita, Kisha Asaba. So, here's the problem we have. The problem we have is we know with absolute certainty that there was a consecration expansion, or at least we'll call it a consecration, that was done without all of these things. When was there a consecration that was done without all these things? It was like Ezra. When Ezra comes back with the wave of exiles in Babel, to rebuild the second base of Mikdash, to go ahead and reconsecrate the Azaros and reconsecrate the city of Yerushalayim, there was stuff that was missing. What was missing? There was no Melech, there was no king, there was no Urim Yitzhak, right? There was no Kohen Gadol at that point in time. Right? There was no Urim Yitzhak, there was the rest of the 72 learning on HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So you see, when this, yeah, Ezra does go ahead and what? Ezra does go ahead and reconsecrate the area. Watch this. He says to Gemara, Rabbi says that you require all of these things. But one second, you require all of these things. Right? That's something to teach you, showing the teacher last level. The Ezra, Sefer Ba'al Mudah. So let's say, so if we as a people, that the ritual to do stuff of Yerushalayim, once it was in the Kudash, in the main, she actually didn't give me some last week. I went to her apartment. And Ezra gave me some at her place last week. Really? Yeah, we started talking. Why? Yeah, did you guys like do anything? Did you fool around at all? Because the sanctification stands.
You made out with this thing, yeah?
Process.
Did you show her your crazy?
Just it was supposed to be symbolic. It was symbolic.
That would have been inappropriate. I didn't. You didn't pull out your balls at all. That would be a weird bit when you guys just kissed.
Already, huh?
Pull out your balls. I know, sweet Amy, who was sort of seeing her. Yeah, what was your favorite part of hanging out with Cindy out, kissing her a little bit? Just watching her do
but it was not necessary.
I swear to God, it was much better. It was much better. Her apartment was hilarious. Really? So I get why she tried to do that. I mean, it's, I swear to God, it was so... Tell us how funny it was. How funny was it? No, it was so fucking funny. I'm trying to make my
where that once the English was destroyed, or once the Common Story is exiled, that people should be lost. And if we need one, at least one of the items mentioned in the Mishnah, to recount. Yes, the Ezra, you should cover. I forgot to know how you do it. And Ezra actually came along with it, right? You don't know what you do. You actually really do concentrate in Yerushalayim. I was living in the it's okay.
Listen.
Just at home, water. So the brothers are producing so the others emotional analysis of what we do, you know, as a traditional side, this is that anything open to your God, any consecration that was not the only consecration is not a proper consecration. It's what should actually say the hot consecration. Any consecration that was not done with at least one of these items is not a proper consecration. Okay, touch that. Okay, another guy's I'll show him, right? This actually Shnei Bitzir Hayivaharish was there were two like swamps and marshes and Haramish. Hamish doesn't say translation, not about it. And so there were two swamps, two marshes, and Haramish, Oxford. That's color by yoga. The upper marsh and the Castellan is attached on the foliage. So the lower marsh we try to expand the early parts of the previous marsh. So the lower marsh was in fact sanctified with all of the items listed. Al-Yona knows as the Holy. The uppermost was not behind all of these items. He was Ella, but only Gola, but rather than the uppermost was sanctified by those who came back with Ezra, and he dismounted as part of the Yerushalayim. Shalom now, that's what there was no king who was present. The Shalom was the king, and also the king of the Kaptona says to the Shasa Gemura, Anya Ayah Shalom says, so the lower march is ultimately again. Like the king so that the lower march was sanctified earlier on. With all of the items listed in the upper march was not. The upper march was simply reclaimed by the Jews who came back because the very second victory of the second. So therefore, the rest of the following. So, Tachtonah tries to be second ruler. He was in the lower march. He tried to complete the Kedusha because he was sanctified. With all of the items listed in in each of the different large So what we have over here is the following. What we have over here is the lowest one was formally recognized as part of Yerushalayim. The entire process of what we're called territorial inclusion. So we can, when now we live between the Nicola, this year, and those who want to see so that was the lowest. The upper swamp was not because there was a lot of upper swamp about didn't have any disposal. All of the items wasn't included. So now the people tried to do the upper swamp was part of Yerushalayim at all. Just the mechanism for this. A lot of these swamps, they said, are part of Yerushalayim. The Yochel
You might remember this guy from earlier.
We wanted to incorporate the other stuff
It's
into
either
the line
Pedro
wide.
Valenzuela or Kevin Rodriguez.
Vulnerability
I
to
do
the sea.
believe it's Pedro
Meaning that he's
Valenzuela.
leaving the upper spot
Now
outside
hold
of
on a
the
second.
walls
Before you
to
think I'm
pose a
dancing
specific
your way to the
vulnerability
end of
to
this
the sea.
episode,
It's
Pedro,
a
let me ask you. It is Pedro
perspective.
Valenzuela,
We
right?
have to include the
And
wall.
you
Even though
and
what?
you had
Even
5
though what?
beers?
It was
I
not
have 4
part of
beers.
the
Got a
consequences
couple
to
of
the
beers.
reality
I'll
of
shut down.
Yerushalayim.
Should we go to the main?
Why? So that's
Okay,
a
this
good
beer.
idea.
So yes.
You had
So
constantly
we're
trying to
almost.
plan
You want to
that
shotgun
for
a
part
fifth
of
one
what
right
we'll
now?
call general municipality,
You
so that we call it spiritual municipality. We call it spiritual municipality for some reason.
Yoni's got it now.
Keep
Keep
entire
shooting the
process.
show, Yoni, while simultaneously. Oh, you guys are gonna power cut it. Oh, you're gonna do it? They do that?
The state told
Is
us
it legal for a
all
bar to
these things.
to
So
make
part
a
of the
shotgun
general
here?
municipality, when you leave,
I love the silly
a
here we go.
governmental decision to include it in the law.
When's the
So the
last time you
lowest
saw
spot
a
was
15-year-old
the lowest
Puerto
spot
Rican
to say by
shotgun
all
a
the
beer?
different processes spelled out
This
in
is
the
shotgunning a beer by Pedro
upper
Valenzuela.
spot is now.
Do
Yet
it
the
for
upper
Texas, Pedro.
spot is still included also in the actual municipality. Because why? How is this decision? Because it's not just the students trying to say, okay, beautiful. So what? Listen, you know, it's the first one right in front of that. In reality, you speak, think about focus, I wrote. What is that? You sign up. I'm not about that. So I can also about focus, and I'm saying the next box. You need to find out focus. Part one, is when this country discusses this list of items necessary to concentrate the Israeli on what of the items needs to be necessary or just some of the items. As we don't see that ultimately leads into another macro guess about the sanctity of the Israeli in general. Is the sanctity of Israel intact, no matter what? Picture the site in the picture lesser level, or is the sanctity of Israel depending on the base and the trust, as well as the residency of probably starting Israel as well. So you mentioned part right. Inside the middle of the market, Shamati, it's actually amazing. To show you only infos, us with the money in the top, the grind up, this is speaking about. This is speaking about ultimately again, the rebuilding up of the Israeli under Ezra. So once what they did is they put up curtains. So as they're rebuilding the actual Israeli itself, they put up curtains. The concept is they put up curtains with the walls. So that's what they say. Pasikula, you like they call it, grind out. So they put up walls. The actual, they put up curtains for the walls of the actual base and the first proper itself, as well as for the walls of the courtyards. Hello, hello. So they make all these offices. As well as amazing. The curtains for the blue farmers, right? Were blue farmers. What they do is they condition curtains in a way that the artisans building the windows will be building the walls outside. So the idea is you have a curtain and you build the wall on the external part of the curtain, not an internal wall of the curtain. The idea being out of respect for the you can want the artisan working on the inside of what you become the Islamic Russian, rather than build the wall outside of the wall is the wall is on the outside of the building, but they would be building the walls outside of the building. However, again, the Azaz want to be here. The curtains of the courtyard that wasn't in the courtyard again. There was the curtains, and then they would put the wall on the inside of the building. So the artist is ultimately building those walls from inside. Stop the courtyard inside. However, so Shalom Shalom really how about you say bias? This is amazing. When you show us a timer, that day you are able to offer up Kabbalah. Even though what? There is no misunderstanding. Oh, Hashem Kachim Kadosh, not to say July, you can go ahead and use Kachim Kadosh. You know there are no on the walls for the same Kachim Kadosh, Rabbi Shem Kama, you can use Kachim Kadosh.
Oh shit, he's telling that your number's something else. He's
You know, there is no wall for Yerushalayim. Why? The issue is showing the kitchen, the the kitchen last level. Let's say this means grammatically. And he essentially says, I heard that today we do offer Kabbalah. We offer Kabbalah, and we offer Kabbalah. It's a bit of an absence of a Islamic question. Why? Why? Because the Halakai is Yerushalayim has external sanctity. And that sanctification, depending on even of the existence of the actual Islamic question itself. So if you like to go up to the Halakai is today, and offer one has the ability to do so. He's bringing Kachim Kadoshim, because those things has to be consumed on the Halabayis. And Kachim Kadoshim is have to be consumed in Yerushalayim. Since when it comes to using some because of the future, not Hashemada, it's the Yerushalayim and the Sabbath and Andor, the future that even with absence of the first, the future that even with absence of the wall of Yerushalayim, the cloud, we have the Sabbath, no future of the level. Now we can focus on this. Because the Lord must hold that the Kedusha of Rabbi is in Yerushalayim. He only sanctifies the one. So make sure you guys tonight are voting him. So we're actually not they're absolutely killing it. That the sanctity of the Harabites and the sanctity of the Israelites is eternal. Listen, you want to be clear. This is not everybody agrees with the sanctity of the Israelites is eternal. We're talking about here is a specific type of sacrificial sin. It's not to figure out is when I go up to Harabites, that's the site. Political installation aside. Should I go right up to Kabbalah? Should I keep nice and shady in the side? So that's when like the spiritual side, or sacrificial side. So everyone knows that the Kedusha is eternal, and you can even offer up Kabbalah today. Umar, my Israeli Kama, my Israeli Kama. Come on, and these particular cannibals that we just relaying, that which we just heard. If we came up, then I know you're not further along, but that's the thing. That Kedusha is showing the Kedusha side of the Kedusha of the Rabbi. Listen, it's the same thing with the Halakai. This is right. And if we're using today, you can offer up Kabbalah on the Halakai. Why should everybody ever say that you should put up? I think you can require for life, which is our answer, it's the Sabbath. Even though those things are the church is very up Kabbalah, once you try to direct a piece of something of food, then you carry the other things like justice, so it's really the Kabbalah is offered some type of modesty, not just outwardly. Ella, let me say you are not focused on the reference to the this side. I'm going to show you. None of us have followed this. Why did you follow this? Ultimately, they go ahead and recount these particular cities. This is supposed to be the so this is only going to go on lots of different cities. But ultimately, again, when the Jews came back to Ezra, they found these particular cities and they sanctified them. About Yisrael's partly, they said, but the original cities that were sanctified under Yeshua lost their sanctification when they came into exile. When you exile, what do you see here? Amor Hasaba, Kedusha, Yishon, Kedusha, Shaita, the Lord Kedusha, so what do you see here? It sounds like the real end of the day, sounds like that at the end of the day, Halacha and Isha, once we go ahead and once the Jews are exiled, that the Kedusha of the cities of Israel will lost. It sounds like the Kedusha is going to fix the site. But the Lord Kedusha Ma'asim, not of you speak much, you know, or is a Kasha, others of you see, the people that go about Hayi, were these the only cities. Don't find them as Shishim, here, Kocheva, Alko, and that is on Tamashan, and a call on the Israel Soma Kavoa. Nala Lama Manu Hafamas. So I said there are many other cities in Israel. Why do these particular cities in the Middle East? Because when the Jews came back from Ezra, the city history that was in the cities that they came on in a consecrated. So it was his kitchen. And that's in the kitchen. Kitchen, Ashramina Kamadochi. Another tradition, we just said before that you don't have to sanctify them because of this. You said that it's so remains. And the most of you even know, rather than just they came back to the cities, and the cities were illuminated. Was it? You know, the law even though, but not only Jesus. Ela volta e fala que nós somos todos negociados. Se ele quer responder, se ele não como isso fosse não buscar, depois se isso eu só que isso já é isso lá se lá. Você não vai dizer isso, você vai dizer que sabe. Somebody else. But the cities that designated as the wall. It seems like there was a president who's referring to cities that were walled kind of show up in the room. And ultimately, again, when the Jews came back, he once again designated these cities as walled cities. Ultimately, again, these cities are still considered walled cities, even if what? Even if they lost their walls. Why? Because the issue is showing features like in future Masula. I have to do something to struggle with this. This is not a problem for people who can speak with. I'm just struggling with this. People think they're trying to get a solution. What I can do is there are two different meanings of what I'm showing you. People say that has been lying of what I'm saying. But the person will say is that one attribution is wrong. In fact, one of them should be the Russell sign up. The Russell use the owner of share mode coma. And the boss says, you got to have it all. I thought we you know, after buying the whole even if it doesn't have a wall now, but it had a wall before it was conceived to be walled. So let's unravel this a little bit. So remember again, so what the mercy system is about, just let's work back. The cities that are mentioned as the these that were mentioned, and ultimately again were mentioned again, or are mentioned again. By the only Baba looking to that Ezra. So it was like that's referring ultimately to which cities were designated as walled cities. So obviously again, being a walled city is a number of different halakhic ramifications. Halakhic ramifications we must focus on here ones that have the words of Fakir on the Torah. Fakir on homes that are sold in walled cities have different kinds of halakha. Under normal circumstances, again, if you sell a piece of property so what happens? You have the first, depending on what you use, a certain amount of time, then you should have a buyback option. To the buyback option. And which is then you have the two-year buyback option, the entire category, right? And then if you don't have besides the buyback option, what happens in the well? That property comes back to you. The exception to that rule is in the wall city. If you sell property in a walled city, now look, you have 1 year to buy it back. If you do not buy it back, it stays for eternity and does not revert back by yoga. Why is that? See, that little poem says, walled cities were very often forced with cities. You don't want a lot of trees over it. Like, you don't have a lot of trees over the wall cities, right? Because the residents of the wall cities, they have to know each other, have to work together, have to know the ins and outs of the city. You have a lot of trees, right? And ultimately, you don't have compromises that. Because the security integrity of the city, but the rest of it is style as well. So the last thing what we do is we identify the walled cities as we come at us. First, when you think about walled cities, you think about a lot of different things as a gift from the things like that, which is true as well. So this is number one thing I want to say, the status of a walled city is any city that is walled, cannot be assured of the word, even if what? You have subsequently lost his will, resulting in a huge number of Wall Street. Listen, but you
Millions of jobs will need to be built. So where
look
do
at
these
this
businesses turn?
and again, we're not going to reach resolution on it, is what's the concept that we do say the issue is showing a fixed percent of the future of level? These are the sentence of the Yerushalayim was sanctified and contaminated from the and was born for all eternity, or no. This seems to be the subject of the Machloek, yes? Also, the Rambam asking that he says the Yerusha is showing a fixed percent of the future president. With the same idea of Aramayas, the same idea of Yerushalayim.
You can easily review recommended candidates for the
Even in
top
absence
choices
of
for
the
primary
because
job.
and in
Encourages them to apply faster.
of the organized solutions on technical level. If one wanted to offer us Kabbalah's today, one could say, also, this is why we make this scholarship. There are some of the leaders of the personalities in the Science Program that got the left in the lighting for this. We did not spend this Yerushalayim. Why not? But we felt that since Kabbalah's technically the effort of the there is still these huge customers, and therefore, again, the main reason that often got this up to 75 Kabbalah, this is not the second belief speaking, but I'm just pointing out that I love the relation to hold on to the online, and you should show teachers like a teacher or somebody who cannot love Kabbalah today, even in the absence of a Semitic. And again, there are many different methods of distinctions about halacha. For our purposes also, was a heavy past in the original Shiloh. The original Shiloh was if you want to stand in consequence, the Yerushalayim or Paradise. The Mishnah gave us the whole list of all the different things that we do. And the whole list of Hila and of Nafka. You need one of these things or all of these things, then I'm
Oh yes, I love it.
asking it's like a Hula, and one requires all of these things. In order to expand and practical things there in Yerushalayim or the halacha. It's good. What's the other base? Other base. Mikra ba'azar b'nei It's not a tax. So remember again, when you see that, introduce us to a new concept of Shema, which was a person comes coming inside the base. See, up until now, we always focus on pieces. The first coming outside of the community. And this is the case ultimately about the person coming inside. So what happens? Think about that. It's a pretty way that I tell you if we become coming in the base question itself. So I'm going to the question after I make this question today. The one question says here, the child in this question, the question effort on that, yes, Mikdash Hashem. So what's that? So you see, one says that we
Special regulars
final Mishkan Hashem, one says we Mikdash Hashem. And the other thing is to Hashem efforts, to the inclusion of people, it's like, one person that to do that one. If I'm coming, I turn everything to this kind of thing. So why do we keep it? So let's see what person teaches me what. One person teaches me if I'm coming, I can't enter, and one person teaches me that what. So if I became coming inside, I have to leave as quickly as possible. If I carry, we will discuss how much we get this, but carrying, I am carried for that. The client actually, she rises to me, telling me that one of these teachers is actually that's not true. Mitzvah Tzidki, you need to was only these people decided to do it, judging on us, and now, so what the Lord says, in there I make one of my mitzvahs. In there I make some of my mitzvahs. It's a right to tell
This is your big return to the city in which you shut that special right?
I think it's a mystery, either call it mystery or why we use two different words. I'll tell you why. Even though my mystery,
So that's extra points right there.
because Hanukkah just said mystery and not
Bro,
mystery.
you kept us alive during some of the quarantine
And you
episodes.
see, only on the thing is how you, I would want one of them is how you put into the mystery and the mystery. Why? So it's not the mystery, because the mystery was noted and inaugurated with oil. So a mystery, and maybe it's to do something more intense. But because what you find, because of what you did not, and the way you and not being in some of this. Maybe you have less than you have left. How you can do it? Didn't have my mistake on my Mishkan, and it's been possible to say because my Mishkan is only a Mishkan Chayu. I will talk of Chayu and remove the Mishkan of the Mawai. Shouting to the Shasa, to Shas over. So I was like, for you guys, it's the Kushi from a Rosa, what you just said before. Right? The Kushi has come up with the Harabai, it's published forever. Oh, you know, there was but the Mishkan of the one was a temporary structure. Maybe I wouldn't be trying to open up the event as the usually to a student phenomenon. Therefore, the top time I looked Number one, you just want to say, you just want to say that there's an extra plus it says, as Mr. Hashem, yes, Mr. Hashem, to the this guy has been a regular on the show. We can't wait for this in the show coming. So it says, well, we want to say, there's extra plus. There's extra plus in the teaching. So the people that there's a prohibition to enter into this in the show coming, and what? And what? And what? There's a prohibition if I on the inside, I must be. What's that? Is there? So I will put this why? Because we don't have to use it for the Mikdash and Mishkan and Tamid as well. But the laws of Torah apply to both. Because had you not said that Mishkan and Mikdash, I would not have necessarily assumed that the law also applied to both of them. We'll see what I say. We're talking about Mikdash and laws of certain laws. Those are the things. These are the laws of the first. This is a lot of passion. Mishkan, Mikdash, and Mikdash, Mishkan. Mishkan, as follows. Why does it mean first in certain space? Either just always go in Mikdash or always go in Mishkan. And I can learn the same thing. When I say Mishkan, I'm going to cut it. Here's a lesson in fact room. What is number one, that the laws of Tzuma apply to where? Holding the Mishkan as well as the Russian plus the fact that what? Because the prohibition of the infinitization is going to come up and there's also a prohibition to what? To remain in the base of the church once one is already come. So therefore we're not ultimately again from these said the Gemara. So we'll say, yeah, already good. Two halachos learned out from these senior headings. Number one, the prohibition of Tumah pictures or anything. Mishkan and the tabernacle, as well as the Mishkan. I just have an episode of Kill Tony where I did a kiss. And the structure, that's number one. And halacha number two is that. Wow. And he just took that, only listened or watched that once. He didn't do any digging after that. But if one is not too much inside the base of it, because one is prohibited to carry, rather one must exit as quickly as possible. She teaches kids math in school. Oh my God. Unbelievable. This is really a superhero month, yeah. So we have him here on this show. What else is going on in life? What's been happening this week? So what's another for that? I understand the Mikdash is called the Mishkan. Yes, I understand the sort of I will put on Mishkan. Yes, I will Mishkan being the Mikdash in the right. So it's a really know that the Mishkan is also called the Mikdash. So, you know what you must not cause him to say Mikdash. So maybe you'll say, because the Hashem carried the Mikdash. No. That Mikdash Hashem for our that Mikdash doesn't refer to his name. What is Mikdash referred to in that context? That refers to the other element of it. That is the Mikdash, you shall find in yourself. Make from you Mikdash, and I will dwell in your midst. See, the fall of Asher Ali Mara and Skull, these studies. It's funny that you want to ask this question because it seems so obvious. You want to really see that the Mishkan is called the Mikdash. Find the fall, but also the Mikdash is a having others, right, is that maybe that's not a reference to the Mishnah at all. Maybe that's actually a reference to the Mishnah. I'm actually going to know here the Mishnah is called the Mishnah. How do you know? Because like actually the person says the call Ashari Osar is Hadis. When it comes to the construction of the Mishnah, you see that the Mishnah is called the Mitzvah. Beautiful. You start on the Ocean Sharpie or somewhere. That's the Mishnah says. If a person becomes coming, now here's what you know. If a person becomes coming inside the I'm kind of how does it carry? And then so the Mishnah said, I bow down. Now I change the amount of time the duration it takes to bow down. Simply the definition of time. The same amount of level, most of it on the stack on the clock again. When you sit down there, that means you bow down, going this side, bow down on the side, facing this. You bow down facing this. I'm sorry. West, I'm sorry, thank you. About the shot of the clock first, but if you bow down facing outwards, that says the Mizrach, east, actually goes out of here, into the Shtachaviyah. That's not called really Shtachaviyah, it should be seen. About the shot of the clock is short into the Shalom, which is loves in the clock. If I bow down, clock is inside, the Allah shows you less, and the nice thing is high, but if I go ahead and bow down outwards, then that's not called the Shtachaviyah, that's not called bowing down, you're going to find what this means in the moment. And if we're short, it's short. If I carry, I will be carried. But if I didn't carry, I won't be carried. It must be last year. Others can go ahead and take this on the same. Also, short with the Shtachaviyah. If a person went ahead and carried, the amount of time it takes to bow down. The cloud, the Shtachaviyah, because it sounds like that even the Shtachaviyah itself, even down is going to only carry it once. If I bow down and carry it as a result. On the level, most of the others are Shtachaviyah push. So this is like only if you bow down to the competition outward. About Rabbi is half on top of the star, but also if I bow down to the inward, I'll still be carried. The heart is coming. This is what it means to say. The Shtachaviyah clap is good. I bow down to the inside. Or she started to do Shtachaviyah. Or I believe the amount of time that it takes to bow down. So the heart is Shtachaviyah, the clap is good. Ultimately, again, if I go ahead and read the amount of time that takes to bow down, this type of bow down, even facing outward, I will be fine. What's I do? It sounds like I'm doing the problem. If I bow down facing inward, which is a form of Abdonga, as you will see, form of service, but I'm tired. That's what I'm asking for. If I go ahead and I read the amount of time that takes to bow, either without bowing or bowing outside, then the license I get every 10 minutes. Bowing times clapping. So if I do that, I will say, even if I'm a fast bow. Right? So you know, fast bow. So the license again, Sydney the Kaib, if I bow it. On clapping foot on the outside, there's something discussed with the sun out of objective kind of fix the bow. If I either get a or I down get a mouse flat with this baby category. So we'll stop over there for today. And then obviously we have to try to figure out if to quantify these amounts. But the idea is, it wasn't, the idea is that because our person can stop someone on inside of this. I can't decide if these things. Why can't I decide if there was a very point? Why can't I decide if this week? Why? Because window. You have to give him a window to exit his mind and solve these circumstances. We're trying to figure out what's your window.
Okay, I didn't know who was had nurses, but this is so exciting.
What's your exit window?
I'm kidding. You're an American hero. You came up and made up
Exit window. If you
What's your name?
don't take advantage of the exit window, ultimately you'll die. So we're trying to figure out, we're trying to define, not quantify, what is the exit window.
Have you ever made out with an Asian man before? I actually honestly haven't. How did that feel? How did it feel? Was there anything different? Or, felt like I'm going to have to see him like 3 times a week. We do comedy together, so I was like, why not? Alright, okay, give the microphone back to Hans. Now that I know you're a comedian, let's give it back to little Hansi over here. Hans, so you've been working with her for weeks, months, and you guys see each other regularly. How did it make you feel making out with her? It was hotter. Hotter than what? Like there's something on the line. Like this could go wrong. This could go bad. Yeah, you might end up in a relationship. You got that 9-month law now in Texas. Also, you need to like really think about. What are you talking about? Abortion law.
Alright, so it's like good
So you guys talking about you guys having your own side conversations? Why am I always making out with guys on this show? Oh, really? You've done this before? I get bored in the counties when I'm playing out.
all of our sponsors from this morning here today. I know how to go to sponsors. The person who's talking about this off the jump to all the show is us this year as is this for the service for the soul. And that is our current sponsors for the month of the year. I've already recorded it. And that is roughly relation of the message that she was following Nicola and then the assessment coming to this one of the Rabbi and the Rabbi our current organization.
You didn't know what to do with this.
And it's not really the family and the common.
Can't help it. I can't help myself.
It's far from the real Hashem. It's really all of our house to do the trouble and
here, one of my favorite restaurants. Is it becoming a fetish to you to watch
the cardinal of what is so good to be successful, the whole and the assay in the day.
Nothing gets me off more than watching an Asian man
So you have to let us begin with rock, you can rock Hashem and the country rock. I must say that this test well.
I don't know, ever since I started it, I just...
On your down
Alright,
on
next
the
verse 3
basic
on the
of that
switchler, everybody. Here we go. Show me this.
on your down on this first team we actually left up anyway, in the middle of the mission. The easy this as I say, shit. You guys should have Allah. So 2, 4, 6, 8, about 10 lines down from the top. So again, this was something like that. This actually is that is going to do. It's actually nothing to do with the topic we are learning, but it's really just what we will see right in this moment. We ended up in yesterday's daf with a discussion about halacha l'maisa, a mitzvahs asay, shemelech yashin halal Allah. Which means that we didn't get a chance to explain this right out here in the shir, that there's a concept that with these things, the erroneous thing, or the erroneous doing, accidentally or mistakenly instructed someone to do something that was also. So there's certain combined liability involved. So you want to give an example of that. These are the tumor. And then you want to say, Asian mitzvahs asay shebeniga, shahayat rabbi. It would be an example of a sin-off word that things wouldn't be hired or if they gave someone the wrong advice and we're forced to do that. So now you get interesting example over here. I was shalish in Akahora, but I'm not going to make it. Man was having relations with his wife. And in the middle of relations, she says to him, I am a niga. So what's the halacha? It creates me out. And he withdrew immediately. Chayiv. Ultimately, again, there's liability for relations with the niga. Why? If they see also, I'm not allowed to be also. Because ultimately, again, since he's still around, there's pleasure in the act of withdrawal in the same way that there is in the act of biyah itself. And therefore, halacha l'maisa again would be liability. To actually point out what has to happen in a situation like that is if he becomes a niga in the midst of relations, he essentially has to remain still until he's no longer around. And at that point, is able to withdraw. So if he's been made an erroneous ruling in this area, there would be covenant liability. What does this have to do with our topic? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Because he's just trying to bring a claim. The only commonality of the others, they're both tumor. They're both tumor. So because we spoke about a case where a guy was becoming tumor in the base of Mikdash, and again, if he didn't get out immediately, there'd be liability. So he brings up just a similar like case of the host of that. Okay, that's the end of that. You know what it says, guys? Right? It says, Hasheretz, V'nei Lamimim, Al-Hayram, Sheretz, Hayim, Hayim, What is it now? We actually bring that to a point to tell you that is also the beginning of this. Which is what type of lapses of awareness to combine with liability. So there was what the Ezra says, that Allah for himself, one is going to tell you, lapse of awareness about the tumor. But if Halot knows that there's a lapse of awareness, let's say that you're in this refresh, or that you're consuming something for lunch, that does not generate combined liability. And the Kiva says, because about the what is supposed to have that Kiva like that, absolutely incredible. And the Kiva on that, then they have another one. So you got to pick the wins. And the Kiva on that, then they have a so we said the body says, the now for it was pain from the I'll have them to look at you, they kind of have a makeup. So ultimately, you're going to be a people saying, but however, I saw one is fighting for a lapse of awareness about the tumor, but ultimately, again, not fighting for a lapse of awareness about the tumor. So let's say, when you say not fighting, what does that mean? It means not fighting the cover. Not fighting the cover already. And the Shah says, Omer, the Ne'elam, the Shah says, no, it says the Ne'elam, two times. Two times, the Chayyim al-Ha'elam, tumor, two times, that the liability, whether your lapse of awareness was about tumor, or whether your lapse of awareness was about the relationship. So this is remember again, that we supposed to be doing one of the bigger operating without this instruction, namely, that how often I say whether I remember that I was forgot that I was coming, but I remember that I'm in the Mikdash, or I'm eating kosher, or I remember that I was coming, but I forgot that I'm in the Mikdash, or eating kosher. All of those cases ultimately will generate combined liability. That's what we should. Okay, I'm not a rabbi, so let me just about it. I thought there was that. The way the Gemara introduced this is a full of is that there are two cases that are four. So the Gemara says, no, Stein two tablets. There's really 6 cases in total. You really get that, right? So you deal something that's given itself. Remember again, there's two cases of ultimately again where there's tumor awareness in the or the action, right? The deal psychologist to give itself. Two cases where there's a recognition of the individual beginning of the action, right? And this Mikdash to give itself. Two cases of recognition of the individual Mikdash. Beginning it all the way to the middle. So that's 6 cases. Right, so what's happening? If I'm not using that logic, then there's 8 cases out of the 8 cases that have people to make the Kodesh, to make the Mikdash, even safe. Ultimately, again, because the case of Tumas Kodesh and Tumas Mikdash, even safe. So there's another question, Shin Tumas Akasi. That's not a question because that just actually being one general case of Tumas. Legal Mako. Shishaga, it's still 6 cases left for as you said before. And I thought that the only one I thought that we should in reality, we extrapolate all the cases, we lost over 88 cases. 88 cases. But here's the difference. Our body is a nice song, so when my seal we did carbon, we won't cut pressure. So that's how we are the 98 variations of the case, not all cases usually keep combined liability. So ultimately, again, the first 4 cases that do not go ahead and leave the covenant liability are not mentioned. However, Rabbi said the mentioning will be covenant liability. The 4 latter cases, which do generate covenant liability, they are counted. And also, now one of the 4 cases, one of the 4 latter cases, actually points out that that's the deal itself. But the cases where there's a raise after, we did it through the deal itself, where ultimately, again, after the lapse, there is subsequent definition about what it is that occurs. Those are the cases that go ahead and generate covenant liability, as opposed to the first cases where there is no review of the self. If there's no review of the self, there's no subsequent recognition about what happened, there's no covenant liability. We could argue alternate version of this. The other time you have your there are 8 cases in total, 8 variations. So it's about a body plan. I saw the last of the Torah. So ultimately, again, from the first clause, which really don't apply throughout the rest of the Torah. Now, what is the first part of the book tells us the first? Rashi points out over here. Rashi says, these are cases where there is initial awareness. Now, what does it mean that cases of initial awareness don't apply to the rest of the Torah? What is that? And if you look at Rashi says, let's do the Torah. שאותו סבל בשוגר, אפילו לא נגרו עד חתיך הזה מעולם שכר, ולאחר אפילו נגרו חיים. But what's the word? Generally, from the word of liability, it doesn't really matter if you have awareness on the front end. What matters? Awareness on the back. But in other words, if you use the example, let's say there's a piece of cable, right? Cable is put in the back. A piece of cable is sitting on my table. Okay, I have no idea it's cable. I thought it was just a hamburger. I was pushing a hamburger, so I go ahead and I pick it up, I eat it, and then afterwards I find out, oh my gosh, that's this cable. What's the halacha? I'm trying to eat cable. The only time in halacha is when you require initial cognition or initial awareness is in these cases of Torah, right? Where you need a yediyah b'tchila and the idea of the self. Initial awareness, and then again, we'll call it end awareness, and lapse of awareness later. And every other halachic area of liability, all you need is what we'll call latter awareness, that you did something wrong, and you're liable. So talks about it, just an interesting distinction. So therefore the Gemara says, this is our body from myself, so let's give the the Mishnah put out of the state the penalty cases of Tila that are unique, separate, and distinct from general cases throughout the Torah. Those are the cases of the Yediyah b'Tchila. Yediyah b'Tchila, Rabbi says, is this the Torah? But the Mishnah like the subsequent 4 cases, the latter 4 cases, and the latter 4 cases, those are cases of Yediyah b'Sof. When I say Yediyah b'Sof, like subsequent awareness, that's true for what? All cases of liability. In other words, I can't be liable for something if what? If I don't know that I did it. So that's not a case. So therefore again, you know they can bring up those particular cases. Okay, beautiful. So by that problem, hopefully we have some knowing and help us to our minds. And this is very interesting. So up until now, we've been dealing with essentially 2 different kinds of cases. Where first, since moving was coming, and then again had a lapse of awareness of his tumor, or knew that he was moving, but a lapse of awareness that he was in the business, or a lapse of awareness that he was consuming something that was sacred. What about the following halakha? What about following the issue? What happens if a person just forgot the halachos of tumah? I forgot the halachos of tumah. Right, so in other words, I knew that I was tired, right? I knew that I was tired, or I knew that I was doing it. I forgot the halachos. So what is that? So the Lord says, what kind of peace is that? So the Lord says, again, when you need nothing, God has to do it. Even with the Lord Yahweh, he shares telling each guy, I want to say, take one on the body. So if we're saying that, like, you forgot halachos of Torah, in other words, that, let's say, we're talking about a case where a person came in contact with a shayach. And so what are you telling me that he forgot? If he touched a frog, which is not a shayach, or another animal which is a shayach, is that what we're talking about here? Zil Tari Derivati. If that's the case, you should have paid attention in Yeshiva. And also we had this before, this particular Rashi says, Rashi says this right across. Zil Tari Derivati. Nefesh Shabbat Lapa Nikolim HaCholid V'Achar V'Atzad Hilchak Isha Haloma. The each time you deal with Tila. So as I said, remember again, you've seen this before, the halacha oneself is common knowledge, right? Common knowledge, or at least what is supposed to be common knowledge. A person is responsible to have maintained a routine. And therefore, forgetting that is what we call the lapse of awareness. Correct. So we all know exactly right. We all know the other is too much showers. The other things where you knew about too much showers. So what did you forget? If you don't, you know the Chadash. What happened? He touched the lentils of showers. What doesn't he know? Well, Yoga, he Chadasha in the Tanya Ilon. And what does he know? He doesn't know what happens with Halacha Leisa. He touched the lentils worth of showers. Does that make him coming or not? That's the shot. Someone was listening to even Socrates. He wasn't sure. The second thing isn't in Tumah, the second is in the shield of Tumah. So the Gemara says, "Nine. So what do you do with the man's piece like this? Gave him the other the family and share it the other one with So did he say ultimately again that since we know that the share is in the this is not considered to be a lapse of awareness. Although what came on the Chadash, or the Tamid Love, the Tamid Harmony, or the single sins already knows their charity in the Tamid. But what? He doesn't know this amount of showers is in the Tamid, then ultimately again that is considered to be a lapse of awareness. Which on my side, take it, we're not sure, kind of have to leave it undecided. Okay, so by what you mean, so the other is the Kasha, listen, this is the kind of case. Ben Baba shall we are to sell, this is the case. A Ben Baba we are to sell, eventually these are for your Kasha. Then the other, middle, Makom Mikdash. Yeah, so Ben Baba goes out to sell, and he knows that there's a base on Mikdash, but he does not know where the base on Mikdash is. What's in this case? Ben Baba, Jew Kutzlaretz, talking to the Eretz Yisrael, and he knows that there's a base on the Mikdash, but he's not sure where the base on the Mikdash is. So what's this? Well, obviously, what ends up happening in this case? He wanders into the base on the Mikdash in the state of Tuba. But he's not familiar with, so in this case, I know I'm coming, I know there's a base on the Mikdash. I'm just not sure if this structure is the base on the Mikdash or not. Fascinating. So what's Halacha in this case? Normally, are you with the man? So in according to the you are with the body of people. If you're asking me the question of your people, it's why you do the Tefillah. The Yehida says that you acquire the Tefillah, you acquire the awareness. Remember, and the Akiva holds that Halacha Leisa, you're not higher for a lapse of awareness about the Beis HaMikdash. Okay, so remember that this case is that you keep believing the Mach. Yeah, you've got the Shmuel, and it's a Shmuel in the time of Erla Mikdash, and it's a Shmuel with all the Shmuel on Erla Mikdash. How low are you with the Tefillah? So the Shmuel, you get in your awareness. You must look to the top, you can do that. You explain to Rabbi, touch square Rabbi, the way you deal with Tefillah, and you're trying about Erla Mikdash. So this is all the points of Rabbi. That's the Rabbi holds the higher initial awareness, and Rabbi holds that you are higher ultimately again for Erla Mikdash. Alright, so what's the sign? Well, alright, you deal space level. Shmuel you deal? No. Even the other, you can say, so much as the Shaila. Shaila is this guy knows that there is a base on the question. He knows he can depend on the Shiva. He does he knows that there is a this doesn't know if this structure is the base on the question or not. So even the other dude said, no, it's not what's halacha. Even the other dude said, because we are wrong, if we agree, from one hand we can say, well, since he knows that there is a base on the question in the world, this is called awareness. And maybe since he doesn't know the exact location of it, this is considered to be that he does not have complete awareness. So what's the halacha say? Take it. Take this really profound case. Incredible. So you see the Gemara struggling over it here is that what constitutes a lack of awareness? Right? So interestingly enough, in case number one, perhaps that does a lapse of awareness or lack of understanding about the sheer of Tumah. Is that true? If a lapse of awareness or not, take it. I know there's a base on Mikdash, but I don't know exactly where it is. Is that true for lapse of awareness? Take it. Okay, after the first last So they say, so now we come to a really, now this is a really beautiful sugya ahead of us right now. So remember, the topic that we're really dealing with is the following. So the Mishnah taught us the idea that if you enter in, all of this is about Tamar. And one of the cases is Tamar must be flushed, which means I know that I'm coming, but we actually three more cases, right? I know that I'm coming, but I forgot that I was doing this. That's also the more classic case. I know that this is the base of the flush, but I forgot that I was coming. So let's just take a classic case. I knew that I was coming, I forgot that I was coming. During that lapse of awareness, I entered into the base of the flush. I subsequently come out of the base of the flush, and I remember that I was coming. Okay? That's what we call Yevir Tefillah, Yevir Basot, Mahalam Ben Sayer. And you're in the beginning, and in the end, and you're in the lapse of awareness in the middle. On Tavacha Nafish, on Tavacha, Chagban Chagba Yevir. That's the power of the United case. Now, what does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said there's only liability in that case if I entered into an actual part that is in the flesh. Now, there are two ways to become part of the flesh, which is either you're part of the initially built structure and area, or you could add on. You can add on. Now, how do you add on? So the Mishnah went ahead and described the detail. Now, remember, the Mishnah described the process. Now, the Mishnah's process was not very descriptive, right? The Mishnah just told us that who's participating, right? Who's in this. So you can add on to the area of the base of the flesh, much in the same way that you can add on to the area of the Yerushalayim. Right? Who needs to be about who the players, so to speak? The Melech, the King, the Navi, the prophet, the tuning, which essentially means the Kohen Gadol, Sanhedrin of 71, two covered togos, Shir, Song, and Beizdi. So now let's say we get into this area. Says the Gemara. The academic personalized, and by the way, that's why if you enter into the area of the Mikdash, this is added onto the Mikdash without using this process, then what? There's no liability. Why is there no liability for entering into that area in the state of Tumah? Because it doesn't have the Kedusha of the base of the Mikdash. You don't follow the process, you don't endow the space with Kedusha. So says the Gemara, so, you know how you where do we know this from? I'm going to see about it. I'm going to see about it. I'm going to talk Kichol Asher. So, what are we going to look at it? The one's asking like this. How do you know that in order to go ahead and add on to the area of the base of the flesh, you need this whole process? Maybe it's just a declaration. This is not pushing out of the base of the flesh. How do you know that you need this whole process as outlined by Mishnah? This is very beautiful. I'm going to see about the Adam Torah. The Torah Asher Ani Ma'eh Ostar, Is Tadnis HaMishkan, Is Tadnis Kokila. As the Pasuk says, this is by Mishkan. Everything I am showing you is Tadnis HaMishkan, meaning that the plan and the structure of the Mishkan, and the plan and the structure for all of the utensils, the clean cup of Pashkot, the clean Sassu of yours, and this is what you shall do for generations. Now, what's that? So what does that mean? So the process that is used for the consecration of the Mishkan is the same process that must be used in order to consecrate or to expand the base of the Mishkan. Who is involved in the consecration of the Mishkan? So look at the top right as I started out with 58. The King Sasu, Kol Yisrael Metrish Lador, Timin Moshe, Timin Melech, Timin. Remember, who is involved in the consecration of the Mishkan? Then Moshe. What was Moshe? Moshe is both the king and the Navi. So again, for the consecration of dedication and ministry, you have the king, the prophet, the high priest, and the Sanhedrin. So and the Pasuk says, the king sets you the daughters. This is what you shall do for generations. The same way all of these individuals were necessary for the consecration of the Mishkan, they are necessary for the consecration and expansion of the base of the missions. Right? So Matthew said, Rabbi is the kasha, was the usual the non-poet, the Shasha of the Shah, Mishifasa, Mikashasa, all of the utensils that Moshe Rabbi fasted for the Mishkan, ultimately again, their anointings, when they had been sanctified. And was also remember when they made the prayer for the base of the flesh, something had to consecrate these utensils for Mishkan service. The Rabbi says like this, luckily, when Moshe anointed everything with oil, so when Mishkan, that ultimately went ahead and designated them for service. You can't get it, but that's only by the Mishkan. And he said, later on, Avodah Mishkan Chassid. It wasn't anointing that went ahead and that designated for service. Rather, what was it? It was service. It was the actual use of it which went ahead and consecrated and designated for a holy purpose. So listen, it is really quite fascinating to think about this. Fascinating distinction. In the Mishnah, the Moshe only wanted to designate the utensils for sacred Mishkan service, anointing worked. Right? Anointing worked. But in the future, anointing didn't work. What worked? Usage. Lama, I recall obvious, right? The name of the three Sanskrit Udolos. Why are we the same Joshua? Right? The concept of a lot of just say the three Sanskrit Udolos that ever done Mishkan is the process which will be utilized ultimately against the future. Like that's what you just said. Right? The same way that the consecration of the base and Mikdash, or translates learned in the consecration of the Mishkan, say whatever was done in the Mishkan, follow the same process in the future. And then from the same way that the utensils of the Mishkan were designated or were consecrated through anointing, so too the utensils of the Mishkan should also be consecrated through anointing. Shani Lasan Arabah, by Shefin, like Hadish also is different because by Mishkan it says that they anointed them and they sanctified them. Also the Mishkan, another jealous for Mishkan, it was only those utensils ultimately again that were consecrated through anointing. But for future generations, it was not done that way. I, also the Mishkan, the Doros, all the Mishkan, all that, the consecrated for the Mishkan, those utensils ultimately return to service through anointing, but for future generations, it's either through anointing or through service. And Papa Amakla Asher Tarsu Bach, Makodesh. It's a lot of consolation, so because the Pasuk says for the future, it's a Sharsu Bach that they use them, which means that for the future, I mean, utensils are consecrated through service and not through the Shikha. Ashka the Pasuk Rahman Asher Sharsu, also lonely. If that's the case, if the pastor is already saying that they're going to be used in order to be consecrated, why do you want all some then? I'll tell you why. You don't pastor that more or some, but the pastor don't say or some. However, I mean, how is it in the Shikha? I would talk like this. It was in the Mishkan where the way you put the utensils into service is through anointing. The doros for future generations, in the Shikha, that's really both anointing and usage. The Hakasab V'chein Sasu. Because the Pasuk does say, this is also this is what you shall do. For me, Rahmana Osam. Therefore, the Torah uses in its good miracles as Osam. A son of the Shiva, another jealous for the Shiva. It's a three places of the Mishkan, which are commissioned to use through anointing, but for future generations, it's not anointing, rather, what is it? It's usage. So before we go on, we just learned a tremendous concept. And this is not that I'm asking for the Rabbi, but there is a fundamentally different designation process for utensils for the Mishkan than for utensils of the Mikdash. Now, what's fascinating about this is, even though there are so many things about the base of the Mikdash that we learn out from the Mishkan, apparently in this facility, I don't know how we got here. What we got here was, how do you know the process for expanding and consecrating, or I should say, for consecrating the expanded area of the Mikdash? How do we know it? We learn it from Mishkan. We see that the Mishkan was consecrated a year. The king and the prophet, which again, in the Midbar, that was the same place that was Moshe Rabbeinu, and the king of the Aaron, the Lord of the Israel, and the Sanhedrin, and something that is used for the Mishkan, that's also used to expand, if you want to expand the area of the Mikdash. But in this particular area of the utensils, there's a fundamental difference. In the Mishkan, utensils were put into service through anointing. In the base of Mikdash, they were put into service through usage. Through usage, through service. And it's like, if you think about it, by the way, it's really beautiful. Why the distinction? Why the distinction? So also the distinction really comes in one simple fashion, which is the role of the tzaddik, the power an exotic hand on those around you. This is what the family starts also to learn. And like the American, the whole day is focused really on the power of Rabbi. And Rashbi, like when Rabbi Yochanan says, Yachol ani luktas kala olokilo. I could exempt the entire world from liability. Right? Rabbi Akiva. What does it mean? In the Midbar, where there was no collaboration. When you have a tzaddik in your midst, and you have a shaykhus, and you have a relationship with a tzaddik, that relationship begins to be the recipient of the relationship, so to speak. It's incredible to do. Because we connected to holy people by definition of elements. So if you're with Moshe Rabbeinu, all the utensils you need is what? A little bit of a machine part, and you're good to go. You just need a little bit of anointment, and you're going to anointment. I'm not doing anointment, and all you need is anointment, and you're ready to go. Because that's the power of the tzaddik. When you have a short connection with the tzaddik, this kedusha ultimately expressed to you. In the days on the precious beautiful as it was, there was no motion. There was no motion. So what do you do in the Israel Moshe? What do you need to create kedusha? What do you need? Dynamic activity. Dynamic activity. With the tzaddik, certain just people, just certain connection. That's what you see this. There's such an emphasis, so the Methodists inside this all the time, about being together with the tzaddik. Just attaching yourself so into it. It is not doing anything, but being in proximity to that person. This kedusha love is all for you. So when there's a mission that in you, there's an entire atmosphere of kedusha, and all that's needed is a little bit of anointing oil, and then the angels are ready to go. And if it's a mikdash, as heavy as the mikdash is, I don't have a motion. If I don't have a motion, I can still create the kedusha. It requires a lot more effort. Suddenly again, avodas on misachas. You need dynamic activity. They want to use what's the good news? What's the good news? The good news is, as Jews, no matter what we need to do, we can always create the kedusha. That's the takeaway. No matter what, the God that is giving Hashem for Yisrael, with all your people, there's no need to come with that Eskom. Everything that comes from, you never worry. Why should Christ never worry? Because we always find kedusha. So we always find power. So never despair. Everything is going to be good. How you get that kedusha depends on where you are. If you're with Moshe, then if you're single, all you need to do is just attach yourself to Moshe Rabbeinu and you are good to go. Just a little bit of extra effort. You're going to bring about that kedusha. If it's no Moshe, okay, don't worry, you're still good. But just know that you can bring it more dynamic activity to create that kedusha. Incredible. It's now going through this process. Right? I'm going ahead and expanding the pieces of this image. So now we bring two carbon photographs. You know, it says turn up, but let's remember again. Carbon photographs at Thanksgiving or one of the carbon is very big. It's designed for 40 years. Now, by definition, it's very big. Why? Because I think there's partly wanting you to have to share it with others. No one person can finish up a carbon photograph by themselves. Right? No, you can't. It's not enough time to eat all of that. So what do you have to do by definition? You have to make a sudas for God. You have to invite your family. Because you're going to swim your neck whole point to when you bring your carbon photograph. Usually, when you've been saved from some type of dramatic life, that's when you bring your carbon photograph. So you got to show this. You know, that's part of this consecration process. When you expand the business of the day, when you bring two photos, so turn up, straight from the show, the last one, the one with sun. And by the way, when we speak about this, I just was like, it seems like almost like the process is, the initial doesn't say it's tricky, but it sounds like you're taking the lower speed, so you're taking the carbon photograph, and you're walking like the perimeter of this area that you want to expect for this image. So now you're asking, by the way, what are you walking around with? You're walking around with the loaves, but not the meat. As you're not taking the meat of the carbon photograph, you're taking the loaves of the carbon photograph. And you're having to be aware of this. So when you're thinking about the Pasuk says, "Ba'amiga shtei todos gedolos, v'ta'avik os lori al l'chomo." As the Pasuk says everywhere, so amazingly enough, this is actually taken out of how many consecrated the area for the second day sacrifice. Like they wanted to reconsecrate and explain. And so the Pasuk in the Torah explicitly says what they did. Now you just take all this together. I took the two large hosts. First, so my people, the two large hosts. What does that mean? Usually when you if you want to say that they brought the Torah from a large type of animal, so the Gemara says, name a part and just say part, as in just say you brought cows. I look, the goal is the medium. In fact, again, it must mean that we took a large number. The goal is the medium. So the Gemara says, but what does that matter? Mikra Hashivisa Commissioner, versus I don't say, the number is important to our Torah Baruch Hu, says we would have that time. Never for all this name of Isha Replica. Like by all the things that take to be doing animal walking, it says, a pleasing aroma. All that's how Isha Replica. It says a pleasing aroma by, and all that's how they're offering much water. And even by the Mincha, which is not even mixed, like it's just flour. You're offering Isha Replica. So what's it? You notice by the way, it uses the same all kinds of things. What is this teaching us? There was beautiful lessons in Yiddishkeit. Malami, there was Shechat Hamabra Hadanami. Whether you do a lot or you do a little, or the right, she having little or other Shabbat. Let's say, really, the Rav is not looking at the size of the bottom of your cover. What is he looking at? He's looking at your heart. See, just understand. Right? What this doesn't mean is, you know, as far as you're not really, if I'm really showing up the shackles and right? All that matters is, are you really good shackles? No, that's not what it is. So, like, obviously, I have 613 misses. Right? And I'm obligated to go out and do all of them to the best of my ability. But what it doesn't that right sometimes we are precluded because of our circumstances from doing certain things. More specifically in the realm of Kabbalah. If I don't charge money, I am precluded from doing certain types of Kabbalah. Do not expect that because you have less means, material means at your disposal, that you are less than in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's not the way it works. The Devotion does not look at the size of the heart. It rather looks at the expansiveness of the heart of the Jew. Chazal also phrases in a different way to say, Lachmana liba boy. Moshe wants my heart. More than anything, more than he wants a big heart, he wants a big heart. So I say it's one of the most beautiful things in Yiddishkeit. Yes, we have to be meticulous with the details, and yes, we are obligated to go ahead and be as careful with the details as we can do. But in those circumstances, when we are precluded from doing things the way you want to do them, just know that the heart looks for more than anything is your heart is your lesson. Hello. So what does it mean to do this? So what it says in the Shabbos, so like Muhammad is saying, they put two large togas. So what, again, what does it mean? Hello, to go with shepherd toga. Rather what it means is they brought the larger part of the shepherd toga. Now what does that mean? To remind me, Chabad. Now listen, shepherd toga has a very interesting feature. There's 40 rows. 40 rows, as you're going to see this a little bit, it is the only carbon that has loads that are cuts. Generally, there's no cutters in cutters. It is the only carbon that has cutters. So what did they bring? As a concept, they used the chametz notes of the carbon, which is one. I told them I said about the chametz in the Shabbos, so I did the case from 5 Jerusalem cities, change 6 Nevaros, which are the equivalent of 6 desert cities, change state Epos, which is 2 Epos, which is measured. Epa, Sharish city, and Epa's 3 cities. Is Esrim Isara. So the word is Asara Nevaros, so there were 10 Ismaros that were used for chametz notes. The Asara the and ultimately again 10 Ismaros, and that's interesting enough. So exactly half of the flour was used for chametz notes, and half of the flour was used for matzah. So here's the first thing. For the matzah, shloshim, but out of the matzah, there was 3 different batches of matzah. What are they? Carlos, we keep in the week. So let's say my wife's very close. It turns out, how many roads are there by told you? This is the total information. How many roads? 40. Interestingly enough, 30 of them were Matzah, 10 of them were chametz. But volume-wise, it was the same amount. It was the same 10 asroras of flour for chametz as it was ultimately again for matzah. Just the difference is that matzah was baked into 3 types of loaves. Challah was baked into the before, whereas chametz was just made into 10 loaves. So now, with that just before you go on, so what does it mean when they say they block the large cup of the Torah? So obviously, the chametz loaves were bigger than the matzah loaves. Now again, Safan told that the total amount of flour used is the same for both the but the actual loaves of chametz were larger than the actual loaves of matzah, and those were the loaves of that and they used to those are the loaves that they used to consecrate the sacrifice. So what does now the fact so remember what we do is slowly but surely we're kind of putting meat on the bone in terms of what the process was. So I know ultimately when I'm using my 2 Torahs, it means I'm using the larger loaves of the Torah, meaning the chametz loaves. I'm not going to come up. I'm not going to delicious. I'm not the shiyara eating the cup. So this is interesting. So now, Rabbi Hama says that when we talk about using Torah loaves, that's for expanding the territorial area of Yerushalayim, the municipality of Yerushalayim. But if you want to expand the area of the Beis Hamikdash, you use leftover mincha. Now, listen, remember, what's leftover mincha? So again, you often have mincha. How much to the mincha goes in the Mizbeach? How much? Just the knitza. But if the rest of it goes to the Kohanim. That's what shiyara mincha. So Rabbi Hama says that if you want to expand the area of the Beis Hamikdash, you have to shiyara mincha. My time, what's the reason for that? To Yerushalayim, because the expansion of the Beis Hamikdash is similar to the expansion of Yerushalayim. How so? My Yerushalayim, that I now have the Pacha, so just in point, that you're trying to use something that's even within the confines of Yerushalayim. What's the example of something even within the walls of Yerushalayim? What? The covered Torah. So just like you use that for essentially the city, Azara, Dava Hanea, Bavdam, the Pacha, so to expand the Beis Hamikdash, to this to the shop, the point, right? Use something even in the Torah, i.e., the leftover part of the mincha. I'll be laughing and talking about going to the South. We don't say that after the Torah. And the point that I was in the Torah. So why not use the laws of the Torah? Ela tu Yerushalayim. My Yerushalayim that I know how that works in the mitzvah. What it means is like this. It's like to expand the area of Yerushalayim. You will use something that must be eaten in Yerushalayim. And if you eat it outside of Yerushalayim, you've validated, meaning Lachmi Torah, like the Torah loads. Azara, Dava Hanea, Bavdam, something to expand Yazara, ultimately again you're going to use something that can only be eaten in Yazara itself, but if you eat it outside will become invalid. And what is that? That's ultimately again the leftover mincha. Imala alam chametz, chametz. Okay, so this is not, this study is fascinating, right? This is fascinating because now, essentially I know like this, I'm going to use a cotton Torah, ultimately again of the section, the loaves of Torah, that's part of the process to expand the municipality of Yerushalayim. Why Torah? Because I have to use something that can only be eaten in Yerushalayim, can't be eaten outside of Yerushalayim. So too, to expand the Beis Hamikdash, you use something that can only be eaten in the Mikdash itself, but not outside. What are you going to use? Shiyara mincha. Leftover mincha. There's not a point where I'm going to point out. We've done a lot of Gemara today. So there's that going on, right? The first time that one block, but again, but blah. So small ones. So that's the case. Imala alam chametz, chametz. So say that's the case. So we're going to compare it. We're going to compare then the process for expanding the Beis Hamikdash to Yerushalayim. So you're trying to say what we're using, not just using any Torah loaves. Which Torah loaves are you using? What are you using? The chametz loaves. So too, to expand the Beis Hamikdash, we should learn to use something that is chametz as well. So you're saying, okay, the Tizbara, minchas chametz mincha, there is no mincha that is chametz. So the second point, Kabbalah's connection, the only exception to the Chametz rule is a Kazan Teva. So where you ever going to find a new Chametz on a base, if he came out with Machmas, the Messiah, the Kaddish period, or maybe you said it's maybe take a leftover in the cup, allow it to become Chametz, and then use that to go ahead and consequently expand the area of the base of the flesh. But see, we can't do that. Let's say pressure is 15 degrees something right now. You're vaccinated. Let's say after Chametz, jump up. You have to make the Chametz. So that's the area. Under Shakish, after you come home, don't say after Chametz. You should don't say number. Again, you might have thought that after the Kenitza is talked about, and the Kohen gets leftovers of the milk. Maybe the Kohen should be allowed to do with the milk or whatever he wants. Kamash Malon, no, you can't. Allah Kamalisa, you can only go ahead and eat the shell, but you can't allow to become buckets. So the Lord says, Allah Malon, why not? Extra. So it says, just understand what we're trying to do here. We're trying to figure out, is there some way to utilize buckets to expand the area of the base of the flesh, to use the consecration process for base of the flesh expansion. So what's Allah always do is Efshar in the Kaddish Kishtei Lechem Ba'aseres. So let's listen to this. There is another carbon that is Chametz, which is what? Kishtei Lechem on Shavuos. This is more also. And serving those that the Aveda ultimately make the true preparation to be okay. So as much as Chametz Sila is a preparation for Shavuos, but the preparation for Chametz begins on Lag Bomer. So incredible again, Shkia Lechem, we just had a Shavuos reference on Lag Bomer, incredible. So what about Shkia Lechem? That is Chametz. I have shown you kind of Shkia Lechem. That says, the Shiva Asha, tell you can't do it, why not? Let's say, now watch this. So now again, here's what we're doing, right? You know, is explaining, we're going to use the Chametz loaves of Todah. You go ahead and expand the area of Yerushalayim. So now we're saying also we're going to use the Chametz Mincha to go ahead and expand the area of Yerushalayim. But it doesn't have to be the Mincha. It just has to be anything that needs to be eaten within the confines of the base of the flesh. But I was trying to find something Chametz. Something Chametz. This way, again, the processes was already. So you know, it I'll tell you this, let's use the Shkia, which is the unique Kabbalic offering for Shavuos, which was Chametz. Use that. You know, there's something else. I'll tell you what. Taking that, what should we do? You can use the Esmo, in the text of the Esmo. She could say, let's close it as my virus. There's some really, which means, let's extend the base of English on Erev Shavuos. On Erev Yom, and therefore consecrate the loaves of the Shkia Lechem and the Shavuos as well. That's not going to work well. Shkia Lechem, the Shkia Lechem, remember again, when you do the two loaves become consecrated, only when what? Only when you shepherd the carbon. When is the carbon shepherded? When is it shepherded? On Yom Tov itself. And if you shepherd it earlier than Yom Tov, ultimately again the carbon is invalid. So you might say, leave me in the Esmo, and it's not shepherded, so maybe those right when you say go, when you extend the base of the plan on Erev Yom Tov, and consecrate it now, consecrate the loaves now on Yom Tov. And we have Kiddush, the Shas HaBein. That's not going to work well, because we need, whatever you learn, I need the consecration of these expanded area to take place at the time that the new area is actually being expanded. In other words, you can't close the now and consecrate it. You have to consecrate at the actual time of building. You can't be Yom Tov, but it's actually a building. So let's expand the area of the base of Nicholas on Yom Tov itself. Expand it on Yom Tov, and then you have the actual loaves of the Shkia Lechem. Absolutely. And use the consecrate the area. What's the area for this? Anything that we Mikdash don't as important as expanding the area of the base of Mikdash is, it's not just enough. That's just how the Lechem is. You shot in the box, and you can hot shape. So let's go ahead. Drop the fine. Offer up the Shkia Lechem on Shavuos, and then leave over the loaves until after Shavuos. And then after Shavuos, go ahead and build out the wisdom first, and use the ropes for that. Which the Gemara says it's literally the Lima. It's not going to work. Why? Because listen, when the ropes themselves will become disqualified for being left over. Okay? Maybe in the Mala Yoma, then the Shaya Ekota, the Ad Bikadish Yoma, the Alpha, and you know the Passion. So you listen to the Gemara says, go ahead, still expand the other English prayer of Yom. But don't finish it. Don't finish it. Leave over a little bit, ultimately again, until Matzah Yom. Right? And then on Matzah Yom, before the loaves become possible through Lina, go ahead and use the loaves to consecrate the release the area, which the Gemara says doesn't work. Ain't doing this on the fish color. You can't go do this in the fish. This is fascinating. You must, I'm not buying the ancient going in this everything for later, but when you know that we don't go to this in the fish, make sure you're not, would be Yom HaKinnas HaMishna. Because it says on the day, okay, that is the Mishkan. Yom Makino, Balayla in Makino. By day, you can put up a Mishkan. At night, you cannot put up the Mishkan. Fill up your Asha. Therefore, there is no way, ultimately, again, to use anything chametz, ultimately for the dedication. For the dedication of the expansion of the basement. So remember again, we now understand that there's two distinct processes. One for going ahead and expanding the area of the Yerushalayim Kodesh, and one for expanding the area of the basement. What do you use for the expansion? So there's many pieces, but both of them require the use of carbonates, right? Sacrificial items. What type of sacrificial items? Type of sacrificial item that can only be in that particular area, not outside. So in Yerushalayim, you use toga loaves. Toga loaves, why? Because toga loaves can only be in Yerushalayim itself, not outside the walls. If you move it outside the walls, it's common. Both of those do you use for the consecrated expansion of the city? Chametz. How many chametz loaves out of the 40? 10. What are they referred to as the large loaves? Even though it's the same volume of flour. And the chametz and the non-chametz, ultimately, again, the non-chametz, the matzah ones are made into 30 loaves, kind of 3 types. Chametz is only one type of 10 loaves. What are you going to use for the expansion of the Beit itself? So we're going to use Shiyari Mincha. Shiyari Mincha. Leftover Mincha B'Kohanim is the Koranic item that is used for the ritualistic expansion of the Beit HaMikdash. Why not use chametz as well? Simple as it is. We can't find something that is chametz to be using like that. Rabbi says, go down, tremendous, right? Let's stop worrying about until there's so many factors. Tomorrow's down. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Some Gavatar, some beautiful Ashkafa, everything. Everything. Give me on this side. Tremendous week. Good story with all of you. I'm good night of Shabbos. 5-17. I'm good night of Shabbos, everyone. I think it's just I thought it's just I'll give it a shot. I just I'll give it a shot because so let's see.
She is number one lot lizard. What is your wife do for work? She does nothing. You just sit there. You don't allow her to, right? That's what we're talking about. Yeah, dude. You want to stab there for a second? What was that move you just did? Yo, I act like a black guy, dude. I ain't doing cool nights like a black guy. I ain't doing the half the pound. Wait, why are you doing an Asian accent? Or not? I see once in Rabbi. Are you a white person? No. Wow, who would have guessed that? Sounds like a fit man. No. Just... You play any wacky Kosovian instruments, like a sitar or anything like that? Yeah, that's what they get down in Kosovo. You know this shit. You guys know any Kosovian music?
Good morning. Let us begin by taking all of our responses for this morning's trip to faith. annual commentaries for the President of ROTHSCHILD. They dedicated all of the shooting and drug. Trust this year, I will be close for the Sarah Covers for myself. I'm commentaries sponsors for the month of the year. I've already recovered Shmuel Rabbi in direction of the yard site of Shmuel's father. Let me drop in, look up, then you first of all, our coins of it. Rabbi and the I'll have a commentator over the show is Rabbi Rabbi. The family's doing a comment. All of those who are full show, you can take over these are construction and some Roman hostages. The shuttle made the car and holy soldiers should be successful before a massive evil. Basically, that's what us being the lot to do today about Hashem. Great God, today's God is Yud Dalet 14. We have to drop in here Hashem on Yud Gimel on the days. Okay, we're picking up a Euro base, and we left off actually the money that we needed, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14.
Why do you look like your own father right now? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Do you have any kids? I have a 7-year-old who looks like 32. What do you are? You're a wild, wild man. I like your style. A lot of people, they fucking, this, that, different shapes and sizes. You coming out here really barely having any grasp on how to speak the language. It is mind-boggling, your heart and your soul. Actually, I wrote 2 books. Wrote 2 books? Yes. I will buy that book right now. It's on Amazon. It's on Amazon. I read a book called Cat in Hat. Can I buy it online? Yeah, you can buy it online. All right, tell me where to go. I'll do it right now. My name is Festin. Oh, shit. Here we go. We are all right on this book at the same time. Festin what? No, you have to spell it. You said no. F-A-L-A-L. What? How do you spell your last name? Hold on. You're typing it into the wrong device. We need it over here, Festin, you fucking idiot. You're just showing Mitch your name. It's not on Amazon? It is. Okay. He doesn't know how to spell his own name, and he wrote a book. I feel so much better about myself right now. Festin. Can you hear me? Which one? That one? This one right here? Right. Hold on. Now, it's $30. It's I'm not going to leave about $30 book on my body. We're going to look at it right here. Fucking idiot. I want to buy the one on Kindle because it's only $4. In the secret frequency of love. This is you. Wait, you haven't watched it? Wait, hold on, Mitch. I can't even listen to this guy now. Hold on a second. There are 2 books. One is for adults. That's lost in the faith. And that one is for children. Wait, when I publish this, the frequency of love is for children? So, I'll be so much funnier right now than you were the 11 minutes before that. Wait, maybe I'm so pretty. I just want to get awesome. This is what wait, this is not a truck driver writing kids one books. Frequency of love. If you're under 13, I'm looking it up and you're interstate. Alright, Festin, you're a wild man, dude. Listen, what are you talking about in there? Hey, you should you're not gonna read your fucking book. I'm on it. You bought it? I'm a month. I charged it to my sister's Amazon account. Oh, shit. But I bought the one on Kindle. Alright, Festin, we're gonna keep it moving. Put the mic back in the mic stand. There he goes. His American Phil Cody debut. Festin QB. even if you meet people. Your next comedian goes by the name of Israel Garcia. Everyone, here we go. Israel Garcia. What up, guys? Hey, my favorite restaurant to go to is the Olive Garden. You know, the only part that I have with the Olive Garden is like, why are you so stingy with the fucking cheese? Like, you can't serve your own cheese at the Olive Garden, you know? They got everything else at the Olive Garden. They got a limited salad.
So again, at this point, the machine is not disagreeing, right? So the machine is saying like this. The machine is highlighting the following idea. He's saying in the same way that when it comes to Torah's Mikdash Mikdash, ultimately there's two different mechanisms of kapara, right? Let's go back to this again. So let's go to Mikdash Mikdash. I enter into an infection in a state of Torah without realizing it, right? Or I go ahead and I consume progress in a state of Torah without realizing it. How do you achieve kapara for that? How do you achieve kapara for that? It depends. What is it depending on? Who you are. If you're a Kohen, you're going to be atoned for that through the power of Yom Kippur. If you are Yisrael, you're going to be atoned for that through the blood application of the inner seir, the inner goat. So Rishon says, just like when it comes to Torah, there's a different kapara mechanism for a Yisrael and for a Kohen. So too, I'm sorry. The Jewish shows the sun down the sea. I mentioned it from the Kappa, you saw it from the Kappa. In the same way that the confession for the sin of which is the goat, then sent out to the wilderness. In the same way that that confession goes for Klal Yisrael, for all general Averos, so too, so too, the confession over the power will take care of all other Averos from God. So look what's happening over here. This is really quite fascinating. So the fundamental look at this between Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon about the framework of kapara for Yom Kippur. So Rabbi Shimon is saying like this. In the same way that kapara for Torah is fundamentally different for Kohanim in Yisrael, Rabbi Shimon says therefore the framework for kapara for all Averos is going to be different for Kohanim in Yisrael. So what is that? So let's go through this. So Rabbi Shimon, so for Torah, the Yisraelim are atoned through the inner seir and Kohanim through the power. So people try Yisraelim are atoned for through the Hebrew, through the confession of the seir and the Shabbat, and ultimately Kohanim are atoned for through the confession on the power. That's what the Shimon's model. Therefore, the Shimon Israel and Kohanim Yisraelim have two different avenues of kapara on the Kippur for everything. Now again, let's go back. Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. Rabbi Yehuda says the only difference between Kohanim and Yisraelim is the realm of Tumah. Right? Everybody's agreeing on the Tumah piece. Right? The Kohanim will be atoned for through the power, and Yisraelim through the inner seir. But for all other Averos, according to Yehuda, everyone. And Yisraelim are atoned for through the seir and the Shabbat. Okay, so fundamentally, my focus in the framework of kapara. In general, and Rabbi Shimon talks about by Bush through my issue. So Rabbi Shimon will be issue. The concept that we just quoted creates the commonality in kapara. It creates a sweet common theme, a common thread for kapara. It seems to unite all the problems in the kapara process. But according to Rabbi Shimon, there's two distinct avenues of kapara that are ultimately like there's parallel sources for Kohanim, and for Yisrael, what's going on? Yes, it's the Gemara says, my issue, so how is that commonality? To get that part of it is, you must use it, but how the kind of kapara that they don't have. So we say like this. But the consequence is as follows. There's kapara for everyone. That's very beautiful. There's kapara for everyone. Whether you're a Kohen, a Levi, a Yisrael, whatever you are, there's kapara for you. That's the commonality in the kapara experience. But that's where the commonality what happens after that? Everyone knows their own avenue of kapara. Incredible. So you might say, so what does that's what happens? You might have no very short. So let's finish in the logic. So again, let's say essentially what it is in Let's start with everybody agrees. What does everyone agree with? Everyone agree with? Come on. Everyone agrees that the mechanism for Tumah Kapara is the same. Right? Right? I should say the same. Everyone agrees on the mechanism. The Israelis are told for through the inner seer and Kohanim through the power. These are both offerings of Yom Kippur. The same way as the Machlokas. The Machlokas is really about the seer that says that. In Rabbi Yehuda's model, everyone is atoned for. Everyone is atoned for in the seer that for all others. And Rabbi Shimon's model, the Israelim are atoned through the seer and Kohanim are atoned for through the power. Specifically, the Hebrew of the power. Okay? So my time is so specifically, why is the Rabbi Shimon holds that the Slayer is not the proper for Kohanim? It's Sir, the Lokach Eshmer Sir, the Sir, the Lokach Eshmer Sir. So the Pasuk says you should take the two goats. Remember, this is the goat. Remember, what are the two goats? What is the Sir Ma'asabeth name? That's what we call the Sir LaHashem. That's the offered up as a Karban. And the other is the Sir LaZazel, or the Hishkach with prayer. So the one says, Ish, Sir Mishkaleh, the Sir LaZazel. So the code equates the two Sir, the code equates the two goats. The goat is Hishkach. Just like the inner seer is not the proper for Kohanim. Remember, everyone's agreeing. What is the inner seer doing? What is it doing? It's for too much Musaf for Kadasha, for Israel. So just like the inner seer doesn't help Kohanim, so you want to say, it doesn't happen for Kohanim, it's Asher La'am, because the Pasuk says specifically that inner seer is for the Am. Who is the Am in this context? The Am in this context is Yisrael. So to Asir, so again, so the thing is, so too the outer seer, meaning just is not Mechaber for Kohanim as well. So essentially, let's say this is fascinating. So the Shimon's model is really predicated on as like this. The code itself creates equality between the seer. What does that equality mean? Essentially, the same way that the Seir now said before the inner, so the Seir Hashem is not Mechaber on Kohanim, because it's only Mechaber for the Tumah. For Yisrael, so to the Seir Mishkaleh is not Mechaber for Kohanim as well. It's only Mechaber for the Avedas of Yisrael. That's for the Shimon's logic. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda. So what does Rabbi Yehuda do? Now again, what does Rabbi Yehuda do with this comparison to two seers? What does he do with that? Rabbi Yehuda, I'll tell you why the two seers are compared. Shehu Shavim Benara, the Tumah, and the Damin Kudas. The Pasuk is going to create an equality between the seers, saying that they have to be the same in their appearance, in their height, and in their value. That's what it means. But it doesn't mean that they are the same in terms of their ability to affect Kapara. So much that's really fascinating finding out my focus. And again, I will say, what's really incredible about this is, here's the beauty. What's the beauty of this, my focus? The beauty of saying is everyone is getting Kapara. Don't worry, don't lose any sleep. Everyone is getting Kapara. The focus is on the really mechanism of that Kapara. So once again, let's just get this right. So that Yehuda himself is holding every single Torah atones for everyone for all others. Everyone for all others. So where is the distinction? Basically, the distinction is only one of the areas. Tomorrow, for Yisraelim, they're going to be atoned for through the inner seer. For Kohanim, they're going to be atoned for through the power. Shimon essentially says, the same way that Kohanim are distinct from himself and Torah, so too Rabbi Shimon himself is distinct for everything. Distinct for everything. And therefore, Halacha L'Maisa, they're not included in the same Shalach. Rather, they get to the Kapara for Shal Averos from the Bigli on the heart. So what we might try to do, because Rabbi is the author of the following idea, the Shachat, Asiyah Chatas, Asher La'am. So the Pasuk says, Kol, Yoshef, Yisirah Chatas, what is ordination? So this is the inner seer. So how do we achieve kapara? I will say specifically what kind of kapara talks about. I mean, this is kapara for too much. So it was in the kapara shel Aaron. They get atonement through the power of Aaron. Okay, it was in Yahweh. What is kapara the power shel Aaron? You might have thought that Kohanim, other Kohanim, cannot get kapara through the power of Aaron. After all, short v'alema, because the Pasuk already says Asher Lo. So interestingly enough, when it comes to the power of Aaron, what does the Pasuk say? Asher Lo. What does Asher Lo mean? What does Lo mean? It's his. So I might have thought that literally again the power of Aaron only works for Aaron. Only works for Aaron. To which the Gemara says. Miata, straight out by them, Ashelo, Miata, even Kapara. But if that's the case, the Kohanim comes to Kapara through the seer and Asadifim, the seer, and then they get Kapara through the power of Aaron, so you know the problem. What's the problem? Where do Kohanim get Kapara from? So the Moses Kishu, okay, you have the Ala Kohanim, and the Pasuk ultimately says, speaking about the power. Speaking about the power of Aaron, Kapara Kohanim. But I'm sorry, I should give it again. I can't myself. But the first thing, the first says that there is kapara for Kohanim. So Matzino kapara. You see that Kohanim do get kapara. What do they get kapara from? The name is kapara. Nuka, she is kapara, the partial Aaron. Shaykhisa Nikrolo, it's a bisa. It makes more sense that Kohanim will get kapara through the power of Aaron. Why? Because it also interestingly enough, as much as the Torah calls the power of Aaron Sherlo, that's his, the Torah also makes an exception to that's his. What's the exception? His family. So Aaron's family is included. So it makes sense to say that once Aaron's family is included in the power, so too what? So too other Kohanim should be included in the power as well. But Kohanim will not be included in the inner seer where no exception was made for any member of the Kohanim family. First, why right? If you would like to say, Beis Aaron Baruch Hu Hashem, Beis Halevi Baruch Hu Hashem, Hashem Baruch Hu Hashem. And if you want another proof to this, look at this passage. I will say it's not immediately clear what that proof is. You might going to explain the right scenario and everything will become clear. So you might say, Mantana, who's the author of this price that we just quoted? Rabbi, we went Rabbi Yehuda. It's not Rabbi Yehuda. Why not? Because you will say, what did the Bryce say? The Bryce said that Kohanim are not atoned for through the Seir Mishtareach. Now, if you were Rabbi Yehuda, Amar Kohanim, Yesh Len Kapara the Seir Mishtareach. Ultimately, again, Rabbi Yehuda holds that even Kohanim are atoned for through the Seir and Mishtareach. You might say, money. So whose opinion is it? Rabbi Amar, Rabbi Shimoni, Rabbi Shimoni. The Kohanim Eilan Kapara the Seir Mishtareach. Because again, Rabbi Shimoni is of the opinion that Kohanim do not achieve atonement through the Seir Mishtareach. Rather, again, according to Rabbi Shimon, Kohanim achieve atonement ultimately through what? Through the vidu on the power. Abaye is not necessary. I feel Tim Rabbi Yehuda. The Bryce even be Rabbi Yehuda. How so? I'll take up means to say, Me'ato, you might have thought that when you look at Kohanim have no mechanism for power, right? Cautious, no mechanism for kapara, but too much mikdash and mikdash. Kishu Omer Yechaper ala Kohanim, when the Pasuk says Kohanim achieve atonement, Matzinu sheyish lehen kapara. We do find that Kohanim will have kapara for other areas. What's the last line in Gimel Amud Beis? Ukimodim Matzinu sheyish lehen kapara b'shar averos, and the statement that Kohanim have kapara for other averos. Kav yesh lehen kapara top of the Dalit utumas mikdash and the kadosha. So therefore, again, in the same way that the Torah tells us, what does it say? The Torah doesn't tell us how, but explicitly how, but the Torah does tell us that Kohanim achieve kapara for Shar Averos. So the same way that Kohanim are going to get kapara for Shar Averos, they also should what? Get kapara for Tumas Mikdash Mikadasha. Top of Yudali 14a. First, end of the first line. But how do Kohanim achieve kapara? It makes sense that at least for Tumah, they should be covered under. They should be covered under the power of Aaron. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, there's already an exception. Even though again, the Torah calls the power of Aaron asher lo, which makes it like it's only for him, but it also includes his family. Once it includes his family, it makes sense to what? Also include other Kohanim. Incredible. By his covered besar and second name, so it makes more sense to include them in the power of Aaron, where there's already an allowance for his family, as opposed to the inner seer, where there's no allowance for other Kohanim. Rather, again, it's clearly made to function for Yisrael. In Nafshach Omar, if you'd like to say, Haregu Omar, for that is in addition to it, you also say, this Aaron Bachues Hashem, what exactly do you want to do by bringing that up? I'll tell you what, the Hitima, basic sin. You say, but how do you do that? The Pasuk explicitly says that the power is only works for you for Aaron who they sow. And which sounds like what? His immediate family. So how can you include the rest? Gans Kohanim, how can you include the rest of Kohanim in the family of Aaron? What's the answer? The Gemara says, Kulon Kruyin Beiso. All Kohanim are called the family of Aaron. Where do you know that from? Shneimar, Beis Aaron, Bachues Hashem. Who's Beis Aaron? Gans Kohanim, right? All Kohanim. And therefore, what do you see from here? When the Torah makes an allowance, ultimately again, for the family of Aaron to achieve atonement through the power, who is included in the family of Aaron? The entire community. Incredible. So you want to see Shema Beis Aaron Bachues Hashem, Yirei Hashem Bachues Hashem. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "V'hai Asher la'am la'asam." 1 second. Is that phrase Asher la'am? Rabbi said, now you wanted to suggest beforehand that the pasuk by the Siyar Nasa Lefnim, the pasuk by the inner seer says Asher la'am. Asher la'am. You want to interpret it only works for Yisraelim, but not for Kohanim. Interesting. It's coming to exclude Kohanim. It's a very interesting drasha about it, because generally, with these types of drashas generally Yisraelim are excluded from Kohanim. Here it's fascinating to see a drasha where Kohanim are excluded from Yisraelim. And Kohanim are excluded from that phrase called Am, which is fascinating in and of itself. That is, I just want to point out something incredible, that as much as there is Kedushas Kahuna, there's something better than Kedushas Kahuna. I'm sorry, Kohanim. But you know what's better than Kedushas Kahuna? Kedushas Am. Kedushas Am is the most powerful. Now again, it doesn't mean Kohanim aren't part of Kedushas Am, but there is something ultimately again to the Kedusha of the mass that the Kohanim don't have, and there's something powerful about the Kedusha of the Kahuna that the masses don't have. Everyone has his own unique Kedusha. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to Asher la'am, so the Gemara says, Asher la'am la'afi la'asam. 1 second, is that what that phrase comes from? Is that phrase used to teach us that Kohanim are excluded from the Siyar Nasa Lefnim? So the Gemara says, Hani Be'erei become Rachmana, means the Am. Possibly that's for something else. That the money for the Siyar Nasa Lefnim, has to come from the communal coffers, or the wholesale. In fact, you know what? You know what? I would do something. Imagine somebody said to you, there's a dedication opportunity open. Dedication opportunity to dedicate and to sponsor the single hand section of young people. Listen, who would not take that opportunity? So again, the Gemara says, sorry, not open, taken. It's got to come from communal funds. Which I want to say is fascinating thing that is like, now why does it have to come from communal funds? Because it's a communal offering. Communal offerings cannot be privately sponsored. Communal offerings must come through. Which I want to say is also fascinating. So there's a place, I think there's a lot of places for private donations, right? But then there are certain things that have to come from the tzibur. Certain things that all of us need to get involved in and cannot be carried by the one individual. from a different source. So you know, right? But the cover has to come from Adas Israel. I, the High, Asher Lo, Lahatu Yasa. And listen, but guys, that's that phrase, Asher Lo, come to teach me. That Halakha L'Maisa. Only the Torah, like only the Torah achieves Kapara. Who is high? So it's how you know when you need to actually look at something that's pretty sanya. You should know who maybe you shall see her. I love the Zikis thing. But the same way that the Sierra said it's thing, they're going to see what Yom Kippur has to come from the funds, cannot be part of these funds. The power of the Kohen Gadol must come from his own money and cannot come from communal funds. Absolutely. So the Kohen Gadol, he can't bring his power from communal funds. You know why? Because the power of the Kohen Gadol does not affect communal power. It doesn't affect communal kapara. But I might have thought that perhaps he can make a collection amongst his fellow Kohanim and go ahead and bring the power from that money. Since Kohanim do get kapara from it, Talmud Asher Lo. Therefore, the pasuk says no. Even though as we've established that the power will atone for other Kohanim, it must be paid for by the Kohen Gadol himself. Yachol Lo Yavi in Hevi Kasher. So you might have thought, okay, ideally the Kohen Gadol should not bring the power that is not paid for by his own money. But if he brought that kind of power, it should still be kosher. Talmud Lomar Shuv Asher Lo. So therefore the pasuk says a second time that the power has to belong to the Kohen Gadol, saying Shana Alav Akasav La'aki. The Torah says something twice. Is to teach you what? That it's really kupa, that you have to have, that this is an indispensable piece of information. And therefore, again, it's not just that the power should be bought with the Kohen Gadol's money, but if it's not, it's okay. No, it's got to be bought with this money, and if it's not, the part itself is going to be puzzled. Time to be says, this is what the Torah is bothered by. My shna is the am de lo mechaper. The law is the Gemara says, why is it that ultimately again? Why is it that ultimately the am is not? It's not. Why my shna is the am de lo mechaper? Why is it that halakha l'maisa that the am is not included in the kapara? The Gemara says, the law kachasu be imamone tichsiv asher la'am. The ultimate together side is incredible. You cannot achieve kapara on something you did not spend money on. Isn't that incredible? You cannot achieve kapara with something you did not spend money on. Kapara requires sacrifice. If you're not willing to give up something, kapara is not achievable. I'll say, we see this concept in many different ways. Sometimes what stands in our way of becoming true Bali Children, let's be honest, right? It's too early not to be honest, right? What stands in our way of not becoming true Bali Children is we're really not willing to give up certain things, and we're not willing to stop doing certain things that stand in our way. In other words, I have a sincere desire to be a better person. And I have a sincere desire to change my life. I'm just unwilling to let go of certain things that are holding me back. Chazal have a term for this. What is it called? It's called Todal V'Shem Eretz B'Yada. Right? So all of us have our shrutzim in life that we hold on to. Right? It's the things that I know are not good, they're not healthy, they're not helpful, they're toxic, maybe they're sinful, or maybe they're just detrimental, right? And I know it. But here I am, right? I'm strutting off to the mikvah, right? Doing my thing, ready to achieve tara, and I'm dunking. And again, the mikvah represents all the beautiful things that I'm doing in life, and it's all incredible. And then I'm wondering, I'm doing all this great stuff, but why am I not getting traction? And it's very simple. Look what you're holding on to. Look what I'm holding on to. I'm holding on to all of those shrutzim. As long as you hold on to the sheretz, you can go into the most beautiful mikvah. You can engage in all the most positive and beautiful dynamic activity in life. It'll help, but you're not going to get anywhere. I don't get anywhere in life until I let go of my shrutzim. True kapara requires sacrifice. True kapara requires excising certain things from my being so I can move myself forward. Where it says, do you know how I know that Israelim are not included in the kapara of the pie? Do you know how I know that? Because it didn't cost them anything. And if it doesn't cost you anything, you're not getting kapara. Kapara requires sacrifice. Purity requires sacrifice. Growth requires sacrifice. Whether it's sacrifice of my money, sacrifice of my time, or sacrifice of the shrubs and the stuff that I've been holding on to for a very long time, it is actively holding me back. And again, the reality is, most of us go through life and we never let go of our shrubs. Now, the good news is, even if you, even if you never let go of your shrubs, can you accomplish great stuff in life? Can you accomplish? Yeah, you absolutely can. But you never fully self-actualize. You never fully become the best version of you because I'm refusing to let go of the stuff that at the end of it, you know what it's like? It's like, you ever get a stain on your shirt, right underneath the area where you wear your tie? Something happens to me. I guess I might be the only person left who wears ties. Right here. Okay, got it. So the mindset, you know what's interesting about it is, you have to walk around fully self-conscious all the time, right? Because as long as my tie lies straight, I'm good to go. But if I turn a little too quickly, there's something else, like it's right there. It's right there. To me, it's often become a tremendous metaphor for life. Instead, what could I do? I could change my shirt, right? I can't do it, but you know what? I've been wearing it for 4 days already. I kind of like, we're good. Like, we're kind of grown accustomed to one another, everything is nice, everything is fine. So it's okay. As long as the tie remains perfectly centered, we're good to go. We're good to go. And let's say it's a tremendous metaphor, and instead, like, just pretty sure. Just kind of clean shirt. I like it so much that you don't have to worry about the positioning of the tie. But I like it. I kind of got used to it. Even kind of like staying alive and become warm. So the nice we go through life like that so much that we hold on to those shrubs and we just never let go. Instead of realizing, and again, I can accomplish and it's great and I look nice and I look fine. Instead of finding the courage to go the shrubs and make the sacrifice. Let go of the stuff and move yourself forward. So you might say, that's how you look about the young. So you might say, I don't know me, go to Pastor Bimamona. So I go exactly, but that doesn't make any sense because you just said before that the Kohanim do achieve kapara. Through the power, and yet they did not spend any money on it. So what's going on? So you might say because they're included in this. So Mishnah Rabbi Shimon, how you just say Trevi Dugi. The Galavas, right? Rabbi Shimon, this makes sense. That's why it says again 2 viduis, right? There's 2 viduis like also the blood application of the power. How can I get Sir Nasa before? So one corresponds to the inner seer. The how can I get Sar Nasa the foots, and one corresponding to the outer. See, don't let the liable one achieve atonement for the one who was liable. In other words, it looks like the Kohen Gadol is the architect for kapara for everyone, for himself, for his fellow Kohanim, and for God's Klal Yisrael. Therefore, it only makes sense that the architect of kapara, I should say the quarterback, not the architect, because what is the architect? The quarterback of kapara should first what? Achieve his own level of kapara, and then be the quarterback for everyone else. Because if the Kohen Gadol himself is not taller, how is he going ahead? And if he doesn't have kapara, how is he achieving that on behalf of everyone else? Which also, in and of itself, is a beautiful Mishra skill. That if you want to accomplish things on behalf of other people, first make sure your own house is in order. You want to raise inspired children, make sure that you are an inspired individual. You're living your best life. So let's say ultimately I get that to that. So now we have a ton of information over here. So first of all, like how do we possibly, and there's a number of different things going on over here. Number one, in the smile of Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon, how are we possibly? Specifically, what this comes down to is as follows. And what's the point of contention? Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon, Seir HaMishtaleach V'Hazaz. Right? The seer that's sent over the cliff. Does that only atone for Yisraelim? That is Rabbi Shimon's model. Only Yisraelim, not Kohanim. Kohanim get their kapara through the pie. Or is it the kapara for everyone? Everyone, that's Rabbi Yehuda. Because remember again, when it comes to Tumah, everyone was agreed on the kapara framework. For Tumah, Yisraelim are atoned for through the interceder, and Kohanim are atoned for through the power. The shell is what does the seer do? So let's say here it is, the much awaited, long anticipated Rambam, Sir Mishtaleach. So let's say here, first of all, the Rambam says when it comes to Sir Mishtaleach, the Rambam writes, Sir Mishtaleach, the Pishu Kapar, the Kol Yisrael, when God will misvad Allah, Allah shall call Yisrael, Shnemar, misvad Allah, is Kol Varos in Yisrael. Sir Mishtaleach, Mechaper, Al Kol Averos Sheba Torah. The seer goes ahead and atones for everything, all Averos. The Gemara says, Hakaros v'chamuros, intense Averos, less intense Averos, Zodon, Shogeg, knew about it, didn't know about it, everything is atoned for through Tshuva. And what's another that the Rambam says, it atones for everyone. So we pass him at the end of the day like Rabbi Yehuda. The Seir HaMishtarech atones for everyone, for all Averos. However, the Rambam adds in a very important caveat. What's the important caveat? V'hu she'asa shuvah. So I'm sorry, you can't speak for Yom Kippur. Right, so this goes back to yesterday's back. Machlokes Rabbi and Rabban. Right, how does Yom Kippur work? Remember again, Rabbi said, Itzumo shel Yom L'chaper. The essence of the Day of Atonement. According to Rabbi, even if you don't daven, even if you it's even better, according to Rabbi, right? Even if what? Even if you eat on Yom Kippur, right? Even if you do malach on Yom Kippur, the day itself atones for you. The Rabbanan say, yes, the day atones for you, but you need to unlock the atonement power of the day through what? In the tshuva. The Rambam paskin like the Rabbanan. Right, the halakha, like Yom Kippur, the most powerful day in the world, but the power of the day must be unlocked through tshuva. Rabbi says, you say to yourself, sorry, like you say, I was kind of hoping like for the other way about this. No, so just understand, this actually works in our favor. This works in our favor. Why does it work in our favor? Because the Rambam says in the next halakha, is manshing this hamikdash kayin. Me'enon mizbeach kapara. So remember again now that, unfortunately, there is no Beis Hamikdash, and now that there is no altar upon which to achieve kapara, ein sham ela tshuva, tshuva michaperes al kol averos. So remember again on one side, as beautiful as it was to Rabbi's position, that ultimately again it's sumo shel yom mechaper, that the day itself atones. Even according to Rabbi, that atonement was unlocked through the Siyah, through Seir HaMishtalech, which means, as beautiful as Rabbi's model is, it's fantastic when the Beis Hamikdash stood. But if the Beis Hamikdash is not standing, then what do we do? The beauty that we have, Rabbi says, even in the absence of the Beis Hamikdash, the Rambam says, we have something more powerful than the Beis Hamikdash. Can you imagine saying that? We have said, each of us possesses something more powerful than the Beis Hamikdash. He possesses something more powerful than the Mizbeach. He possesses something more powerful than the Seir HaZazel. What is that called? Tshuva. The most powerful force in the entire universe is the power of Tshuva. And it was like the Gemara said yesterday, and when can you access that most powerful force in the world? Any time you want. The Seir HaZazel can only be mechaper once a year, on Yom Kippur. The Kohen Gadol only goes to the Kodesh HaKadoshim once a year. If you and I could access the most powerful force in the universe, namely tshuva, when? Each and every moment. Incredible. I can say that's all. I say Hajjana, Shua Shtayim. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. On our first parak of the second Shuas. What a ride. Incredible. Okay, it's going to get better. Let's go. Yediyah Zakoma, Stein Shein Arba. So once it's not actually, this is a repeat. Of the first Mishnah. So back to Tumah. I know you thought we were done with Tumah. We are not. More Tumah to come. Tumah everywhere. So God says as follows: the deal is not too much time Sheinam. So remember again, we saw this one before. There are two biblical cases that are really four. Now again, what are we're experts in this already. What are the two biblical cases? Two biblical cases are: I forgot that I was coming, but I remember. So again, two cases, right? I became coming. I forgot. I was in the I remember afterwards that I was coming. When it became coming, I knew that I forgot. I ate Kodesh, and then I remembered afterwards that I was coming. Okay, so those are two different cases. So what we call parallel tumah. I forgot that I was coming. Here's two more cases. What are the two more cases? I remembered that I was coming. I forgot that I entered into the Mason of Christ. Or I remembered that I was coming, but I forgot that what I'm eating is Kodesh. Right? So those are the two additional cases. So those are the two that ultimately again become four. So what are kind of additional? Just elaborate on it. So when I became coming, I knew it. Yeah, I was coming. I don't know, then I forgot. Yeah, I don't know so much. It's not that I forgot, but I remember that I was doing this in the class. Like, I remember, right? Or, never I'm going to have this. Or, ultimately, again, another case could be, but I forgot about that. This is not comfortable. I remember the tumor. Now I'm going to say, is that, or I forgot about both of them. Rock less, I forgot that I consumed Kodesh, but I read them, and I didn't know. When you shot from Yaga, and then after that, we said Kodesh, I remember how they said, but only the Yoga. So again, the words, the mission that fully exists together in the cases, is giving elements of the cases. But again, remember, essentially, any case where there is the idea of the tefillah, the idea of the soul. So awareness in the beginning, awareness in the end, lapse of awareness in the middle. Now again, there's four different cases of lapses, right? There's two lapses of tumah awareness. I knew I was coming, I forgot. I entered the in the rush, I remembered afterwards. I remembered that I was coming, I forgot, I ate Kodesh, remembered afterwards. That's cases 1 and 2, which then give 3 and 4, which are the other cases. I remember, I know that I'm coming, but I forgot I was in the question, and I remembered that I was in the question. I knew that I was coming, I forgot that I'm eating Kodesh, and then I know that I was eating Kodesh. In all of those cases, where there's awareness beginning and end, that it lasts in the middle, the liability is what we call a carbon ola yield, which is the carbon is a sin offering that is based on your financial status. Right? If you have money, you'll do what type of carbon all this. If you're poor, all the way down to the right level, the highest level is going to be a behemoth, and the lowest level is a minchah. That's the range. So minchah. The person came from it. And you knew right in honor of them for that. One minute for what? The opposite of this. So remember that he's going to be something else. The other one, Mikdash, or you forgot the reason. Mikdash, the Zakras, the Tumah, remember the Tumah. The other one is Zeb, is that we forgot about both of these things. The Mikdash, and Lord Yada. The way for Mikdash and wasn't aware. The Shiyats in the but the Kohen Mikdash, he became aware again. Already Zeba over the Lord. Again, if someone says, same comes in the idea of the tefillah awareness in the beginning, awareness in the end, and parallel and forgetfulness. So that's awareness in the middle, result constant cover over the other. Yes, effort. So what's I now, interestingly enough, this is actually quite fascinating. We speak about entering into the Mikdash in the state of Torah. So now we want to discuss what constitutes entering into the Mikdash. So when you enter into the court of the Mikdash, or let's say you entered into an addition onto them. So when we discuss the idea now, that technically speaking, there are ways to extend the temple concept. Right? But there's a process. So let's say Kali started deciding the Sanhedrin decides they want to expand the Beis Hamikdash. So want to expand the footprint of the Beis Hamikdash. Okay, how do you add on to the Beis Hamikdash? So it's not just enough to start building stuff. Remember, you have to add, if you're not only want the additional aircraft, the sanctity of the Beis Hamikdash. How does that happen? It's incredible. Well, the She'en was seeking Allah here, Bala does. So it's saying, by the way, you can expand Yerushalayim. It's incredible. If you want to expand the borders of Yerushalayim, you can do that. Now, again, if I extend Yerushalayim, I don't just want to expand municipalities. I want to expand, ultimately, again, the Kedusha. Like, Kedusha is city. to develop how you extended areas as well. So all you do is, you only people who do this are vanilla, Navi, Ru'ulim, Mikulim, V'Sanai, V'Shashim, V'Achad. So again, we're getting to the part that this is quite incredible. If you want to expand the Kedusha borders of Yerushalayim, you want to expand the Kedusha footprint of the Beis Hamikdash, you can do it. But you want to do it with the kings, the traffic, Ru'ulim, Mikulim, which remember again is the 72 level of HaKadosh Baruch Hu that falls into the fold. Right? That's the best place of the Kohen Gadol, and the Sanhedrin of 71. Now again, all of these people, some of these people we're going to discuss. Furthermore, to the state.
This ABO is a wild one. If she comes up here, there's like no getting that microphone back, William. Where are you, ABO? Hello, Amy! Hold on, what is she doing? Here she comes, everybody. She's acting like, no. Oh my God. Here you go. When you stop it, Red Man, stop it. This ABO. How are you? Wait, don't hand her the microphone. William, you have to do it like Joe Rogan does with fighters after they fight. You have to hold the microphone in front of her face. She's a wild one, dude. She'll fucking jump off the stage with that. Will, it was fun. We got married. Miss ABO, is this true? Are you marrying William Montgomery? What's the charge of the thing? Hold on, that's not what we agreed he was saying. Hey, if he had planned this shit out, if he had planned for something else, why'd you just mess it up already? It was gonna be hilarious. Why did you? Wait, listen, what type of whistle do you have there, Amy? What is that in your hand? What type of weapon is that? This is an instrument that I used to teach children how to get hand jobs. Now, Miss ABO, you famously made your Kill Tony debut. I believe it was 4 weeks ago. You were on once, and then you were on last week. Both were absolutely so crazy that you become like a pop culture reference here on the show. Your first time was in front of Shane Gillis here. You remember that? She's basically female Donald Trump. Yes, Pennsylvania, great state. I remember it well. Pennsylvania, I love Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania loves me. Why love you? They were in that conference. It's pretty cool. Shane, you're going to have to stop. This may turn into a mistake. She wasn't supposed to go up here and mess with you like this. This seriously has turned into a mistake of some sort. What did you just say about her? Defending his woman. Seriously, what did you just say? I don't know if I heard that correctly. He's very defensive of his woman. Okay, thank you. William, you think you're going to, William, have you thought about perhaps getting her pregnant, making a sweet little baby? She is pregnant. Oh, no. Wow. This is just weird on every level. Now, William's doing what we call taking chances tonight. Hell yeah. Miss ABO, 4 weeks ago on the show, you said that you were sober. Is that correct? Sober? More or less. We were doing a bunch of blow in her place last night. Seriously, we did a bunch of I don't know how she had so much. She got money coming in from sober. Seriously, it was a serious bag we were doing. Is that true? Oh my God. Miss ABO, is that true? Do you do a lot of cocaine? I like to keep secrets. Oh, you gave me the mic. Go on, we're not doing this. We're not doing this up here. I swear to God, we already talked about that. Told you. Last week, what happened was last week. Security had to check my purse because they thought I had a gun. Right. Because you said you had a gun. You said you were going to play my gun. Listen, I said I had felony legal guns. I told you not to say that. That was not a good one. And like most of those guns, I'm guessing they don't work anymore.
All right, girls. So good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's thing. Our annual comic book funds for Trusting the Song of Eretz Israel. We're dedicated.
Absolutely incredible. Will you? How about you, Miss CEO? Miss CEO, what kind of noises do you make in the bedroom? Very sexual intercourse. That was my nickname, by the way, Cricket. The way I put my legs together, yeah.
All of the students and lectures this year, as is the course for the Soros Troubles for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of year, our Lord Torah Shmuel Rabbi's Rabbi, in connection of the yard site of Shmuel's father, Leonard Cropping, Luca Ben Yechesla, Tony Ziboni, Rabbi Yochel, Merit, all of our commentary, all of the shows that we are the families in the comment. The working for 7 days, so holy, so I can trust the students and some of the woman has to do. The shalom of the power of a holy soldier should be successful before a mass day. Listen, that's let us be relaxed. You tell me about Hashem. Read that, I love read that too. Read that with 14. We are picking up the minutes of Hashem on. You do it on the days. You do it on the days. Okay, we'll pick up the euro base, and we left off actually the money that we do, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, about 15 lines down from the back. So just a very quick review. And then again, the Gemara is focusing on the end of our mission. And essentially, we all point out as follows: that Rabbi Yudah, the review reflection in the Mishnah, says as follows. Now, when it comes to Shemesh Halach, the first that is the goat that is thrown off the cliff. So Halach and the second is that goat is the topic for everything. All of it, and ultimately, I think the topic for everyone. So that's Kohanim, Yisraelim, even Kohen Gadol. So wherein lies the distinction between Kapara, let's say, for example, the Kohanim and Yisraelim. That's everyone that is saying, namely, too much Mikdash to the Kabbalah. That if there's any type of infraction, let's say, regarding entering into the race of Mikdash, or extending between Kodesh and Seder tomorrow, so Kohanim find Kapara through the car, and the Israelim find Kapara through the inner city. So that's the distinction between the Kapara as the Kohanim saying the Kippur, but for everything else, everyone is covered by the Seir La'asasa. By the way, there's two meanings of the word first. The Seir La'asasa, which means the goat that's sending to the wilderness, or the Seir HaMishpareach, the Seir that is sent. It's the same area, same color. Okay, beautiful. So the Gemara says, the money that we would use, who's the name? The fact that we use this sign, because we go, here we go, the Kippur is HaKodesh. Sorry, the Kippur is Mikdash HaKodesh. Yeah, it's very ridiculous. And what the Gemara is going to do is as follows. The Gemara is speaking in the Pasuk. Bayom Kippur again. And going to go through this how it is. The Pasuk as it easy. The Kippur is Mikdash HaKodesh. That's all I'm doing. So when it comes from Mikdash HaKodesh, we need to the Pasuk in its entirety. Like that's all I'm doing. Also the Olam, which is the Mishnah in these that's how it's there. And the altar, the Chater ultimately will be the Kohanim, the Kolam Hakal, the outside, the Ala Kohanim, the Kolam Hakal Yuchal. And the Kohanim and the entire Judah will be atoned. Now the Gemara brings up this passage. Here we go. The Gemara says, the Kippur is Mikdash HaKodesh. This refers to similar interactions that occur inside of the Mikdash as armor. So the term as armor. That Echol. That refers to Echol. This is Be'ah, Kiman Shmal. So all of these refer to different similar interactions that may have occurred in different parts of the Mikdash. Yichater, Uruaz Lams. This is for Shiazaros Kohanim, Mashma'an, Am HaKahal, Uz HaMakal, Ilu Yisrael, this Kaper will be atoned, Ilu Halabi, Moses Kushru, Kula Metapora HaKos, Shemiskapim Yisrael Mishareach, Mishara Averes Tirabim. What's happening over here? The pasuk is establishing is really what they call kapara nominality, meaning that all members of Klal Yisrael reach kapara in the same way. Which kapara is that referring to? That is referring to the kapara for all general averos. All general averos. So let's remember again, all general averos is going to include everything except tomorrow when we reach the Klal. So for all general averos, all of Klal Yisrael is atoned for in the same way. Which way is that? The Seir and the Stara. It goes upside both of the same. That's how we do that. Rabbi Shimon says no, he says Kishim Shadam Sayed and Asa B'Kir. The Chafra Al Yisrael Akumas Mikdash Shahara. So Rabbi Shimon says okay, so again, same thing what we're finding over here. And this is really quite tricky. That's really what we're holding from. So Shimon says like this. Shimon says this. He says the same way. Shimon Shadam Seir Hanat. 7 years. In the same way that halacha l'maisa, the seir of the seir, the dam of the seir, that's in the same way that halacha l'maisa, again, the dam of the inner goat is the tablet of the inner kappa on Klal Yisrael, on the Jews, meaning children of Yisrael, al Shmas Mikdash V'Kadoshon, the system of living infection, hakdam had the kappa al Kohanim al Shmas Mikdash V'Kadoshon. So again, at this point, the Rishon is not disagreeing, right? The Rishon is saying like this. The Rishon is highlighting the following idea. He's saying in the same way that when it comes to Tumas Mikdash V'Kadoshon, ultimately there's two different mechanisms of kapara, right? Let's go back. There's a second one. So let's Tumas Mikdash V'Kadoshon. I enter into the Beis HaMikdash in a state of Tumah without realizing it. Right? Or I go ahead and I consume kodesh in a state of tumah without realizing it. How do you achieve kapara for that? How do you achieve kapara for that? It depends. What does it depend on?
What's up, baby? It's day 83, little bitch. Why are you talking like this? Why not, baby? What is it? No one really knows for sure. Elevate, different, Elohim, but this is the Missouri we live on, bitch, and it's 3760, creation of the world, and the birth of Adam and Eve. Kyle. Really? It's whatever the fuck you want it to be. We're about to watch this shit. It's March Madness. So when I was a kid, March Madness was so baller. Really? So sick. Why? Dog, you don't even know about the movie talking. Why? Madison Square fucking Garden? Dog. It's not just MSG. It's MSFG. Madison Square fucking Garden. Sickest shit ever. Really? Biggest basketball, baby. Really? Word, dog. Alright, so what's your thing? 3760, creation of the world, the birth of Adam and Eve. I don't like saying that they were birthed, it's like...
is fundamentally different from Kohanim in Israel. Rabbi Shimon says, therefore, the framework for kapara for all averos is going to be different for Kohanim in Israel. So what is that? So let's go through this. So Rabbi Shimon's model. So for Tumah, Yisraelim are atoned through the inner seer and Kohanim through the power. So too for Shar averos, Yisrael are atoned for through the vidur, through the confession of the seer and Mishtareach, and ultimately Kohanim are atoned for through the confession on the power. That's Rabbi Shimon's model. So therefore, Rabbi Shimon interested of Kohanim Yisraelim have two different avenues of kapara on Yom Kippur for everything. Now again, let's go back. Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. Rabbi Yehuda says the only distinction between Kohanim Yisraelim is in the realm of Tumah. Right? That, and everybody's agreeing on the Tumah piece. Right? That Kohanim will be atoned for through the power and Yisraelim through the inner seer. But for all other averos, according to Rabbi Yehuda, everyone, Kohanim Yisraelim are atoned for through the seer Mishtareach. Okay, so fundamental machlokes in the framework of kapara. It's incredible. And Rabbi Shimon, Havadai Hushvu, my Hushvu. So for Rabbi Shimon, here's the issue. The pasuk that we just quoted clearly creates a commonality in kapara, right? It creates a certain common theme, a common thread for kapara. It seems to unite all of Klal Yisrael in the kapara process. But according to Rabbi Shimon, there's two distinct avenues of kapara that are unfolding like in a parallel sense for Kohanim and for Yisrael. So what's going on over here? Which the Gemara says, my Hushvu, so how is your commonality? To make kapara nidu, the Gemara says, nidu, hakad defag lechaper benafina hashai. So I'm sure it's like this. What the pasuk is saying is as follows. There's kapara for everyone. It's actually a beautiful thing, right? There's kapara for everyone. So whether you're a Kohen, a Levi, a Yisrael, whatever you are, there is kapara for you. That's the commonality in the kapara experience. But that's where the commonality ends. What happens after that? Everyone has their own avenue of kapara. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so that's my home. So the Gemara says, my time there, Rabbi Shimon. So what's Rabbi Shimon's logic? Right? Let's start again. Essentially, what it really comes down to is like, let's start with what everybody agrees with. What does everybody agree with? What does everybody agree with? Tuma. Everyone agrees that the mechanism for Tuma Kapara is the same, right? In other words, I shouldn't say the same. Everyone agrees on the mechanism. Yisraelim are atoned for through the inner seer and Kohanim through the power. These are both offerings of Yom Kippur. Okay, so where lies the Machlokas? The Machlokas is really about the seer. So in Rabbi Huda's model, everyone is atoned for. Everyone is atoned for in Seir Lazajal for all Averos. In Rabbi Shimon's model, Yisraelim are atoned through the Seir, and Kohanim are atoned for through the power, specifically the video of the power. Okay, so my time is Rabbi Shimon. So specifically, why is the Rabbi Shimon holds that the site is not the fabric for Kohanim? The Lakak Eshne Asir is the word says the Lakak Eshne Asir. So the pasuk says you should take the two goats. Remember again, this is what the two goats. What is the Sir Nasa B'fnim? Right, what we call the Sir. The Lahashem. That's going to be offered up as a parban. And the other is the Sir Azazel, going to be pushed off with cliff. So the Lord says Iskish Sir Mishtabea. The Sir Nasa B'fnim. So the Torah equates the two seating. Torah equates the two goats. The goat that is pushed off the cliff, and the goat that is down inside. So that Hashem, Masia, and Masia, so just like the inner seer is not mechaper for Kohanim. Everyone's agreeing. What is the inner seer doing? What is it doing? It's for Tumas Miftash Shekadashav, for Klal, for Yisrael. So just like the inner seer doesn't help Kohanim, so the Gemara says it doesn't say because the pasuk says specifically that inner seer is for the Am. Who is the Am in this context? The Am in this context is Yisraelim. So to Am seer, Hamishtalech in the Chaper ala Kohanim Sharadelos. So again, so Rabbi Shimon will say, so too the outer seer, meaning Mishtaleach, is not in the Chaper for Kohanim as well. So essentially, let's say this is fascinating. So what Rabbi Shimon's mind is really predicated on is like this: the Torah itself creates equality between the seer. What does that equality mean? Essentially, the same way that the seer not said before, the inner seer, the seer Lashaya, is not the Chaper on Kohanim because it's only the Chaper for the Tumah for Yisraelim. So to the Sir Mishkaleach is not Mechaper for Kohanim as well. It's only Mechaper for the Averos of Yisrael. That's Rabbi Shimon's logic. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Huda. So what does Rabbi Huda, now again, what does Rabbi Huda do with this comparison between the two seers? What does he do with that? Rabbi Huda, Amar Lachal Lahaki Iskish.
This is a really good series so far.
Sheyu Shavin Benara. The coma or the double disaster. The pasuk is going to create an equality between seer and seer that they have to be the same in their appearance, in their height, and in their value. That's what it means. But it does not mean that they are the same in terms of their ability to affect kapara. So it's a really fascinating fundamental focus. And again, what's really incredible about this is here's the beauty. What's the beauty of this Makotes? The good news, everyone is getting kapara. Don't worry, don't lose any sleep. Everyone is getting kapara. The Makotes is on the delivery mechanism of that kapara. So once again, I want you to just get this clear. So that Nick himself is holding essentially every Yisrael Shariah accounts for everyone for all others. Everyone for all others. So where is the distinction? The distinction is only in one limited area, namely for Israel, they're going to be atoned for through the inner seer. For Kohanim, they're going to be atoned for through the Par. Rabbi Shimon essentially says, no, the same way that Kohanim, Nevi'im, the Kohanim are distinct from Yisrael for Torah, so too Rabbi Shimon just says they're distinct for everything. Distinct for everything. And yet for Allah Ta'ala, they're not included in the Sunnah Shtareh. Rather, they get their kapara for Shara Aviros from the Par. Incredible. See what the man can do is the Torah Rabbi, so he's the author of the following idea. The Shachat, Asiyah Chatas, Asher La'am. So the passage says, in Torah, the Shach, the Siyah Chatas, that is for the nation. This is the inner seer now. Inner seer. Sheina Kohanim is kapara. Kohanim do not achieve kapara through this seer. So the man is kapara. So how do they achieve kapara? I want to say specifically what kind of kapara to talk about. I mean, actually, it's kapara for Torah. So there's a kapara shel Aaron. They get atonement through the power of Aaron. Okay. So there's a Yahol. One is kapara the power shel Aaron. You might have thought that Kohanim, other Kohanim, cannot get kapara through the power of Aaron. After all, Sharik Barnema, because the pasuk already says Asher Lo. So interestingly enough, when it comes to the power of Aaron, what does the pasuk say? Asher Lo. What does Asher Lo mean? What does that mean? It is. So I might have thought that literally again the power of Aaron only works for Aaron. Only works for Aaron, to which the Gemara says. But if that's the case, so Kohanim don't get kapara through the seer and the asadifnim, the inner seer, and they don't get kapara through the power of Aaron. So we have a problem. What's the problem? Where do Kohanim get kapara from? So the Gemara says, you kapara ala Kohanim, and the pasuk ultimately says, speaking about the power. Speaking about the power of Aaron, kapara ala Kohanim. I'm sorry, I'm saying I should get it right. I can't. The pasuk says the pasuk says there is kapara from the Kohanim. So Matzira and kapara. You see that Kohanim didn't get kapara. What do they get kapara from? The man is kapara. Mutar she's kapara the partial act. Hello, Sharifusa and the Kohanim it's obvious. It makes more sense. The Kohanim will get kapara through the power of Aaron. Why? Because it's just enough as much as the Torah calls the power of Aaron Shalom, that's his. The Torah also makes an exception to that, that's his. What's the exception? His family. So Aaron's family is included. So it makes sense to say that once Aaron's family is included in the power, so too what? So too other Kohanim should be included in the power as well. But Kohanim will not be included in the inner seer where no exception is made for any member of the Kohanim family. First one, right? If you'd like to say, Hallelujah, Omer, Beis Aaron, Baruch Hashem, Beis Hallelujah, Baruch Hashem, Yirei Hashem, Baruch Hashem. And if you want another proof to this, look at this passage. Otherwise, it's not immediately clear what that proof is. You might want to explain to the right scenario, or everything will become clear. So, Mark says, who's the author of this price that we just quoted? Rabbi Yehuda. It's not Rabbi Yehuda. Why not? Because they'll say, what did the Vice say? The Vice said that the Kohanim are not atoned for who the Siyah Mishtaleh. Now, if you say Rabbi Yehuda, Ha'amar Kohanim, Yeshem Kapara, the Siyah Mishtaleh. Ultimately, again, Rabbi Yehuda holds that even Kohanim are atoned for through the Siyah Mishtaleh. You might just put money, so whose opinion is it? Rabbi Shimon, you must say Rabbi Shimon, then the Kohanim, anyone Kapara, the Siyah Mishtaleh. Because again, Rabbi Shimon is of the opinion that Kohanim do not achieve atonement Rather, again, according to the Shittim, Kohanim achieve atonement ultimately through what? Through the beaver on the pie. Rabbi is not necessary. I feel good to do what. The Vice Beaver, you got to use the house. So, because it used to say, Yata, England, in Kapara, which must be touched to Kadashov, he might have thought that when you look at Kohanim, Kohanim had no mechanism for Tara, for right flush. So, no mechanism for Kapara, for Tumas Mikdashim. The Kadashov. She only Chaper ala Kohanim, when the Father says Kohanim achieve atonement, that's Shirish Magan Kapara Bishara Eros. The two final Kohanim will have Kapara for others. What's the last line you do on the days? What you mold them until you share Kapara Bishara Eros, and the same thing that Kohanim have Kapara for other Averos. Kach Yesh and Kapara Kapara Gidalik, the Tumas in the Kadasha. So therefore, again, the same way that the Torah tells us, and they say, Torah doesn't tell us how, but explicitly how, but the Torah does tell us that Kohanim achieve Kapara for Shai Averos. So the same way that Kohanim are going to get Kapara for Shai Averos, they also should what? Get Kapara for Tumas Mikdash Mikadasha. I Kapara Vidali 14a. First exit the first line, early the first line. I B'Mehim Miskatim. I but how do Kohanim achieve Kapara? Mutav she is Kapara the Parasha Alo. It makes sense that at least for Tumah, they should be covered under. They should be covered under the eye of Aaron. Why? Because there's already an exception. Even again, the Torah calls the power of Aaron shared below, which makes it like it's only for him, but it also includes his family. Once it includes his family, it makes sense to us. Also include other Kohanim. By his capital design, I said the thing, share with them. So it's more sense to include them in the power of Aaron, but there's only an allowance for his family, as opposed to the inner seer, when there's no allowance for other Kohanim. Rather, again, it's clearly made to function for Israel. In Nafshah Omar, if you'd like to say, Haredi Omar, in addition to that, you also say, this Aaron Bachuas Asher, not nine in Nashville. What exactly is the Gemara do by being in that posse? I'll tell you what, if you came up, it's so sick. You say, how can you do that? The pasuk explicitly says that the cow is only works for me for Aaron who they sow and in each time of what? He's in the family. So how can you include the rest? That is Kohanim. How can you do the rest of Kohanim in the family of Aaron? What's the answer? The Gemara says, Kulon Kuyur they sow. All Kohanim are called the family of Aaron. Where do we go? From Shemar, this Aaron, but with Sasha. Who's base Aaron? Who's base Aaron? That's Aaron, right? All Kohanim. Therefore, what do you see from here? When the Torah makes an allowance ultimately again for the family of Aaron to achieve atonement through the tithe, who is included in the family of Aaron, are the entire family. Incredible. So the nuance in Shema, they say about what Hashem? Yirei Hashem B'Fores Hashem. Incredible. So the word is high, the high. Asher la'am la'achim da'asa. In 1 second, so that phrase, Asher la'am. And I've also maybe no one to suggest beforehand that the pasuk by the Siyam side of things, the pasuk by the inner seer says Asher la'am. Asher la'am, the man interprets means it only works for atonement for Yisraelim, but not for Kohanim. Interesting, it's come to exclude Kohanim. And also, it's a very interesting drush about it, because generally, with these types of drushes, one are generally Yisraelim are excluded from Kohanim. Here it's fascinating to see a drasha where Kohanim are excluded from Yisrael. And Kohanim are excluded from that place called Am, which is fascinating. Fascinating in and of itself. That is, I can't point out something incredible, that as much as there is Kedushas Kizina, there's something better than Kedushas Kizina. Sorry, that you know what's better than Kedushas Kizina? Kedushas Am. Kedushas Am is the most powerful. Now again, it doesn't mean Kohanim are part of Kedushas Am, but there is something ultimate. Again, to the Kedusha of the masses that the Kohanim don't have, and there's something powerful about the Kedusha of the Kehuna that the masses don't have. everyone has their own unique condition. Incredible. Someone goes like, Sherlock, and someone says, hi, Sherlock, is that what that phrase comes from? Is that phrase used to teach us that Kohanim are excluded from the Siyar Nasa Lefnim? So much of Honey Bailey become Rakona, need the that concept is answered to something else. That the money for the Siyar Nasa Lefnim, the Siyar Nasa Lefnim has to come from the. If I come along and say, you know what, I would take this opportunity. Imagine somebody said to you, there's a dedication opportunity open. Right? Dedication opportunity to dedicate and to sponsor the Siyar HaNa'aseh Lefnim of Yom Kippur. Listen, who would not take that opportunity? Right? So again, the Gemara says, sorry, not open. Take it. It's got to come from communal funds. Which I said is fascinating in that itself. Now, why does it have to come from communal funds? Because it's a communal offering. Communal offerings cannot be privately spent. Communal offerings must come here, which I said is also fascinating. So there's a place. Actually, there's a lot of places for private donations, right? But then there are certain things that have to come from the tzibur. Certain things that all of us need to get involved in and cannot be carried by any one individual. So the Gemara says, need the when it says that the covering comes from the that means that the covering has to come from the communal funds. That's what it's teaching us, not to exclude Kohanim. I'm going come up one of the and the Gemara says, that's going from a different source. So the Gemara says, we don't have to call that's from the funds from the phrase of Me'is Adas Israel. But the cover has to come from Adas Israel. I, the high, Asher Lo, Lahaki, also. And we'll say, does that phrase Asher Lo come to teach me? Can I look for the Mesa? Only the Kohen, achieves kapara. He is high. So there's this highly violated need to actually for somebody else to the sign up. We shall maybe we shall see what. And also this is interesting. In the same way that the Siyar Na'aseh Lefnim, the inner seed of Yom Kippur, has to come from communal funds, cannot be privately sponsored. The tithe of the Kohen Gadol must come from his own money and cannot come from communal funds. So you know, it says, Yaakov, Yolovim Shal Tzibor, Shir Tzibor is Kavanbo, Aba Yovim Shal Achav HaKohanim Shal Achav HaKohanim is Kavanbo. Now you might have thought, okay, so the Kohen Gadol, he can't bring his power from communal funds. You know why? Because the power of the Kohen Gadol does not affect communal power. It does not affect communal kapara. But I might have thought that perhaps he can make a collection amongst the fellow Kohanim and go ahead and bring the part from that. Since Kohanim do get kapara from it, Talmud Asher Lo. Therefore, the pasuk says no. Even though as we've established that the power will atone for other Kohanim, it must be paid for by the Kohen Gadol himself. Yaakov, no Yovi, you'll be kosher. Shimon said, okay, ideally the Kohen Gadol should not bring the power that is not paid for by his own money. But if he brought that kind of power, it should still be kosher. So therefore the pasuk says a second time that the power has to belong to the Kohen Gadol, saying, Shana Allah B'Kasav La'aki. Also, something in the Torah says something twice. Is to teach you what? That it's in Kuba, that you have to have, that this is an indispensable piece of information. And therefore, again, it's not just that the power should be bought with the Kohen Gadol's money, but if it's not, it's okay. And no, it's got to be bought with this money, and if it's not, the heart itself is going to be awesome. Times the Gemara says, this is what the family is bothered by. Mashna, the below Mekata, the law is the Gemara says, what is it that ultimately, again, why is it that ultimately the Am is not, it's not, why Mashna, the Am below Mekata, why is it that Halakha L'maisa, that the Am is not included in the Kapara? The Gemara says, the law Kachasu B'nei Mamoneh, Exist Asher La'am. Ultimately, the Gemara says, is incredible. You cannot achieve kapara on something you did not spend money on. Isn't that incredible? not achieve kapara is something you do not spend money on. Kapara requires sacrifice. If you're not willing to give up something, kapara is not achievable. Also, we see this concept in many different ways. Sometimes what stands in our way of becoming true bali children, let's be honest, right? It's really only not to be honest, right? What stands in our way of not becoming true bali children is we're not willing to give up certain things, and we're not willing to stop doing certain things that stand in our way. I have a sincere desire to be a better person. I have a sincere desire to change my life. I'm just unwilling to let go of certain things that are holding me back. Because I have a term for this. What is it called? It's called Kodal V'Sheretz B'Yadam. And so all of us have our shruts in the life that we hold on to. Right? It's the things that I know are not good, they're not healthy, they're not helpful, they're toxic, maybe they're sinful, or maybe they're just detrimental. Right? And I know. So here I am, right? I'm strutting off to the mitzvah, right? Doing my thing, ready to achieve Tara, and I'm dunking. And again, the mitzvah represents all the beautiful things that I'm doing in life, and it's all incredible. And then I'm wondering, I'm doing all this great stuff, but why am I not getting traction? And it's very simple. Look what you're holding on to. Look what I'm holding on to. I'm holding on to all of those shruts. As long as you hold on to the sherets, you can go through the most beautiful mikvah. You can engage in all the most positive and beautiful dynamic activity in life. It'll help, but you're not going to get anywhere. I don't get anywhere in life until I let go of my shruts. True kapara requires sacrifice. True kapara requires excising certain things from my being so I can leave myself first. What it says, do you know how I know that the Israelis are not included in the kapara of the pod? Do you know how I know that? Because it didn't cost them anything. If it doesn't cost you anything, you're not getting kapara. Kapara requires sacrifice. Purity requires sacrifice. Work requires sacrifice. Whether it's sacrifice of my money, sacrifice of my time, or sacrifice of the shruts and the stuff that I've been holding on to for a very long time that is actively holding me back. And again, the reality is, most of us go through life and we never let go of our shruts. Now, the good news is, even if you never let go of your shruts, can you accomplish great stuff in life? Can you accomplish? Yes. Yes, you absolutely can. But you never fully self-actualize. You never fully become the best version of you because I'm refusing to let go of the stuff that at the end of it, you know what it's like? It's like, you don't ever get a stain on your shirt, right underneath the area where you I guess I'm not the only person left to wear stars. Right here. Okay, got it. Right? So the nice, you know what's interesting about it is you have to walk around fully self-conscious all the time, right? Because as long as my tie lies straight, I'm good to go. But I can't look to nuclear something else like it's right there. It's right there. To me, it's often become a tremendous metaphor for life. Instead, what could I do? I could change my shirt, right? I you know what? I've been wearing it for 4 days already. You know, I kind of like, you know, we're good. Like, we're kind of grown accustomed to it. You know, everything is fine. So it's okay. As long as the tie remains perfectly centered, we're good to go. We're good to go. And we'll say it's a it's not a form like instead of just put a clean shirt. Right? So you don't have to worry about the position of the tie. But I kind of got used to it. Even kind of like being right and become one. You know, so once we go through life like that sword, so we hold onto those shruts and we just never let go. Instead of realizing, and again, I can accomplish and it's great, I look nice, I look fine. Instead of finding the courage to let go of yourself and make your sacrifice. Let go of yourself and move yourself forward. So you must at that time, you have to be on. So you must be the honor, not me, you have to be on. You go, Shivon Kuyin Days. But 1 second, but that doesn't make any sense. Because we just said before that the Kohanim do achieve kapara through the power, and yet they did not spend any money on it. So what's going on? So we must have because they're included in themselves. So this one, like, Shimon kind of gets straight duty. The Danaras, Benjamin Shimon makes sense. That's why it says again 2 vidris, right? There's 2 vidris, and there's also the blood application in the past. So one corresponding to the inner seer, the Chad gets Sarnas at the foots, and one corresponding to the outer seer. The Chad gets Shimshara. The Chad gets Shimshara. Sorry, the Chad gets Shimshara. Rabbi Yehuda, Trady doing the Damahalam, the defense of Yehuda. Ultimately, I get a lot of need 2 vidris in the power. I don't need 3 up, I only need 2. Not only, but a Chad vidri, the double sack, you only need 1 application and 1 is done. So you must follow the Akhalabim. So ultimately, again, 1 is for the coin level, and 1 is for his family. You know, so to return to Rabbi Shmuel, Kachinidas Hadin Hadas. Here is how Midas Hadin works. Mutat Yavel Zakai, the Chaper Arachai, the Yavel Chayiv, the Chaper Arachai. It is better ultimately again that the Zakai, the innocent one, will achieve atonement for the one who is liable, and don't let the liable one achieve atonement for the one who is liable. In other words, we say the Kohen Gadol is the architect for kapara for everyone, for himself, for his fellow Kohanim, and for God's Klal Yisrael. Therefore, it only makes sense that the architect of kapara, or per se, the quarterback, not the architect, I just love the architect, the quarterback of kapara should first achieve his own level of kapara, and then be the quarterback for everyone else. Because if the Kohen Gadol himself is not kapara, how is he going ahead? And if he doesn't have kapara, how is he achieving it on behalf of everyone else? Which also in and of itself is a beautiful Mr. House skill. But if you want to accomplish things on behalf of other people, first make sure your own house is in order. You want to raise inspired children, make sure that you are an inspired individual. You want to go ahead and encourage others to become the best version of themselves, make sure you're living your best life. So let's say ultimately I get that time. Okay, so now we have a ton of information over here. So first of all, like, highly possible, and there's a number of different things going on over here. Number one, in the smile of Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon, how are they possible? Specifically, so what this comes down to is as follows: that what's the point of contention? Rabbi Yehuda and Shimon, Senior Hamishtareach La'azot, right? The seer that sent over the cliff. First, that only atones for Yisraelim. That's Rabbi Shtok, that is Rabbi Shimon's model. Only Yisraelim, not Kohanim. Kohanim get their kapara through the power, or is in the kapara for everyone. That's Rabbi Yehuda. Because remember again, when it comes to Tumah, everyone is agreeing on the kapara framework. For Tumah, Yisraelim are atoned for through the inner seer, and Kohanim are atoned for through the power. The shot is what could the seer. So also what is the much awaited, long anticipated, much anticipated Rambam. Stim Shaliach. So also see here, first of all, the Rambam says it comes to Stim Shaliach. The Rambam writes, Stim Shaliach, the Pishuk for the Kol Yisrael, Kohen Gadol Misrad Allah Baloshem Korizot Shnei Misrad Allah all of in Israel. Stim Shaliach Mechaker Al Kol Averos Shabbat Torah. The seer goes ahead and atones for everything, all Averos. The Gemara says, Hakalos V'Chamilos, intense Averos, less intense Averos, Zodom, Shogeg, Shemur, about it, you didn't know about it, everything is atoned for through Shuvah. So listen to that Rambam says, it atones for everyone. So we paskin at the end of the day like Rabbi Yehuda. The Seer Mishtarech atones for everyone or Averos. However, the Rambam adds in a very important caveat. What's the important caveat? V'hu she'asa shuvah. V'hu she'asa shuvah. So sorry, don't sleep through Yom Kippur. Alright, so we showed that to yesterday's daf. Machlik, this Rabbi and Rabbi. Right? How does Yom Kippur work? Remember again, Rabbi said, Itzumo Shayom Mechaper, the essence of the day atones. Right, Rabbi?
even if you don't daven, even if right, is even better, frankly, right? Even if what? Even if you eat on Yom Kippur, right? Even if you do malach on Yom Kippur, the day itself atones for you. The Rabbanim say, yes, the day atones for you, but you need to unlock the atonement power of the day through what? Through tshuva. The Rambam passed like the Rabbanim. Like the Havak Yom Kippur is the most powerful day in the world, but the power of the day must be unlocked through tshuva. Rabbi was like, you say to yourself, something like you say, oh, I was kind of hoping like for the other way about this. No, so just understand, this actually works in our favor. This works in our favor. Why does it work in our favor? Because the Rambam says in the next halacha, is man saying this benefit. Remember is that kapara. Remember again now that unfortunately is never finished. And now that there is no altar upon which to achieve kapara, in sham ela tshuva michaperes hakol haberes. So remember again on one side, as beautiful as it was to Rabbi's position, that ultimately again sumo shalom the topic of the day itself atones. And even according to Rabbi, that atonement was unlocked through the Siyah. Which means, as beautiful as Rabbi's model is, it's fantastic when the Beis Hamikdash stood. The Beis Hamikdash is not standing, then what do we do? The beauty that we have of us is even in the absence of the Beis Hamikdash. The Rambam says, we have something more powerful than the Beis Hamikdash. You imagine saying that? We have some, each of us possesses something more powerful than the Beis Hamikdash. We possess something more powerful than the Beis. We possess something more powerful than the Siyar Azazah. What is that called? The most powerful force in the entire universe is the power of truth. And it was like the Gemara said yesterday, a way to access that most powerful force in the world, any time you want. The Siyar Azazah can only be mechaper once a year. On Yom Kippur. If one does it, then we go into the Kodesh HaKodashim once a year. You and I can access the most powerful force in the universe, namely tshuva when? Each and every moment. Incredible. Right, you want to see that style of Hamas, Hachimah, Shloshayim? Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov, I'm not first player, but this is the Shavuos. What a ride, incredible. Okay, it's going to get better, let's go. Yediyah Zatoma, Shine Shein Arba. So once it's not added, so this is a repeat of the first Mishnah. So back to Tumah. I know you thought we were going to Tumah. We are not. More Tumah to come. Tumah everywhere. So the says as follows. Yediyah Zatoma, Shine Shein Arba. Remember again, we saw it before. There are two biblical cases already before. Now again, we know experts in this already. What are the two biblical cases? Two biblical cases are, I forgot that I was coming, but I remember. So again, two cases, right? I became coming. I forgot. I had only feelings in the crush. I remember afterwards that I was coming. When it became coming, I forgot. I ate Kodesh, and then I remembered afterwards that I was coming. Okay, so those are the two different cases. So what we call Karam Tumah. I forgot that I was coming. You have two more cases. What are the two more cases? I remember that I was coming, but what? I forgot that I entered into the Beis Hamikdash. Or I remember that I was coming, but I forgot that what I'm eating is Kodesh. Right? So those are the two additional cases. So those are the two that ultimately again become force. You know what kind of Mishnah just elaborate? So again, I became coming. I knew that I was coming. And I don't know what I now I'm going to have to look. But I remember that I was in the Beis Hamikdash. Right? I remember that, right? Or ultimately, again, another case could be that I forgot about that. I don't need to come up. Now I'm over again. Is that all I forgot about? Both. And then, Kodesh, I consumed Kodesh for the Yada, and I didn't know when we shot on Yada, and then after I ate the Kodesh, I remember Hareza, the older the Yoram. I won't say so again. The Mishnah said for me, it's supposed to be the cases, it's giving elements of the cases. But again, remember, essentially, any case where there is the Yediyah Tefillah, the
deed of the soul. So awareness in the beginning, awareness in the end, lapse of awareness in the middle. Now again, there's four different cases of lapses, right? There's the two lapses of Tumah awareness. I knew I was coming, I forgot, I entered the days of the I remember afterwards. I remember that I was coming, I forgot, I didn't Kodesh remembered afterwards. That's cases 1 and 2, which then give 3 and 4 other cases. I remember, I know that I'm coming, but I forgot I was in the Mikdash, and then I remember that I was in the Mikdash. I knew that I was coming, I forgot that I was in Kodesh, and then I remember that I was in Kodesh. In all of those cases, there is awareness beginning and end, right? The lapse in the middle. The liability is what we call a carbon ola v'yoda, which is a carbon is a sin offering that is based on your financial status. Right? If you have money, you'll bring one type of carbon, we'll talk about all this. But if you're poor, all the way down to the right level, the highest level is going to be a Behemah, and the lowest level is a Mincha. I mean, that's the range. So Mincha, the person who came from there, and he knew right in Alma and then for that, one minute to what, his opposite is I remember that he was in this in the Mikdash, and then when he was in the Mikdash, or he forgot that he was in the Mikdash, the Zakras HaTumah, they remembered the Tumah, never knows that, or he forgot about both of these things. The Mikdash, removed Yada, and he went to the Mikdash and wasn't aware. When she got to Yada, when he came out of the Mikdash, she became aware. Then, how did he ever already aware? Again, it's almost like sin comes around here. The Pila awareness, the beginning awareness in the end, and Haran, and forgetfulness, or lapse awareness in the middle, results in carbon already aware. Yes. Okay, so what's this? Now, interestingly enough, this is actually quite fascinating. We speak about entering into the Mikdash in the state of Torah. So now we're going to discuss what constitutes entering into the Mikdash. So whether you enter into the court of the Mikdash, or let's say you enter into an addition onto them. So we're going to discuss the idea now that technically speaking, there are ways to extend the temple court. Right? But there's a process. So let's say Kali Yisrael decides, the Sanhedrin decides, we want to expand the Beis HaMikdash. We want to expand the footprint of the Beis HaMikdash. Okay, how do you add on to this week? So what's this? So it's not just enough to start building stuff. Remember, you have to add. If you're going to add on, you want the additional element of the sanctity of the Beis HaMikdash. How does that happen? It's incredible. So assuming, by the way, you can expand Yerushalayim. It's incredible. If you want to expand the borders of Yerushalayim, you can do that. Now, again, if I expand Yerushalayim, I don't just want to expand municipalities. I want to expand, ultimately, again, the Kedusha, and the Kedusha of the city to develop upon the extended areas as well. So in order to do this, the only people who can do this are the Melech, Rabbi, the Sanhedrin shall shiv le'achad. So again, we're getting to this process, but this is quite incredible. If you want to expand the Kedusha borders of Yerushalayim, you want to expand the Kedusha footprint of the Beis HaMikdash, you can do it. But in order to do it, you need the king, the prophet, the Tumin, which remember again is the 72 that only one of us are responsible that goes into the fold. Right? That's the breastplate of the Kohen Gadol, and the Sanhedrin of 71. Now again, whether you all of these people, some of these people we're going to discuss. Furthermore, if you shkei toldos, you bring 2 carbon toldos, ubashir, and there's a Rabbinic song. And what happens? Well, based in Mahalchim, based in walks. Now again, I must say, you have to see like where all of this takes place. Where is based in going? How are they going? Based in Mahalchim, the shtei todos achalei, the 2 todos are following after them. The Chol Yisrael achalei. Let's say whatever this is awesome. This is awesome. Like we are expanding the footprint of the Beis HaMikdash, expanding the footprint of Yerushalayim HaKodesh. So how does it happen? You've got to get the whole cover together, right? There's singing and the Sanhedrin and there's 2 todos and all the Chol Yisrael is there. So we'll say on the days, Hataminis Ne'ataras, the inner Toda. Now again, we'll have to see what all of this means. The inner Toda is consumed. The Chitzon Nisrafas. And the outer Toda ultimately is burned in his death. The Choshel Nasis B'Chol and Nichnas V'Shamtu Ayirala. And if you don't follow this process, then the standard area does not have Kedusha. With the Gemara frames that is therefore, if someone goes ahead and enters into the state of Tumah, ultimately again they are not carried. So let's say, let's do it from the Mishnah what exactly the process is. But one thing is clear, I'm very excited for this. There's a process. There's a process. And there's a clearly delineated process that requires again the king, the Rabbi, the Urva Tumin, Klal Yisrael, Shir, and Toda in order to go ahead and expand the footprint of the base English, or in order to expand ultimately the footprint of the base English. Incredible. Sorry. Nitma Ba'azara. So let's say again, back to Tumah. So let's say again, we'll call him Ruben. Ruben becomes coming in Yazara. But now I'm going to Tumah. So let's say, in this case, I'm going to this is difficult case. What's happening here? Up until now, we will focus on a case where Ruben becomes coming outside of the base of Mikdash and then enters into the Mikdash in the state of Tumah. Let's say it's a little bit different. Let's say Allah Ruben becomes coming in the Azara. He's in the base of Mikdash. He becomes coming in the base of Mikdash. How does that happen? I don't know. Sheriff is there. A customer, somebody dies right there. And Ruben is right there. So he's coming out in the base of Mikdash itself. The Nel Mami Menu, and again, either he doesn't know that. Started to be very lots of the way. He's not but he knows that he's in the Mikdash. He knows that he's in the Mikdash. Ne'elam Himenu Mikdash, or he forgot that he was in the Mikdash. He knows about the Torah. Or Ne'elam Himenu Zevazah, or he goes ahead and he forgets about both of these things. Dishtachava, O Sheshah B'Tishtachava. And he remains in the Mikdash. So we'll say, so again, even at some point he was coming, right? But what? He remained in the Mikdash for a certain amount of time. How much time? Enough time to prostrate. Oh, Golo Baruch. Or he realizes that he has to leave. So what does he do? He takes the long way out instead of the shorter way out. Chayv. He's chayv. And what's what the thing is like this. If Ruben becomes coming in the base of Mikdash itself. So watch this. Now read the next line. B'ktsara Potter. The interesting, if somebody comes coming in the base of Mikdash and realizes, oh my gosh, this became coming, and he gets out of there as quickly as possible, he does not have liability for being in the Mikdash in a state of Tumah. Like, since he did, because it just happened to him, as long as he got out of there as quickly as possible, there's no liability for being coming in the Mikdash. If, however, he became coming in the base of Mikdash, and what? Just either took his time by taking the long way out, or remaining there for the amount of time it would take to prostrate, then there is liability. So the answer says, so to me, this ultimately, again, this represents the mitzvahs ascend in the Mikdash, for which there is no liability. Now, what that means is like this. If you become coming in the base of Mikdash, and you realize it, and you get out of there as quickly as possible, you are not liable. You're not liable, even though there's a mitzvah. No. Mitzvahs asay. Rashi points out the mitzvahs asay over here is the shelf criminal enough. The mitzvahs asay is that if you are coming, get out of the base of Mikdash as quickly as possible. Right, so I should say, or if you are coming, you can't be in the Mikdash. That's what mitzvahs asay. So if you became coming in the Mikdash and you got out of there as quickly as possible, there's no liability. So we'll stop over here for today. I know we're stopping in mid-Mishnah. We'll talk about another mitzvah asay, for which there is liability to be continued tomorrow. Mazel tov on finishing the first parak. And again, we'll say tremendous hashmach on this new second parak of Shuas. Shkoyach. All right, I'll say good morning. Good morning. With the great source of Hashem. Be able to begin Wednesday morning together, learning our beautiful Daf Gemara. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilson Mishpacha ROTHSCHILD. We're going to do all the share instructions this year as it's the chutz from Sarah's Talmud and Yisrael. And the Torah sponsors for the month of Iyar. Habal in the Torah Shmuel Rabbi the nation of the Yatek of Shmuel's father, Lucha Ben Yechaspa, Pons from the Block of the Murder. The Shon Sabarabi, the families, Eden Chama, all those who were fortunate to be able to call colleagues of the Shmuel Hashem Hashem, bring home all of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. For the call of Masay in the day. Also, with that, let us begin. I am not exaggerating when I say that we have a ridiculously amazing day ahead of us today. It has anything and everything you could want out of a block of Gemara. There's Lundus, there's inspiration, there's halacha, there's shkafa, there's Yom Kippur, there's everything you want. Everything you want to just take a deep breath. A big Zemeres Hashem, the Lord is going to be absolutely riveting, amazing, inspirational, and uplifting. So also with that, today's topic is Gimel 13. We're picking up on the days 12b at the 2 dots. Pretty much like the middle of the page. Alright? Yeah, Ba'al Zadon Tumas Mikdash. Good, excellent. Ba'al Zadon Tumas Mikdash V'Karashot, Sir Hana'aseh Yitnin. So also remember again, we're now making our way actually towards the end of the Mishnah, right? Because remember, so far we've only had one Mishnah a second. Which was a big Mishnah, it was a one block Mishnah. We're making our way towards the end of that particular Mishnah. And over here, the Mishnah said as follows. The Mishnah said, Al Zadon, we're not Al Zadon was made as the Kadasha, so remember again, up until now, when we've been speaking about the Seerim, all of the Seerim, remember again, which Seerim have we had? We have a lot of goats everywhere. We have the Seer of Rosh Chodesh, we have the Seer of Regalim, and also the Seer of Yom Kippur, right? But again, specifically Rosh Chodesh and the Regalim, those goat offerings atone for what we call Tumas Mikdash V'Chadasha, which means either you're entering into the base of Mikdash in the state of Tumah, you're consuming the consecrated items in the state of Tumah, or the commonality, however, amongst all of those experiences, there is some element of shogeg. Whether there's shogeg on the front end, shogeg on a more severe case. What about intentionality, what we call Zadon Mikdash V'Chadasha. I knew I was coming. Even though I knew I was coming the whole time, I still entered into this impression. I still did caution. So even for such an infraction, there is still kapara. Where does that kapara come? So we're telling you, as Zadon Tumas Mikdash V'Chadasha, it is intentionality to enter into this impression instead of Tumah, or to consume kosher instead of Tumah. That is the goat, the inner goat of Yom Kippur, that atones. So the Gemara says, where do we go? This is the Tanakh one, because the Pasuk says that Keeper ala Kodesh Tumas B'nei Yisrael. The Pasuk says that literally again, the Keeper ala Kodesh will atone on the Kodesh for all of the Tumas of Klal Yisrael. I will say now, the Gemara doesn't take just the Pasuk, which is exactly what we need. Then it says, when you Pishehem, Yechol Chatasam. If they take care of their shutting, we're going to discuss it in this moment, Shem, Yechol Chatasam for all of their sins, for all the Chatas. The Gemara says, what does this mean? Here, the shutting, Eino Hamirabi. So it says, remember again, what does Shem mean? Now in the world of sin, this is good to know, not for yourselves, and maybe other friends, right? In the world of sin, there are different types of averos. So there's what's called a pasha. A pasha means a sin, intentional sin. Intentional sin. I have every intention to sin. So pshat, now, interestingly enough, A pasha is a type of sin that's there actually with the intention to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Pasha is considered to be the most severe form of sin, intentionality, with the intent ultimately to rebel against the authority of Hashem. Okay, so that's you see what I say. So let's say the Peter Al Kosher to work with Israel and we push your head. So what does pasha refer to? Pasha refers to me. Easy. The Hebrew Omer Melech Moach Pasha the Omer Az Ti Pasha Livna Beisahi. Chatos. What are chatos? In Hashkamas. This refers to accidental avers. This shows you the Hebrew Omer Nefesh Kitafeta Bishkava. So what do you see from here? What you see from here that from the severe, the inner goat of Yom Kippur atones even for Shah, even ultimately again for intentional avers. And also, this is incredibly important because when you say Hebrew, so remember again, depending on what you say you determines how often you say Hebrew. I say certain scholars say when I say Hebrew, obviously in a way, when I say Kippur, I certainly say Shiva. What do we say? Atasi, Avi, Si, Hashati, Date, Shogeg, Avon, intentional idea, but with the intentionality for benefit. I'm just doing it for my pleasure purposes. Pasha is an intentional idea with the intention to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Good, that's what I said. Says the Gemara, Al Sharabesha, if you're not contact, the words are going to Ashkak. So now, the Torah said very interesting, and this is going to open up the door for beautiful and incredible sugya. So this is the end of the Mishnah. So the end of the Mishnah then says, Al Sharabesha the Torah. For all other Averos in the Torah. Now what it means is all other Averos in the Torah. Halos, Chanuros, Zidonos, Shkagos. So lighter Averos, more intense Averos, intentional, unintentional, Hoda, below Hoda, I about it, I didn't know about it, I say below Sase, how do you Qurani's publishes, Kisos and Misos Biz, the Kares, that is reading the Mishnah now, Severe Hamish. So okay, so essentially, the fascinating enough in Malacha, there is a catch-all kapara. What's the catch-all kapara? The Siyam Shariat Lazarus, the goat that is sent off the cliff on Yom Kippur. That goat atones for everything. It's a catch-all kapara. So says the Gemara. Now the Mishnah seems a bit redundant. Why? Because the Mishnah says, Hainu kalos, says, Hainu kalos, Hainu aseh v'lo saseh. So what are kalos? Kalos refers to regular mitzvahs, aseh v'lo saseh. Positive parents and prohibitions. Kamulos, what are kamulos refer to? Hainu kisos and misos. That refers again to courage, bearing, and fractions, and misos. Oh God, we knew about it. Hainu mezid. Lo Hodat didn't know about it, but children. So okay, so the question was asking over here is just the phraseology of the Mishnah appears to be fundamentally redundant. Okay, which the Gemara says, I'm not reading the Havika, what do you need to say? I will say this is a really important Gemara, listen to this. Havika, Shara Adena Shara Torah. In general, it wasn't so up until now, our Mishnah is talking about Averos, but what kind of Averos? What we call Tumas Mikdash V'Kadasha. That's the specific type of Avera that we have been discussing. Now the Gemara transitions for all other Averos, right? Besides, so remember, Tumas Mikdash V'Kadasha, we've got that covered. What is that covered by? Sir Vashodosh, Sir V'Regalim, Sir Abishnim of Yom Kippur. Each of those atones for different types of tumah. Now for all other Averos, and what does all other Averos include? Literally all other Averos. What takes care of that? Think Kalos bin Kamuros. By the way, again, we'll call Kalos, lover Averos, Kamuros, more intense Averos. Bein Sha'asan B'Shogeg, Bein Sha'asan B'Nezid. Whether he does Kalos or Kamuros, B'Shogeg or B'Nezid. Also, Sha'asan B'Shogeg. And when you run a ram of Shogeg, they know there are sleep, but they know those things. Sometimes I commit an accidental Avera, and I know exactly what I did. And sometimes I don't know what I did. Whether you are saying, they already colors. Now, what are the colors? I see the most sase. So, for the examples of colors, so a colors, what we call a color is your typical ase velosase. I'm not saying that obviously there's still Averos. But like, I eat something not kosher. I go ahead and I wear shackles. I failed to put tzitzis on, right? Tzitzis on my tongue. So again, those are examples of just everyday assays and los assays. Furthermore, not even in Chamilos, what do you want to translate that? Right? Gemara says, that's pisos and misos based. That's infractions that carry the carries the misas based. So now essentially what the mission just informed us, and it's really incredible how far you can drill down into this, is that the seer the seer that is sent out, right, sent over the court, that seer is so powerful that it atones for everything. For everything. Now, what's interesting to see is, despite the fact that it atones for everything, what do you see? Tumas Mikdash V'Hadasha is still in its own category enough that it requires its own atonement. Right? Isn't this interesting? Every other idea that you could think of is taken care of by the Siyam Mishtareh. With the exception of Tumas Mikdash V'Hadasha. Right, so again, if I enter into the Mikdash in a state of Torah, I consume Kachim in a state of Torah, those type of interactions require their own Kapara mechanism, but literally, everything else in Yiddishkeit is taken care of by the Siyam HaMishtareh. Incredible. So the word out drills down a little bit into this. I say, so I say, when we say this is incredible. When we say that the Sire, right, that means the Sire HaMishtareh, remember again, the Kippur, two goats, right? Two goats. Siyam HaMishtareh, that's the goat that's thrown over the plate. I want the other one. Siyam HaMa'aseh B'fnim. What is the Siyam HaMa'aseh B'fnim? What is it? And go take care of? What does it take care of? Right, give you a hint, we just did it 30 seconds ago. Right, excellent. Right, so again, remember that is the seer that atones for intentional violation of Tumas Mikdash V'Kadasha. Right, the seer now said between that's what God takes care of. The seer Mishtaleh takes care of everything else. Everything else. Okay, so now the Gemara says, by the way, so the Gemara just said. You say the seer Mishtaleh takes care of mitzvos aseh. Mitzvos aseh. The Gemara says, what's the case of the assay? So I'm saying, remember again, just a simple idea. I failed to put on tefillin. That's a case of an example of I failed to perform an assay. I didn't put on tzitzis. That is the example. I failed to perform an assay. So okay, so the seer takes care of that. The Gemara says, what does that mean? I assay Hikidami. What's the case of the assay? So the Gemara says this is this. So I understand. If I didn't do tshuva, so it's again, I didn't put on tefillin, I didn't put on tzitzis, and I didn't do tshuva. So that's the case. If turns out the same as Sharia, zera mishavim to'iva. So that's it. So the Gemara says, what good is a karban without tshuva? Karban is not hocus pocus. A karban doesn't take away all of the problems. Karban still requires tshuva. So if I fail to perform an assay, or did I not evaluate an assay? If I'm just reading the karban, that is called zera. That is called the offering of the wicked is an abomination. Which is a pretty strong statement. The Gemara says, okay, so what's the other possibility? The other tshuva, so what the Gemara is suggesting is, how could this seer Mishtaleh, how could it be mechaper for assays if I haven't done tshuva? Listen to this. The other tshuva, and if I did tshuva, this is how beautiful this is. Kol yoma nani. If I did tshuva, then guess what? I don't need Yom Kippur. I don't need the seer. Right? If I did it, if I did do tshuva works every single day. Look at Rashi. You need the other tshuva. That's Rashi. Lama Yom Kippur. Wow, say. Look at that phrase. If I did tshuva, who needs Yom Kippur? Who needs Yom Kippur? Kol yoma nami tshuva mechapra alei. Every day tshuva is mechaper for me. The Sanya, the power of tshuva, specifically on a lower level infraction, like violation of an assay, is just the tshuva. Just pause for just a second. This is, by the way, one of the most incredible things about doing the daf first thing in the morning. Because often what a Kodesh does is he gives us the messages we need for that day. So the Kodesh just whispered in our ear, Shekler, you did something wrong? Just the tshuva. Just the tshuva. Who needs Yom Kippur if you have tshuva? Who needs Yom Kippur if you have tshuva? So I did something wrong, Why wait? Most teams so often in life, we go out and we do things wrong, right? All the times in life we do things wrong. The challenge in life is not that we do things wrong, right? To err is human, right? As we said, we all make mistakes. So what's the challenge? We get this right. We think the challenge is that I sin. The challenge is not that I sin. The challenge is that I don't fix my mistakes in the immediate aftermath of the performance of those mistakes. That's where my colossal failures in life come from. That I sin, I'm going to sin every day. I'm going to continue to sin. Hey, you call me zoom on to sin. I'm probably going to become the best sinner. That's going to be the way life is. My whole day in life is after I sin, clean up your mess. Clean up your mess. Why do we wait to rectify the mistakes? Why do we wait to clean up the mess? Why do we wait until some later date to fix all the stuff that's broken? The Gemara says, Shuvah is every single day. And Shuvah is so powerful, I don't even get it. I could just do Shuvah today. So incredible. So the Gemara says, we just want to get the mechanics. Every day right now, sorry. So then, again, if I didn't do Shuvah, then why should the Shuvah see your health? If I did Shuvah, then I don't use Yom Kippur. So the Gemara says, this time, Avam mitzvah say the Asa Shuvah. If I violate one, and then I did Shuvah, Lazazi. Ultimately, now literally translated to me, I don't move from there until Hashem forgives you. So let's say, now, this is interesting. This is part of a much bigger discussion. But the discussion I was having earlier, what I was having over here is that there are certain averos for which you can obtain instantaneous kapara, instantaneous forgiveness. So your great averos, again, I didn't put on today, violation of mitzvahs as a positive commandments, which obviously the violation of a positive commandment is less severe than the violation of a prohibition. How do you violate a positive commandment? How do you do that? It's inaction. So obviously a sin of inaction is going to be less severe than a sin of inactivity. So Halach says in a tshuva model, so you can essentially obtain instantaneous kapara for the violation of a positive commandment. So the Gemara says if that's the case, let's do tshuva. I don't do the need of Kippur. So the Gemara says, so what's the case? This is incredible. I'm going to be zero, half of the Gimel website. But only the Merdor will have you. No, what's the case? And let's get ready for this. This is going to be, to me, this act 2 we're about to do is one of my favorite sugyas in all of Shas. And then that's when we're going to have time, because actually we're going to be quickly. I don't know if we can Merdor quickly. We're going to see the Rabbi and Hilton's Shuvah, which is going to be absolutely amazing. So listen to this. What's the case? The king said there's a call Reuven, right? Reuven goes ahead and he comes to Yom Kippur and he's only the Merdor. We'll say what does only the Merdor mean? Only Merdor means is he went about Shuvah. And Reuven committed an Avera and he has not done Shuvah. And he's holding fast, right? He's holding strong in his Avera kite. Rashi says, only the Merdor, the no other Shuvah. The Jikash the Chazeva for Shankova, must listen maybe the Amar Yom Kippur, the Kappa, Al Sheeran Shabbat. Okay, so let's just say, watch this. What's the case? The king said, remember again, keep our eye on the water there. What did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says, that comes Yom Kippur, the Seir La'azazah, which is the Seir thrown off the cliff, atones for all Averos. So where it says, whose opinion is this? So first of all, the setting up the context is someone who has committed Averos has not done Shuvah. And yet the Mishnah still says, even though again, you didn't do Shuvah, Yom Kippur is still the Chapter. Whose opinion is that? That's Rabbi. What did James say? Let's say, get ready for it. Get ready for it. Desanya. Rabbi Omer. I call a very Shabbatara. On any Avera that you find in the Torah, take Asa Tshuva, then Asa Tshuva. Whether you did Tshuva or whether you didn't do Tshuva, Yom HaKippur in the Chapter. Yom Kippur atones. The power of Yom Kippur is so overwhelming and so sweeping that even if you did not do Tshuva at all, even if you are the worst Avaya in the world, even if you committed Avera, still Akiv Nisa's occasion, Yom Kippur is mechaper for everything. Now, even in Rabbi's model, there are 3 exceptions to this rule. What are the 3 exceptions? Chutz, Mikol Mikol, Rashi says, Kofar Be'eker, if you deny the existence of God. Okay, makes sense. Right? So if you're a Kofar, the Kofar Be'eker, Yom Kippur doesn't atone for you without Shiva. Megala Panim B'Torah is very interesting. Actually, Megala Panim B'Torah, Ba'al B'Torah, the Chutzpah will be Gilu Azus Panim. So let's say this is incredibly important. A person is disparaging about the Torah. That's it. Disparaging about Torah. But let's say, unfortunately, there is a Yitzhahara like this, where a person sees something, that they don't understand, sees something and sees that they don't slightly agree with, sees something and sees the fly in the face of whatever our contemporary held isms are, and the person is disparaging about Torah. That is a terrible, terrible infraction, and ultimately it is unforgivable even on Yom Kippur. And next, the Mefer Bris Babasa. A person negates bris. And that's why the way this stuff is generally is one of two ways. Either a person doesn't perform the mitzvah of bris in love, or a person tries to hide his bris. Tries to hide his bris to make himself look uncircumcised. So by the way, it's interesting. So just understand what Rabbi just said. Rabbi said the power of Yom Kippur is so profound that Yom Kippur is mechaper for everything. Right? Even if you did not do tshuva, even if you did not do tshuva, you fill in the Adira, the power of Yom Kippur is so intense that Yom Kippur atones for everything. The Gemara Sekasuma phrases this as Yitzumo Shal Yom L'Chag. That's how that is quoted in the Sekasuma. The essence of the day provides atonement. Doesn't matter what your Adira is. But even Rabbi says, three exceptions. What are the three exceptions? Again, the comfort of you don't God, you're disparaging the Torah, and you deny grace. This milah. I want to say it makes sense because remember, again, the denial of those, all of those who read must have come out. They're part of the fundamental underpinning of the covenantal relationship between the Holy and Christ. If you don't believe in God, because there's nothing to talk about. Even if I don't understand it, there's nothing to talk about. Idea. Listen, we're just doing its essence. My Jesus poetry works. Having had that, at the end of the day, there's no relationship. If there's no relationship, you cannot tap into the power of it. That was this is Rabbi. To me, this is one of the most astounding shittas in all of Shas. In all of Shas. It's too much change. Just don't know what this means. Like, you eat your soup upside down. You say, that was delicious. You go to sleep. You go to sleep and say, you know what, I'm really not a good faster. So you wake up, for Havdalah, I'm not saying paper. Right? Right? You go. Right, you go to sleep 24 hours, right? Fantastic, you wake up refreshed, ready to go to Sukkah, ready to get on the world, right? You didn't have an fast, Rabbi says. How do you feel? Obviously, I can only translate it because you're doing friends. You didn't dive and you didn't open up a mouth, so you didn't do anything. It says it doesn't matter. It matters, but it doesn't matter. So when you do Yitzumo Shayom L'Chag, the day itself, all you need to do essentially for Yom Kippur is be alive throughout the day, and you have achieved atonement for every single Avera. You did tshuva, you didn't do tshuva, it doesn't make a difference. You took tshuva again, with three exceptions. Now watch this. So the Gemara says follows. So my time to Rabbi, what's this? So therefore, what Gemara wants to suggest, just in time is back, the Gemara is suggesting Rabbi is the author of our Mishnah. Because what did our Mishnah say? Our Mishnah said that the seer HaMishalech, right? The goat of Yom Kippur, which essentially is the goat of Yom Kippur, atones for everything. Whose opinion is that? That's Rabbi. That's Rabbi. My time to Rabbi. What's that? Where did we get that from? Right, that the day atones even if a person doesn't do anything. The son of Ki Devar Hashem Biza. The pasuk says ultimately again that he has. He's talking about the one who asked him what he read. I was looking at there are three exceptions to the atoning power of Yom Kippur. So first of all, the pasuk says he divided Shem Jesus. He describes the word of God. This refers to someone ultimately who's a couple of the Megala Chaim Batorah. And also, he describes in the Torah that's mitzvah somify, and he has ultimately negated the mitzvah. Zehameter bris nebasa. Ultimately, again, this is a person who negates bris milah. Again, either by not performing the mitzvah or by trying to hide his bris milah. He will be cut off. He carries the ultimately, again, you can suffer karis before Yom Kippur. He carries the after Yom Kippur. And you can even get karis after Yom Kippur, which shows that what? Shows that Yom Kippur does not atone for such an individual. And obviously, he carries before Yom Kippur, carries after Yom Kippur, because Yom Kippur does not atone for such an individual. Rabbi said, remember, all of this is talking about Rabbi's model of Yom Kippur atoning without any tshuva. So now Rabbi will tell us Yom Kippur atones for every single Avera, even without tshuva, with these three exceptions. Even if a person does tshuva, you still can't atone for these three Averos. And we're going but the pasuk says sin is within him. Well, the Elov is not Shabbat. No. The only time that a person Chas v'Shalom suffers kares again when he hasn't done tshuva. Obviously, most of the power of tshuva is that tshuva can wipe out everything, right? Tshuva can atone for everything. Sometimes you need things in addition to tshuva, but tshuva by itself can do everything. So even for these three major averos, tshuva of course helps. But again, whereas Yom Kippur itself is Jewish and the the day atones for everything. By all other averos, these three averos, Yom Kippur is not enough. You need tshuva. What did Rabbanan do with this? He carries for all of us, he carries the Olam Haba. The Rabbanan Darshan is that these three averos are so severe that they have repercussions both in this world and the next.
Kids, I've got all their stuff on my mind. Their tremendous other stuff. So with that, that's today's lesson. How many days? What's the day? It's the first of Nisan, 5786, Thursday, March 19th.
And those two things
Really?
together ultimately atone. So that's a basic just like
Where's Mashiach? No.
That again, if you do tshuva and
Lollygag. What if Mashiach watches us someday and like think I was fucking lollygagging and I'd be like, yeah, what were you doing? Making your brackets?
It's Rabbi. And if Allah so again, that's why the Mishnah says that the Sira Mishtarach, which represents the essence of Yom Kippur, ultimately is mechaper for all others. Good. Now the word challenges that. The new matzis mukmas. So I just want to point out, by the way, that so this is a fundamental machlokas. The word doesn't say it explicitly, but the Rabbanan disagree with Rabbi. Like the Rabbanan disagree, and the Rabbanan say that that Yom Kippur only atones if what? If accompanied by tshuva. So ultimately, I guess the way this machlokas is often phrased is Rebbe holds itzumo shel yom mechaper, the day itself affects atonement without tshuva, and the Rabbanan say no, itzumo shel is not mechaper, only tshuva, ultimately again with Yom Kippur allows for atonement. The Rabbi Rebbe in the Kudei Sichos has a very interesting idea over here. He brings down, he says everyone agrees itzumo shel yom mechaper. Everyone agrees with that, because that's the whole essence of Yom Kippur. That Yom Kippur, because the day itself provides kapara. Whatever posit that the machlokas here is, what do you need to do to unlock the power of Yitzumo Shel Yom? How do you access the power of Yom Kippur? So that Rabbanan will say, Shuvah is the key. Right? Of course, the way it says makes so much sense, because that's the whole. Of course, everybody agrees with Surah Shemachata. That's the whole idea, that there's an essence of Yom Kippur, of the day itself, that goes in the tones. How do you unlock like that cathartic power? So the Rabbanan will say Shiva unlocks. But Shiva works all year. Or remember again on both sides, we know this is the Rambam Shiva. that tshuva has a different power during the service of tshuva, and specifically on Yom Kippur. That's why the Rambam quotes the pasuk, Shur Hashem Bihi Matzor. The Rambam says this exclusively, whereas you could go ahead and do tshuva throughout the entire year. There's a special power of tshuva during that service in tshuva, with that even being highlighted on Yom Kippur itself. So the Rabbanan say that's the key. Rabbi says the key to unlocking Tzur Shalom is simply breathing, being alive. As long as you are alive, you access Tzur Shalom. So just a different way to frame your thought. Yes, okay. So now the Gemara says, Umi Matzis Mukmas Rabbi. And let's say, okay, one last paragraph. Umi Matzis Mukmas Rabbi. So I was saying, how can you set up the Mishnah like Rabbi? How does that work? The Sefer Rabbi Huda, the Sefer at the end of the Mishnah is Rabbi Huda. So we'll say, so in general, remember again, the way we like to frame things is to create authorship that runs consistently throughout a Mishnah. So if you know that the Sefer is Rabbi Huda, wouldn't it make more sense to make the Reish like Rabbi Huda as well? The Tani Sefer, because what do we learn from the Mishnah? Echad Yisrael, Echad Kohanim, Echad Kol Mashiach, because we'll see this on the days. Right? So remember again, the end of the Mishnah says, both Yisraelim, Kohanim, even Kohen Gadol, are all able to achieve Kafara and Yom Kippur. Umar Islay High Svara, who holds this, right? Now we'll say, now remember, so this is the opinion that says all Jews achieve atonement through the Siyar Mishtaleh. Now we're going to see this machlokes in the right machlokes, about maybe Kohanim get atonement through different mechanisms. Who is the opinion that says Siyar Mishtaleh works for everyone? So the Gemara says, Umar Islay High Svara, Rabbi Huda. So Huda, it's Rabbi Huda at the end of the Mishnah, and the Reish Rabbi Huda. It makes sense that the beginning part, which is really the part that we're focusing on, that Siyar Mishtaleh takes care of all of this. It would make more sense to say that that's Rabbi Huda also. Rabbi Yosef says, no, you're right. Rabbi he is Savar like Rabbi Huda. Really, the author of the Mishnah is Rabbi, but Rabbi holds like Rabbi Huda. Okay, beautiful. That is a good answer. That is the answer. The Gemara says as follows. I'm going to ask her. I'm going to Abaye. So Datka Kamar. So Abaye says, okay, so can you explain that to me? So how does this work? So the Gemara says, Datka Kamar Mar, Rabbi Savala Rabbi Huda. About Rabbi Huda of Savala Rabbi. Or doing the Rabbi Savala Rabbi Huda. At Rabbi Huda Savala Inami Rabbi. So now Abaye just asks, by the way, what does that mean? So he just set up that Rabbi holds like Rabbi Huda, which again, I'll say all that means is that Rabbi holds that Siyar Mishtaleh, like Rabbi Huda, that Siyar Mishtaleh atones for everyone. Yisraelim, Kohanim, even the Kohen Gadol. So when we say that Rabbi holds like Rabbi Huda, does that also mean that Rabbi Huda holds like Rabbi? Now what does that mean? What is Rabbi Huda's model of Yom Kippur? Does Rabbi Huda subscribe to the Rabbi model of Yom Kippur? The essence of the day just by itself is Machaber. Does he agree with that or not? So the Gemara says, Oh, with the Rabbi Savala Rabbi Huda, I heard the Savala Nami Rabbi. You, or I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That will come up. That Rabbi Savala Rabbi Huda about Rabbi Huda. Savala Rabbi. So are we saying that Rabbi holds like Rabbi Huda, but maybe Rabbi Huda doesn't hold like Rabbi? Oh, Dilma, with the Rabbi Savala Rabbi Huda, after Rabbi Huda Savala Inami Rabbi, or maybe the same way that Rabbi holds like Rabbi Huda also holds like Rabbi. Meaning, all of the Milsa Katani, the name of the common Savala Rabbi. Remember again, Rabbi Huda is Rabbi's Rabbi. So therefore, again, just the way it's appropriate to say it is that the student holds like Rabbi, not that the Rabbi holds like the student. And in reality, Rabbi agrees with Rabbi's understanding of Yom Kippur as well. I'm like, in Dafka Kamina. No, I meant it the way I said it. Rabbi Savala Rabbi Huda, about Rabbi Huda low Savala Rabbi. No, in fact, it doesn't go both ways. Rabbi went to Rabbi Huda, namely, that the Siyar Mishtaleh atones for all Yidden, right? Kohanim, Yisraelim, Nevi'im, Ramzelim, right? Whoever it is, Kohen Gadol, right? Every Jew has kapara ultimately through Siyar Mishtaleh. Alright, but Rabbi Huda does not hold like Rabbi, which means that Rabbi Huda does not hold the Tzur Shalom Chazal, but rather Rabbi Huda is going to hold like the Rabbanon, namely the Halacha and the Maisa, you need Shiva in order to access the power of Yom Kippur. The same way. You might have thought that Yom Kippur should be mechaper on a person, whether they did tshuva or not. Whether they did tshuva or not. So the so I can make a couple of things. Hold the mechaper so Hashem mechaprim, Yom Kippur mechaper. Now let's make a comparison. For example, Chatas and Hashem create kapara, and Yom Kippur creates kapara. Not Chatas and Hashem in mechaprim ela ala shabim. Just like Chatas never said, the person means a Chatas and Hashem. So the person is one Aveda, brings a carbon, but doesn't do tshuva. What's the impact of that carbon? Is the carbon? Zero. That's what we call the war. Zera Rishayim Ta'iba. The offering of Rishayim is an abomination. It's an abomination. So the Imam says, so not Chatas Hashem in the Chatas Allah Shabim, just like Chatas Hashem only were, if accompanied by tshuva, at Yom Kippur in the Chatas Allah Shabim. So to Yom Kippur only provides atonement for those who do tshuva. So let's say, this already that I'm not going to say, the power of Yom Kippur is only access to tshuva. So let's say, so ultimately we could just say that here's the problem. Chatas and Hashem are only mechaper shogeg. Remember again, there's no carbon for there's no carbon for an intentional avoda. Now the truth is not totally true. There is a carbon for intentional avoda. What carbon is that? That's the siyah hanasa, the feeling on your kippur. But that's something underneath. That's something that is brought on behalf of Rabbi itself. And if you're different, Chatas and Hashem only mechaper on shogeg. Like the Gemara says, Tomar Yom Kippur is mechaper ala music to shogeg. Ultimately, again, Yom Kippur, however, is different because Yom Kippur has the result of the mechaper both from music and shogeg. Only mechaper ala music to shogeg. Mechaper al shabim ba'al shalom shabim. But that's the truth of Yom Kippur to be mechaper for shogeg and music. Perhaps Yom Kippur to be mechaper even whether we did tshuva or not. Therefore, the pasuk says, usually is a village, but means to distinguish, which means some things are included, some things are excluded. The teach me that what, but then give out the ability to atone for those who do tshuva, and not for those who do not do tshuva. So that's a good. Now, interestingly enough, this price is being folded in a way to highlight the opinion of Rabbi to show that Rabbi doesn't hold like Rabbi, and Rabbi holds the halacha and people only works together with tshuva. The problem is, if you look at this price is without attribution. Like there's no name here. If you were to that problem, stand a sifra money. So let's say this is a sifra. Sifra is a right, so we maybe can measure that, but when you write something called class time, so stand sifra and class time here is it, but you go. The Kala shut in, no shut in the law. Ultimately, what do you see there? So you attribute this to the God. And what do you see from the Glacier? What do you see from it? You see that the Kippur only works if you do tshuva. So the Kippur does not work if you don't do tshuva. Therefore, that's the kind of business for so therefore, let it take a Judah, meaning that the same Sarah atones for everyone, for everything. But yet, the Judah does not for the Rebbe, because the Rebbe holds the two years in the Kappa, and ultimately, when the Kippur is in the Kappa, for our even with out Shua, and the Judah holds that the Kippur is only the Kappa with Shua. Interesting. So you have the Rani stamp Sifra, but again, it could be another stamp Sifra, right? So there's another stamp that we call stamp Sifra, which means a rice with breast on it. The sign that we learn, Yaakov alone behave. When you bring the Kappa, Ella 18 is Tanazon, and Tanazon is Kodesh, and we're also on the Locha. Listen to this, this is just wild. I'm at a cross, I'm at a cross, and if you're only in the Kappa, this is this. If you fasted, but Tanazon is Kodesh, right? You got him, right? But we're also on the Locha, and doing the Locha, we get invited. How do I know? Lord is Tanazon, let's get into this. How do I know, even if I didn't fast, I mean, no Torah with your Kodesh. I didn't daven on your Kippur. But also no Malacha. I violated, I did Malacha on your Kippur. how do you know that Yom Kippur is still Mechaper? Listen, is this not the craziest thing you've ever read? And when I say crazy, like I mean amazing. How do I know that even if I didn't fast on Yom Kippur, I didn't die on Yom Kippur, I did Malach on Yom Kippur, how do I Yom Kippur is Mechaper? Tama B'Mar, Yom Kippur is Mikamako. So the Pasuk says, Yom Kippur in there. Yom Kippur in there, it's an absolute day. An absolute day. Listen, when you read a verse like this, doesn't make you want to Kippur right. Right in that, oh my gosh, I use that phrasing absolutely right now. How up this, just like everything clean. I do like don't think that doesn't matter. So from the goals, what do you do with this? So what do you do? So again, as well, like I said before, we have two vices from Torah's Kohanim that fundamentally contradict each other. Right, the first vice says Yom Kippur literally only works if you do tshuva. Second vice says, well, the second vice is even more severe. Second vice says, even if you violate Yom Kippur, right, you didn't pay Yom Kippur, you didn't walk on Yom Kippur, you didn't pay it, you didn't pay it. Still, Yom Kippur is not Mechaper. So what do I do with this? It's not a contradiction. Again, it's fine. It works. It's reflecting on one side. These two vices reflect the two fundamentally opposite opinions, not opposite, but different opinions about the way Yom Kippur works. The first vice that says you need Shiva, that's what you got. That's what you got. How do you access the canal again? Everyone agrees that Yom Kippur has this tremendous power of spiritual cathartic energy to fundamentally cleanse you, change you, uplift you like this thing is. The Rabbi say yes, but you need Shiva to access it. That's the first place. Second place, so that even if you're eating on your Kippur, you're eating on your Kippur, your Kippur is still atoning for you. The Kippur is still atoning for you. Like you're doing the walk on your Kippur, the Kippur is still atoning. Who's that? That's Rabbi. Rabbi says, you've seen on the show Yom Kippur. And listen, you don't say to yourself, that makes no sense. How does it make any sense that if you're eating on your Kippur, doing the walk on your Kippur, that your Kippur is still working on your behalf? Listen, you know, love doesn't make sense. I mean, that's going to love us so much. Next up, you know, there's a place that's called Lashon Hashem's. I know this actually is supposed to be nice. It needs to be nice. It's to be nice. Like, Halkel Asashira. Love disrupts the natural order things. That way, when you're from, in Avram Avinu, it has to do Vayash, in Avram Avinu, Vayash, I'm just sorry, I'm going to get up on the body of Tiga. Go in the morning, he sounds his donkey. I said, in his body, you know, I'm going to be, he's going to die for that. I think you have to die for salary. You know, they don't do that. And so I'm going to go and salary his donkey. Because again, Rashi says, Mark says, I'm going to talk about the show of love. I'm going to give you a reference about the love for his son. Disrupting the natural order. Love makes people do crazy things. And love is such a strong emotion that often intellect is expensive. And Allah has come over the when you're talking about the love that Hashem has for his children, there is nothing stronger in the universe than what that love that Hashem has for us. So why does Yom Kippur work? Because Mishpah loves us so much and wants more than anything for the slave to be clean. Plus, to have any starts, then it's illogical. It's illogical. So literally, again, Reuben is pressing on Yom Kippur. Pressing on Yom Kippur. Don't worry, he has 4 Ashkar. That's right, but here he's pressing on Yom Kippur. He's doing Malacha on Yom Kippur. His wife is literally forgiveness. Abba, the conquerors of Shia. The love that the Father has for us is so intense that it disrupts natural order and everything. Rabbi says, no, have a heart that is ready. Both to be ready, remain ready to Paris, Yoma. Right now, what's the answer to this? This is fascinating. The miracle is hard. So both places can be ready, right? Why? Because maybe ready, even ready agrees that what? That if you violate Yom Kippur itself, Yom Kippur can't count for you actually. Like even ready to hear Utsino Shalom Mekata, like even ready will say, right? But if you violate Yom Kippur, you violate Yom Kippur, you need to do Tshuva in order to affect the prophetic power of Yom Kippur. Because if not, if you don't say that, the Gemara says, take him off, Curry's dealing with people in the lucky less time. So let's say, this is fascinating. What's the halacha? The halacha is, if you use them in paper, what's the halacha? It's a few curries. If you do a lot of them in paper, what's the halacha? Few curries. If Rabbi holds, it's Simon Shoyom Mechata, at the day itself, the time, then what? Then there's never a few curries from the particular violation because the day atones for itself. So yet the Torah is saying that you have colors for violation of Yom Kippur. So it must be that even according to Rabbi, who says it's Simon Shoyom Mechata, that applies to everything plus the three other else that we enumerated above, and Yom Kippur violation itself. Right? In other words, if you violate Yom Kippur cannot take the tone for you. Right? I should say, Yom Kippur cannot atone for you by itself. You're going to need Shiva as well. So the Gemara says, obviously, but why not? You know, so I can still find the case of Christ and Yom Kippur. So you must allow it. Listen to this. Mishkafas law, he goes the Abad Balai, what we miss. So if you have a case of, let's say, for example, the Abad Balai, let's say again, a person eats at night. Right? Comes Yom Kippur night, a person eats, and what happens? He died before daybreak. The next is below Asim Mama, the Kapurah. The next is ultimately again, he did not avail himself of his disease. So you must understand over here that when we say it's similar to the Makata, it's actually the daytime of Yom Kippur that affects Kapara, not the night. So you have the case ultimately again of a guy who just tries to find the case of Paris for every of Yom Kippur. That's so again, you have a guy who eats at night, dies before daybreak. So therefore again, you never have the opportunity to tap into the Kapara status of Yom Kippur. And the Gemara says, and the Ima on the days, Paris Mama in the last time. You're not going to find the case of daytime Paris according to Rabbi. So why not? The Shabbos law, the Acha himself, the Chelke Inus, you can find in the following case. Reuben ate something, and he choked while he was eating and died. So what happened? There was never a moment of Yom Kippur after the act of eating to go ahead and provide kapara. But in other words, he's just trying to say, it's hard to figure out according to Rabbi how you could have a situation where Yom Kippur itself can't atone for the act of power. So for example, the person who's going to eating dies during the act of eating. In other words, in Rabbi's knowledge, you need a moment of Yom Kippur post-act of eating in order to atone. If you die during the act of eating, there's no moment of Yom Kippur. Or that we know in the other case, Inami, the upper summer fish, Yasahama, the Lohaba shows the Kapura. Rabbi said this is very interesting. What happens if Reuben, people used to break between Musaf and all different kinds of things, and so Reuben decides to sit aside. So Reuben decides to sit down for a Seudah, right? He begins to eat, and he eats all the way until Matzah Yom Kippur. Right? He's all the way to Matzah Yom Kippur. So in that case, let's say again, let's come down to all these cases. So again, there is no moment of Yom Kippur after the act in order to attain. Let's say, see this. He starts eating by sundown of Yom Kippur, and eats all the way until Matzah Yom Kippur. And let's say, take yourself, right? Take yourself out of all of the others, that a person could commit. And during the sunset of Yom Kippur, you can't just wait a little bit. So let's say, in general, just understand, one could say this about any guy. I can look at that later. I couldn't hold down 30 seconds on it. Because, it's like, you know this concept that so many times the way that I could try to avoid sin, he's trying to understand that there's something about you to say, don't say you're not going to sin. Don't say you're not going to sin. Rather, once it gets down to 2.4, say, I'm not going to sin for the next minute. Put it on a stopwatch, right? I'm not sitting for the next 60 seconds. So what's that? 9 out of 10 times, if the person employs that strategy, I will overcome the desire. Simply because we know this, that the way faith works is I'm so caught up in the moment that all I see, all I want is that thing. if I'm able to catch my breath a little bit, I'm able to make a little bit of a dispassionate decision, what often happens is the ability to resist temptation. It's an incredible strategy. Don't say you're not going to sin because you're probably going to fall, right? But say, I'm going to sin. No, I'm doing this, right? I am going to sin. I'm just waiting 1 minute. 2 minutes, right? But I put on the stuff. I'm weird. Listen, it has tremendous abilities to save ourselves from such incredible mistakes. So listen, so often, if we could just control ourselves for just 2 more moments, we could rein in those desires that seek to derail us. But all too often, we just give in to desire with such immediacy that there's no hope. So we look at this guy, who's eating literally again like someone of antiquity. What a fool. You can't hold on for another couple of minutes until Matzah Yom Kippur. So as I said, unfortunately, that's us so often in life. Can't hold out for just another minute or two for able to get this mitzvah. Just hold out to speed myself a little bit. And that's because there's no telling what type of mistakes I can see myself. So it's like, that's the decision. That's what I say, how do you pass? How do you pass me? I love for the nice attitude. It's just a little bit of a right, so we all know it. So those things that are left on a cliffhanger over here. We hold this Rabbi that I hold on. How does it keep it work? How do you pass me? We'll come back and get some other slow tell us 2 more ones. I put yourself off and come back. Those are the part of the month. Over again. And the children in respect to their finish the fight tomorrow. Everyone is able to achieve atonement. Ultimately, through the senior lot is also how good Bakasha is a contradiction. Hatari after you saw that as well back in front of Shua. By your time, not being saw time in front of Shua. So it doesn't really say. First you said, everyone's going to say no. Then you said, what's the distinction between and you saw time and anything else? But when you got to used to say, that's what you said. You have to remember, you have to go to Shua. This cabin is see on the Shah Avedas. All Jews, Israel and Ron, even Kohen Gadol, are atoned through the same Shtarah, through the spread to the growth of that stone over the cliff. They include the Benelite. They don't distinction between them. So, what are there any differences between Yisrael and Kohanim? Yes. Ultimately, also here's the fundamental distinction. Kohanim, when it comes to Tumas Mikdash Shekadashai, they are atoned for through the power of Yom Kippur. We Yisraelim are atoned for through the Siyur HaNa'aseh B'Fnim. Umani, whose opinion is this? Rabbi who gave Shadi to decide the Kippur HaKodesh. Actually, we'll say the second word for today. I think I can read it tomorrow. And tomorrow I will give you the resolution of Machlokas Rabbi the Rabbi about the essence of Yom Kippur. We'll see if you can run the Rebbe Shua.
Is Donna Herrera still alive? I hope he is. He's funny as fuck.
All right, Bill said good morning. Good morning.
Weird dog.
Us begin by thanking all of our responses for this morning's share to thank our annual commentary response. The first year's talk about Israel. We're dedicating all the Shurim and Drashas this year as a first for the summer studies for Am Yisrael. Our commentary responses for the month of Iyar, Habari, the Torah Shmuel Rami Kurakin, the version of the outside of Shmuel's father, Leonard Kurakin, Nicola Friend with Festival, Hakon, Zichrona, and Yiracha. The Dafim responses for today, Kari Gabby Tali, the celebration of Mishnah is completing Mishnah and Zara. With Hakaras Hakol to the Shir to come that he the callbacks, and Yetz Hashem, and to continue Hatzlacha in this beautiful endeavor. Let's say again, we of course, we hope that we will know about how all of the Neshamas having our leader, finally getting from all those individuals gathered together with Kol Mei Yisrael, Yetz Hashem, continue to bring our house to this home. We had tremendous Karas Hakol for the beautiful Neshamas of the Church of Kal Yisrael. Yesterday, how the rest of our passages should come home in Yetz Hashem. Holy Soldier should be successful. The call and not necessarily you did and you can truly share the soul of souls for all of our needs. And say that let us be a lot to do today. We see a beautiful God ahead of us. Today's box is June days 12. We have to go up on your island on days 11B. And we are picking up Hari Para. It is 2, let's give up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines down from the top. So let's say again, 32nd review. So you're going to get in the beginning of yesterday's after you're introduced to the beginning idea of the meaning the halacha that leftover kabanos, leftover tzvili tzibor. What do you do with them? So you're going to propose that this idea of super redemption. You go ahead and you do one's money. I transfer something of Yonah's money. That money then falls into the Matzah Shekel, last year's Matzah Shekel pot, used for temple repairs, specifically for the Kodesh HaKadoshim, and ultimately the animals become human. Subsequently, the animals are repurchased from this year's Matzah Shekel, and you are good to go. That triggered a fire-spilled conversation. How can you do that? Kabbalah had to use physical sanctity. If they have physical sanctity, so how are you able to go ahead and simply take that away with money? In which case, now they're introducing us to a concept, Leib Bezdin Nasna Alei. Literally translated as well, essentially Bezdin stipulates, Bezdin essentially so like this, only the stuff that is used, only the kabbalah, only the animals that are used, actually obtain the full measure of physical sanctity, but everything else does not. Everything else does not. You're not really redeeming physical sanctity because you end these animals never obtain physical sanctity. And if that's the case, then why would you know at all? Because you can't just put an animal out of this and start using it for mundane use. So therefore, you go through this model, this mechanism of what looks like redemption, but in reality, the animals never really became. Thus, with Kedusha Sabbath, because they were never used. You might have raises a couple of questions to this. He wasn't qualified this concept and says, well, really, maybe based in Master is only used in the Shia. It's the cases that are common. And that's why during the cases of lost Kabbalos, which Baruch Hashem is 50 years, were uncommon occurrence. So in terms of the way days in Master doesn't apply. So that's your picture. Now you have challenges this idea again. But how do you call it? What about Paradigmas? What about Paradigmas? So watch this. So how do you Paradigmas? So Paradigma is an uncommon situation. Like again, let's say remember that a small type of Paradigma. It was not an everyday occurrence. So specifically it falls a roast and yet the tiny little Paradigmas and you go into it. Paradigma is our called social. A Paradigma to be redeemed for any type of disqualification that develops within it. Okay, so that's fine. That's the sense of the word. There's no shlicha, it's about halfway down in the short lines of Rashi. No shlicha. The party made by his future by Yeshua will asu ala sheva. This is just a fascinating statistic. In all of the years of the first and second temples, there were only 7 paros adinos. Only 7 that happens all those years, right? Hundreds of years. Only 7 paros adinos. Okay, that was I'll call Tzushava. You have got so again, in general, if a Paradigma develops any kind of room, so ultimately the part to do is okay, that's not so much of a fetish. Let's go on. The Mesa, if the Paradigma dies, again, this is just it just dies, then halacha so you can do it, Yushvita, Tifta. If it was slaughtered, that actually points out that here, Yushvita hits the coma. Let's say it was slaughtered outside of its prescribed area. You can also do not that kind of scenario. If you find a nicer para adima, anything is that that's not a reference to Migos. That's like a reference to so again, you find more amicable partner. Again, I've got a partner, so let's start off. Ultimately, you can redeem the old one and utilize the new one. Just like that now, once the paradigm has been shifted, right now, where I go to really be shifted, since the paradigm ain't enough to be all of us. Ultimately, does not have any kind of invention. Now listen, נתחיל את רש"י just a minute. רש"י זה עדיין מהלכת, בהקשר המשנה, ומכים הבאים. Remember, listen, just as an aside, Paraduma was not offered up in the vision of Pash. Paraduma is very weak, very Paraduma. Also, where is it offered up? And how is it? Now again, you can go to the site. You go to the site where Paraduma was, well, unfortunately, it's an study. But you can see the actual site where Paraduma was offered up, and you can see exactly how it works. Yeah, they offered it, remember again, how is it mountain? How the body is mountain. The incredible part is the area of the Paraduma was offered up is directly across from the entrance of the Beis Hamikdash. So you're able to see into the Beis Hamikdash from there. So Paraduma is unique. So it's in the time now left there, that means on the higher, and that's not the Beis Hamikdash. On the higher Zisi. Where we go, we finish that last. It's exactly what we're talking about. What we have got. Well, it's fine. Ain't got to give it a promise. Now, question is, it's back to July, you know, chill to it. And then, so what is it doing right side? Pretty much, can redeem Paraduma at any point in time. And for any reason, like, it dies, you can redeem it. It has a name, you can redeem it. You find the lesson one, you can redeem it. The only thing you can't redeem it is pretty much once it's offered up on its designated higher. On higher basis, you can no longer offer, you can no longer redeem it. And Rashi says, that's because it doesn't witness. Right? It's a deny. It's a deny. Not just like deny, but it doesn't witness. It's been offered up on its higher. What are you going to do with it? You can use it for a barbecue, like it doesn't make any sense. But listen, now what do you see from here? Now, the assumption is Paraduma. Well, it has to be just like that. And yet, again, it seems to be that you can redeem it for what? For any purpose. For any purpose, even without it developing a more. Now, again, this would have troubled us much more yesterday. Right? Or I should say before yesterday. Now it troubles me less. Because I understand how could this happen? How can you redeem something that has essentially producer something, even if it doesn't have a name? How do you do that? Late days in Master. What's the problem? We just said late days in Master only applies when? Only applies in a situation where it's common. But this is an uncommon situation. And yet, we're still saying late days in Master. So I want to do that. Because what I said, no. It's fascinating. Shiny part of the country of the Kabbalah. Wow. That's quite fascinating. You might have got it wrong. Paraduma is not Kedusha Saguf. It's Bedek Habayis. And once a Bedek Habayis is a sanctuary that is associated with things that are there for temple upkeep. Temple upkeep. So first of all, what is that? You feel like Rashi. This is Bedek Habayis. If you want to Hashem is there, the Kaddish Kedusha Saguf. If you have Niftis V'Nonum, the Eretz Yisrael is basic. It's different. So Paraduma doesn't have to use it. It doesn't have this sanctuary. Now, by the way, it makes a lot of sense. It can't have physical sanctity. Why? Well, it's going to be when it had physical sanctity, then what? It would have to be offered up in the Beis Hamikdash. And if that's what it's offered up outside of the temple, it seems to indicate that it's more financial sanctity, monetary sanctity, what we'll call Kedushas Dramim or Kedushas Bedek Habayis. But not actual physical sanctity. So the Gemara says, so listen, now, what's the beauty of that? Now remember, maybe based on Master Aleim, that concept is only necessary for items that possess Kedusha Saguf. Items that possess monetary sanctity, like, that's a moment form of Kedusha. So therefore it makes sense that things could just be redeemed, just for whatever reason. So you might just be lucky, if that's the case, that Paraduma is Kachir Bedek Habayis, then Mesa Mishkita Tifka, right, or the hard chef, let's say outside of its prescribed area, so it could be redeemed. How could that be? Hava Yon Hamad Halacha. The most of the general halacha is like this: anything that is Kachir Bedek Habayis, right, that was dedicated to a temple. If it needs to be redeemed, it requires ha'amada v'ha'aracha, which means it has to be brought in front of the Kohen, literally stand in front of the Kohen, and its value assessed by the Kohen. If that's the case, then if the Kohen is dead, it can no longer bring it before the Kohen. If that's the case, then halacha has to be able to stand in front of the Kohen. If that's the case, then it has to be redeemed. This is not a problem. Rabbi Shimon is the Amar Katshin is Dea Hayu B'Kvar Ha'amad V'Ha'aracha. Katshin V'Kavayis Lo Hayu B'Kvar Ha'amad V'Ha'aracha. Okay, so this is apparently, this is subject to my focus as well. And Rabbi Shimon is of the opinion that Katshin V'Kavayis do not require Ha'amad V'Ha'aracha. And for halacha Isa to be redeemed. Okay, so you want to find sources here for the Gemara. So I want to point out the power of these Gemaras are also like the information that we pick up along the way over here. So I think this is quite striking. Because Hala Abdullah doesn't have to be just a book. Because I don't know, we would have to like that. Right? Hala Abdullah, which is also, if you think about it, one of the most powerful forces we have in this type. The ability to get a living take away from our slaves, and the only to take away from our slaves is to do just better lives. It has not sanctity, essentially, that physical sanctity. So it's sort of about a tremendous special hospitals. Why doesn't Hala Abdullah have to do just like that? Why not? Because it's not offered us in the base of the flesh. What do you see from here? That to really attain the highest level of sanctity, you must embed yourself in holy circumstances, right? In holy surroundings. It is not enough in life just to do the right things. You have to put yourself in the right habitat. You have to put yourself in the right atmosphere. You kind of, a lot of us in Indonesia, there are a lot of like, I want to say self-deceptive practices, but like you like to think that as long as I'm doing the right thing, it doesn't matter who I surround myself with. Right? Who my friends are, it doesn't matter who I hang out with, it doesn't really matter the activities I engage in. Because again, I'm strong enough to withstand any of those influences because I'm doing the right thing. And I make you to be doing the right thing, right? I'm battling, I'm learning, I'm doing stuff, I'm doing classic. So okay, I know these guys are not the right influence. This activity is not really the ideal for my show. But I think it's better to do it. That's right, it's not the way it works. Kedushas Hadut only comes when you embed yourself in the framework of Kedusha. It's only if you live in the Mikdash, if you operate in the Mikdash, that you have real safety. Otherwise, again, you can have Kedusha stomach. Absolutely, you have physical safety, you can have monetary safety, right? But at the end of the day, you cannot achieve Kedusha stomach. Tremendous Kedusha stomach. The Gemara says as follows. Let's say it's also, you can take this concept much further also. This is also the power of Eretz Yisrael. What is the power of Eretz Yisrael over fixed lives? What is it? Right? So we have shows in Kotlars, we have a Bakinez, we have a Tara. The difference is that Eretz Yisrael, one is embedding themselves in an absolute atmosphere of Kedusha. You cannot let them move to God outside of Eretz Yisrael. You just cannot. In Eretz Yisrael, that's why you can find a lot of incredible pockets of holiness, but you cannot keep in the totality of a holy atmosphere. Because in addition, was like exhibition, Shakta Gabin Arach, any not to do it always. This was this, let's go back. So what is about to say? How do you believe you? But there's one point of no return, the point of no return. Once you check the on top of its higher, on top of its Ma'alacha, it cannot be redeemed. I got time to shoot on that. Calling the time to myself, calling the high station, I said, okay. Based on the shooting himself, that unless this is fascinating, the Kala Abdullah has the ability to essentially is treated like food when it comes to Tumah. Ultimately water, because since at a certain point in had,
Thank you.
Rashi, this is in the wide lines of Rashi, about 5 lines in the Hamilton spoken. What does this mean? So Rashi says that in Naga Sheretz B'Sara, in the cause of the Naga B'Sara, the offering in the Kavasa of Tim Asap to you. Now, really, Paraduma could convey Tumah just like food. A Sheretz touched the Paraduma. Paraduma touches the other food items, could convey Tumah. But it's not this. Oh no, how are you shitting? Paraduma is like, I'm not left up. And yet the Shlokish says, Rabbi Shimon says, that a para, because it is a para to be redeemed, even after it's been put on the fire. That's contrary to the Raisa says, Ella, shiny para, hoyo b'dameha yikarim. You know, it says, para in general, ultimately, again, has a little bit of a different set of circumstances. Why? Because halacha it is incredibly expensive. Rashi says over here, "Ela tukma Rabbi Shimon." Don't select the rice like Rabbi Shimon. He's saying, "For Ela, you must buy become much another minute to them shum believe days and must slide out." Afagam go shita. So what's this special? It actually reversing course. Reversing course. And so in reality, why can you redeem Paraduma? And this is very important. Why are you allowed to redeem Paraduma? You know the thing that Halacha Reisa is like the Reisa, which means if the Paraduma dies, you can redeem it. If you find the Reisa it's Hamon, you can redeem it. If you find the Reisa you can redeem it. You have to understand everything. You can redeem it. The only time you can't redeem Paraduma is when once it's been shafted on the Harazesi. Why? Also, the Mosaic laid days been master of it. That's the reason. That's the reason, because essentially David says it's not called Paraduma for land until it's actually shafted on his back. Anytime before that, ultimately you can redeem it in whatever fashion you want. What about the fact that you just said before? That days been master only applies in the case of what? In the case of what? Shia comes to Jerusalem and Paraduma 7 over the course of both, but then that's totally uncommon. What's the answer? To which the Gemara says is different. Because since Paraduma is so expensive, it's so unique. So again, Daisy said essentially it's not Paraduma until it's offered up on his back. Which means up until that point in time, you can swap it out for whatever you want. Incredible. So now in fact it turns out it is a billion days in must now. Fascinating. So I'm not. So let's go back to I'm not. Please check your fact. So the Gemara says, so now you don't go back to mechanics. So let's go through this. I have Paraduma guys. Okay, so obviously now it's not useful for me anymore as a Paraduma, but it's not Kedusha. So what can I do? I can redeem it. I can redeem it, transfer its value, transfer something into money, and then the car itself becomes just fluid. So you must remove it. Basically, the fact that he told us that that's not true. So obviously, you're redeem a Paraduma to go ahead and feed us the dogs. First of all, that's just that doesn't seem like the right thing to do. With the sense that we technically is going to need, what do you do with the Paraduma carcass? I'm going to charge you, we shoot or raw. No, it's because it's hot. It does have a value. It's high. You know, so you need to 10 days in the master and that could go around. So 8 days in my brain is going to be there in order to preserve the high crystal to high. Right? How much of a high, right? How much of a high is a small high crystal is to your nose. How much high you actually going to get. So because in order to preserve the value of the high, so you're going to say 8 days in the master earlier. On the issue, yes, as the famous adage goes, from ear of the China. Again, one of these that says much better in Arabic as well. Right? But the Gamli owner, which means I will say sometimes all you can salvage from the camel is the ear, still you should do that. In other words, you're right, the hide of the Paraduma is not worth that much, but it's something. If you could recoup some of the value of the Paraduma through redemption, Chazal want to tell you about that. Incredible. Basically, you need to pass the on the road, you have a shimmy, non-nuclear buzzer. So now, we're going back to our mission. Let me decrease the Mishnah also. So the Mishnah is speaking all about the Siyur, right? The Siyur, Rosh Chodesh, of the Yom Kippur. And again, the idea, remember from the Mishnah, is that all of those Siyur are for some type of baseline refresh sensitive tumor, or Kedusha sensitive tumor. Right? Whether it's entry into the base of the Mikdash, without knowledge, consortium with question, without knowledge. And then there were different pieces, right? The idea of the Tila, the idea of the Soap, in the idea of the Tila, the issue of the Soap, we are in the idea of the Tila, Uba Soap, whatever was left on this. So let's just tell us. The Mishnah, they asked Shimon, Ma'ashi Givu Zebaza. So let's say, let's say that when you learn this kind of case, what happens if you lost the seal? Let's say the seal of Rosh was lost, but it was found before Yom Tov. So can you offer up the seal of Rosh on Yom Tov? On Yom Tov, so you must you can lose it. The Jew says, yes, it's not a problem. You can offer up the seal of one on the occasion of another. I mean, the whole Kaparasa Shava hate Kurban. After he says, how can you do that? Because a different seal at home for different things. So how can you go and offer up one for the other? On the one hand, if you like buying the Kappa from a Smith Russian Kaparasa, the Shimon says, there's no other common denominator. We all come to atone for some form of Tumah regarding the base of Mikdash and consumption of consecrated items. So because of that commonality, you can actually offer them up on, you can offer them up on different occasions. So you can offer up the Siyah Chodesh on the Regalim, on the Kippur, and so on and so forth. You want to say, why do you get into that? But on the Lema, Lei, Basin, Nasna Alam. Why didn't Shimon give an easier answer? Why didn't Shimon say, of course you can? Why? Because lead days in Masnah. I will say, what does lead days in Masnah mean? The animal only achieves its designated identity once it's used for a designated purpose. So, for example, if I have a seer of Rosh Chodesh that is sent out Rosh Chodesh, and then that seer runs away, right? And I offer up another one in its stead, and I find that seer by Pesach. So now, of course, I can offer that on Pesach. Why? Because one said, we don't look at that as repurposing the Seal of Rosh Chodesh for Pesach, but rather it never became the Seal of Rosh Chodesh. Why not? Because we gave you Masnah Le'ed. If you don't use it, it doesn't become designated for that purpose. So why not just give that answer? That's the easiest answer. Which says, no. Shimon, less late days in Masnah Le'ed. Wow, okay. So let's just now, it turns out that this concept is actually subject to machlokas. Apparently, Shimon himself does not subscribe to this idea of late days in Masnah Le'ed. This is our case. This is how we started. Right, so it's medium, and comes the inside. I have 4 leftover animals in the Mishkas of tomorrow. But like I want to see, but I don't know where to use them because they were purchased with last year's half shekel. So what do? You know, from the Rabbi Shimon, strength of the Shimon, they cannot be reviewed unless they develop a year. Incredible. They must require a month in order to go ahead and be reviewed. So you know, so if they get a humming, you can be redeemed without it. Rabbi says, you might say as follows. Now the assumption is that's not focus. Late days in Masnah Le'ed. Rabbi holds late days in Masnah Le'ed. And therefore again, Chazal said from the beginning, these animals are not used for uniform purposes. And ultimately again, they can be simply being used with money. If Shimon rejects that idea. So the Gemara says, who are the rabbis? Who are the people who are arguing Rabbi Shimon? Eating Rabbanim Victorious, people say it's Rabbanim Victorious. So much when you see it back in the case of Victorious, half of your days, right? Remember again? So in the case of Victorious, we also saw another case where Halach Olamaysa Victorious to be redeemed just with money. Now, again, remember yesterday, the reason we said that is why, because perhaps the Victorious only possesses Yusha's mother, right? Yusha's brother, they're not considered women, and where it says, top of your base, Shani Victorious. The Victorious is different, why? The Rav by a rider. As I say, there's no choice, because by animals, you could say, let it raise until it develops in men, and then you do it. By Victorious, there's no money. There's no money, so because there's no money, what exactly is the option for redemption if not straight up redemption? So which Rabbanim the Para? Maybe it's the Rabbanim of Paraduma, who also said again that you can see the second Paraduma that made days in Masnah Le'ed, which means that Duma Para shiny Para with a married Para, as we just said before. Maybe Paraduma in general is treated differently. Why? because it's so unique and so expensive. So you say that Ella Rabbanon Amru Yod. Rather, it's the Rabbanon of Amru Yod. The Amru Yod. That's a reference back to Mishnah. If you look at the top right, showing the base medallic, 12a, and Rabbanon of Amru Yod, it must mean the less luck in must shoot other Bazar Yakin Bazar the Kapara Paris in Sweden. So it's a similar again. You have someone in Mishnah, right? Let's go up to Mishnah just a moment. Mishnah said, let's just establish a fact. I have multiple seeding that essentially are offered up on the Shoresh, regarding, and the Kid. All of those, what's the commonality between all of those three buckets? It's adults, right? Those three buckets are seeing commonality. Is they're all offered up for some type of infraction regarding entry into the base of the push or consumption of touching. They vary, but that's what they all focus on. What happens if I have my senior designated for a Shoresh, he runs away, he escapes, and the offering is number one, and then I find it. So Shimon says, no problem, just use it for the next yantif. So the rabbis said, okay, Shimon, how can you do that? They're designated for different things. To which Shimon said, since they all share the commonality of Tumas Mikdash and Mikdash, that's it. Now, the Rabbanon agreed that it can be offered up, but for a different reason. The Rabbanon says it can be offered up. Why? Because Lev based in Masli Allah. That's why it works. Because it turns out that when you see Rosh Chodesh was never offered up for Rosh Chodesh, it never appeared at Rosh Chodesh Seder. Therefore, once it's found, it can be used for the next yantif. But you and Shimon, who don't hold of Lev based in Masli Allah, why do you allow so? And Shimon says, because hello, the Kaparasam Shabbat. So Shimon says they all have commonality of purpose. So because of the Rabbanon, that's the Rabbanon we argue with Shimon. So let's say you know that you do. So how do you know that it's because you do that? You know, it's like the other Rabbanon, which some of you do, that you know that there's a master and I'm not in the hockey. So again, what conversation exactly is it that talking about? And even the Rashi says that you know that you look at Amalek, you just say that you talk about the second question, you shouldn't have based in Muslim become Muslim. So again, one side, how do you know this Rabbi Shimon, who again disagrees with Rabbi Shimon, knows Rabbi Kuda, disagrees with Rabbi Shimon, they don't come to know that they're not going to what's the conversation that's happening with this? That's part of it. It's only to say, we show you, come to your ex, I love, that means when they're in Master Alone, because I hold that when they're in Master Alone, and look for that. I'm not going to have to look with it. This is why the severe of Rosh Chodesh is lost, for example, to the Rabbi Kuda. And when you deduct by according to you, the Amrit no. You do not subscribe to the days in the Master Alone. I'm not your people. How can you take this year that was lost, let's say, by Rosh Chodesh, and use it for the government of the earth? And now you can do it. So the man says, do not let me know you. We'll do this conversation with him. And that's what he needs to say. This shows the reason I'm going to call some Kapalas and Shabbat. According to me, this makes sense because I hold it all over the city room. How commonality in purpose, whereas they all use Kapalas and Shabbat means they're all used to atone for some type of Tumas Mikdash, Zekadasha. So Shabbat equally. That's why if the seer is lost for one occasion, it can be used for a different occasion. Aaron the Giddah, I'm not your people, but according to you, why should it be offered up? Aaron the Yochanan says, Gemara and Damela. The Yochanan says, we have Mesorah. And Mesorah, the Giddah that is shooting in lifting, the Giddah Kachamim lifting. So let's say we have a Mesorah. What's the Mesorah? According to the Shimon. The Shimon says it cannot be redeemed. According to the Kachamim, they hold it can be redeemed. And what's the assumption over here is that the point of contention is made based in Masna alone. I already shipped me. The last way made based in Masna alone. So let's say, so just so you understand, what's the takeover here? The takeover here is what was originally introduced to us as a concept that everyone subscribed to. Now it turns out to be fundamental mahlokas actually our Mishnah, and that is in the Baruch Yeshuas. That we shouldn't reject the notion of leave days in Masna alone, but Rabbanon upholding or accepting the concept of leave days in Masna alone. So we must leave days in Masna alone. My abdullah So that's it. So now let's go full circle. What do you do? No, let's go back for just a second, right? Because remember, how did we get into this whole LinkedIn meltdown, right? How did we get to this? We got this because of a very practical issue that presents itself every single year. Every single year. What's the practical issue? Leftover kavanas. Leftover sacrificial animals. So what do you do with that? So again, if you hold 8 days in National Day, as a real commander, right, as the guy brought whole life, there's a very simple mechanism. You do the animals, right? You do the same thing like the money. Donate that money back to us with Maxis Hashekha Fund, and we purchase the animals with new Maxis Hashekha. We're good to go. But you are going to achieve checkmate days in National Day, so at the end of the day, what do you do with those leftover kavanos? To which the Gemara says, "Already Schatoriot Makitzim Bahanes Hamizbeach." Okay, so this is very interesting. What do we do with it? Unless we've seen this phrase before, we use it for dessert on the Mizbeach. What does that mean? Here we do Rashi. Rashi's in the short lines about 4 lines in there. Pizza is in there. Which one is that butter? And it's funny is that is dead. That's why they always offering up on the other covenants in these work, okay? So my previous also Olam, the Davis Seaber, she offered up as an Olam. Again, on behalf of the gift offering, a community gift offering. Telling us using that we switch like that about saying you give us that. We should kind of be clear getting the proper optimization for that. So I'm not about that, but the last thing is that you can hold a deep off, even the shot out of the touch off, how much more hopping on you, they used to not be the first moving, and all this people, you can know the things that the next time you see ultimately you see. So again, until it says, hey, you don't do it. What do you do with the leftover cabanos? Offer them. That's it. Well, what do you offer them? So listen, we'll get this more. There are periods when there is nothing, no activity happening on this stuff. Now, we don't like it. We don't like it when his death is done. And so what was he doing those moments where they were, it's hard to read that I was ever done it. But again, what was he doing those moments when he was done it? They had like a dessert fund, right? A dessert fund, and they offer up just additional communal offerings. So those left for the animals would be used for the corporate people in there, or pipes in there, the dessert of the Mizbeach. The most only time I can just transfer transfer. Why not? Just like, say what? If there's no children in his death, leave it alone. So let's say again, what's the whole idea of the Mizbeach? Well, everyone gets shares a bridge between heaven and earth. Don't touch but it's covered. Just keep us so we can come close to that finish product. Listen, that the Mizbeach itself serves as a model of Avodas Hashem. What is the core principle of Avodas Hashem? The core principle? Never stop. Never stop. At the end of the day, a youth always has to be active. A youth always has to be spiritually dynamic. There's time for rest and relaxation, but even rest and relaxation, I'm still active. I'm still doing. I'm still accomplishing. So to have the Mizbeach together with no conduct, with no kilba, with no closeness, with no dynamic activity bridging heaven and earth, impossible. Impossible. You can't have that. That is it. Because again, the whole point of these is to serve as the paradigm for our Avodas Hashem. And in our Avodas Hashem, constant movement, constant dynamic forward momentum. So going to Rabbi Shimon, we don't need to agree on this. Just use that. Just use them. That's it. Fascinating. So let's go right back into that. I was already stuck. I'm going to show you see the factors. Shimon, pizza, and the group, and I live in there. And so the interesting thing is, this works well for the animals left over in the Lishkas HaTzmon. Because since they are already designated as communal offerings, so just offer them up as communal offerings. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. So when I say, but even share with me in the case of Se'ilik Chatos. Let's say you have leftover Chatos animals. Leftover Chatos animals, those cannot be offered up as dessert for the Mizbeach, but rather, again, those will have to be redeemed. Rashi says over here, actually right across. Over the Shimon, there's Sira Hatos, Shinikim Tzmas Amishka Shoshana Zu, and in some sort you don't see a Shorosh Hodesh Hada, Sha'ada Elisa Nisan, Shimon. You want to encourage all the Chovas Tzibur. So listen, this is very important. Let's say the Beis Hamikdash bought a seer, right? A sin offering of a seer, for seer purposes. What's the example of that? The sin offering of Rosh Chodesh. The seer of Rosh Chodesh, right? Again, when we say this was Shabbos, why is there a sin offering on Rosh Chodesh? Why is there a sin offering on Rosh Chodesh? It says, "Maybe I like Hahara, Ashami Asatias Hayareh." I was holy because I diminished the power of the mood. Since it was designated that power, that's the right away. So you ended up offering up another one in its stead, and then afterwards you find it. So now listen, so now what happens? Where did I find it? I find it at Rosh Chodesh Nisan. What's the problem? That's a sin offering that has been bought with last year's Machzis Hashem. So again, we'll say, even though the Shema views, that cannot be offered up on the Mizbeach. But how do you indicate on the Mizbeach? Modu Yishim Lachitz in the Before we carry the Ola, Allah, the Dama, Shiyira, the Shiyuma, you got the Dama only because of that. And we'll say, that's the reason for that. That can't be offered up. Why not? Because we'll say, that's a Chatas. That's a Chatas. So a chatas can only be offered up for a very specific reason as a chatas. The problem is if you have this chatas from last year's Matzos HaShakel and wasn't used during that financial year, you can't use it. So the Yeshua would be in that case, you let the animal graze, you get him a graze, develop a more, let him, then you can redeem it. You can do out money, then you can use that money for an older. It's even better for us. So just to understand it, because we know it's going to go with this further today. So again, the Yeshua says, the leftover animals that you own at the end of the fiscal year, which does have blood, that's easy. You don't need to do those. Just use those as dessert food. Whatever the result is, don't why? Because those are supposed to be set aside for Ola communal use. Just use them for Ola communal use. That's it. So that's an easy one. Right? That's an easy fix. If you happen to have leftover, chatas, that's a problem. That's a problem because that cannot just simply be put in his back for dessert use because the chatas cannot be repurposed as an oil. Let's think of the remedy as well. What do you do with that? Let it graze, develop a month, when you eat it, and you use the money for food from his back. From his back. So the Gemara says as far as hashtags, you may call it ola. The hash, the ola. Let's keep it. You say, how can we be a color or love a hash dollar? So again, in case of the leftover animals, the year sets out blood, they are initially designated as oil, so I put up as an oil, no problem. About Hassan, to be a color katas, the hash dollar, the zero la akakapara, after the snake kapara. But once in the case of the years, when it was originally designated as a katas, you can't go out and offer that up as an oil. Now, what we're talking about is as follows. Technically speaking, you can. But in other words, if I have a seer designated as a chatas for a chodesh, and then what happens? The seer gets lost. I end up offering up another one in its stead. And then I find it afterwards. Technically speaking, I could offer it up as an oil. So what I'm concerned about is if you allow that, you may come to repurpose the chatas and use it as an oil even before the chatas has been offered. That's us. So in order to avoid that confusion, we essentially say, once an animal was designated as a chatas, you can't repurpose it for an oil. Beautiful. So you want to say, I'm going to buy I'm here. So that's going to prove this is church. Namely, for once an animal has been designated as a chatas, even if another chatas has been offered up in its stead, you can't use that original chatas as an oil. That's what the Gemara is going to do. So I even agree with this as well. This is the most part of the social report. If you say, look, the parents are going to keep it. Sha'abdu, that belongs to the Sha'ain, Kaftein, and you designated other animals in your study off of them up. It's in Syria, Avodah Sha'abdu, so could you have the Syria, Avodah Zosra Chatas. And the Kaftas, the Sha'ain, Kaftein, and you went ahead and you offered up other covers in instead. And then what happens afterwards, right? So then you find the original ones, you run them to the trade that you get. And you say, yeah, let them all die. And those are shooting on the onion. You actually started the youth in the Gava. Now, let it graze, develop them with and then you can use the money for the double. Why? She'in chatas tzibor yisa. Because that means that you don't leave to the chatas for that. I Nikkur the Indian would find you all that for the deal. Just use it for kids in the back. Sometimes you have to use it for the back business. But after all, again, the purpose has been circulated. Just repurpose it. Which the Gemara says, no. The Gemara says, Indian would find you. I'm sorry. Rama Nikkur the Indian would find you a lot shrugging up. Is there the Aha Kapara? So this is very important. Everyone agrees that Allah will lay son. Before the chatas has been offered, the chatas cannot be repurposed ultimately as an olah. Technically speaking, if you have a chatas, it was lost, the placement was offered, and then you subsequently find the chatas, you should be able to repurpose that chatas as an olah. Really, you should be able to, either because of raised days, right? Or the purpose of the Mesa, we don't let you. Why? Because what we said, if we let you do it after the chatas has been offered, you may come to what? Repurpose it even before. So therefore, essentially, there's a blanket halacha, no repurposing of the chatas for an olah. First, on the Rabbi says, I also do it because I'm not telling you about things that actually say, you didn't do it with them of your daughter. So that's a reason to this is by the seer. The two goats of your pickup. Right? If halacha l'maisa, it's special. It says if halacha l'maisa, if one of the goats is lost, you have to replace both of them. Right? So when you do the remaining goat, you let it grow, you develop a money, and then sell off, and let the money be used for the dollar. But I'm not. Why is that so? I'm not. You can't people who say olah. Just let the remaining one be offered up as an olah. Allah shorina gzira acha kapara. Up to a kapara. No, once animal has been designated as a chatos, it cannot be repurposed as anything else. Rabbi Afanam is going to use. I also agree with this. Asham shalesu b'ayot. If you have an asham, like there's also one type of seal for it. The owner died. Or she's coupled by law, or the animal was lost, and the owner used a different animal for which people told you. You actually died, but you thought you could find another. Let the animal raise, develop a mom, and then you can use the money to. For the general government, you might say, the laws of owner youngest. The laws is actually if you step on the body, it will show owner you have to become an owner. Don't use the proceeds and then you own the car. The required parking shop, one that just off the animal itself. So you know what it says. And you might have for Allah, zero Africa para, Africa para Shmamina. So I said all of these are backing up this same basic idea. So again, the same thing is happening over here. But one point page. And so it's a big time to spare. So again, so remember what's happening over here. The Gemara is saying like this. The reason we got to this whole inclusion Masna land was because of your friend said, what else are you doing for leftover kabbalas? And Yeshua says, I don't want to be busy in Masna land. And there's another simple answer for the leftover animals. What do you do again? Tie to his back. Reserve for his back. Right? Why? Because since originally they were designated for the place, these are for communal offers. But even in shinobies, if that only works for animals that are designated for other purposes, but if you have an animal that is designated for a chatos purpose, you can never repurpose a chatos or olah. The only way to go ahead and get out of its chatos state is how? Let it raise, develop a mum, with wood, and then you can use the money of like you don't call it like I don't know, that's the purpose. Money, so I say, what would they do? Is going back to what we spoke about before. You have leftover animals in the Mishpat at the end of the fiscal year. What do they do with them? So you might say on the days, pilots to those throughout those back. They bring it on the altar, and they offer it on the altar like dessert, like white pigs that people eat for dessert. That's to say, that's actually the reason days. Pilots do a show up. And that the other show maybe the kinyaks, so when you see but the person goes out and makes the dessert, right? These pigs for dessert, so to you bring these animals on the mizbeach as dessert. One second. You're allowed to do things on the mizbeach, but this is still part of the box. Because They told the Rashi like you're not allowed to bring honey. Listen, you can't bring rabbit, and you can't bring honey and get the Pashas means you can't bring figs and there. Because you calm down, keeping those the check, it's an expression. I didn't even literally, right? Again, it's just an expression. Right? The same way that people come and eat pigs for dessert, so today, what do you do with leftover communal animals? You bring them as dessert to the ladies left in brothers, grab one of those leftover animals and use that. So let's see this follows. So just so understand what's happening over here is in the higher part of the Machlokes, Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Yochanan says that Halacha l'Maisa, no dating Masna Leim. Rabbi Shimon disagrees that, rejects that concept. What do you do with the leftover animals at the end of this year? Rabbi Yochanan just transfer the same thing as money, give them money back with the max and talk about the last year. We purchase those animals and then use them for human purposes. But Shimon, you don't have to do that. Just use them for dessert and use that whenever Mizbeach is done. That's how we do it. Here we go. That's what we wrote this stuff. In my pizza, the Ola Sa'id. So now just as an aside, we're talking about height on Mizbeach, because if there's not, they're not, and he says, you can only use animals, not birds, for height on Mizbeach. Okay, so the man says as follows. So Rashi says, when we're using in your food, never Ola Sa'id. So for example, let's say let's say a fatness that developed in them, you sold it up, you used the money, now you want to use the funds to purchase for dessert from his back. You only purchase animals, not birds. Not birds. High unicorn. Brother says that's a lie. That's a lie. Right? When you made that up. Right? Right? It's actually interesting. It's like, he doesn't say this is really such a good thing. I work off. That's how I'm bugging my late. You made that up. You made that up. Where do you know that from? I'm really not going to use stuff with that. I'm not going to use stuff that is like, tell me, my book costs up. What are you talking about me, right? I'm listening, right? I said it on the phone. Maybe I see when I got listening, right? So yeah, I remember see when I got. Don't see when I got. Well, Shalas me about a seaboard as the aim of the seaboard. It's very simple. It's very simple. Right? Ultimately, again, whatever is left over, right? Whatever is left over, ultimately goes to open the double seaboard. Right? Goes for the right. That's Isaac's payoff. And ultimately, listen, there is no such thing as a communal birth offering. So it makes sense. The only things that are offered up as dessert on this day, so to speak, are things that can be offered up as communal offerings. And the animals are offered up as communal offerings. Birds are never offered up as communal offerings. Therefore, it makes sense that you cannot go ahead and use sacrificial money to purchase birds for dessert for this day. That's all you need to do. Shmuel said nothing like that. So everyone was like, even Shmuel went ahead. Even Shmuel holds it for the opener. And once they now again, we're back over here. Back to the opener, right? Where did the opener say? So late days in that's not always. Even Shmuel agrees with this concept. All of you know what Shmuel. Karbanos tzibor, sakin meshchasei v'nashim. So let's say this is a very interesting expression. So literally, again, when it comes to communal offerings, it is the knife that designates them for their purpose, which is another way of saying that a cover only achieves. Exactly. But the cover only achieves. And it's just saying, so the cover only achieves its purpose, its identity when it's shafted. Which is another way of saying, later based in Masnalo. Right? Later based in Masnalo says the cover only achieves its designated identity when it's actively used. So Sakin Moshasai ultimately again means the knife literally again pulls them towards their identity. So Shmuel holds like a local level. I support this. We'll do that this year. The senior Shmuel Kharab Beraga, you can rush for this. The communities that by the senior level, so it's saying by the senior Shodash. If it is not put up, let's say by Yaki, right? It's not put up by a Shodash. In low Kharab Shodash, she could be able to keep it. If you do not put up by a Shodash, she's going to keep it. They will come to keep it. You can have the leg up. If you're using it, ultimately, again, you should die when you're going. In low Kharab Beraga, you could have the leg up after. If you didn't use it this year, but you use it again with one. שמתחילה סלמופה על הרחבה המזבח החיצון. because at the end of the day, halacha It was only brought to search for someone coming from the Adam, and therefore it's going to be. So let's say, so the way the Gemara ends up is Halach L'Maisa. So again, ends up with focus. So coming up with aging like this, do we see a late days in master Allah or not? The Rebbe says yes. Maybe Shimon says no, and Shimon says no. What is the halach? So let's say the Rambam Pastas close out the shit with this. The Rambam Pastas is who? Was Shkolim. Hilchos Shkolim. Parak Dalet Halach Yirav. Here we go. Yishia Gil Rosh Chodesh Nisan. In Makidin Kavanah Siva Elim Shino Kadesha. Once Rosh Chodesh Nisan comes, if you offer up Kavanahs from the new mats, such like a collection. The Novak and the Vart. The people. If you hear Chodesh Nisan, you usually know the Halos that we truly Shana. So when you get Rosh Chodesh Nisan comes, they still have leftover animals that were purchased with last year's mats. What do I do? So what's the halacha? Hold it on, son. We redeem those animals, we yotzim with chulin, and they become a chulin, even though they are totally human. And what do? The yipim divay with chulin shana, and they go ahead and ultimately again put their money back in the mats of the shakapat. Now, so the Rambam says that you can redeem those animals straight out. You run straight out. And what the Rambam doesn't add in over here is he doesn't add in that you have to purchase those animals with your own money. So apparently that's actually a special reason if they want to or not. The Rambam says that you just redeem your animals straight out. Why? Shetzvei the mood, shekol akol b'nei shelokim l'tidin, shelo yitzvich lahem yitzvich. Because it is a tradition that any animals that are not used for sacrificial purposes ultimately become free. Or in other words, we pass through halach and L'Maisa, leib bezdin masneh halayim. We pass through the curriculum, we pass through Shua Mosai, that is the halach and L'Maisa stuff over here for today. Shkoyach Haviyah. ROTHSCHILD version of the great year everyone.
You ever have any close calls with alligators or no, we would eat them usually. Really? Alligators? You eat alligators?
And the
How do you cook them? You fry them. You have to fry them. How do you
yeah,
get them? I never found that.
let's say the way we were introduced to the I'm saying the way we were introduced to the
I worked at UPS and they were like, oh, you know how long you been doing comedy? About 22 years. Oh, that guy. 22 years. About 5.5 years. And how long have you spent in Texas? Since January. Okay. All right. What do you love about Austin, Texas? You know, that thing to say. All right, dude. He's incredulous. Yeah. He's incredulous about this man 5.5 years of comedy. Yeah. So hold on, wait. I couldn't do a minute. I really couldn't do a minute. Yeah, I mean, I would love to take the one down to the next guy, but I'll try it next. What happened? What the fuck did I miss there? You guys are talking about the show. Dylan Jarbo, congratulations on being on the show. To get another person out of this. Let's keep it moving along here today. Let's get another young buck up here. Dylan Jarbo, I saw the charisma. The guy was such a great injury.
You're doing such a
Your
beautiful,
next Canadian goes by the name of Ray Cheney.
Come on, guys, get your shit together.
Our annual Talmud function, Tarshin Pei, first Yishmach Havel Tzitzah, to dedicate all the student instructions this year.
Here he is, everybody. Welcome everybody to Ray Cheney.
Sponsors the month of Iya Habaru Tova, Shmuel Rabbi Karaki, location of the outside of Shmuel's father, Mr. Leonard Karaki, Mikra, Ben Yechesda, Hakoni, Jibber, Rabbi Yoker, America, Tova. All the good Shabbos Haviyah, the families in the corner, all those who will teach how to get from Israel. The sponsorship of the material hostages, the challenge and the power of the holy soldiers to the success of the Torah and Maasi. Those of you guys, let us begin. Today's daf is out there, a really incredible daf, for all of us today. Today's daf is out. We're picking up actually on the days. We're going to go back a little bit because the sugya that we get on the other days didn't extend all the way through the entire daf. So let's make sure to get clarity on that. We're going to keep this slow and methodically, and we're going to remember how beautiful, how incredible, how fun, how exciting, and how inspiring it is. Truly is. All a question of perspective, mindset, and what you hope to get out of it. So let's be this. We're picking up 10 B Yonah days, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 lines up from the bottom. Alright, look, if you feel you've mastered it already, you don't have to go back. It's not that. You're hearing some groans. Okay, you got it. Straight up. Alright, good. I need to do this. See what I say this forward. So, Even statistical incident lifted dreams. This is a very interesting case. Because I don't think as follows. Let's take a look at Rashi. Like I said, we're going to go through this slowly and methodically, that we're able to be tough on this because this concept of Lula, our state of Yoke, is going to be the one that is going to be subject for discussion today and tomorrow. All of today and part of tomorrow. So today with Rashi. Rashi is on the left-hand side, about 4 lines into the short lines. So it's moving short, it's from the sea. Shalach will be most true on the structure. So we know how this is. That every year on the first of Nisan, we know we come back on the second Shkala News, the first of Nisan, they'll make their goals in the last before, Machtis Hashem. Already again, but first of Nisan again, we will begin with the new collection. So the way it works for this is essentially the financial year began on the first of Nisan. So what happened? So now we have Shalach will be most true on the structure. It's not. It's most in the Shisha time on the Kardish, in the Shkas HaTzvai. Okay, so what's going to happen? So they would always, obviously, they would purchase communal sacrifices from the Machtis Hashem in the half shekel fund. Now they weren't a law. The law was you always had 6 sheep. I was going to say in the wartime, but it's the sheep cutting, right? They had one of the chambers in the Azar, the Quarter-Nation, this was called Mishkas HaTzvai. Like if you're looking at that area of the base of interest, when you're looking down, you'll see the Azar, the courtyard had a major center area and 4 side chambers. One of those side chambers was what's called Mishkas HaTzvai. In Mishkas HaTzvai, they always had 6 sheep ready for community. For sacrifice. Okay, that's the background. Now what happened? Because when I hear it's called Nisan, well, how you might be the ship couple of Sidon North at Shimon Shkaki. It becomes that as a Shana, Odesh Bechachel, they cover the Truma Kadosh. Okay, so now what happened? Come Nisan, essentially the beginning of the financial year is in Dosh. So we would only bring communal sacrifices from new monies which were collected. Okay, now what that often presented was, potentially presented, I don't know, also, potentially presented was a big issue. What was the issue? We need to know, Albert Klein, the Mishkas HaTzvai, we know section on the show. But we were reaching to the lack of the church. So what happened? Come against the Mishkas, now generally there were leftover sheep in the Mishkas HaTzvai, in the chamber of sheep. The issue was, you can't offer them. Why can't you offer them? Why not? Because they were purchased with last year's Machtis Hashem. Because of that, they could not be used for this year's sacrifice. So now the question is, you have 4 sacrificial sheep sitting in the Mishkas HaTzvai. What do you do with them? What do you do with them? So the Yukon introduces something I want to say rivetingly groundbreaking. What does he say? Nidus for Ritzik and Tzibur, Nifting to meaning, no problem, just redeem them. Just redeem them. Now we're going to say this isn't shopping statement, private shopping, because in general, in order to use them as a sacrificial something, what do you usually need first? You usually need some type of rice. It's something in order to you need the animal to be disqualified from its sacrificial capacity in order to be able to redeem it. In this case, we're not going to say something like shocking. We won't say it's shocking. Absolutely shocking. That you could just redeem this animal straight out. Look at Rashi, this one again. Rashi's being very important. Rashi's always very important. He's a very important for us in this studio right now. Lifting to him, Lachshir B'Shon Azur, L'chai Sofer, Rashi identifies what the process is. So what do we do? What's the goal of redemption? The goal of redemption is to make them fit for use, for sacrificial use in this current year. So how do you do it? Look at Rashi. Rashi shows you also a moral student, also a moral yelchul and also actually the shalosh also ahead. We create talking sequence of this code that we create this code shakabashi. So first thing we do is like this. So now remember, I have these four items, four sheets. So first thing I do is I review them. Now what happens when you review something? What happens when you review something? The same thing transfers to the money. So now I have money rested with the sacrificial same thing. What do I do with the money? I put it into the residual of last year's matzahs hashaka. Because remember again, the safety of those animals is directly connected to last year's matzahs hashaka. So I review the animals, put that money into last year's residual matzahs hashaka. What's done by the way with whatever is in the last year's matzahs hashaka? What's done with that? In the general sense, temple upkeep, specifically it says repairs for the Kodesh HaKadosh. So now taking the animals, we do the same thing as the money, but the money goes into the pot of last week's matzahs hashaka. Any of that leftover money ultimately is going to use for Kodesh HaKadosh and repairs. Okay, good. So far so good. Now what about now the sheep? What's the status of the sheep? The status of the sheep? Moving. So now what do you do with the sheep? Watch this. He goes on and says, the what do you do with this? You now take new half shekels from this year's collection and essentially repurchase the sheep. Repurchase the sheep for the base of the sheep. What's the sheep? So again, this is the through the process. Right? What's my problem? That's not a general statement. I'm talking about over here. Right? What's my problem over here? My problem is I have leftover sheep that are rescued with sanctity from last year's matzahs hashaka, which I can no longer use past this current lease. What do I do with it? We do that. Take money, transfer the sanctity of your and there's onto the money. The money that is put into last year's matzahs hashaka. That is used for Kodesh Kadashim repairs. If the sheep are now now what I do is I we purchase their sheep with this year's matzahs hashaka, and we're good to go. And what's amazing is you have to remember the sheep have never left the Mishkas HaTorah, right? Remember again, all of this is done without them. The Hina will actually contact the reviews in the finish. Actually, the Hina's Kakshay, Yoki, Halalos, won't keep the time running. Maybe in Korean, to me, I don't know my brother in the Shukla Hazirabah. And it was super nifty. So let's say, what's the tremendous thing for that we just said? We never heard of redemption. Because generally, redemption of the sacrificial animal, at least in the realm of personal sacrificial animals, must always be preceded by the appearance or emergence of a year, something which disqualifies the animal. This is a unique halacha by Karbanos sequence, by communal offerings. Beautiful. We'll say, so that's it. So that is the statement of the Yochanan round making Kiddush. Which the Gemara says, fine. That's the Gemara. Yosef Rabbi so what Rabbi's coming along, and Rabbi's saying so. So that in other ways of Krista, one science that from the Yochanan Rabbi, so Krista says to Rabbi, where did you and the Yochanan already get this from? In other words, mechanistically, how exactly does this occur? There seems to be a major problem. What's the major problem? With the Kedusha Shabahem Lahecha Halcha. Where did the Kedusha? Well, you just described the process, but I don't understand why that process works. So we're going to see in just a moment. Generally, Rashi. Kedusha Shabahem, Rashi is right across. Kedushas Hagur Shabahem, the Kiman She'ina Mischalalas from a womb. So we'll say we know that in the world of sanctity, that there are different types of Kedushas. There's Kedushas Hagur, right, which is physical sanctity. There's Kedushas Domin, which is monetary sanctity. It really works in general sacrificial law, right? So Karban generally has Kedushas Hagur. only way to go ahead and reduce something that has Kedushas Haguf is how? Essentially, if the sacrifice loses its sacrificial capability. Hence, the mum. So out of a carbon, that has physical sanctity, Kedushas Haguf. Now it has a mum. That mum precludes it from being offered up. That's not opening for redemption. But in general, you can't take away physical sanctity with financial redemption. It doesn't work that way. So that was very proud of this statement of Rabbi tonight, that when you could just redeem these leftover sheep, but the this is saying, wait up, how does that work? That's not how redemption of physical sanctity works. Physical sanctity, I just understand. Kedushas Haguf is the highest form of Kedusha. And is that because remember, what does Kedushas Haguf mean? What does it mean? It means that the Kedusha itself is part and parcel of the item. As opposed to, let's say, financial sanctity. So financial sanctity essentially means that there's an element of sanctity embedded in this object, but there's also other elements. Kedushas Haguf means that at the end of the day, the entire essence of this item, this kadosh. So this says, where did the Kedusha go? It's very nice that you went ahead and you put forward this emphatic model of redemption, but practically, where did the Kedusha go? That's what a moved to us, and I understand what's so beautiful and reading about this Gemara is that the first thing actually understand is how this process works. Now I get it. Carbon is based for sanctity. That physical sanctity is the highest level of sanctity. The only way to quote unquote get things or get rid of but from that sanctity is how? It's if something interferes with that sanctity. What is it what's that thing that interferes with sanctity? A mum. Right? So a mum says, sorry, we can't offer you up anymore. Okay, so that mum opens the door for redemption. But Yochanan is essentially espousing a model that allows for redemption of something that has Kedushas Haguf without the entrance. It's a sister says, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? So let's go back there. So the Gemara says as follows: the Lord renowned to do just Shabbat Halacha. So to which Rabbi refers to this that we believe this concept that we're discussing back tonight. This is this thing making it sound like something that has Kedushas Haguf can't be redeemed without the moon. But I'll show you that you hold on this as well. So I just point out on a tremendous use of hospital. Understand what the Gemara is saying right now. The highest level of Kedusha is Kedushas Haguf. Any higher Kedusha. So they say, what does a Jew possess? Kedushas Haguf. From the moment I come into this world, the person is born Jewish. Or the person converts, the moment that they convert, that their entire essence is destined with Kedusha. Is destined with Kedusha. It's Kedushas Haguf. The Kedusha of a Jew is not something else that sometimes we think about these things. We think about kind of our Judaism or Yiddishkeit as something that is a of us. Like, I'm an accountant and I'm Jewish. Right? And I like baseball, and it's like a function of like, but that's not the way that is. Like what I do for a living is something very nice. So hopefully what I do for a living, it's not who I am, but it should not be who I am. Like it's a function of what I do. Yiddishkeit is who I am. That's Kedushas Haguf. It's who I am. And that's immediately enough. What creates a little bit of the bleach in Kedushas Haguf? What creates the bleach? A moon. For you, what's the moon? It's faith. The scariest part of faith is that faith has the ability to bleach a little bit of that Kedushas Haguf. But the beautiful part of it is the reality is that it doesn't. Nothing could breach Kedushas Haguf. The Kedushas Haguf has its intelligence. It's unchangeable. We saw we think that faith reaches Kedushas Haguf. But Kamash Shmona, it doesn't. By carbon, men reaches Kedushas Haguf. By Yid, a moon, changes It never reaches my traditional symbol. Incredible. I tell you that. So Rabbi shoots back in the system. Okay, so what about the Bali? Back to 9. This is fascinating. Most African same case, just not leftover carbonos, leftover ketones. Most of them are always leftovers in the base of the flesh. Again, Rashi goes here over here. Maybe Rashi. He says most are ketones, and most are the Falshonim Shumishon. Same thing. Remember, the spices for the ketones were purchased with what? Purchased with what? Maxis and shekel. Comes the first of the son. You have to use ketones purchased with new money. So now, inevitably, you have leftover. Now, Rashi goes through Rashi's spirit rather have leftover Torahs every year. Not important for us. It's very important for us right now, but I'm going to stay a little bit more focused, right? So, what does it do now? Now, the first of the son. I was leftover Torahs that was bought with Rashi's Maxis and shekel. What I did? See, here we go. So, you know what I'm saying? Very simple. This is fascinating. So, you know what I'm saying? Mafisha, you know, Star Ha'olim. And the fellow will also no also in. So watch this. So if you Rashi, Mafisha Star Ha'olim, you know what I'm saying? Start in the base of that place. You start in that place. That's what I'm saying. So, you know, not in the first show, so first thing you would do is you have to pay workers. Right? So, you would go ahead and you would pay the workers from last week's Maxis and shekel. So that was, it sounds interesting. It sounds like, you know, it was a quote from, Yuma. Also shows up in kindness. So that face of that kids, right? They were the ones who knew how to made how to pick products. So when they get facilities, what do they know that no one else knew? Mali Ashon, which is supposedly the song that they call it, but I'm a little bit suspect about that. I think the guy might have been smoking some Mali Ashon before anyway, so the nicer, right? So what's fascinating about this is that currently about kilos got paid at the end of the year. They got paid at the end of the year. So comes at the end of the year, they got paid from last year's Maxis and shekel. Okay, so five corrections, right? What's our problem? What's always important in life? I think about how they try to solve. What's our problem? Leftover Torahs, right? Leftover Torahs. Remember if they're using it in the year? No, why not? It's from last year's Maxis and shekel. So what do I do with it? So again, step 1, pay the workers. So we pay based on a field from last year's Maxis and shekel. Okay. Now watch this. So now, after they receive that money, in the next fraction, we probably also start the hiring crew. The other part is hiring up chorus element, the nursing also only, by the whole, the closing of the ocean to the collection. This is great. So watch this. We pay the workers, after we pay the workers, we say to the worker, do me a favor, we'd like you to purchase the leftover or redeem the leftover ketones. See now, they set up to us takes 2 wages, which is the last week Maxis and shekel, and redeems the leftover ketones onto the money. The money, then what happens to the money? That's the money, right? Money goes back into the temple pot. Last year's Maxis and shekel pot. What's last year's Maxis? What is used for? Repairs of the Torah Shakabations. And like this, Abakinas have what? What do they have? Ketones. They have now the redeemed ketones last year. Now, what does everything do? They say it puts them gold for purchases the ketones from the Southwest. They repurchase it with what? They repurchase it with the funds of this year. So the funds. But Lamesa, but there's also the kids the top. Remember, we just understand what you're trying to see. It's very clear we're very transparent about what we're trying to do. We're trying to go ahead. We have a problem. Because we have leftover sanctified items from last year's Maxis and shekel which we can't use this year. So we need to create a mechanism to essentially allow them to be used because they were bought with this year's Maxis and shekel. So that's what we're doing with it. So again, process. Pay Sabatinas, right? Pay the client, whatever. Pay Sabatinas for their work, pay them with the money of last year's Maxis and shekel. They take that money, redeem the leftover ketones, okay? Now that money goes into last year's Maxis and shekel. Pay Sabatinas had this quote, they started wrapping ketones. They said it just goes back and you purchase it from them with this year's Maxis and shekel, and we're good to go. But I will say, this is the process of everyone agrees happens for the rest. You know what it says? Again, the Anai. So that was that for the Insta, the Anai. Neighbor, Kedusha Shabbat, but how can you do that? What happened? Remember, Ketoris also is Kedusha, so is Kedusha Sabuk. Ketoris is also physical sanctity. So, if Ketoris is physical sanctity, what's that again? The same thing we were working on over here is that when something possesses Kedusha Sabuk, physical sanctity, you need something to interrupt the physical sanctity so as to allow for the redemption. So again, by an animal, it's a limb. Like plants, I don't know what it would be. But if the practice, I need something. So how can we just take someone that's Kedusha Sabuk and suddenly redeem it with money? So I'm going to let you know, says, Rabbi, calm down. Ketoris comments, you talking about Ketoris? No, when it says, Shayi Ketoris, not from the other thing. Shayi Ketoris, the Kedushas Zamin. Oh, Ketoris is different. Ketoris says that this verse is fascinating. It's not Kedusha Sabuk. Ketoris is Kedusha Zamin. Ketoris is my version, not this person. Fascinating. Look at Rashi. Kedusha Zamin. Ein ba'ela Kedusha Zamin. Shalach come. Kedushas Halishka. About the clear no Kidsha, the Kiddash Kedusha Sabuk. The Makecha Shelech Shavar Rav Insharis. Fascinating. So I said, in order for something to actually use as a book, so again, for an animal, the way an animal gets to use as a book is that it gets carbonic designation. Carbonic designation, halazy ola, halazy shlamim, halazy factus. So verbal designation by inanimate objects. The way they become kadosh is to place them in these sharks, in a service utensil. If you're not placed in a service utensil, by definition, you have to use as dummy, monitor something, and not place for something. This is fascinating. Ketoris, yeah. Is Ketoris placed in a few sharks placed at a certain point? Yes, but remember again, how is Ketoris offered? Remember again, let's say Ketoris is offered. Ketoris is put on a magnifier, like a shuttle pad or a shuttle pad. Right? So that is a few sharks. When we're talking about the production of Ketoris, right? Or for that matter, again, the storage of Ketoris. So Ketoris was ground up. You get the spices or the herbs, you grind them up. That mortar, that pestle, that's not a Ketoris. But those are based on the pressure pencils, but it's not a Ketoris. So because that, interestingly enough, Ketoris, up until the point that it's actively used in this English, has never been inside of a Ketoris. Because it's never been inside of a serious utensil, it only has financial sanctity and not physical sanctity. This is my blowing. This is actually my blowing, because again, up until you start to that if you always assume the first Ketoris has physical sanctity, and again, because it's being used in the service of, sometimes if I tell you something, just to believe it, right? Just shake it up. Again, that's what I always thought. Right? So again, so we always thought that because Ketoris is physically using the base of interest, but of course it has physical sanctity. But you might say, or Rabbi say, or Chris is saying, no, it doesn't. It's never been inside of the Ketoris. Ketoris actively used in the base of interest. But it's point of preparation, it only has financial sanctity. Financial sanctity, I will say, financial sanctity is a law of the sanctity. Financial sanctity, the same way that it is financial sanctity, therefore what? It can be redeemed financially as well. That's why leftover Ketoris could simply be redeemed. Now again, can you do this with any Ketoris over the course of the year? No. This is again in how you redeem leftover Ketoris. But the idea is that the sanctity should just be actively redeemed because it's not physical sanctity, it's only financial sanctity. Okay, so just again, just keep track of the progression of your life. We're all roads leading back right now to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, what do you do with leftover sheep in the Mishkas HaTzmoim? You redeem them. You redeem them. How do you redeem them? You go ahead and you transfer the same thing onto money, put that money into the left, you talk about the shekel, and then you purchase them with you one to the shekel. This is a Rabbi Rabbi student to give you this is said, what about the Kedusha? What about how do you just take this for something like that? Rabbi says to a Christian, you and you just go back to Torah. You can pretty much do the same exact thing. Which is this defines two different animals, two different things, right? Ketoris is not physical sanctity, it's not Kedusha's Agor. Rather, what is it? Kedusha's Dami. monetary sanctity off. So now Rabbi she's back. If that's the case, fucking told us his only financial sanctity, monetary sanctity, not because of it. I love it. No take so much for you. It wouldn't be a Monday without a Tvul Yom. Listen to this. So now, what about Tvul Yom? Right now, who's the Tvul Yom? I mean, don't raise your hand. I'm saying like, what is, who is the Tvul Yom? The Tvul Yom, once I remember again, is someone who is Tameh, right, has gone to the blood, but requires Ha'el of Shemesh, right, requires the sunset. Now, he's an interesting guy because in certain respects, he's tahor, he's coming from the Pharaoh, perhaps a very wage relation, but he still needs that sunset. So the Gemara says like this: if you're right about Kedoras, and Kedoras only has financial sanctity, and doesn't have Kedushas Hagor, then if that's the case, then if it's really no touches it, he shouldn't make it funny. Yet we know that he does. I love it kind of. Why do you know? Listen to this. Let's not us. If you put the herbs of the Kedoras, right, you put it in the grinder, not touch in the grinder, for the guy, so you send this to Tvul Yom. If the Tvul Yom touches it, he makes it possible. Which also would seem to indicate that Kedoras is not Kedushas Damim, rather what is it? Kedushas Haguf. Which we must repeat them all. Call Kedushas Damim mixed in with Tvul Yom. Maybe items that have Kedushas Damim, maybe they also become Tameh with contact with the Tvul Yom. In other words, I don't know, maybe that's the halacha. Maybe that's the halacha. But even Kedushas Damim becomes Tameh with contact with the Tvul Yom, which was about 3 years. On the knuckles, more in the head, we should hook this shit. Like the knuckles, which is the color of so they become subject to Medina. Medina means mundane use of a consecrated house, right? So they become subject to Medina. We should hook this shit from the time that they were consecrated. How should it be? Once it's hook should be possible for you. Ultimately, once it was presented, once it became published in T-shirts, then it becomes fit, or it becomes susceptible to look at the Tvul Yom, and the physical Tvul Yom, for someone who hasn't yet watching this time, who hasn't bought his inside Kabbalah, it will be enough, and it will be left over overnight. So what do you see from here? Cut should be clean, no cut should be clean low. So what do you see from here? That even items that possess financial sanctity only become subject to once they come in contact with a few shards. Like, if it hasn't come in contact with a few shards, then it should not be subject to tumor through Tvul Yom. So remember, what's our problem? Our problem is, we just said before, that if the Tvul Yom touches Kedoras, the Kedoras ultimately becomes tummy, which would seem to indicate to us that Kedoras is not to be simply to do Shashtamim, rather there must be something else. My Kedushas Haguf. Rather, what we have to say is that Kedoras ultimately has Kedushas Haguf. That Kedoras is not simple financial sanctity, but rather Kedoras actual physical sanctity. Now, listen, this is the interesting part about that. Even what we're suggesting is that Kedoras has physical sanctity, even though what? Even though it's never been in a Kedoras, never been in a service utensil. So it must be that the act of putting the Kedoras into the Makashas, like the act of putting the Kedoras into the grinder, or right into the mortar and pestle, by definition, rests with Kedushas Haguf. But if that's the case, so let's say there's a lot of moving pieces over here. If indeed, Kedoras has Kedushas Haguf, then ultimately it should become possible with Lila. What's Lila? Lila ultimately means being left overnight. So it should be possible to be left overnight. So why did we learn Hakometz? Not Kedoras. So let's explore again. Kometz is the three-finger fold that the coin takes from the carnival top. Mahona is the frankincense that is put over a person's head. Kedoras is Kedoras. Minchas Kohanim is Minchas Kohanim. Minchas Kohen Mashiach, that is a special minchas of the anointed coin. And Minchas is suffering. More than behind each of the sheep. So they are all subject to the blood. Once they've been consecrated, Kitchudically, once they have been consecrated in the service details, like Rishais, Hokshuru, the Kasa B'Toyom, and the Chesed Kippurim, Uberlina. Once they have come in contact with the Rishais, so then get away, say, what? Then they are susceptible to Tumah, to a Toyom, the Chesed Kippurim, the Shores of the Lingers represent Kabbalahs, and Lina. So we'll say, but again, so remember, follow the flow here. What do you see from here? That a carbon or a sanctified item is only subject to the prohibition of the Lina, which means leaving overnight, when only once it's come in contact with a Kisharis. How we keep running into is that Torres has never come in contact with a Kisharis. They never come in contact with a Kisharis. And again, halacha l'maisa, what's going on here? Kitchen l'maisa is kitchudically in the kitchudically law. Only if something has become consecrated with Kisharis is it subject to Lina. But if it's never been with Kisharis, it shouldn't be subject to Lina. So here our problem is, it sounds like what the Torah is saying that the Torah has kedusha sabur. That's what it sounds like over there. That Torah has physical sanctity. The problem is anything that has physical sanctity is subject to Lina, being left overnight. Then it's possible. The problem is something is only subject to Lina if it's come in contact with the Shabbos. So Torah seems to occupy this very strange space. Where on one hand we're suggesting it has physical sanctity, which will make it subject to Lina, but it hasn't been in the Shabbos, which means that it's not subject to Lina. So how do I reconcile these two things? I'm going to say, no, not a problem. Lina comment, Lina, shiny Torah, all of it's less of a Torah Hashanah Kiva. Rabbi said this is fascinating. Yvonne wants to suggest that perhaps Torah is not subject to Lina. Right? Why is Torah not subject to Lina? Why not? Because it never changes form. So also, if you think about it, when does Lina apply? If I do not case of Lina, sacrificial meat. What happens if you leave meat out overnight? What happens? It changes. Right? What's different? So the most suggesting is that perhaps Lina only applies to things which look different if left out. Ketoras, there was like, Ketoras is fantastic. It's like you're in refrigeration, I'm assuming you probably need some ideal temperature, you're trying to perfect temperature. Okay, so when we say, again, but Ketoras, there's no suggesting maybe Ketoras itself, look at actually, all the Ketoras, first why line in Rashi, all the Ketoras, even the Shamish Marisa, the appearance of Ketoras never changes by being left over. It goes about half of that. Additionally, when we still love the Lina, and we the Shekasha between the color doesn't, but I want to see Lina, then we're also like shooting the Shamish touching. So once I say this is fascinating, please come in. Here's what we must suggest. You just understand. What's interesting here that perhaps what we're holding right now is that Ketoras does have Kedusha subject, does have physical sanctity. Why is it not subject to Lina? It's not subject to Lina because it doesn't change appearance when you're left overnight. But, what's the but? Once Ketoras has been put in Kisharis, it is subject to Lina. Right? It is subject because that's what we just saw before. Anything that comes into a Kisharis is subject to Lina. Why is Ketoras subject to Lina in a Kisharis? Why? Because we're afraid that if we don't make it subject to Lina, we're confusing with other things that are brought into our Kisharis. So we say, just like the Torah is not subject to Lina, so to other items that are brought into a Kisharis are not subject to Lina as well. Therefore, in order to create a uniform halacha, we say anything that goes into a Kisharis is subject to Lina. But fascinatingly enough, Ketoras, before it goes into a Kisharis, even though again it has Kedushas Ayuf, there is not subject to Lina. Why? Because its appearance does not change when being left overnight. Beautiful. Good. So you want to say something? You can all go. Passion. So as I say, now that you've done that beautiful and magnificently winning exercise, then you want to say, okay, now we're back to square one. Now let's say, what was square one? You come up with Pasha. The Kedusha Shabahem in a Hekah. And also, remember again, let's go back. Let's go back to the Yochanan. What did the Yochanan say? It's the first of Nisan. I had leftover sheep in my mishkas hatzmayim. They were bought with last year's matzah shekel. I can't offer them this year because they were bought with last year's matzah shekel. So what do I do with them? What did the Yochanan say? What do you do? Go ahead and take money, like change the sanctity of the sheep onto the money. What do I do with the money? Put it in last year's half shekel pot. What's done with all of the leftover last year's matzah shekel? This is the temple upkeep, specifically again the upkeep of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. And then what do I do now? Again, I have regular sheep, right? Just regular sheep. Like human sheep. What do? We purchase them with this year's matzah shekel. A beautiful, simple approach. What was the overarching question? How do you do that? The Kedusha Shabbat and the Lefa Alpha. Where did their Kedusha go? They have Kedushas Haguf. They have physical sanctity. If they have physical sanctity, so I don't understand where did that sanctity go? Where did it go that you could just simply redeem it? Jewish Mark says, what's the evidence? Get ready for it. Amarabba, what's the evidence? Underline Amarabba, Leib Bezdin Nasi Alef. Meaning that also Bezdin stipulates regarding the designation of these animals. Let me tell you this outside. First, I will read it inside. Essentially, the way this Kedusha works is how Bezdin recognizes that extra when the Bezdin has purchased this stuff. So the Gemara says it's going to be left over. Essentially, what Bezdin says is that the Kedusha Haguf only devolves upon the stuff that they use. But the stuff that they don't use, the Kedusha Haguf never really exploits back. Growth devolves upon. And obviously, again, when all of those sheep are sitting in the Rishkas or all of that Ketorah is sitting in the non of Ketorah, we don't know what's going to be used or what's not going to be used. But ex post facto, when you come to first the Nisan is four leftover sheep or that non of Ketorah, based in stipulated that once anything that's not used during the current financial year does not have to be Haguf. Because it does not have to be Haguf, it can be easily used. Beautiful. Let's just now let's see this. I'm going to translate it. Bezdin Nasi Alef. So remember the heart of Bezdin makes it smell. So Bezdin makes a position about these items. Look at Rashi. Lay Bezdin is Rashi's 6 times up in the bottom. Lay Bezdin Nasi Alef. The Shas the Kifa. The value of these items are purchased. Whether we're talking about Kedoras, whether we're talking about sheep. It's not sheep right now. The moment touch your Kedusha Haguf, and have sweeping the Shana. ובכל מיני סיבות Bezdin lay. So remember again, this has to be in a general sense, right? That Bezdin, like the Jewish court, Sanhedrin, Chazal, have control over monetary matters of Klal Yisrael, which is actually quite fascinating. Because what it sounds like is, we always assumed that was the case for us regular people. Apparently, the concept even of like extra Bezdin ethnic is apparently over temple finances as well. There's some interest finances as well. So the way it works is like this. Bezdin says, we understand it's going to be left over. So again, it's not the shot that everything else to do Kedusha Haguf and then we're doing it. It's because our structure is only the stuff
Oh, what a big shot.
Kedusha Haguf. Anything left over never called Kedusha Haguf. Right? Say, it can never have Kedusha Haguf and what? They don't do it at all. That's why you can't go. Because remember again, we're sitting in the base of the church. That's going to look very strange. If you just take sheep that just live the last year, which is not flowing, and that's something you're doing, you're making a barbecue. Right? That's not going to be right. So you have to undergo some mechanism, ultimately of redemption. But just understand, we thought the whole problem was, I'm doing something that has physical sanctity without the emergence of a mum or anything else. Hamash Malon, maybe Bezdin Nasi, that's how it works. The way it works is, Bezdin says, only what you use has Kedusha Haguf. What you don't use, never have Kedusha Haguf to begin with. Incredible, absolutely incredible. And that shows up in the Talmidi the Tzibor, Bezdin lay. Any matter concerning the Tzibor, Bezdin, the it's actually a very heartwarming, a very beautiful phrase. And if I needed to see that, even if concerned, God's Klal Yisrael, knows things that he's doing right. He's been raised with their hearts. If that man was based in his concern, you're getting all the community matters. And therefore, halacha, so again, they said only what you use has to be shas haguf, what you don't use does not have to be shas haguf. That is why. They will say this. This is Rabbi. So this is Rabbi that I'm interpreting Rabbi Yochanan. We've got to go. So the Gemara says, what's your goal? You're not really the man. And if the Chazal said, if you need it, you need the sheep, use the sheep. But whatever's left over, you can just simply redeem it with money. And you're good to go. You've got to go. So the Gemara says as follows. If that's the case, I'm going to buy it. For Hamadi the Amar, Fikish Zacha Midama, to cover Kedushas Haguf, here's the Abai the Rabbi. Here's the problem. That you always said that there's really no such thing as being not fish an animal for financial safety. You said that I love the answer. Rashi's example is if you're not fishing iron, like if you take a ram and you say, I hereby am not fish this ram for financial sanctity, the animal essentially automatically acquires Kedusha Sangha. But whenever you consecrate an animal consecration always results in Kedusha Sangha. So I don't understand, once these sheep are designated, how do you avoid them being vested with Kedusha Sangha? Well, Kasha, Had the honor of the Ola, had the honor of the name of Sasha. Everything is in how you place it. So let's say, ultimately, again, everything is actually this Rashi, by the way.
City 4, son. Game winner. Buzzer beater. Game winner. Game winner. He's got it. All right, 4 seconds left, folks. Wouldn't be March Madness if I didn't lose every fucking game. Really? Motherfucker. Bro, at half court, Ohio State, game winner. Game winner. Flick that wrist. Boom. With a kiss. Can it be swished with a kiss? With a kiss swish? Yeah, it could. Really? You don't really call that a swish. The bank shot, baby.
And essentially gains instructions that once again, what you're going to use has physical sanctity, what you're not going to use only has financial sanctity. Back to knowledge. So he said, so a part of the session with the Shabbat was his drinking. This is just incredible. So listen to this. You have your part of this side of Shem's point. This is ridiculous. Also, you have the reason you're Kabbalah to one giver. So how are you talking about Shabbat? They got lost. They lost. You imagine somebody losing their job, right? Someone's getting fired, right? So if they lost the Kabbalah of Yom Kippur, okay, no problem. The head fish are cleaning tax haven, right? Find another. Also, by the way, I just all seriousness. Can you imagine that moment in the basement of the Dutch? Like, it's your Kippur. It's your Kippur. Like, okay, hey, Michael, can you get the pie and sell it? And that moment when they realized that they lost it. Can you imagine it? Listen, it was such a story for high school. What happens after that moment is probably like a
Here we go, folks. It all comes down to this. You know what you game winner. This would be the greatest shot in the history of the game. Throw it down. You're bad. It's over. The basketball.
Don't get paralyzed by the problem. Be solution-oriented in your life approach. So yeah, they lost the Kabbalah of those different things. I don't know. It's traumatic.
Is that a good game?
They lost the Kabbalah. Okay, there's a problem. Find the solution.
That's what the problem is. Okay.
So they go ahead and they separate that in the Kabbalah. It's not no problem on the days. Okay, they see you have all these Shabbat. They see you have all these right, which were again a seer that was these are the Kabbalahs that are Rashi says that we are Sibur Shechatu Ba'avon Rabbaras Beijing. If you have only the Surah context, so we say the Kabbalahs that from these through the instruction of Beijing accidentally worship Avodah Zarah. Okay,
So what happened? Same thing. They had these kavanas designated, and then it was lost. And what happens? And I'm not for myself, they went ahead and they separated out new kavanas. You know, so they had the couples that then they find the old ones. So after Yom Kippur, they find the lost Harvestar. After you uplift that covenant by Bozara, they find the one that was lost. So what do you do with these found animals? What do you do with them? So the Gemara says, put in your mission with you. That's what he says, you have to let them down. The lost animals that are not found,
that's a nice picture.
so they're going to see how they go. You stand by them, and they're still saying, "Well, you do it like that." אבל אם ראוי היום כיפור לשנה הבא, וכבר עברו לא שונה, אבל לא בתשומי שונה, ולכך ימוסו כדין חדש. So Rabbi Yehuda says, essentially it's nothing to do with these kavanos, because you can't leave them till next Yom Kippur, because if you leave till next Yom Kippur, they're already aged out, right? Because the sacrifices for Yom Kippur have to be under a year old. So there's nothing to do with them. Same thing for Avodah Zarah, the covenant has already been used. So Yehuda says, you have to just let the animals die. But Allah Shimon only know. You actually start it up, let them do it, until they develop a month, begin to sell them, begin to do it in the double. And ultimately again, use the money, or let them develop a month, because they have to do something, let them develop a month, sell it off, and then use the money for economic purposes to purchase the double. The Gemara says, why? Sharing that does see more in yourself. Rashi says over here, because Halacha Lemay said the only time we allow a couple just to die is by individual sacrifices. But by couple Tziba, we don't do that.
The fucking hype point. That's the biggest of full sale. Where'd you go? High point? Fucking rat. To school? No, like New Mexico State is a school. What the fuck is High Point? It's just like a thing. So it becomes a sixth school. What's your mascot? The Panthers? Oh, like Pitt? Pitt's a school. Really? Pitt is absolutely a school. What the fuck is this shit? Oh, High Point? You went to High Point? Where is that? Up there? Yeah. Why did they call it that? No offense to them, but dog, actually, High Point's a perfect example. The way that you learn about new schools, the way that I'm like, oh, well, New Mexico State, that's a fucking legitimate school, is through the NCAA tournament. That changes everything. That changes, like, what are schools? Like, Grand Canyon University. Those fuckers nobody cared about. George Mason, nobody gave a shit about. Virginia Military Institute, nobody gave a shit about. Like, unless you have like a full, like, top 64 football team, that's a big fucking deal. Especially if you're the best fucking team of the 20th century. We won't go into that. But we're talking about absolute notoriety in the tournament. Like, then it makes me look at it. Oh yeah, 5 years from now, I'm like, yeah, High Point. They saw in the NCAA tournament. And then when somebody's like, hey, where'd you go to school? And people are like, oh, I went to High Point. He's like, oh yeah, I remember they fucking played Wisconsin. Yeah, fuck yeah, dog. Really? Yeah, I watched them on fucking BuffStreams.plus. Really? Oh, for sure. Why would I watch it on BuffStreams.plus? Really? Dog. BuffStreams Plus. I got this fucking button 1,000 times. Really? Oh yeah. And now I'm gonna look up everything about High Point. Where do you think it is? Nobody's ever heard of this fucking school though. High Point University? Like, it doesn't matter how many Nobel laureates you have or whatever. None of that shit matters. It really does not. What matters is, if you want to get known in the education system in the United States, you get your team into March Madness. Like, if you're a small little school, Singers of fucking California, wouldn't really know about it. What else? Fucking
at some point.
The University of Maryland.
Somewhere where we'll make up plans. Okay, let's see that in all of you guys, everyone.
Baltimore County. Like, that's a school? Yeah. They beat the fucking, like, Virginia. Like, it was the first one. That shit's huge. So where's High Point University? It's the thing that makes, like, Central Florida, I mean, like, their football team as well, but, like, Florida Atlantic. Who gives a fuck? But then they start to get good in sports, and then it's like, oh, that's a serious school. Really? Yeah, where is it? High Point, North Carolina. There you go. HPU, baby. Represent the Panthers. I've been a Panther, really?
Take care of your ED without leaving your home. Make an online visit today to connect with a healthcare professional and take care. Good morning. Yeah. We begin today's talk. This talk is yours. From the second, the world to begin. Of course, by taking over our sponsors, we thank our annual Talmud sponsor, the Tilson family, who sponsored all the shiurim and all the drafts of this year. As they discussed, from the shiur coverage for all of Israel.
But that's how a school becomes big. And one day Yeshiva University is going to be a fucking powerhouse. But it's about March fucking Madness. Really? Really. It's athleticism, though. Oh, wait. Hold on. How do you get a podcast to be popular? Get Rabbi ROTHSCHILD on? Really? Dog. Are you fucking serious?
All the way to about 2/3 of the way down.
Okay, what are we watching? Maybe the greatest show of all time? Really? No, it's the worst.
It is basically what's left on today's. What we're leaving, what we did yesterday from today's doc.
Is this the worst podcast in the history of the world?
Yeah,
for sure.
We're going to continue now.
Really?
Mayor Omer.
It's the worst.
We mentioned this in the video before.
You really think it's bad? It's so boring and it sucks. The highlight is when he's talking about T-Bone.
They all work together.
Really?
It's true that
It's the worst.
Take a break to remind ourselves of a couple of things. A number of different scenarios what we were talking about. A number of different girls. If you haven't heard about them yet, up until now, let's just quickly remind ourselves. What we're talking about for the most part is, the Sa'ir Ha'iri of Yom Kippur, which is the Sa'ir Ha'iri as we've been referring to it,
I don't want to be reminded that it is
taking place inside. As always something we described, according to all opinions, comes for someone who has the idea at the beginning, but no idea at the end. So he knew beforehand what halacha was and about to become Tameh, and in the middle, he had this forgetting, this lack of memory. And then what happens, he eats something which is tough, he eats a condom while he's coming to the mikvah, and then he doesn't ever find out about it. In other words, the lack of memory stays with him. That's just a story, not just sneak up to it. So we have another one, which happens on Yom Kippur, which is a Sarah Pizza. This is not the Sarah Pizza within, this is done the car on the outside, and that is something that big my focus when it comes to do. But everyone is of the opinion that it works for a person who does not know about it at the end, at the beginning, but knows about it at the end. So everybody agrees that it will come to a point for a person who did not know anything about the Torah before he actually violated the Torah, and then at the end, he found out that, oh, I didn't realize I was Sunday, or I didn't know that last Sunday I was going to the Mikvah, because he Kavanas, then he finds out about it at the end. Then we have Siri of Haggadah. We have these Siri that are run on Yom Tov, and there again,
we have, for the most part, everyone's going to agree that works for somebody who we told us to yesterday, the person who's completely oblivious. In other words, he does not know at the beginning of the power of the Shema, does not know about it at the end. He violates the Shema, he doesn't find out about it ever. And the Seir al-Golan comes to atone for that person, and then we have Seir al-Shekhala. We have the ghost that brought on this person. So now, the first beginning we had in this was of Yehuda, and he said it's really the same thing as Seir al-Golan, except that it comes more frequently. So you have this opportunity for Kapara every single month. What does it do? It atones for the oblivious guy. The oblivious guy who violated his Shema, he did not know about the power of Shema King, he didn't know about it. He had the thought of his spirit. But Shimon, you mentioned yesterday, said no, that's not what it comes for. What it comes for is a tahar sha'akal esakam. A person who's tahar, and he eats a partner with the kameh, so that's the problem. In other words, typically, early other cases we were talking about was when the guy himself had become kameh, and then he did something that a kameh person is not supposed to do. In this case, that's not what we have here. Not a person who himself is tahar, and he didn't cover with just kameh, he should not have done that. The mayor, who is going to be judged right now, he essentially says that all these things can be mixed up. The only one that's unique is the soil hanatzir. The only one that has its own type of kapara is the soil Hashem, which is not the and that's something which comes to atone for a person who knows about it initially, forgets, and does not ever find out about it. That was unique. However, in the case of, number one, a person who does not know about it at the beginning, but then finds out, so initially is oblivious, but then he finds out. There's a second case where he doesn't know at all, he's completely oblivious. Or, tahar sha'akal, that's a kameh, the person does not come at all. The problem is being a partner with the kameh, so that person needs to kapara. Second mayor, the sayer, hapitza of Yom Kippur, and Yom Kippur. In other words, Yom Kippur goat is the goat outside, and the goat brought on Yaakov, and the goat brought on Rosh, the all comes to all those three things. Now it happens to be, we are to make all the judgments as we've been doing, you'll find that for the one which is outside, the soul outside of the Kippur, it's really initially for somebody who does not know about it initially, and then finds out at the end. And the Seir al-Golan, the one that comes in Yom Tov, will be for somebody who never finds out about it, he's totally oblivious. And the Seir al-Shekhala, he holds like the Shimon essentially, that really it's a tahar sha'akal, but even though that's initially what they're for, they all borrow from each other, and they all work to cover for each other. Now, on this opinion of Rabbi, where Rabbi tells us that the whole essence to work for each other, now the Gemara wants to know where this comes. Now, the truth is, there's no truth here, because the last couple of movements, we've been quoting the question of power about the So here, it's actually where it comes. The Mir calls you Kapara for Shabbat. All these goats, they cover for everything. The Kapara is 5% of the Now, Amar Kava Fanila, my Kava to a mayor. What is the reasoning for a mayor? The answer from our Kava Pasuk says, Sa'ir to Seir. Sometimes it says Sa'ir, just plain old Sa'ir. And other places it says, Seir with a Vav. Now, what is he talking about? I myself have been giving the share the last week. And I have to just spend some time this morning opening up a Chumash and just reminding myself of what's going on over here. Because it gets a little overwhelming. So if you open up the Parshas Pinchas, we named this actually every Rosh Chodesh, but the part which is important is, it starts with a paragraph that's Givarashe Kadashim, it goes to the Torah to Rosh Chodesh. This is paragraph that's in Parshas Pinchas, Sefer V'Nikos. Givarashe Kadashim, that lists off all the Karbanos, and then the Pasuk Petzvar, it says, Seir even Echad L'Chata. Instead of saying Seir even Echad L'Chata, it says, Seir is. What's the difference between the and the regular? The means and. So and comes to love Moses. It adds up something else. Then you go on the next section. You got Chodesh, Rishon, Rabbi, also the Chodesh. Watch that. So immediately after Torah, the Torah immediately segues right into Pesach. When it comes to Pesach, you go a little further in that same exact parsha. Continue reading. Pasuk Kafes. Seir Tapas Echad B'Tapar Aleph. So again, it says so it's connecting Pesach. Then you go in. By the way, this is where the famous color is. Okay? You're still for me. You know, there's no need to do it right now. Then afterwards, but Yom HaBikur. So go to the water. Start with Pesach, and then you move up to Yom HaBikur, which is the roots, which is where December is doing. You read Yom HaBikur, starts with Pasuk Vav, and then you keep going. Pasuk Lamed, guess what? Seir Izim Echad B'Tapar Aleph. So Seir, keep that in mind. We have to remember that there's an exception when it comes to Shavuot. It says Seir Izim Echad B'Tapar Aleph without U'Seir. Then next paragraph, Pasuk Aleph, U'Bachodesh HaShvi'i, Tishrei, Ve'Echad Bachodesh B'Chodesh Yalatan, Rosh Hashanah, and then it says Pasuk Hey, U'Seir Izim Echad Tapas B'Tapar Aleph. So again, you have your connecting your Chodesh. Next one, U'Be'Echad B'Chodesh. 10 pages Yom Kippur. You read about it in the Shabbat. One passage in the next section. Pasuk Aleph. Seir Izim Echad. Now you have so far Shavuot and Yom Kippur both describe the Godas of Chafetz without the Vav. Every other place has the Vav. Next is the Chamisha also Yom HaChodesh HaShvi'i on the 13th day, which is Sukkot. And then it goes through every single day. The first day of Sukkot, U'Seir. The second one, the second day of Yom Kippur, the first Pasuk Yutas, U'Seir. Third day of Yom Kippur, U'Seir. Fourth day, Pasuk Kafei, U'Seir. Fifth day, Pasuk Kafei, U'Seir. Shishi, the sixth day of Sukkot, Pasuk starts at Pasuk Kafei, and then in Pasuk Lamed Aleph, describing the seventh day of Sukkot, U'Seir Tapas. And then Yom HaShvi'i, Shoshana Rabbah. Then you have Lamed Aleph, U'Seir Tapas. By Yom HaShvi'i, then you have Shmini Atzeres, which is Pasuk Lamed Hey, so talk more Sukkot to Rabbah Tat, U'Seir. Basically, you have all the way from Pesach through Shmini Atzeres, all the case which says U'Seir Tapas B'Tapar, it's only not necessary, except for Shavuot, doesn't say U'Seir, and Yom Kippur does not say U'Seir. So, Tanina is saying, last time we were there, on the cross, Seir, U'Seir. It says Seir, but it adds on the extra word, that's the letter of Zav. Shukar Seirim Zarazah. What is this extra letter indicating? It's all these goats that we just described, starting from much further. It's on all the goats. Pesach, Shavuot, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, all of these are connected. You love Moses, suddenly Rishon, and you take the Vav, and it adds up to the first Indian, and it combines the both together. It is also very nice. That makes sense. However, the Sashadat, the Kotai, it seems like what we're saying is, you start with Rosh Hashanah, and you build it up from the Kodah to Pesach, and then Pesach is
That's incorrect. He just got a lot of dick in the film. I've watched and he would suck. Bernie Williams. Not man. Anybody who knows about postseason knows Bernie Williams just tears shit up. Bernie Williams, dude. You fucking 10. Fuck you, dog. It's Bernie Williams.
Well, whoever wants her, because you know what, the Torah is explicitly, the Torah gives all information we need, and gave us usual reading Shafar as well, and you could use all those different ways of learning to figure things out, and once you figure something out, you can actually use that to learn other things. You can have kind of a shit chain of information. So you can learn from halakha A to halakha B, from halakha B to halakha C, and then halakha C to halakha D. That's how you do it. Even though you're learning C from B, and B itself is not explicitly written in the Torah, that's not a problem because you learn B from A. However, besides the fact when it comes to Kabbalah, you can't do that. Kabbalah, that's you're going to each one by itself. You can't learn one from the next. And the problem is, the way you're explaining it, you are going to be learning one from the next. The Torah, the Pesach, and then the Shavuot, you're learning the one from the next, and you're just following down the chain. Watch the Holocaust. Now you listen to this through the whole thing. You learned it all out from leadership. Look at Rashi. Kulu Meretz Kodesh Shuviri. All learn from Meretz Kodesh. Look at what it's put. The Tahar Sha'akar Sakameh, for a Tahar person who is in the Sakameh, that Meretz Kodesh Minayu, Meretz Kodesh was learned from the other. The way your layers understanding this is that the Meretz Kodesh for, and that is for Tahar Sha'akar Sakameh. In other words, on that point you have like a chin. On that point you watch the initial part of Meretz Kodesh was formed. The Gemara says, the year of Kodesh comes for a person who himself is tahar and he eats something tahar. Now, you can learn all those things for a Kodesh, and then we'll show this back with all those things. So it's not like you're going for a Kodesh, the Pesach, the Shavuot, for Shanuk, the Kippur, the Sukkot, the Sinather. No, all of those together are learned from the Kodesh, and the Kodesh is learned from them. The Gemara says, okay, fine, we can have it there. The problem with the Tanakh Kodesh basically is the ear. This will work for every single place where the word Usikio is listed. In other words, the idea is that the vowel connects them all together. The and this go connects them all together. The problem is that is the problem. That you are facing your ability to connect one part of the next, then you have to recognize that it doesn't say that and you can't connect it. That will be a problem. Now, I tell you, if you put it every next when it comes to Shavuot, and your people to look concentrate piece of you, it doesn't actually have that by the word fear. It doesn't have the word hand. So therefore you'd be stuck, you'll not be able to connect your people and Shavuot, the rest of the Kabbalah, and they'd be left by themselves. Now, if we did say this, in other words, if we said each one connects to the one before us, that's not a problem, because you can still connect each one to the next. In other words, the ones that don't say each year are Shavuot, and in Kippur, you can still say Kippur will be connected to Sukkot, and Shavuot can be connected to Rosh Hashanah. The problem is that now that we say that they all run together, and they're connected by virtue of the fact that it says and, it doesn't say and, you lost it. You want to say, you know what? You're right. That's not where it comes from. That's not where we're bringing it from. Ella Amr Yom Amr Shah, Eilu Kasu Shem, the Pasuk says, Eilu Kasu Shem, this is exactly in the same exact parsha. The last Pasuk in the parak, after listing all of these Kabbalah together, is ends up in Kasu. Eilu Kasu Hashem, and this is what you should do on your Moed. You set times, the value of great times, the Kosei time, the Mosei time, the Kosei time, the Skein time. Besides, for all the other Kabbalahs, all things that you want to bring in, this is what you shall do. Now, what's that Pasuk doing? Well, explains, that Pasuk is saying, to call Hamu'adim Sulam Zelazeh. The purpose of that Pasuk is to lump them four together. To clump them four together and say, all the above-mentioned different words, different Kabbalahs that are brought in different times of the year, they're all connected one to another. The Lord says, that's very well. Very well. This is going to start from things after this. And with the Shmini Atzeres, the how we're starting to have modes. You just exclude the code. It's not a mode. Other than mode, you go to a yard, so it's called a mode. The Gemara says, the truth is, actually, that's incorrect. The truth is, the Kodesh Nari, if you know, so was called the Moed. Then Rabbi is about to say, Then Rabbi, Halos the Hadishata, Miluye, Miluye. That year, the end of the 30th day, we mark the Halos, the sick car, like Moed, the rich or that year. What's the second that? Hadishata is the second year after Yiddish left Israel. So that's the year that Moshe sent to Morocco. What happened was, he sent to Morocco like Tet Siva. Now they were there for 40 days. If you make the calculation, the Tet Siva, out on 40 days, they should have come back on the 7th day of Av. The problem is that they didn't come back on, but they should come back on the 10th day of Av. They should come back on the 10th day of Av. The problem is no. They shouldn't come back on the 9th day of Av. Yeah, they went from Tet Siva, you add on 40 days, they should have come back on the 9th day of Av. Now the problem with this is we know they didn't come back on the 9th day of Av. They came back on the 8th day of Av. The Moroccans gave their terrible report, and that night on Tisha B'Av, on the 9th of Av, everyone was crying. So the pastor said, you know what? I can't be peaceful with peace. You're sitting here crying for no reason. I have to have a deal with that. And we'll go ahead and establish that the day of Tisha B'Av is going to be a day of mourning for many generations. There's Hashem. She has to come and use the Tisha B'Av to be a gift to the world as well. But until then, Tisha B'Av is considered to be a day of mourning. Now, the only way that Prophet Siva plus 40 days has been come back on the 8th of Av as opposed to the 9th of Av is that year time will be added on the 30th day. Right? I'm pretty sure it was pretty short work that. Okay? So that's what happened. So now, what's this prophet says? This prophet is Yirmiyah, where he is lamenting the fact that Kara Alai Moed looks like a hero. That is, we call Alai Moed, Moed is referring to Rosh Chodesh, Mikra hopefully destroy the again, just the reference, but the reference that extra at the Rosh Chodesh, we call it a Moed, you just see that he called it Chodesh a Moed, so incorrect. He called it Chodesh is actually a Moed, this is a Moed, right here from Yirmiyah, where he said Kara Alai Moed, and he was referring to Rosh. I'm going to go on. The order of mayor, the mayor agrees the Sarah Nasa Kashmir, Shuhuni Matapa, Kapara Son, and he ain't a Matapa Kapara. We mentioned this earlier, but we don't know says that the Sarah Nasa Kashmir stands alone. In other words, the Sarah Nasa Kashmir that service outside, the Yokish goats, and the Yokish goats, all of those. They have the initial thing that they're there for, but ultimately they atone for all three things. The only one that's an exception is the Sarah Nasa Kashmir. That one's by itself. That one atones for, as you said, years, you be a Tefillah, the person who knows about it initially, he violates the Sunnah, and he never finds out about it. That one stands alone. Who are you, Kaparatsan? That one does not serve the other types of the other cases that we mentioned, Kaparat. The Kapar, the Eno, the Kapar, the Kapar. That one only has the ability to come for one sin. Eno, the Kapar, Kaparasa. The other ones, the Chodesh, the Zoros, the Yom Tov, and the outside one. In the Kapar, Kaparasa, like the Kapar, that one is that particular Kapar only happens once a year. We mentioned this before. Kapar is the one today, if it only comes once a year, that is with our Saga of the song after the spin on your page. So again, person knows better initially, and that's the just all things. You always want to produce Kapara, and that is on the people with the sire on after the spin. So kind of what we want to get from right to church. We say things. So very clear. Al-Sha'id, so you deal the complete person is completely oblivious. That's number one. Al-Sha'id, so you deal with Shila, the guy did not know about it initially. You find that at the end. That's the only case the person who himself was needs something which is Kame. All of those, Siri was going, Siri was in production, so I have to go up to that one. Check the other two he says. However, to look very carefully, however, Sarah has to say, Sarah, that was not bad. The Kapara Sarah, Nani Sarah. It's the part of also not that. You see very clearly, where Mary, we left them all together. He's only bunching together the girls that are coming together, the girls that are naked, and the girls which is done on the now, we go back to this. This is what we mentioned before, that the Sar of Kodesh is the opinion that the Sar of Kodesh is not for the oblivious guy, it's for the guy who is Tahar, but he's something which is Kodesh. Now this limit, Rosh Kodesh, and then actually Arigalim, and we can understand why the word Kodesh one does not work for the Yogalim one, maybe a person, how does that? We said this yesterday. Although that person will say, there ain't no notice there. It can only carry one, can't do two. That was the regarding why it is that the Yom Tov Kavanos, the Saran Yom Tov, you should say the Kaparolos, the Rosh Hashanah, it's the Yom Tov, the Tahar, it is the Leviticus Hamad, or it's some. Mentions Yasiyot as well. When Moshe is talking to Aaron in that case, he says, the Osa Nasan Lotem. The Osa Nasiyago, the Ain Akar Nasiyago. So the Apostle that says that they can't work for each other. Now this number is not more dependency, the things. Now this number is going to little copy of Yom Kippur. I understand why the Yom Tov Kavanos, in your Shimon's opinion, work for the completely oblivious person. But they don't work for the Yom Kippur one. The other person has some element to be at some point, whether it's before or after. Now, however, Yom Kippur, the Sarah knocks about hooks, the outside Yom Kippur, the Kappa Regalim. That one should work for the Regalim, which is the person or Regalim versus Akas or Akas Kappa. The Eino, the Kappa, the Kappa only works for one Kappa, not for two. Now, hold on, the Gemara says, that's not true. If I keep saying Akas, it's not what it says. You're reading the wrong pasuk. The Akas was referring to the one who's not so big. In other words, he's breaking between the two different spheres. One is service inside. The other one is service outside. The one is service inside, I recognize that's true. They only can serve one opponent, this is Akas. The one that says outside, we see Akas over there. Where it says, Amar Kra, Movad, Taco Vito Days, Patas Hakikurim. It says over there, Movad Patas Hakikurim. Since it says Movad Patas Hakikurim, we lump them all together. So now this is, again, just a pasuk in Parshas because here is an Ephah Tatas. Yovad Tatas Hakikurim. The other the time of the pasuk. The fact that it says, besides from that, we learn that it actually works together, and therefore, even though there's a lot there, it actually gets the halakha at the same of the other components which have two kind of halakha. If it's only one, if the switch is thingy, make the output draw a parallel where there's a just position between the outside and the inside one, just like the inside sire who only works for one thing, the outside sire who also only works for one thing. Maybe Shimon and Yehuda Omer Mishmah. Now we have the opinion of Shimon and Yehuda. We have Yehuda, we have Shimon, have Rabbi. Now we have Shimon and Yehuda. What did he say? So he says the following. He agrees with everybody, as you mentioned, that the Sarah Hakimi, the Sarah that's the name of Yom Kippur, that's the guy who learns initially and then forgets afterwards. Now, when it comes to the Sarah Hakisha for Yom Kippurim, which is the outside Sarah of Yom Kippur, he says it works for every like your mayor. When it comes to the Yom Tov Sarah, he taught us that it works for a person who has no idea at all, completely oblivious, and for a person whose Kama or Eitam is coming, and the Yerusha production works only for a person whose Kama is coming. So there's this kind of like a hybrid opinion. He buys into a new idea that the Sire Hanasa Bakut and the Kippur covers all three. He buys into Ramir's opinion that the Sire Regalim works
for two things, which is for an oblivious person and a car to offer us a tame, a pure person using which is impure. And, however, when it comes to Sarah and Sodash, he says only works for one, which is a tar person is tar, but he doesn't understand the situation. Nice job. Why is it just the Chadashim below the copy of the Why does he say that with the serve of service only works to look out for a person who is hard and needs something which is better? Now, what is looking at the rest of our call? It says, over there. Almost, that's not who knows. Now, if that's the case, that's only works for one. Now, the copy of the Russian. The sound of it can even be able to do two. Why? Exactly what it meant. Exactly what it meant for what Shimon used to say the same thing. In other words, he didn't say already it's only one, but you should probably go to Dressa as well. The Domatra Osa, which is Osa, who knows it already in Papa Osa. They're not connected. Also, we're not correct. There's no problem with Osa. That means Osa is a singular term specific stuff. Therefore, what Osa is always the wrong. That's what it says Osa. This is not that kind of dress that I'm putting up. And what's the difference? So, if nice number regarding the lower copy of the players, what is the difference? What is going is the cover that side which you brought on Yom Tov is not Makapas Yom Tov. In other words, according to him, the sire on the Lego is for the previous person and for the car Shabbos Satama. But it doesn't work for a person who has some elements of Yediyah. Right? What is the reason for the hard to for a person who accepts everybody once a year. If that's the case, you're lucky if that's the case, you have people who are not able to calculate the volume. Why is he saying that the sire, which is not Sebachot, works for three things? The guy who does not know about it initially will find out later, and a guy who's completely oblivious, and the contrast of Satame. Akas says, playoffs, the top of it, the top of the top of it. You should die from the Akas way. Or it's his head. Akas, no master way. He doesn't die from that. In other words, just because someone else buys it, when he has to, in other words, he buys it from somebody else, not all of it. So am I. He explains. The big says Akas, when it says Akas, the big says, this is essentially the section we had on the Pinner Group Shayah. We don't need to say Akas, it says that by the internal side of the external one. Now, maybe we didn't make the other heckish of Milbai. He also is a result of not being the top of the people. If that's the case, in other words, if you're saying the Akas part, the colors is limited to the Tfilim, then the result is the first of the two Akas this year, he takes it. That's the thing. No Akas not. Here he does darshan not. He does darshan Akas. The shiny papa, which case is different. Why don't I cry? The keeper, our Alpha Akas. It says very clearly, I will be the copper on the corners of the veil once a year. Karnosh is the veil, Tachini, Guli, the Kapara opposite the top. They were talking to the Kapara, so the keeper is the Kapara. In other words, you have the same problem with essentially as a hacket, and he says, you can't actually juxtapose it. The outside one because it says Al-Karnos. So that is specifically putting up the inside one. So therefore, again, the Shimon ends off by saying, the sign after the name stands alone by itself. It's for a person who has a Yediyah in the beginning, and then never finds out again. He knows how it's not Tumah, the limitations of Tumah, and then somehow he has this lapse in memory. Now, we continue saying, Sarah keeps the Shimon Kippur. Now it's most inclusive because there's no Akas in that process. And therefore, if you cover a person who knows about it initially, no, he does not know about it initially, and then he forgets, or a person who's completely oblivious, and this also includes a charge of the Tame, a Sarah person who's coming. And then, here we go, it's the after one. Now we can cover a person who's completely oblivious, and cover a charge of Tame. Why? Because the word Osa is not compelling to him. And it's the expression, that's one of the two very limited. So only contrast of Tame, because that one says Papa. Okay. Now the Gemara moves on to something completely and totally unrelated to what we're talking about right now. Yeah. Now the problem is that if we start this tomorrow, we have to do tomorrow's whole daf right now. Because the reason why this Gemara is brought here really doesn't come up until Daf Yud Aleph. What brings in this whole Gemara just makes things up well. So I don't want to leave over so much of it on it. It's not my style. So I'm going to start it. We'll get our feet wet, but we'll have to continue tomorrow with this reminding us of this Gemara. Halach is as follows. There are two ways a person can donate something to the Beit HaMikdash. And you have something which becomes Kedushas Damim. You have something which is called Kedushas Hakim. So, for example, if I have a watch which is made out of gold, and I'm no longer wearing it, it's out of style, or maybe it's not working, maybe it's not, you know what, I'd like to donate that to the Beit HaMikdash. That becomes the property of the Beit HaMikdash. That's Kedushas Damim. They can then take that and do whatever they want. They can melt the gold and use it for the construction of the Beit HaMikdash. They can sell it and use it for other functions that needed. It's theirs, they own it, and that's Kedushas Damim. It's valued at more. The important thing that is that they can sell it with essentially they can be sold it, and you know you want, you want to buy it. However, when something has Kedushas has good, like a carbon, you can't just buy it. If you want to buy it, you have to first allow it to get it. In other words, something which is eligible to be a carbon cannot just be purchased for an exact yard animal. Now, that's the general halacha. Now, with that in mind, I'm going to be open to me getting shlechut to the tzibur, to me. Every year, Rabbi explains this in great length. Every year, they had a surplus of animals that they have in the Truma Kalishka. So they collect money, and they would buy animals, and they had this area where they would store the animals, and that would basically be the place where they would inspect the animals, make sure there's no dogs. And every year we had a surplus of 6 of these animals. And when it came to the end of the year, they would use 2 of those animals for the Tamidim, the Tamid, from the Shasaka, and Tamid of that day, and we were always left with 4 for the next year. The problem is, you're not allowed to use a carpet of last year for this. So we always have a problem at the beginning of the year. If they have 4 of these these animals which were essentially eligible to be brought for a carbon summit that were left over. Essentially looking away straight. Tamidim should have hooked to the tzibur. You can just buy them. You got them all. No problem. And the Gemara says, Yosef Rabbi, the Ka'amar Rabbi was mentioning this, and then what happened was, after he was mentioning what Ula said, Amar Sishta, my side slow. He was answering on Rabbi. We had Ula mentioning this in the Ula. Then Ula said, we're in the left over 4 animals which are eligible for a carbon summit, you could just buy them without a money. As this was being said over by Rabbi, he just said to Rabbi, hold on a second, who's going to listen to the opening about this? He produces for them to come up. Why not get the Kedusha? This is a carbon that has Kedusha Hakdor on it, and therefore, you can't just buy it, it has Kedusha. You can't just allow it to put it back to an animal and just do it for a barbecue one day. That's not okay. That's the amount. I'm going to lay out this book to lower me. In other words, don't you agree that we don't say that? Having learned in the Mishnah, most of our Ketoret, so similarly, they had when it came to the different spices that we use for the Ketoret, they would have some extra. So what would they do with that? So they just really interested. Now, there's this family called Beis HaTchilas, they were the only ones who knew how to properly make the Ketoret. So now, since I'll mention about the Ketoret, what they would do is, they would separate this payment for the Beis HaTchilas from the following also of Ma'od. They would redeem the leftover Ketoret onto that money. The next would also give that money to this family, the Beis HaTchilas, as donations. Now, what would happen is the funds would go also be Truma Kadesh. They would
In other words, instead of selling it off to the street, it would be designed to get the Torah. Just put it on the market for everybody to buy it. They would sell it to the base of kids, and then they would rebuy it. Now, I'm not. According to you, why is it necessary? Maybe you should have had more. How can you just sell it? How can you sell it? How can you just go out and sell it? Now, I'm going to say to you, ask you what's Torah. The Torah is Saudi. The Torah is different. Why? Because it's not $100 from $1. It's just Torah is different because the matter produces cycle, rather it's just produces profit. Now we stop here in the middle of the sentence because the reading continues on for a long time. The mind now just gradually back and forth to figure out whether it's produces profit or produces cycle. And ultimately, we're going to come back to that deductive analysis equation in the write up for our this one.
Push for the best fighter. We already have guaranteed money. We'll do that's it was from yes. That was the end of that. That's exactly. That's exactly. That's what. This is not gonna fight.
We're gonna get that. Good morning.
Is brought to you by Close.
We begin today's class. That's the subject for it. We are taking our classes to take the substance family. The oldest student of the year, as is the first of the short story Dinosaur, representing Robin Velasquez, the subject of the student of the month. We will mention the rest of the father, the Velasquez, each of the substance family, the young family that is obtaining the defendant to do, the defendant having a come out and in a real donation. So, we are in the middle of a discussion over here. We want to tell us that the problem to be Makata, the Torah not to strictly Makata for various different symbols. And the Torah that we're describing is where a person can have the idea before that. We know that he's not supposed to become Tamar. Let's say that before he lives in the Tamar, he's not supposed to open to this Mikvah. Question. And at the end, after the result that he becomes Tamar, he walks into this Mikvah, or he becomes Captain, and that's what he does. So that's the idea in the beginning, and therefore, initially, he knows that if the Captain is not supposed to walk in, and sanctuary is not supposed to be covered, and then he has a lapse of memory in the middle, he eats the cover, and he walks into this Mikvah, and afterwards, he hits him, the Ramazan, he made a mistake, it's when he's done this, and that's when he that's when here he brings the carpet. That's when he brings the carpet on top of everybody else. However, he does not have the idea at the end, he never finds out about it. At the end, that's where this carpet is going to be told, for us to take care of him, and kind of wait in the concept to take the over the student until he actually brings the carpet. That was discussed there. There was a covering of the Gemara. We mentioned that there's other cases of Kama, that perhaps this carbon should actually go ahead and serve as a kapara. There are other cases which are referred to as Torah as Kama, even though the last case is different theory, but they have a reference to the Torah as Kama. We thought that perhaps this carbon also could be a kapara for that. What was that? It was Gili Arayas, Sticha Kramen, and Rabbi. The Gili Arayas is the moral behaviors, murdering, and when we saw idol worship, we thought that perhaps this covers that should serve as a kapara for that. Yes, within the Gemara went through these things. He said, hold on a second. Trying to figure out, we went through very quickly, but the goal is 5 lines to 6 starts from the bottom of our mouth. Quickly, let's go through it again. It says, so you know, Zion Zayas, about 6 lines from the bottom of our mouth. Yes, he's living in Zayas, the Habib Gilles, Phyllis of Zara, Phyllis of Elias, Phyllis of Stomach. We want to figure out what these things would be. But the obvious premise the Lord going on is that if these cases are punishable in another way, then obviously there's no kapara. So of course, when you put the judgment in the case of death penalty for these things, then clearly this covered in that kind of citizen penalty. The other side of it is that if there is the ability to bring a carbon on its own foil, then this carbon is not necessary, or it doesn't work. The whole idea we did at Pesach yesterday of the Tish'eya Sochak Masa, and to be a Pesha similar to a faith. Pesha is something which is done intentionally, a faith is something which is done unintentionally. The idea was, just like something which is done intentionally, you can't do a carbon. So this carbon is going to come to account for another scenario where you can't bring a carbon. So what would that be? There would be a case where, as we described, we don't know that would actually done. But here, in this case, we're trying to figure out what would be the case of Judah Rice with the Southern of Zara, where there is no death penalty, and there's no ability to be recovered. So quickly run through it, where it says, since I've done a highway to Zara, you're not Nevada, Nekidami. What's the case? More to leave the amazing, so that we intentionally went ahead and served for the Zara, we engaged out of worship intent. We know this to be to. You can start off with your point of pressure. We engaged in out of worship. And he went ahead and did it. Marcel, hold on, so he brought the tail. Do you know the actual story? Punishable like that. Person was intentionally went there, served for the Zara. If they got to a different bus, punishable like that, of course, this part is not going to be a kapara. He did show you that by mistake. On carbon notes, let him read carbon. So again, the necessity of this problem is just irrelevant. One says, no, it's not the negative word occupation. Then there's a case where he didn't intentionally, but there is a little problem that he's not going to be powerful, so you want to take it back. Why? Because there is no one. Or the show, another case where he did it by mistake, no shot delayed. He did not, another. He didn't know the phone. Afterwards, one of those things that came up gradually to escape. Alright, so the draw's traffic testing is coming out. He gets 50 words to this. Yeah, right. Now that if you don't know, it comes to the more what's the case? Even means looking intentionally at the having engaged in this behavior, knowing that it's forbidden. Without the penalties, without subject to the death penalty. You just don't get it if it happens on mistake. Now, proper, I'm going to raise proper. So then, this problem becomes irrelevant. Marcel was something that is, the reason is potentially the last behavior. There's a loophole here. It was done intentionally, but he's not going to have stress. He's not going to warning. He's not going to warning. He cannot be punished with death penalty. Now, what goes through the subject, that mistake, there was young delay, and he's missing one of the necessary knowledge. Again, similarly to the fulfillment, the case where he murdered somebody, Dami, what's the case? It's Dami. Even means is if he intentionally went ahead and murdered somebody, by failure, he's subject to a death penalty. He killed somebody. Even Shergate, it was accidental death by Golos. Yes, by Golos. So again, we don't find that there is just a carbon that is brought on his behalf. Yes, we already learned about this. Or it says, the quick things in Mezid and the Oxford, same thing. He didn't actually record the running. Or the Shogeg, what he did by mistake, where it's Yadale, and he didn't know about it, he wasn't necessarily here. Another suggestion is perhaps the results in a case where a person is not subject to laws. If we mentioned this, there are a number of cases where it wouldn't be relevant. And this would go, there's that loophole, we know that it's going up with the axis that is going down. In most cases, that would be your recovery with potentially relevant. However, if not, that's what we said yesterday. However, even though we just found cases where potentially this cover can be relevant to serve as an atonement, it doesn't. This whole idea was, what would the potential case be? And getting more the potential case have to be where it was intentionally somebody didn't get warning, or it was by mistake, and you have the proper knowledge, or when it comes to a case of accidental murder, In most cases, it has to be a case where he is just in one of those cases where they're going to go. Okay, now we want to analyze this again. I'm not lying. And here's our proportion. Again, this is about half an hour, and it is 2, 4, 6, 7 lines in. I'm not lying. Your call, so what Corona is saying, the cop out, this is exactly what we can say. Things that this style. This joke is going to serve as an premise on these three things. I will know myself without you. Need some help. Promise to know the Lord calls it. That is why we're going. So yes, Mama Sinu, what do you find that you can process? In the entire stock market, and divided into the difference that yes, we mentioned that you don't know yet what the difference is. You find it something different about this product. The link from the crowd tells us the things that concept is also there is some type of difference. The concept is what you come to tobacco, personally walking through the liquor, then through ways. The city of impurity, or even carbonation, when it's similar things impurity. Now, in the crowd starts from us, but tell us big this tobacco, our can makes this tobacco. In other words, the idea is that proving that this problem, this fire, this flow is here, the show as an atonement for a person unintentionally walk into this risk of life pure or intentionally pure. Why? Because we find that particular sunnah comes with a different set of laws from all other types of sunnah. Therefore, that is why that is going to serve as a kahara for, but not. So now, you would have thought that there was a kahara for the right from whatever you know. So we learned that now, exactly, the concept of the it has to be that there's something special about this Torah, something different about this Torah, and once you find something different about it, you can say, so many of them came out to the San Diego show. That's the one that this partner will be the top. It was really cool. They were teasing. They stayed after the show, took pictures. They were fucking like, so we had the riot maybe next this weekend. What is this? So we're doing fire. This is the difference between a flip up and tobacco. They have some fucking leniency that would say, okay, this is different than every other Torah, and therefore this cover, this partner, this girl. And that's the thing, which is that inside is going to serve as an atonement. So again, just a quick reminder, when we have this mental show tomorrow, but that's yesterday, and here's the Torah. About this answer, there are two different communities of God. One is referred to as the Sarah Hashem, another is referred to as the Sarah Hashem. The Sarah Hashem is the one that is describing. It is Mikra, it is brought inside the Mikdash, order of the king. That is the one that we have like in the others. So understand, I don't just go like the clip, and that has nothing to do with what we're discussing. It's going to be great. At the cell, not with him, what's it for? What's it for? Return 47 today. It's already great. What will become to accomplish? We will say you'll come to accomplish. I think I met you. You were 26. It's a person. You knew at some point. Well, a prohibition of eating, touching, or looking. Let's look at when he's coming. And he comes coming. Many of the lessons are resulted in many forgets about it. Never have this subsequent review about it. This confidence is an atonement for that particular circumstance. Why that particular circumstance has an exception. Take it all and what's the exception? My what's different about this Torah? We want to similar with the already linked to each other. Not going to look at these cases. What says the next thing that might see the era promotes itself. Oh, sorry, I skipped. I skipped a lot. What's the nice thing about it? That this puppet come up, he gets to bring payback. Okay, well, with every other case, it is nothing this is that cover. This is what you gotta do. You have to be a cover, you have to be a cover. Listen, you doesn't have a sliding scale depending on a person's finance. So this type of thing, yes, it does have a if we find a leniency here, right? Once we find a leniency, we might say, okay, this type of Shema has leniency, and therefore the Sire can go ahead and be Mefakir for it. Once we hold on, Ema Vodazara. If you're looking for differences, let me look at these cases. Ema Vodazara, I'm not sure. What Vodazara was, is the difference here to the Gemara has minimum. The 9 Seir Avolakim. So when it comes to Vodazara, first of all, the Carbon is really a Sire. Although, in most cases, but not a sheep. So we find that there is a difference. That's when it comes to Avodah. So perhaps, just like we found the difference when it came to we also find the difference by Avodah between a Sire and not a sheep. I'm not looking for a public coming. And then you mix something very important. We're not just looking for any difference. There are differences, of course. We need to find a difference which is more lenient. We find a difference which is more lenient, that would serve as an indication. This should be the case where there should be an extra form of the atonement. What's that? Now it's really be that your carbon depends on your financial status. However, the fact you have to bring a sire and not a canvas, a sheep. So anan, if you look at the healthy company, there's a high tailor lakashmir. This is what's bigger. Why? Because what if there's a shortage of goats? The price is going to go up, and that much research to pay for it. So it turns out that is actually a clinical hospital, that makes it more difficult, and therefore, that's not what we're looking for. We're sacrificing it, which is more needs. Again, if you're either a goat or a sheep, you go to the animal market, you find the cheapest one, you can look. Which one you want. We have a specification of only a goat, you have to pay whatever it costs to go. Okay, so it must not be that this sire Hanaskin thing is going to work for Avodah Zarah. Works in the 11th. Maybe it comes to serve for in the 11th. Now there's one reason. Let's say the woman gives birth before a Shiva. And now she's supposed to
do a call to action, get fans of fucking goats, so it doesn't containers, but the other thing is it's a screening services, that's what
after she actually introduced the carbon. I want to show you right before the birth. She makes sense to do it. Now the time goes ahead and brings this sign up with him. Perhaps that works. And she doesn't have to go to the carbon afterwards. One says this is what's the social is the 19 over the earth, she also has to do over the earth. That's important to know. That she doesn't really bring the same type of over the earth, but there is an ability to bring birds over the earth. So therefore, you want to call it cover over the earth. I'm going to approach you on the call time process. We're going to call it so much. You're making a big mistake. We're talking about in our cases where someone does an ability, someone does something wrong. So this sire says very clearly it comes to serve as a kapara, lapol, Takosa. So look at the concept of the Iba, Tony, the two days coming to the Torah. The Takosa, and Avera. It's one of these days in the life. Yeah, and she did see on a baby. It was a summer. The baby that happens over there. She's bringing the carbon as a way of cleaning up from her summer. And then what that cover is the whole discussion. Why should someone just says there's no discussion and it's the same thing. Maybe we can address that. The bottom line is, what she's bringing a cover for, it's not to push the thing up here, right? She's bringing a cover to get rid of all of our silver. So therefore, it can't be relevant to us. It's not relevant to her, and therefore it wouldn't work. And what? Says, hold on a second. I understand that the woman who is having a baby. However, you have to remember that we're sure by the top and the armor. The alleged non-lethal toxin that a woman who gives birth also does have some type of micro and it's lucky for those in my need. As an abuse, the Gemara tells us in the second Suda that when what the other is, she's giving birth, it's so difficult and so painful and so overwhelming that she makes him never like her. She will write something here that she's never going to be able to happen again. She's just not doing it. It's too painful, difficult to deal with. And obviously, in that moment, you can understand why she's saying that. But then again, women are much more mature than men. And afterwards, when it passes, they say, you know what, it was painful, it was difficult. But look, I have an age over here. I love my child. And therefore, she goes back on her shua, and she goes ahead and she gets back to the house. Then she has more kids. So, as I said, but ultimately, you want to find some type of Avera that her confidence coming for. It's coming because she needs this Shibura at that time. Because never do it ever again. But never do it her husband ever again. You have this confidence coming to account for that sin that she had for making a false Shibura. So again, bottom line is we can tell ourselves, so then perhaps this fire, this goes back to the second part for her. Might be Avera. Shimon is primary. You're forgetting that Shimon is the same person who comes over something else. Then we say, Omar, we Mikomo, who Mukra. Yes, we mentioned this, and we'll get back to this again. But most Shimon's of the opinion that we don't need to have this difference. And Shimon said, if you look at it, it says very clearly in part of Need to out in Israel. Need to out translates from the Tzimah of the Israel. That means some of them, yes, but not all of them. So he didn't have to lift this data to actually find some type of difference or some type of leniency in the types of testing. He just said, I'll leave them. And it works for it. It only works for one, and therefore, he said, what is that? Because it's a data. But not anybody. Chances this right as an available. The much is okay, fine. Next one. Let's say perhaps that this Sarah after thing comes to a tone for the Sarah. And let's watch it again, the same thing. This is Sarah is a leper. What happens if we look at Pasha? The Lord talks about that again. Sarah is this type of influence. So that's what this cover coming from. He mentions coming to a tone for a sin, for an Avera. Something done wrong. This person has Sarah. It's a Torah. Therefore, we don't need this stuff. Much as Hadat, it's good about that. Maybe, for it, we're not saying Jamar. Hashivat Varim, the Goyim Bayim, we learned that the Goyim actually do come from doing an Avera. And therefore, perhaps according to him, maybe it's so to atone for those things. What if some of those things, what if there's a whole list between Lashon stunning, yourself, that's speaking evil speech, gossip, murder. Again, switch testimony with talking about their tongue by another talk to yourself, and get to this message of this later. Basically, that's the rule in Daniel, sure that makes no sense. You realize that's Torah, pettiness, different things, Gezel, Talis, indigenous, the Torah comes for all these kinds of things. So what do you mean that Torah is just a form of script? It's not a form of functional for the Of course it is. What it says, Never should have gone to God by him. Michael, they might want to touch on Nigia. I should say Nig'e, the Akapale. The carbon looks very the top. You have to remember, yes, that he then got into us.
High point.
But when he's down with the Saras, he got a kapara for the Avera.
Come on, High Point. High Point, North Carolina. Everybody knows this fucking school. It's ranked #1 best run school in the United States, in the country, folks.
Once you get the Torah, you go through the process, now he's free. Now he's good to go.
Come on, High Point. Oh, what a shot. God, High Point, these are my dogs. High Point Panthers, maybe. High Point, North Carolina. Get your shit together.
So they stopped doing that, and they started promoting this Cloverfield stuff. He's writing Cloverfield. It's like a
And maybe that's what that's when he works with the kids, the nicely player, and they know that. He brings either dogs, the protection of turtles off the birds, he brings those things. Again, that's what he needs. He brings that instead of being part of conflict with Lionel, gets three birds. That's the difference that we find and tell you that this tell you actually comes. It's good as a kapara for that person. And the Moshio, they might have you on referral basis, but a lot of times, if your heart has got some issues, when you give the blood to your team, you're the count, you get really high, so you're not the alcoholic, like it's bigger. That's not a big disease. You're taking that contact for that. What was it? You see, Rashi, the cultural reference says, he makes another problem when Mesa around the Zero Tyrancy. He's coming for the Tyra, but not for the that's the idea. He's just Russia and he's doing just fucking zero to practical what Tyra's going to do to help you out. So this is much more relevant for the zeros and not for the fate of becoming something. Okay. What about Register's great. It is. I have a friend who's got a way to shoot. The Blazer at 5. The Armor knows another fight. Okay, fine. He just told me that this card is coming for the trauma aspect for that, for the faith. Hold on, what happens to Blazer at 5? The Armor knows another focus. Another referee program because he did another. Why would he go on Reddit instead of again, there's more intelligence of his actual. Yeah, so it's Genesis. But he gave us certain good and beautiful things to do in this world. It's not just starting off this world, it's actually it does like in the fact that if you want to a certain extent, there's no zero on his hands for forgetting himself with his wife. He might live in maybe you do, there is a case. There is a Avera right now there. And that would be the case if the Sarah finished his time for, but the Sabbath is on the corner. Look up, you have to continue to love, you need that, you need this focus. Joshua, from the difference is not necessary, so he just doubts the fact that it's not so expensive.
I'm written on High Point University fan. Really?
Okay.
Oh. You not? Name another person you know who even heard of this fucking school. No one except this motherfucker. I've been a High Point Panther fan. Back in the day, I'm old school. I'm an old school High Point Panther. I even knew they were the Purple Panthers. High Point Panthers, Purple Panthers. High Point, Purple Panthers. Oh, brick. Oh, sick.
It serves as a connection. The way he explains this is, it says, if you're going to a med spa, then yeah, you're paying that kind of money. But if you're understanding,
shoot the tray. Shoot it. Oh my word, he did. And he fucking did it. That was amazing. Dog, that was a sick shot. High Point Panthers. Get this shit, dog.
The average starting dose is
shoot the tray. Shoot it. Shoot the tray. Shoot it. Oh, what? Whoa, that was sick. Alright, now you gotta shoot this tray. No doubt. No doubt. I would have shot it now to made it. Everybody knows that. Oh, what an amazing shot. Dude, High Point Purple Panthers. They're just the Panthers, though. I call them the Purple Panthers because I'm old school. Back in the day, everybody called them Purple Panthers. They hit another 3 here. This guy's got a hot hand. Oh, right to the bucket. Damn, these guys are doing this. High Point Panthers. God, they have no defense, though. The Purple Panthers have no defensive game. I have all the defense in the game. I block everything. High Point Panthers. High Point Panthers. High Point Panthers. Shoot the tray. Shoot it. Shoot. I would shoot it. I'd shoot it. Oh, wow, he did. Rick. Oh, big rebound. Big rebound. That's the end of the game, folks. That's one. Really? Yeah, High Point. It was nice. What would you do right now? I would swarm him. Swarm defense like a bunch of bees. Swarm that motherfucker. They're up 4. That is a huge lead. Insurmountable. No way. What a shot. What a big shot. High Point Purple Panthers. You like High Point? Dog, I've been a High Point Purple Panther fan since back in the day. Since back in the dizzy. Dog, I don't know how I never did any of these games correct. This is my show. Fuck. ChatGPT. Word.
So this I thought was pretty interesting. Inside the sanctuary, in other words, you have this she must have listened to the instructions. She's definitely so being a father between the two rods on the ark, and that's where it's done first. That's where it's correct. And the pasuk says to keep there. I told this with too much tells you to do it again. Where is it that the focus, the curtain that separates the sanctuary, the holy place, from the holy of holies? You do it again. The way you understand it is not for that it serves as an atonement for something that was done with Kodesh.
What do they have on your ticket? Huge dick. Sorry about that. God, what a huge 3. These guys are fucking snipers from downtown. What do you shoot? I shoot about 69% from downtown. Really? Oh yeah, every time. Shit, no one cares about your shitty stuff. Talk about March Madness, dog. This is the shit.
That's what she's claiming. The keeper, our Kodesh, for 2 months days, and it says very clearly, the pain, Yatsa, the Ohio, stop again, and all right. The same, you need to understand the word in the view amongst the gods of the keeper, our Kodesh, to carry the ministry of the law. So she's claiming that that's what she did. 1 up and 7 down, inside the Kodesh. You know why? Well, see, because it said, the Yatsa, so shall be done. So therefore, she dropped straight from it. Don't need to actually send it that way. This guy next door is like, he's not buying it. He's the point. Here's the whole process. It's about the first place to keep our location, and why can't one stand on the Simon, and then you want to know how you let sprinkle a second time on the process? Well, we look at the process. The Simon, Emi, it always said that. Avi Amina was thought Nasi Hara, the suburb after. It tells you that the Yasa shall be done. Inside, the Mole, I made it clear what the telling you is in the second set of Kabbalah. Now, that's a pretty big deal.
No way. High Point.
He used its blood twice.
the person who wants to do that, and you have to let them know you know that. This is not okay, it's just not what it means. Whatever it's done with, the vinyasa, that's what it means. When the second one, it just means you keep the box. Secondly, we have a shimon who's not you. Not looking for some type of similarity or exception in to like look at the Shidduch, that we tell him that that was a special and that's the side of this part of the time to return for us. Why? Because the way he understands it, it's pretty clear in the process. What says we from us, in other words, what it means is it's coming for a part of some type of something that happened back home. What is that? That's the case that the person who eats person what he's coming, or a person who walks into the sanctuary when he's coming. That's really just what the person is talking about.
That's right. Oh, they got the ball back. What happened to the ball? 15 seconds knocked out of bounds. That should be played by Stephen March Madness. With a kiss from downtown. Diaper Dandy. Boom shot. Oh, shoot the tray. Shoot it. Oh no. Devastating. Devastating. Foul him. Foul him. Foul him. I would foul everybody. He's throwing fists in the paint. He's mean, guys. Oh, Rick. High point. Oh, what a great 11 seconds left. I'm surprised that was not a travel. Dude, High Point, these are my people. Really? Yeah, it's what is this place located up there? Really? I'm sure. Right? No one knows this. High Point Purple Panther. They're pretty good to be a High Point Purple Panthers. Game-winning layup. No doubt. Spalding be huge, baby. Spalding is the biggest ball people ever. Spalding? It's bigger than Spalding. You ever have a Spalding ball? Everybody's got a Spalding ball, kid. Really? Oh, yeah. Down the crowd. Really? Bigger ball. Really? Oh, for sure. God, what do you think is going to happen here? Wisconsin needs a buzzer beater. Buzzer beater. Shoot the tray. Shoot it. Maggie Cake Cake. Maggie Cake Cake. Maggie Cake Cake. Oh, rejected. Oh. This bitch is over. High Point Purple Panthers, baby. High Point Purple Panthers. High Point Purple Panthers. High Point Purple Panthers, dog. High Point Purple Panthers.
What doesn't be such a does not have to go on a really cover to atone for his Rabbi, because you before it's a where it says sounds like I mean, I would have thought that as a nice
I don't have anybody in chat music. Somebody watches my stream. Really? What is this one? No one gives a fuck. Biggest free throw of this motherfucker's life, and he bricked it. They call a timeout. Who's this lady?
That something or not with him will take care of it for you. However, if you do have any people that you find out about it at the end, you do have to do your own carbon, and you're not going to be off the hook of the carbon that was for any carbon too. Lord goes on.
High point. These are my dogs. Purple Panthers. That looks purple. Purple Panthers of High Point, baby. Really? High Point Purple Panthers. High Point Purple Panthers. High Point Purple Panthers. It's not funny.
That's exactly what they're saying.
At the end, so now, let me ask you this thing. Mark says up in the this is Mark with the Amos doing the fire. Now we told me that there's a comparison between the faith and a pastor, intentional sin, and an unintentional sin. Then you should not shut it up and get carbon. That talking about more carbon, that's for the yesterday's level. That the comparison is
those songs, those
the parallel between intentional sin and unintentional sin is that it just like when it's done intentionally, there's no ability to do carbon.
Game winner. Game winner. Shoot the trade. That's it. High Point Purple Panthers. What a comeback, so I called it the whole way. They're my squad.
She's a 10, and she's just got herself into the vampires. Yeah, she's doing crazy drugs, man. It's like, what do you like to take care of something?
And then
it's crazy.
Never find them better afterwards. Now, the problem with it is that's not a case where you can never be in contact. Because 10 years from now, he finally has like the epiphany of, hold on a second, I just realized in my timeline, I violated my covenant. I said something when I was in this program.
She kind of recognized me. She's like, I got it. She's so hot.
Not perfectly comparable to
I'm just on the street. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Sexual sin never gets to the problem. In this one, attempt to get the problem, he finds out about it.
Shout out to Rich Boss. Shout out to Rich Boss.
This cup is not necessarily something for that.
He's so cute. I won from one time back when I first started. He's so fucking. And
No way, Sienna. No way, Sienna.
No way, Sienna. Sold CDs after the show. He's a non-CD era. Well, he's
They burnt Sienna's son.
He walks by, and instead of saying hi, he goes, coffee.
He just never would have been walking his comment. He can't let you listen to him. He never knew that while he's coming, can he come? So what does he do? He shows up at a cousin party.
He's just so.
His friend.
I don't know, it's just so racial. He's coming.
Invites him more. So this is his David, and he's enjoying it. And now I can watch it. He
just loves me. So it's just understood. Online, there's like every shit we approach. It's like, no, nigga, you don't know. He's just freaking awesome. He's just giving us all compliments. He's awesome. just found out. What was it yesterday? Is that okay? However,
Sienna Saints, everybody knows I've been a Sienna Saint fan since back in the day. Really? I'm a fan of Burnt Sienna and Burnt Umber. Sister School, Burnt Umber. Really?
let's just slow down a little bit. Use it. And mind you, it won't be the case. Anybody who's dealing with Sheila, you don't know about it in history. The years to deal with myself, you find out about it at the end. However, which
I'm one of the biggest Sienna fans of all time. Almost, I'm maybe a bigger Sienna fan than I am a High Point fan, son. Really? I've been bad dog. I've known about Sienna. Nobody knew about High Point before this motherfucker. Sienna? Where's Sienna? Now we look up this shit. Why? Because it's not New Mexico State. Everybody knows what that shit is. The Lobos. The Wolfpack, baby. Those are two different. One's a Wolfpack. Sienna. From Italy.
We spent so much time. We just got finished explaining that that's the case. That's all not supposed to be doing. He knew about it initially. He forgot. And then he never had it easy at the end. Now we just sat there actually cups on our dress. In Nakahara, now Mark says, how do you know? Mark says, what the text is that is my house.
It's in Londonville, New York. Yeah, everybody knows that. Where the fuck is Londonville? This would be the biggest upset in the history of March Madness. Really? Is it bigger than University of Maryland, Baltimore County being Virginia? I think so, because this would be over the number one overall pick, overall team. Really? Mm-hmm. And I picked this team to be the fucking champions. Really? Oh, dumb. How didn't I pick them to be champions? Really? Yeah. I'm over here telling poor Brandon, like, no, you don't want to pick. You want to pick Ohio State over fucking TCU. He's like, okay. I didn't realize fucking Kentucky wins this shit. I'll be like, no fucking way. I'm so sick. I wanted to. Go Wildcats, baby. What have you been in your day? I've been a Panther, a Wildcat, multiple Titans. Really? I've been multiple Titans, motherfucking, and the one, the only. Anything else? Yeah, and one that didn't have one that should have been the fucking cheaters. Really? Defrauders. WSU defrauders. WSU COL defrauders. But this is WSU COL defrauders, yeah, dog. They're defrauders. They're like marauders. Except they steal your shit. Nitrosamine? What the fuck is that?
It's Torah. You're supposed to say it hangs in there. Well, this is methaphosphate to go out.
That's why I thought this was
This is methaphosphate to go out.
but also because,
Plus some perhaps also methaphosphate. Has to be something and comes with that.
it's working.
The person who knew that was making now what's working is this was didn't know that was
Godfrey's martial arts training.
now, if you find out about another, then they can
Nitrosamine? What the fuck is nitrosamine? That sounds scary.
It doesn't have a full kapara, so what is this thing that's hanging in there for? I'm going to get a Roma, and we used to say this, Shemay Smith Roma. We mentioned this yesterday because we got to sneak peek at this. So now I was asking, what does it mean that it's Torah, that it hangs there? In other words, it sounds like you're doing a Torah, it serves as an atonement, but what type of atonement? So what is that? So the Gemara says, the first suggestion is that what if he dies before he has an opportunity to do a Torah? What if he dies before he has his last piece of knowledge, he has to be doing a Torah? The Gemara said, perhaps, this problem might serve as a kapara. It's a kapara for him, in other words, he dies clean.
Where's
podcast?
podcast?
In Mace, as he dies, Misa Marekas. What Misa does is, death itself is an atonement. Death is a cleanser. So the person dies, and then he was sending a cleanser for a case where a person could not have water time. In other words, typically a person has to do two, but there are some things that person
What is this?
Misa serves as a kapara for that, or Misa serves as a kapara for a case where a person can't do the two. Why? Because he doesn't have the knowledge. Therefore, it's not necessary to do the cover for that. Death itself will clean that up. Now, what does it do? The hard you know the issue, we went yesterday, to protect you from this here. Because when it comes to Avera, so there's the element of being true, right? You're called Siva Jumura. When until a person does that, it affects the person that's up.
What is pruning?
So these Kabbalah are working. So they serve as a protection for potential issue. Then more goes on to another Torah.
Nitrosamine.
Usually be able to say, show up the person is before the time.
Austin, Texas. Come on, we're doing this shit tonight. Make some fucking noise.
They have no knowledge of the coming beforehand. So the consequences of coming beforehand, then he violates it, and he finds out about afterward. So the
Welcome to the
silence
number
the
one
first.
live podcast in the world.
You
We're
got
gonna hear
to
from my buddy
so the
Brian.
fact check and you pick on the phone.
Tonight.
And once it's all done, let's
You can feel it in this place. Not a handful of fucking bands on the Keltoni band. This is my friends. John D's on the keyboard. Michael
Anybody
Gonzalez
here
on
but
the
feel
drums.
that did not know about initially, although you
And the
could
great
be
D
outside,
Madness there
showing
on
up the
bass
system
guitar.
before the
Everybody
cafe,
holding
this
it
was
down.
just the tomorrow.
Life is
So
good.
never protest in the process.
We're doing
The
the
guy
goddamn
found
thing
us like
tonight.
before him,
We're
we
gonna have
signed
so
for the
much
country
fun.
before him.
We got joke books made by the great Bone Side to give away.
Send
Big
the
ones,
copper,
small ones,
send the
all different
copper.
sizes. It's gonna be a lot of
Well,
fun.
this one is the copper.
Before we start tonight's episode, here's a little bit about the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for free for you right now. Hey, of course.
Besides, if you got such a good fucking team, why the fuck does your website work like this?
So here, for someone like you, maybe it's beginning, and then you get there. That's why one starts for
I mean, everything's
for
opening up
capacity,
over
but
here.
we're
I just went
the
to a
idea
theater. I
is
saw a
that
concert at a real venue. Of course, we've
you
been doing comedy shows.
sorry, but
Going to
it's
the
cookie
gym.
is good, right?
All of these businesses reopening means
These two are
millions of
juxtaposed
jobs
each other.
need to be
The
filled.
conference
So where do these businesses turn to
really,
fill
every
these
day,
roles
the
fast?
advocates, what do you say? Two, what you
And
just
right
have
now,
one.
you can trade for free.
If that's what you have to allow it to do both. Now what you
You
get
know about this,
is,
right,
now
babe?
Camino,
Of course I
they
do.
can do that with pizza.
When you post a job on ZipRecruiter, they send your job to over 100 top job sites, giving you
We just
access
make
to
a difference.
different
For
millions
some
of
reason,
jobs.
do not have the opportunity.
ZipRecruiter's
We really
magic
saw it
technology
outside.
scans
The
resumes to
inside
find
side,
qualified
the
candidates
insurance
for
company
your
department.
for
Versus
your
no,
opening
I'm
roles
a
by
pro.
proactively presenting
The
to you.
plus it says,
You can easily review
the
recommended candidates and
copper,
invite
then
your
the
top
copper,
choices
take
to
the
apply for your job,
because
which
it says,
encourages them to apply faster.
the
According to
summer hours,
ZipRecruiter's internal
hours,
data,
as
jobs
big as the
where
valor to
employers
certify,
invite
the
candidates to
Zagalo
apply
is
get
called
2.5
with the
times
job, that's
more
what they say, and so for
candidates.
that's the one classic
ZipRecruiter's
story.
technology is so effective that 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, can try ZipRecruiter for free at this exclusive website.
Nitrosamine. What is that? Sounds fucking scary.
ZipRecruiter.com/KILLOTONY. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Oh no, you clogged your toilet again. You gotta get that fixed.
Nitrosamine.
Because when things break
Sounds like nitrosamine and Jordans. What is that? Some Ginkgo biloba commercial?
What are you waiting for? Take care of it. Go to GetRoman.com/Tony. With Roman, you can get a free online evaluation of ongoing care for ED, health, privacy, but your home, red band, we all know. You know all about this. Of course, I'm getting old, and my paper is getting longer. With Roman, you can get a free online evaluation and ongoing care for ED, multiple coverage, privacy, your home. A U.S. licensed healthcare professional will work with you to find the best treatment model. Medications are branded, shipped to you with free 2-day shipping. Home process is straightforward and easy. Getting started is simple. Just go to GetRoman.com/Tony and make it online visit. Take care of your ED without leaving your home. Make an online visit today to connect with a healthcare professional and take care of you. Yeah, it's hard, dude. Go get that. Yeah, you know what to do. Go to GetRoman.com/Tony now and you'll get $15 off your first month. It's really time to take care of your ED. Get started today and you'll save $15 on your first order of ED treatment. Save some money, get a boner, watch Cold Open. Anybody give the feel hey, I fucking love my ritual. You guys don't know my ritual. Definitely get Roman. This show is brought to you by Ritual. If you don't know ritual, it's like you get a desperate then he violates it, and then eventually he finds out that's the sign up that works as an atonement. What do you need that for? So the point to be small, just like to be a conduct.
I used to have really big bullets.
You want to see the minus out there? What's the minus out there for? I'll say anybody do a little too early. According to him, the candidate works their case, runs the person with absolutely no better. Not before, not after. He wants to know. That's not necessary. High fear of all. Serious production of doctor. That is really taken care of. For serious production. It's taken care of by the goods that are brought on the left and a recorder. You want to sell it to New York as well. I'm not asking for Shabbat or the security of the Kapara is equal, or for the Shabbat, and it works for all to the production. That's why you have to have the sell the foot to oversee the whole serving for the production. You want to know what I have to say is this. So what would actually work here? Right? The light of the state just gets me paid. All this is called the production. All this is what's with that. That's a real purpose. He doesn't need that Kapara as much, right?
Best goddamn sponsors in the world. And of course,
Now, I bet
peanut butter whiskey.
they can make an invention that you just hold up, hold it inside of the door and it just makes the door unlock. Like,
How do you like peanut butter out there? It's not you like whiskey. The drink whiskey with peanut butter in it is so great, it's delicious. It's pretty easy to figure out which two good things are great. Ladies and gentlemen, every single week we have the most diabolical possible guests. Available Austin has become, or has it, one of the comedy capitals of the world. Last week, Tom Herrera, Bert Kreischer, and Joe Rogan all on the same show sitting here on a panel. But you didn't win last week, did you? No, you fucked up. No, I'm kidding. We have two more great comedy guests for you, ladies and gentlemen. Two of my favorite human beings. The creator of Roast Battle, the host of Roast Battle, and one of the great comedians of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Brian Moses and Jamar Neighbors, everybody. Two of my brothers from the Comedy Store paid regulars. Jamar, of course,
look at
famously
this lady,
away from
pregnant
the
her
Roast
fucking
Battle
mouth.
and so many other great things.
What's her name? I don't know. She's always been happen.
Everywhere. Moses, my friend, been killing it every Tuesday. Roast Battle still happens at the Comedy Store. You can watch it at Mint Comedy. Watch the live stream coming in from those guys over at Mint Comedy. How you guys doing?
Tracy, some shit.
Good, man. Real good, man. Yeah. What's up? Moses, what's shaking? Welcome back to Austin. Feels good. I got a lot of boogers. It's been dry ass weather. There's a lot of boogers. So those of you at home now know that Brian loves his fixes. Yeah, that is true. Allergies are a very real thing here. For some reason in Austin, nobody warned me about that.
Just run the fucking clock out. Hear this bitch.
And that's a real thing. You gotta get a vaccine. That's fucked up, man. Because my eye would be watering and I'd be going like this.
Good morning.
I don't get gangster for this bullshit. Holy shit. Luckily, you guys have been guests on the show.
Oh, no way.
No way.
It's Comedy Store Brother in together, so you guys know how it works. But for those of you in the audience who might not know, a bunch of people signed up for the opportunity in 60 seconds on this stage tonight's bucket. This t-shirt is filled with names, multiple names, and a few Sharpie markers. And anyway, put your name on the bucket. You get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know your time is up. You hear the sound of a kitten. That means wrap it up then, or should I bring up the Angry West Hollywood Bear? They get 60 seconds, and then I interview them, and we all talk to them together, meet a bunch of new people that have the balls to sign up for chaos that is Tony. Are you guys ready to start this fucking show? Anything can happen. Are you sure you want to do this, Texas? Well, before I put my hand in this wild bucket, instead I'm going to bring up a regular, one of our favorite comedians of all time in the history of the show.
What kind of shot was that?
That means he writes and reports a brand new minute every week. It's one of the highly most wanted positions in all of comedy. These fucking hipsters coming in later over here. We have a weed singer system of a down and fucking, I don't know which one it
knows
before
he
Donald Trump
becomes
signs in the microwave, but this guy's right here. Look at this fucking famous Max.
Terrible shot. One of the worst shots in the history of
coming in
humankind.
late.
Shoot the tray.
Let's do it.
Dude, I hate
My favorite
fucking
regular from the history of the show who's made a
So many
regular here in
stupid ass
Texas. This is a
songs.
brand new minute. Who I believe is one of the true futures of comedy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Hans Kim.
Person knows before it becomes comedy, but becoming comedy comes over nutrition. And he knows after he became
What's
comedy
up, guys?
that he has become mutually
I live in a van,
and
so
also
that I
had
can pursue
some
comedy
of
full
that
time.
memory in the middle.
So
And
if
during
you
the
didn't
period
think
of
I was
comedy,
funny, I'm sorry.
in
I'm trying
memory,
really
you
hard.
either A, touch him or you walk into this victim.
I know there's
I
some
love this
persons
such a
back
case of
like,
to cover all of the
this
others.
guy's funny,
As
but
you
I don't
explain
think you're
multiple
being
times,
funny.
cover all of the others. Need to cover complex. However, it comes along with one important exception, which is that is the cover complex that
It's hard to
is on a
date in a
sliding
van ever
scale.
since Gabby
Depending on your financial standings, is what they're covering the activity. You have to be animal, birds, to cover minify. Still the time, only the person who is standing financially is yet to be covered. We end up flooding the breeze for approximately 10 lakhs in about this year.
It's hard to jerk off
Cut
the
off
van
on
as
it.
well.
And
Because
then
whenever
we're
I
at
walk,
the
my first
fundamental
hazard
question
splash.
about
You ever seen my hazard
Minayan,
splash?
how do I know? Zeta Kotsus Medaber, Ella, the too much
People
with
are
us
weird
to put
about
up.
me jerking off in a
Now, it's
van,
important to
but
understand.
it's even weirder
When
if
we're
you're in
talking
a
about
van and
these
you
freaking
don't jerk off.
you get to Vayuka,
It's a lot of attention. It's day 497.
in John's case,
Oh,
he's
that's what that like, guys. Hell yeah.
reading
Him.
from
Talking about
Shoot the
living
tray.
in a whole new minute.
It
About living
says,
in a van. Fuck
oh,
yeah,
that
dude.
folks are Sartiga of a dollar
I
color.
got a
Person
generator
touches something that you mutually
Yeah,
enjoy.
and
Oh, the Midwest
roof is
diet in
leaking.
there. Or it touches the available of course, the highest mineral of untoasted and untoasted animals. Oh, the Midwest potato today. Or,
Not
of
easy.
course,
Last
the
week I
Midwest
told you
mayo.
that
Oh,
it
the
dries
Midwest
up.
Sarah
Pussy is
stomach.
like
Oh,
putting
yeah,
your
of
phone
course.
in a bowl of
We
rice.
call it the
I stand by that.
to get better and come involved.
So, how to do? Was it with your normal girlfriend today?
They keep on
Yes.
going.
Right. Those of you that don't know the story, Hans has been swimming in pussy since
Oh,
becoming regular
are
here.
you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious?
Are you fucking serious? 20-some
I've never seen that. Two fucking two misses. That's heartbreaking. Sienna, get your shit together, dog. I go way back with y'all. Shoot the tray. Oh, what a terrible. These guys are playing such dog shit. How the fuck did that go in? And then this guy. And then this guy.
Now, how do I know that those bookings are not requiring any person comes into contact with anything which we ignore, leave purpose, access, or the way out of summer?
Yeah, he's actually... Listen, he just told me backstage to get canceled. You'll get famous by trying to do the same thing. Not tonight. I didn't mean tonight.
We don't find anywhere. Unless you're a claim,
I didn't mean on the show.
coming to a person, to the body, or perhaps be during the time of the real regular person becomes coming. We don't find anywhere recorded that says it's the
You are extra Asian today since he brought it up. You got a new haircut. Is that fucking North Korean league or shit? Like, what do you ask for? Look at the sides of these people can see. I mean, look at that. That guy just went from a fucking
major level. You even think that. That's not true. You don't have to read carbon. The fact that you think about that is also a big thing. Rabbi never left understand that's what the Gemara means. The Gemara means that perhaps one of the things that this person will be becoming that is enough to require the person to read carbon. Now, says the Gemara, united never that that's not. And the only time this must be a carbon is if while they are coming, we want to convince them.
God, are you serious? These guys can't buy a bucket.
I don't even talk about Canadians private lives, but I will tell you guys that my friends here, Jamar does, is they do, and yes, they do. And they have sex with women, but I'm telling you guys, some of the biggest pimps I know right now is Lutz, tell us more about your tell them about your recent escapades. On a new
Greenville Spartanburg. I'm not on the Queens fan. Really?
They came for a purpose to intentionally go ahead. And while he is coming, go ahead and touch him. The same thing would be true. Once it's all for the head, the cover, obligate the person to bring the sacrifice for his cover.
You guys sing in the band together?
Just like when there is warning and a punishment of courage. When it comes to Jamal,
Is that
you
true?
are his or honest self, make the decision also. The only time you find that there is a punishment of courage
She looks
is
like
only when a person violates
Was she here? Yes. Hey, Paige, why don't you come up to the stage? Make yourself useful for a change. How do we get
enters the sanctuary when he is
She's
coming,
been on
when
the
he's
show
touching when he's
before.
coming. So that's the only place he's going to be a key of courage. There's no key of courage for a person touching a dead animal, a dead rodent.
She's getting an
So
upgrade
now
to the guy
everybody
with the
knows there's no key
studio
of courage
apartment
for that.
railing
So
right
therefore,
now.
if you understand, the person intentionally touches a dead rodent, there's no key of courage. So key of courage only if the person subsequently then goes ahead, enters the place of Mikvah, or he touches. That's the key of courage. So I would say, the comes to the mistake, unintentional case of doing this kind of thing, you won't be a punishment or an obligation to bring a carbon, unless what happened was that he entered the Mikvah as a touch, not simply going to be an obligation to bring carbon over the urine. Every time a person
She heard her mom.
touches the corpse of a dead animal,
It's so stupid. Don't laugh
the
at
fact covered, I'll give on the side, I'll give on the obligation or the punishment of courage. The obligation to read it, just like the obligation for the punishment of courage, only going to be relevant. The the person goes ahead and walks into the base of Mikdash, or
Great
touches
news.
it while he's coming intentionally. So the flip side of that was unintentional, but the real but it's only if he walks into the base of Mikdash or he touches, not simply by the coming second. Okay, we can accept that. We can accept, and everyone now accepts that there's no obligation whatsoever to any carbine just by really becoming. If that's the case, how do I know which things I would have done that would obligate me to be a carbine? You're assuming that the person who comes coming, the only two actions that require him to be a carbine is either eating touching, eating the sacrifices, or walking into the base of it. Okay, fine. Maybe it's for something else. You want to say the Ema. Perhaps Truma. Maybe it's something else Truma. The Kohen's allowed to eat Truma. They're not eat Truma on Sunday. Maybe they'll be left in this carbine. It's true on Sunday. Why should his here for all this? There's a warning about eating. There's a warning and a punishment of Misa B'Dei is different than Kares. Misa really doesn't come along with it's like the world's most embarrassing engagement. Perhaps in that case, I would say that's the case you have to be talking over the other. When it comes to eat Truma, stupidest thing in that case, he has to be covered over the other. If he knew
These bitches win-win. Sienna, you guys have had the worst start of the second half ever. Come on, baby. Shoot the tray. They're done. This team sucks.
Anyone that's been covered tatas after really rejecting the same covered tatas. At all, they see maybe we should actually have to recover another words, you're right. We never bring a covered tatas in a case when you know for sure. Sorry. We know that he needs to be initialized, but maybe covered all of you have that halachic dispensation depending on your finances, how much you have to do. Maybe in that case, we will have to do it even when it comes to tonight. Now, let's do that to say this. So you need the halacha, just like you find a shmias kofar to dismiss that. Shmias kofar Shmias kofar is when a person
Shoot the, oh, what a terrible shot. Oh, these guys are done. Sienna, you played like dog shit.
It's still like the halacha of Allah is covered over the other typically built up on the Dutch, right? The same is true with again, when a person violates the side of you that we didn't hear last week is about your preferences in big booty Latinos and black asses. I don't want to get to this whole stuff right now. Essentially, is this true or even the big booty Latinos? Yeah, it's a thing that doesn't really exist anymore. Intentionally or unintentionally, in that case, we find, even though there's no product to you, you're used to the complete white women like Paige that was just like, all of the other can't be introduced.
You're the reverse. You're the Nordic one. You're the Nordic one.
Pastor says very clearly,
actually, you got the too much problem is too much
but
I think everybody wants to
many times when it says but, the specification of but is
okay, perfect.
But
all right.
It comes to exclude what? True love. So therefore, in other words, you're right.
Absolutely perfect answer. That's correct.
That
you move to the next level of filter
what you can say is that the heel covered over the yoke, giving this variable for sacrifice would be for a Kohen to take truma while he's coming by mistake. However, the word God in the passage tells you we're going to remove that case. So therefore, when do we find that a person brings a carbon over the yoke, desires a carbon, that's when he knew in advance that the coming Kameh restricts him from walking to this mikdash or partaking in a meal that includes sacrifices. Now, he became Kameh, and then he forgot that he was Kameh, or he forgot that it's also created a sin. He didn't walk into this mikdash or he ate a carbon, and the Rabbi was like, oh, and she never allowed to do that. I just said, I'm not supposed to walk into this mikdash. So I'm not supposed to eat this carbon. So now it's going to come over the other. That's the thing to come over here. How about the exact same thing? But what would the error that he made? The error that he made. In that case, logically, you have to do the carbon over the other. No carbon over the other. When a person mistakenly eats truma while he is but as long as it says, okay, it says which is exclusive. Perhaps you don't want to exclude. Came up even if they look up. So it's value they become over the other. How do you know that the extra word in the passage is excluded? Where a person's error is that he's making is telling you that if a person wants to do this, I think that is covered over the other and it's not compulsory. Well, maybe, yes, if a person violates or makes a mistake and violates the rules of the other, it is covered over the other. What is the word? Ball conflict proof is the case. Person working for this on the stuff. That's the case. It will not be sufficient for him to bring a carbon.
This show is ridiculous. Dog, these guys are fucked. Sienna, dog. I don't think they've scored while I've watched them. Sienna, you guys are such dog shit. You have allowed 11-0 run in the last 3 minutes and 3 seconds. 11-0 run, dog. You guys are dog shit.
The dark from the process,
11-0 run. Shoot the tray. Shoot it. There you go. Oh, that's good, baby. Sienna, one of the biggest Sienna fans of all time. I'm a fan of Bert Sienna and Sister School Bert Umber. No way. Get that. You gotta get that rebound, son. I would have got that rebound. I would have got that rebound like Dennis Rodman. Shoot the tray. Shoot it. Oh, garbage. Should have ran computer blue. Computer blue. I would have run computer blue. Really? Yeah. Why? Why not? Who's the best computer blue player of all time? Prince. Computer blue. Sienna. Just garbage. Absolute garbage. Garbage, Sienna. Get that ball back, son. It's good. It's good. Shoot the tray. Shoot it. Oh, he did. Sienna, that's my team. I called those motherfuckers at halftime, but they were up 13. Really? Yeah, some shit like that. That's okay. Get that ball back, son. Call time out. Shoot the tray.
twist coming where you like spin on your back up in the air or something? That's what you think dancing is?
But dancing like that, that's why it's only 2 black girls.
Yeah.
And now, I want to go back.
Montford, you're hilarious. You did it again, Red Man. I'll be back on the show Thursday at the same time. Let's go, another real show. You got a joke book last week, right, Montford? Yeah. How about one more time for Montford Davis, everybody? A lot of the staff members here are also comedians. They sign up every week. Montford got on 2 weeks in a row. That's hard to do. The odds of that. Your next comedian is Jesse Burrs. It's a new name, Jesse Burrs. B-E-R. Here we go. You guys having fun out there? Do you understand the show? You guys happy? You guys excited to be out on the fucking Monday? Alright, here it is one more time for Jesse Burrs.
Hey everybody, these bullshit politicians these days got me questioning things, got me thinking I'm missing the good old days back when Dick Cheney was around. Straight shoot Dick Cheney. You don't want to bring any bullshit to Dick Cheney's office, that's for sure. You end up in a forest, crouched down with shit. I'm not sure what I've been there to see that.
Well, I'm Josh Lowe.
You think anybody's going to the Dick Cheney's office with a bad deal anymore? I think our politicians now need to take a good hard look at themselves. Something's fast, right?
Two of her restrictions are, so Kodesh no cigar, she can't touch anything with the sanctified. And with the Torah, she can't listen to this and what does that mean?
I don't know where this came. They believe this is the ghost that hides under Jamar's Moses' bed at night. Did you guys just conjure this up in your imaginations? This is the start of a blatant porno. I've seen this before.
How to bring the good old days back, Xavier. Come on, Jamal.
Oh my goodness gracious. Is that real? Is that your real hair? No.
If that's the case, then we have not yet extraction. We're back to square one.
Alright.
I just remember
Why was that to square one? Because he hockey is true and young. That would be true as well.
it's white girl
I'm not mad
days.
at Kodesh no cigar. It's not the culture that we do.
What's
It's
this?
not
You
for
apologize
anything
for sleep.
which is Kodesh. It's a Kodesh no cigar.
Actually,
The Ramos, that's a Torah. The extra word call tells
He
you
was a
more
what?
sanctified things even
No.
That's where it's at. Okay.
My grandfather really was
You got something from the previous people around I'll meet
You
that
think
one
we
up.
know who that is?
You're in Texas. You need to know who that is. You're in Texas.
What fucking creek do you live next to where
Okay,
whatever the hell name you just said is a big
that's
deal?
the case, then
Where do you live, sir? What is your area? I have so many crossroads in Santa Barbara. I have all the questions.
Shoot the
So
tray.
excited.
Shoot it.
Excited to be here.
Shoot the tray. Shoot it. Computer blue. Shoot the tray. Santa, you suck so much cock. Worst school ever. Shoot the tray. Shoot it. Oh, steal. I get those steals all the time, baby. Shoot the tray. Shoot it.
He was based on him. He was a captain of a battleship at the age of 21. He was very humble. People say that it's because he had premature balding. Then they made him the captain so people had respect him because he looked older. There weren't a lot of older men around in 1946 or 5, I guess.
Whose podcast is this? Oh, I
remember, so preaches this one. When it comes to abundance,
Will you tell us how old you
it
are? Is that a
says
weird question
courage
for you? Oh my
three
god, I'm
times.
over
What is
29,
three times?
so you don't ask me
There
to.
are a
There you
number
go,
of
I had a
chickens.
feeling you
One
could
comes
do
to
something
Jesus.
with fake hair because I'm trying real freaking
In
hard.
Vayikra,
Shut the
that
fuck
page,
up
it
for a
says in
second.
there,
Shoot the tray.
You buy that hat. You buy
Shoot
the
it.
silly hat. I feel like you got
Shoot
that
the
ears
tray.
on. You got your chin. You brought that from Santa Barbara?
That's good.
Wow.
Three times
That's
when
a
it
good
comes to
question,
a common
John. Is it
abundance, that the
attached to
prophet
the hair? Does
talks
it all come
about
off? And I'm sure there's a million math.
why does it have to say it 3 times?
Oh, get the rebound.
Just so you can read whatever half answer.
Good job. Good job, Sienna. Shoot the tray. Shoot it. Get the ball back.
You're dressed up like the Toy Story chick, right? Is that what that's supposed to be?
Shoot the tray.
There you go. Everybody.
Steal it.
Oh,
Oh, they did.
what have you done with your life up until this
All right,
week?
10 minutes left. Come on, Sienna. Get your shit together. I would shoot the tray. I'd shoot it from there. Shoot it. Shoot the tray. Shoot the tray.
You've been suing people. I've been suing people.
Oh, we made it.
It's being coerced in order to defraud people of California because fake law firms have been set up. Hey, boy, I don't want to hear the misery that is in California right now, right? You're vomiting. California is burning, and why? Because
What a brick.
Jesse, over here, you crazy fucking bitch.
Shoot the tray. What the fuck was that?
Give me a second here.
It's dipping the crop off the plow.
Up here, are you listening at all? You're on a live podcast right now. Okay, hold on a second. Let's start over because I want to know all this crazy shit. First of all, you know that you can't sue us. You signed up for the show. I will never sue you. You're just signing up right now. Little disclaimer, you know what you signed up for.
And then it's specification, and then generalizations, and then the part. So when it comes to the concept has a generalization, a specification, a generalization, or the same concept. However, the generalization in one part, and then a specification in another part. Here, concept sound and concept
something that you won't get burnt in any of these fires. So why are you suing for the fire?
Something which was included in the generalization, and then later on in the paragraph, it was repeated, but more specifically. What we're going to do is we're going to say that the specification is not limiting the process so much as only that pace, but it's limiting the generalization to a certain standard.
And I want to see if you're any smarter tomorrow or stupider. Don't you think that'd be a good experiment? Maybe like she'd be smarter if she got gangbanged.
The other, too much
Jesse, what did you do for a living?
That's just extending.
Actually, I
It says we talk to a Slogan 3 times the person can violate the piece of standing in the country against
You ever do any drugs?
was that person coming to call a Slogan had a car that doesn't touch. Then it says in the second time. In that case,
It was right after I caused the Greek banking crisis of 2008, so
anything which is
that
touching,
was part of it, yes. I was selling
it's
debentures
a
for Citigroup, and I was very
Wow. Was that a 3?
Wow,
in
you're
another
nuts.
case, it
Still,
says specifically.
wow, you're a special
Why
kind
in
of
one place
crazy.
you
I
say
love
touch
this.
him?
I never thought when you came up here and I'm like, hey, it's Willie Nelson's grandmother. This is gonna be so
Hit that.
comforting, and instead you're scaring
This should be the biggest upset in the history of NCAA. Really?
Stagecoach puts
Yep.
half a million to white man. Yeah, what does he do? I don't live in it.
Oh no.
I do have white man. Yeah, it's really boring. Really, really boring. Even when I was a stockbroker, I
I can't see it, you anymore. You just
why does the Torah limit it to Islam?
sometimes like you can control the crazy. Some people like how many antidepressants are you on right now?
No, just weed. Weed and weed.
So somebody donated some kind of food to the community fund that belongs to this and stuff. And then
Shoot the tray.
You have the sex life and all, Jesse? Are you on holy farmers
then it went ahead and it said again another generalization. So now we're confused. And the generalization which includes anything which is sanctified.
You have a love
or
life
anything
or
which
you
is
have a man,
consecrated.
Jesse?
And the specification
Really? How long have you been with this guy?
someone who says
This
has to be
chick
someone who is
spent 2
dedicated
years,
to
7
the
months,
to
and
the
27
Messiah.
days.
And that is
No way. No way. Dude.
We would not even know. It would not be believable if we wrote this for you. We'd be like, oh, this is way overboard. Yeah, you think it's overboard when you give her some super water bottle. Never have to squirt it. They're like, oh,
Now, I don't need to come to my phone supposed to be something which is sanctified. Why not? Because I already know that. When the image was goes left to me, whether it's talking to me earlier from the brilliant hectic that you made to explain it.
Shoot the tray. Shoot it.
Apply it to my
how many of you want to hear the craziest one you know? Anybody can sign up and anybody can get pulled out of a bucket. This is proof of that. Singing a song here. She goes by the name of Jessie.
Where the sources of the person is coming against me, cover all of the other it becomes art with the either each function or you want to this from the body from the wall. We need that limo to teach you about that. So preaches, Rabbi says, preaches 3 times by his life. Just the general fund.
There you go. Oh, you got another
email my father. Teaches us that there are some things in the color. For example,
that is
but what's the halakha? That can taste good, but what's the halakha? The person now has to do something over the other. So you have to have that to achieve that. No, that means that your further what you put that case, you are actually satisfied. Now, hold on. You're still on the bench of your phone anytime you call. Now, you might say that's only what it is. The person is not that cars first. Anybody is having a car, you should put them off. But as soon as that car is up to you, so again, the first one really cool is supposed to be the camera, which is going to with maybe a hose is done from the inside of the car, and the inside is there. The side of that is I would have said, oh, that was from the car, and the car is there, and it's having some good oil, and it's putting on the other tire, come out the line. That means, the bottom line is, there are 2 things you can include. Either a person can be worse on your back, or something even from a car on top of, which is service on the inside of his back. One of those 2, to make it feel for one person, you'll say something in the middle, if you're a third person, you'll say about a problem, which is service inside his back, and either way, you have something different there.
Don't show up. It's kind of tight.
Maybe it's including these other things. So not focusing on the word, but focusing on the word.
If you really want to back, can you go in really slow motion?
When you teach the drop of exactly the same way, that's the generalization of
All right, your next meeting goes by the name of Ben.
Person who eats something which is quite nice for something that we really in the Tumas Kodesh, and if you don't need that to teach it all up on Tumas Kodesh, why do not maybe not read the Rabbi? Because the words are from Rabbi, he told you on the Rabbi. We'll find if the person who walks the case with this raised on it. The Gemara says, but behind every guy, like, we need that. In other words, the word Tumah is not extra, we need it. That is the way you look at Torah, that's not the Tumah. In other words, the Nasagi, like Rabbi. The person, what read about that word? What's it talking about? In other words, the word Tumah. Why is that first? What's the circumstance? She's going to use it for you. But she's all right, back to the drawing board. Where do we know?
Get the rebound.
Get the rebound. That's the real combo. Only if they eat, touch it, or what they're walking to this. We don't know if they're there something. As it's a message, it says over here, over the Yoreh, that parts of the accountable to myself. And it says over here, that's the regard to the person who works for purpose, that I leave that home to myself out. Somebody amazing. Just like in that case,
one of the greatest parts of living in Texas, HEB, what do you do at HEB? A person shoppers do their own line orders and just go get their shit farmed. So you know where everything is at HEB. Yeah, oh my goodness. How long have you been on that for?
Do you remember
I was living in the suburbs during COVID, and then moved out here to downtown and started working down here. It's so much more exciting. People stealing shit all the time, homeless people doing crazy shit. I fucking love the HEB I work at now. Every day is a fucking adventure. Right? Absolutely. They're out there just shopping while they're sitting there homeless and just shopping over and over and over again.
Now, we felt so bad, and we needed the word "boss" to
incredible. In your mustache, were you at Capitol Hill January 6th?
From the beer trouble from myself to myself. And why would you have to talk that shit?
This is what Steve Ray did. He actually was like on 9/11.
That's not part of this discussion.
He was at a show and you know, like himself.
Actually, live out.
I feel like his mustache wants to make me work for 3/5 of what I'm really
It's coming to include the rabbis and the big guys of Kahal.
It really is a crazy stuff. How far are you going to go with this mustache? Do you ever trim it? Like, what
There
is
they
it?
go.
I just cut the ass. Those of you listening to the
First
podcast
week
that
in
are
like
watching on YouTube, I'll
years.
describe it. It looks like if you put two Christmas trees stumped to one another. Like, if two Christmas trees slapped like Hans Kim and his girlfriend in a van. Like an Irish walrus.
His culture is going to be, he was like to do a
What the fuck? Santa is played so badly.
Because it's so strict, it's just because the culture is becoming. And this is the person only becomes color when it passes through the full base of wheel and it's swallowed. So therefore you think that's a lighter kind of color, and therefore you look at other ways. If you walk to the place like this, so this word bar tells you, yes, even that case, yes, you play cover all of it. But the other part you can tell you that bar is an exclusive. Heteroism all of a sudden becomes inclusive. One says, you should be ultra because it's an extra exclusion, therefore we use it as an addition. Same how you got this are the deal in, love are the deal love, because that's common. I can say somebody who's touching something, this common, it's in God, and it says, God, is how we attribute it. Negative, taking twice,
shave it all, and then I started playing with my mustache every quarter, and then one day I was like, just shave it. And I'm sorry for slavery. That was my fault. We got carried away. She really It's just, you know,
person knows initially that he's not
a different auntie?
he can't work with business infection. He becomes someone who does it, he never finds out, never has that epiphany like, oh my God, hold on, what was the commitment in our stomach, or a touching in our stomach. He never finds that out. That's all.
What else is crazy about your life, man? You've been on the show for months. We don't even cover this shit. Best area.
This was part of how you have to
Realize that it's also going to the gas station, cross the pipe permit every day, goes to fucking bathhouse every day, goes to custom car, goes to dice game, going on the chips aisle, swear to fucking God. The guy calls us like at night, calling it to
And that's one
getting
served
really
as an atonement for
we
various
just
different
doesn't
things.
want to do his
One
job.
is for
So
person
we'll go
who
in the crowd
became
like
Kamei,
tall boys
in
with a case
custom
of
work
beer or
with
something,
religious
and
and
just
no
be like,
matter,
you're good,
it
man,
serves
and
as
just
a
walk
protection from
outside.
the person so he
And
finally
we
finds
also
out
each want me
and
to
brings
take
the
this.
karma.
He's like, yeah, just fucking leave
So
our
now,
beer shit.
Lexi
So
begins
like,
Zell of the
2
Charles Brothers. I was
weeks
giving
ago,
you
I go in,
this Sire
he's screaming a
This
song.
ghost covers
Middle
the
aged
three
white
different
dude
tones.
who looks like he has no
Which ones?
idea what's going on. And I don't know what's starting the argument, but he just keeps
The
yelling,
purity
we
of
carry
Irish.
guns,
Too much good
people
right?
keep getting clapped around here, over and over.
Of the world.
Can you say that to
It's too much with the
Hold
government
on.
with the purity of murder.
Hold on.
Now, how do we know these people
So,
should finish
if
became
something crazy about your entire life is that the gas station across from you is wacky,
You only want the whole
well, where exactly, what gas station are you talking about? It's
the
on the corner of right off of 35 or something. Yeah, 35 East or something. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I went in and it's like, so he's yelling at this guy, he lives on the shirt, shows up his
All the time is
shit
for number
every
one
day. I don't
overall
even know why
seed.
you're telling us this story. That's just what's
UFC.
outside. And
And Fairleigh
here
Dickinson.
for no ice skate. Wow, I've never seen such a thing. That's something we're organized enough to even have dice. Most of the homeless people we deal with don't even have dice, man. Or they live a fancy life over there, Riverside, next to the river, soaking it in. There's homeless people in the city. You don't even know what an ATV stands for. What's the guy's name? Ben, we're leaving the show, but get out of here. There goes Ben. Ben, you ever get a joke, bud? I should have given crazy Mickey Jenkins a joke book. I forgot. I wanted to get her out of here so bad.
Creates a different,
Next time, your next comedian, Sam Hunter, everybody. How many of you like it when comedians do good on the show? How many of you like it when comedians do bad on the show? You must be having a blast here tonight. Here he is, Kill Tony debut, makes a voice for Sam Hunter, everybody.
This bitch is over. Seeing this bitch like such dog shit.
Has its own dispensation, as well as which one is out. When it comes to Sarah Hashem, it is only going to atone.
Fairleigh Dickinson, that's another one. No one doesn't have that. What the fuck is that? Shoot the tray. Shoot the tray. Shoot it.
Fuck yeah, Sam Hunter. Welcome to the show, Sam. This is your first time. I remember you. I remember Ralphie May's nephew showed up on Kill Tony. I like your look, Sam. You
Shoot the
were
tray.
the house couldn't leave the ground.
Shoot him.
I think they need more balloons.
And he did. And he missed it.
No, I love it.
This game's over, folks.
You got locked in a walk-in ward in fifth grade and just got out right now.
They follow the same procedure.
Baby boy. How long you been doing stand-up, Sam? 3 years. How long you been doing sit-ups?
CNN is recording 5 fucking minutes.
One of these guys shops at HEB all day long. You're the one that against them. That was the last time. Alright, what do you do, Sam? Sweet.
Did you already
have it yet? You got the antibodies? Or we need to call
What the fuck was that? Shoot the tray. Oh, you gotta get that ball.
What do you keep in your front pocket? What did you do in Connecticut?
This is over. With a kiss.
Well, it says, the amazing, if you talk about the case story, amazing, and look, you need to get one inch there for counterfeit. That for sure getting, look, it's not just crazy. No about it, you know, he's being whacked and absolute piece by us. And get somebody, and you know, you get somebody who's missing out. You're not even behind the blood, not results from it, or maybe because of cases where he's accepted.
Sam, what do you do for fun? You seem like the kind of guy that fucking knows how to work.
So that communication is what it is. These ladies have a kahal, have a wonderful day.
Okay, what does it take for a guy like you to get fucked up? What are you into? You seem really? You ever do Whitman's, but also do all the whipped cream too? This guy does it all. This guy does coke and cake. This fucking guy. A cake addict. What type of fucked up are we talking about over here? Tell us about it.
What do you mean?
I like to get hammered, dude. So you like to get hammered. So what does that be like? What would you get if you were going to get hammered? What does it take? Like a 12-pack or like a bottle of Jameson? Like what are you into? What does a guy like you like to drink?
I'll drink beer, like whiskey.
Wait, are you the one guy in that one baseball game that was throwing up all over himself or like had his hand over his mouth the whole time? You ever see that video?
I did. That was not me.
Okay, perfect. Clearly nobody in the audience saw that video, but people on the internet will love that. I'll take that moment of silence and
I can't stand by me.
when you drink all that.
Water has. I start throwing up on fucking Jamal and everyone starts throwing up on each other in here.
I love it. So Sam, other than getting fucked up, like what are you into other than live music? I mean, there must be something you have a hobby. Like sometimes I don't. Sometimes my band does virtual reality. What's your thing like that?
I like sports. Like I like watching hockey. I was born out in Toronto. I like doing shit. I like doing stand up and get fucked up, watching music.
Guys, have you been to ACL? Did you go to ACL this weekend?
We begin today's live.
What's the last good concert you went to see?
Above, in the sector Shavuos, we begin by taking all our concerts and take the closely kept family expression over the year, supposed to see a service cover for Amisrael. What's the thing? You're Rabbi, Rabbi.
So, on the way to get here, I stopped in Nashville.
Generation of the
When I said in Nashville, there's a
Leonard
handful
Kropkin,
on next
we
week.
brought some effect by Simon Francis, of Shane, Simon Maria, Simon Wisconsin is stream of the week. The Uber Mishma's Haley's mother, Linda Protein, also winner about the mayor of the Saints having Maria, Today's doctor's.blog.
I think
yesterday we started this Gemara and went through a little quickly and just to quickly review what we're discussing for the subject of today's entire daf.
Shoot the tray.
She's showing me the visual
Shoot it.
has, and it might be helpful to look at it just because you thought that
It's over.
picture, but just seeing the order of how it's drawn out in the chart might be helpful. So you have Bakaras on the top. The ace comes next. Then you have line and you have egg membrane. So the one described yesterday. And you have we'll just quickly see it inside again. Look at that's basically half the diameter of the family. There's roughly way the whole ball again. This is what it says. Mark says, stop outside.
Get the ball.
What you notice is that when it comes to being Maris, with you, that carries different types of medallions, different references, the spots to say to get. It's 2 inches 4. You have Bakaras, all the way at the top. What is that? It's Alpha Bakaras, it's really bright white, which is like snow. Again, the picture that there is a yard, so you have that at the top. And then you have the next one, Shmiel Law, the secondary one to that one is Kasira Hepa. It's like the line of the sex row. Now, what that means is that its secondary one is line, but it's not the second brightest color. It's the secondary to the Bahara. So you have snow all the way at the top. And then you skip a step and you go to line. And then you have, after that, you have several of them. The ace, which is the other one which is mentioned in the Torah is white wool. And then Shneir Law, the secondary one for that one is the Kondetza. It's like the membrane of the egg. So again, the way that the chart looks, I think that's just like the is you have the house at the top, which is the most bright. You have egg membrane at the bottom, which is the weakest white. And then you have in the middle, you have Se'ez, which is number 2, which is the wolf. And then you have line, which is number 3. So now, interestingly, the Av, the main category of each one is going to be separated from its cover, its second one, by the other Av. So again, to check this out, you have at the top, the Av of Baharas. And then under that, you have the Av of Se'ez. And then you're going to have the Toga of line, which comes next. And then you're going to have the Toga of the egg membrane, which comes next. Now, what the problem described yesterday is according to the Kiva, we know. What the Kiva tells us is, because the root of our this. In order to combine them, because the halakha is, from Mega Tzara, you consider Kamei, it needs to be the size of the wrist. What they're practically the way maybe in Europe is when it comes to Nida, it's to get wrist to eye, it's about the size of the pen. Let's just say a penny size. The spot needs to be the size of the pen. What if it's not? What if you have one spot which is 2 different shades? And the 2 different shades are from 2 different. We'll look at the whole spectrum. One spot, let's just say perfectly symmetrical and perfectly round. Half of it is going to be one shade of white, the other one's going to be the other shade of white. Says in the Akiva, you can only combine them if the 2 shades of white would follow each other in this box. Now the problem is, according to the Akiva, you can only combine with wool, and then line
Jordan
with wool,
McDonald, you're
and
next
then
up,
egg
Bill
membrane
Tony.
with
Here we
line.
go, Jordan
That's
McDonald.
the only way you can do it. However,
Oh, okay. Jordan, you
problem
wait.
with
You'll
that
go
is
next,
that
Jordan.
you
Tourette's
cross
Tippin
both
made it.
into different
Jordan,
types.
you're next. You're next.
You have 2 problems. Number 1,
Here
it
he
has
is,
to go in the
Zachariah
total color
Tourette's
scheme.
Tippin. Here we
Number
go.
2, you can't combine one Av with another Av or one color. You can't combine a secondary color with the primary color from a different one. So therefore, you have a problem combining
here's a list
the
of
wolf
jobs I tried to apply at that didn't really work out, so I tried some.
color with snow color, because those are two different categories. You have category A, which is snow, category B, which is wolf, so they can't be combined. And now line and egg membrane, although they follow each other in the color scheme, they can't either be combined because line is the secondary, the color of wolf. So, or secondary one of snow. In other words, what we call this Sid Hakel is the secondary category of the RS, which is the shower. So those two can only be combined, but they can't because there's a color in between. See how that works out? That was the more point yesterday. In order to combine these two colors, you're going to have to either skip a color or cross over from one color scheme to another color scheme, from one category of colors to another category of colors. And it's more likely to suggest that an our Mishnah says you have these steins coming out, you have these two categories, it's not going to fit in the kiva. And what is the kiva the thing is going to have to be? The kiva the thing is going to have to be that the two secondary colors are both the color of the ace. In other words, you have the Harris, which is at the top. The Harris is the brightest white. What is that? That's snow. White snow. That's the Harris at the top. And then you have another main category, which is called Se'es, which is the center level, that white wolf. Now, underneath Se'es, you have two secondary categories. What is that? You have Sida Hakel, which is the line, and you're going to have the egg membrane, which we said is Se'es. So all of that, those two are going to follow as the two secondary categories of Se'es. So how it's going to be previously combined colors. It's simple. The RF has to be by itself as its own, it is its own chemical. So therefore, for first you have this spot that has the RF color on it, which is snow white. It's going to have to be a color, one solid color inside the spot of snow white. Now, if the person does not have the brightest white, he comes before the code, he comes before the code, he comes and says, yeah, listen, after your neck over here, that's got like a wool color, it's fresh white wool color, but the other half varies a little. Let me see what it is. If the other half is going to be the shit out of the line color, we'll say no problem. You can go ahead and combine them because it follows each other in the color. If the other half is going to be the egg membrane color, the color will say that's fine. It can't be combined. The leg out is not the right color, and you're off the hook. It's covered. Alternatively, if he has a half line spot and a half egg membrane spot, so the key that's going to be a problem is going to be done. However, according to our Mishnah, it won't. Because those are two different categories, and those cannot be combined. That's here we pretty much left off yesterday. Now the Gemara starts going to the 2, 4, 6 lines in that love on the Aleph. Everyone wants to know, okay, now that we've established, it seems like our Mishnah cannot be really a kiva. And that can't be really a kiva, so our Mishnah does make these two categories. So it connects it in the middle of the picture, shows it of the middle of the article. So now that that's the case, so next, how do we know when the kiva says it? The Eichel Shamina, Lord Yakiva, is really allowed to do. Where the do is fine, but the kivas of the opinion that we say zero allowed to do. In other words, we're trying to do that again, where the kiva says Bahara, snow white is its own category, Se'es is its own category. Carrying both subcategories underneath. Even in the last subject, you have the Tanya, the comes to the following place where you learn your rights of Rabbi Yossi said, where he tells the story that Charles, you are Shiva, the no, so Yakiva, Miriam Yakiva. So Yeshua is something Yakiva asked the father of the following place. That's what comes out. The important note is Yeshua and Karka. and people call Kaka, what he means because he's close. Others say that doesn't make sense if he was getting a nickname and being confident because he's close. But ultimately, if you show up on Kaka, when you show up family, the figure asks his father to follow himself. If you're not hungry, Nara is going, shiny for him. Why is it that in our mission, sometimes the government said the visuals of Nara's, visuals of the government are two categories which divide into four. In other words, type is expression. You can see it's a tiny little person over here. It says Pirush, Lama is Kiru Klau Shmosek. One is not exactly clear about what it means by this question. But that's explained. He asked his father, why do we need to actually mention the names of these people? In other words, only a few minutes into the share this point, and everyone's already because they keep mentioning all these different colors. No light. Is it one white? Is it line white? Is it edge white? Everyone's thinking, for heaven's sake, I mean, what are the difference between these colors? So what are you telling me all these colors for? When you see Rashi points out, you'll see that he makes this point later. Essentially, his question was, there's a Mishnah in Sachem that says, when a person is teaching his Talmidim, you always want to try to teach them in the easiest and most concise fashion. You got to leave out all the extra details and just give the necessary details. So he's asking his father, why are you giving all these things? It's great. Now, he answered it in a very quickly, probably in the car, to answer your question.
Always thought you had two parents that always cared for you.
He said to him,
Just like all the rest of you guys.
what's your problem? Your problem is, what do you suggest? What would you like to do? These are the colors that you need to know in order to determine whether someone is pure or impure. What do you mean? What do you ask? What is the colors? You need to know the colors. It's very clear. You said to him, you couldn't make something in the matter of time. In other words, the point that you're making is that these are the four right colors. So why don't we just mention the least bright of the bunch, which is the membrane of the egg. It says, membrane of the egg is the sulfur. If you have a dimmer white, then the dried out membrane of an egg, so then the automatic is going to be pure, because that's not considered a problem. If it's drier or not, you've got a problem. Otherwise, that's very simple. Mention one thing. Like this box of honey you have to have in your house is one dried out membrane for an egg. Use this comparison, keep it in your pocket, and every time someone comes by with a question, what is it going to do? The class of real membrane, so is it brighter? Is it less bright? If it's brighter, the guy's coming. If it's less bright, he's lifting you off the hook, and it's not a problem. Who needs to make sure the rest of the colors? So I'm allowed for the Jesus to adapt to the sun. Well, Loma needs to mention all these different colors to teach us from the start from the zeh, to tell us the colors that can be combined one with the other. In other words, if I just told you this next one, the rest gets to be light enough, then I would not know the categories of which ones can be combined with the other. Some of those, we think, okay, fine, to get that down. However, the other one you would say, because when you're writing, where you start with the membrane of the egg and say anything more bright than that that's going to be impure, you would start from that and that. So add that line in, big deal. Again,
He's got Tourette's. Meanwhile, he's a crazy guy that's been on tonight's episode. He's haunting us.
If it's as bright as the membrane of the egg, or brighter, it's going to be coming, and guess what?
Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian, because Tourette's took so long to get to the stage, I picked two names out of one. Goes by the name of Jordan Nicholas.
The reason why I focus on the colors is the teacher's concurrent in your button for him. What's going on, everybody? How y'all feeling? You the teach them
It's a hot take, but don't they white women? There's nothing against white women. I think white women are gorgeous. I just talk too much shit about everybody. And honestly, I can't be my white girl. I'm like, babe, look at these.
in order to ask these questions.
Go back to her picture, right? When she was like, yeah, babe, look at him. Like, fuck you mean,
And the
look at
truth
him.
is that this is subject to some level of debate, and we won't get into it right now because a lot of what it is with
I
colors
think Drake is
doesn't
an
have to be
interesting rapper.
anything.
To me, Drake is the big freak of hip hop.
The Halifax it is. If the Twins doesn't know the Halifax, we know that Papa Tunnel's declaration is unique to by the Cohen. But since the Hunters just didn't know what he was doing for a professional mega checker to work with them. And they would stand there. The Cohen would basically just sit there and see. And the mega checker would say, if you have this, just say, geologist to work for the Cohen. And he looked at it and he would say, yeah, Mr. Cohen, this was a problem. And he's coming. The Cohen would say, coming. Then he was like, well, the bottom line is, what it means to say is, the Cohen is going to rely on his own thinking. He has to make sure to know that everything is going to But he was the main point of Monday. His son, to be sure, was suggesting that he should have said, he only said from egg membrane and up is going to be a problem. Now, if he knew his father's opinion was similar to omniscience, which is what he didn't have, is category 1, which is egg membrane enough, and category 2 is category 2, which is egg membrane enough, and category 1 is liver enough. You should have said to his father, yeah, just right in the nest box.
I think, yeah.
It's for a specific crowd.
Just say that, everything will be clear. Didn't really place that card to these people. A lot of them thrilled to be here tonight.
He seemed to really suggest to his father that he should just write simply in history that there are two categories. One that is the egg membrane is up, is coming from walking and up, is coming, and you can combine two categories with each other. Obviously, we would say that the double do is the same. But it's the point he was trying to make over here is, and according to the Akiva, you're going to have Paharas, which is still at the top, and then you have Se'ez, which is going to be the wall, and then beneath Se'ez we have wine and egg membrane. Now, since he only said egg membrane up, it must be everything as far as we boil that together. Because if we didn't put them together, it would be inaccurate to say we could combine everything together. And the fact that he suggested, you see egg membrane, which includes wine, which includes wine, and he said you could combine all those together, it must have been that way that was his opinion. But his opinion was you could combine egg membrane, wine, and milk together. So the fact if that wasn't true, he would have said, egg membrane enough to be combined, wine enough to be combined to get to the category. In fact, if you said it must be, then he would have said. So, all my way, not enough to spirit of the kingdom of the cool by this space itself. You must spend the order to be provided space to you, also category the same. What's the threat? That's not right. Still not perhaps space to call this out. Perhaps to call this out. In other words, we're having a conversation with the father and son. Now, maybe the father and son conversation that we have is not 100%. 100% recorded with all the information that they said. He just was asking his son. Why not make it simple? Maybe he will give his stuff with his father. He wants to keep categories. He never lied. Could be. Here's a riot from here. Where you see the house that's the top category. So now in egg membrane, it may not be the case. Possible. So yes, it's possible not. It's not a good thing. Well, it's an element of opinion. Let's come. This must be coming to opinion. Well, another opinion, that's muscle giving people the amount of everything. You're trying to, and his opinion when it comes to the powers of these different stocks, how do you understand it? He explains it as follows. La'ava kosher shechar, 4 cups of milk. So in other words, we'll start off with 4 bright white cups of milk. After not to yourself a snake you can check out. In 1 cup, 2 drops of blood fell into it. So it gets like, it loses a little bit of the brightness because of the red that goes into it. You have to not to arbitrate it. You put another cup of milk, 4 drops of blood fell in. Choked out. So that thought, not to choke out. Shmona is another one, 8 drops fell in. That's enough to help us stay next week. The other resources we do. The last one, either 12 First up, no. It's only a minimal amount of blood that flows there. Where I said Shekulan, all these cops, Maros Lovin, all still going to have. It's only, it's still going to be white. It's still going to have a white color to it. Ella Shazella Malamisa. It's going to be like a little bit of like a, I don't know, like a hue of some other color that goes into it. So it takes away from the brightness of the light. In other words, you're not suggesting that all of a sudden this cup of milk is this tint. But what happens is it will lose a little bit of its brightness. That's how you understand the accused thing. Now again, what's going on here? What I'm saying is that it's all just a scale of colors. The top one is the brightest. The second is not as bright. The third is a little bit less bright. And the fourth is the most dim of the bunch. Again, the point is, each one is just one step higher than the next. That's the opinion, which he says, he basically just group them together and they go one top to the next. Most of the hold on a second. You perhaps mix it up too big when you think you want. Anyway, the Shamas they only keep up with Pasa. Maybe we could say this other Christian Marshall, this Carver, or this can only be relevant when talking about a pasta. What's a pasta? Pasta is in the culture of Nagayan, there are some Nagayan called a damba. You have to red food. Now that's what he's talking about. This is not a shade of white. This is a type of Naga which has a little bit of a red tinge to it. So when talking about a red tinge one, said okay, you can understand why you have a little bit of blood in there because it's white with a little bit of red tinge to it. So yeah, for this stuff, it's per case. Because we put them in the red, so that's it where the people give this marshal, gives this parable, and this analogy, so this analogy will look like he gives that when we're talking about a red tinge knot. However, we're talking about Messiah with a white one. Who says that you can compare these two things? The color piece on the left. How do you like this parable relevant to a white one? Now, the key tema, now you might suggest we take the Shama Labor Pasa from the Shama Labor Color. But what's the difference? The Kibbutz on the same thing, whether it's a reddish Mara or if it's a whitish Mara. It makes no difference. It's like going to be the same. In other words, the idea really is to accuse of the opinion that it's just a color scheme. You can provide it together. You realize you're together. Now that we've done that, I'll go back. How do you know these guys? How do you know these crap? How do you actually even know that it comes from the other kind of Mega that he actually says that? What time? How do they know that you can dance? Right, so let's look at these switches because but now, if you keep over here, it says a down, the redness covers that, the covers that, the redness covers this, and that one, the covers that, is the covers that. You look down in Rashi. Fourth last on the page. He says, when you say Shabazah, what he's talking about is Rishon Rishoni Kahama, the first two. Shekei Lashon HaMishpah, that's what Mishnah is talking about. Kahafi Kahama, this is what it means to say. You get your Rashi, we'll go back to the Gemara. Adam Dam Shavarishon Rishoni, the redness of the first and the second, the summit is the Sichas Odom Shabbat. We start decreasing the redness in them. And then, so then you can't come up with our first, don't keep us down the hole. My hair is up on the 11, Charlotte behind the mountains, we will see the 11. Let's go, we'll explain this and come back to it. But now the Kibbutz says, the redness of the first two is Kiyayin HaNazar. It's like wine. So it's the Mayim with water. Ela Shabbat Haras. But when it talks about Baharas, it's strong like snow, which shall sin, when it comes to sin, it's a little bit lighter than that. Now, look what he just said. He said, we start going with Bazel, that Rashi can get the that means the first two. Now, what did he go ahead and mention? He mentioned Baharas at the top, which is Asa Kashin. Like with the snow, you would put that in the highest category. And then the next one, he said, the shall sin, and and Sid line is underneath it. Now hold on a second. The way we understood the Akiva was, if the Akiva is going in order, he should have said, turn the page to see if the top of the Amud. Now in Esau, if you give it true that we Akiva actually know that the golden color scheme shall send us D.A. menu, First, the way we understood it, the way it goes, you start with the house, which is snow, and then you go on to the second one of water. He didn't do that. He said the one underneath it is wrong. So this puts the whole thing off. Because according to what we're trying to accomplish is, when Akiva says, snow's at the start, snow's at the top, then comes wool, then comes wool, then comes egg membrane. Now the person just not got thrown up because Akiva himself, when it comes to this culture, actually starts to off by saying snow, and then skips a step and goes to Sid, to line, which is exactly the opposite of what we're trying to accomplish. But as a man, Laura says, I agree, the second line, if I'm obeyed, is enough. That's what
I don't understand how something gets stolen out of a car. Austin, Texas. Should we get one more bucket full up here, huh?
Meant to say,
Maybe you guys don't really seem into it. Should we keep going?
Meant to say what? Okay, so we didn't have a lot. So in other words, you're getting thrown up from the front, and when it came to this hustle, so you skip the step. No, it's not easy. You meant to actually say, line, so you meant to say, what? So yeah, you have the hurricane top, and you have space. And then you have the two subcategories you follow that, then the line membrane, and everything. So just like this, just like you said in terms of the puff-up, which is a mara that has a little bit of redness in it. So if you look at train, then you have a mara which has no redness, just that the white starts to get a little more thin as you go along the color.
Trade pack, everybody.
And goes on. We know that the Harris house, so how do you know that the Harris, the Pasuk says, the Harris, it's the brightest color? You want to answer? Sorry, we know the Harris house, I'm a Rabbi, I'm a Rabbi, in the Harris, Lubana, he's a runner when that guy's the one. The Pasuk says, if he's going to have this Harris, which is white, and not the Lubana heat, she is the white. She is white. And white, whatever, the Pasuk explains that something is the quintessential white. So what this is the Harris is going to be the whitest of whites. Okay, turn around on it. The Harris is Amukah. The Harris is a very deep type of color. And it says here in the Pasuk, its view is deeper than this one. It's deeper than the skin. You see, the Harris is going to be deep. What does that mean that it's deep? Before I explain sometimes if you have the sun, which is surrounded by a lot of shade, what happens is it will look like the sun, even though it's uniform. It's exactly the same place.
Do you know Sam Hunter? Do you guys know that you are each other's fucking long lost brothers?
You have some type of light, which is exactly the same place as the shade. The light will look like
Sam Hunter, you still here? Get back up here, Sam. I want to see something.
Around it, the light looks like this. It's so bright, and that's which is so bright, that's which is dark. What's brighter will look like it's recessed. Behind, that's why we call it deep.
It's not like this. Look at these two. I mean, this is absolutely
Tomorrow, find out what we're going to say.
I do believe we found the new fucking greatest comedy duo of all
So just remember, the Pasuk
time.
says,
We need to get you two to work together somehow. D-Madness is the greatest stage is going to collapse.
you know,
He
when
can't
you're
even
learning that
see your
Pasuk,
eyes.
the
He
very
just
first time,
feels the
but yes, they
vibration.
did.
That's
There's
the
two
scary
different
part.
colors.
Nobody knows. If anyone was going to know that the stage was going to collapse, it would be D-Madness first. He's like the canary in the coal mine on this
What
situation.
Mark is explaining is, now let's
And
understand
when
the
he
real
feels
problem.
the
So now that the
foundation
Harris,
bubbling, it's him.
He explained this very deep because that's in my house and that's in the heart. That's the whitest of the white because it's really deep. Now, Sa'is, we're going to explain what does the term Sa'is mean. What's another deep etymology of this word? Why does Sa'is mean something which is white? So now, we know that these Negoim are going to be right, the clothes are going to be red. Then,
it is crazy. These kids were the only thing that could dance up here tonight. Do you have any special skills, Trey? You just stand right next to him.
Sorry?
How about sit up? Do you ever do sit ups?
Sa'is sounds well. Sa'is means it's higher. Okay, so why is Sa'is called Sa'is? Because it's a more dim light. So now, the dimmer the light, the closer it's going to look for you.
Is that your real name, Trey Pack?
I don't know enough about it. Apparently, it's how it is. The dimmer the light is, the closer it's going to look to. So therefore, Sa'is refers to a whiter that's white, to a white that's whiter, and the more brings a rider, and that's what it means. Call refers to mountains and valleys and hills and valleys are called both Hamisuos that are lifted up. We're talking about elevated surfaces. If you look at Hamisuos, it's the same thing as Sa'is. So therefore, the Sa'is color is going to be a color that's more dim, which looks more close. Sepakas. Now, when it comes to Sepakas, what does that mean? That mentions this key of arms are Sa'is or Sepakas of the head. So what does Sepakas mean? Well, it says insect. Sepakas, the word Sepakas always means a secondary category. The Omar Sopeni, no. Pasuk says, we secondary. This is the whole discussion. The Rabbi talking about war.
Three months ago. What do you love about Austin so far?
And he said that the Johannan would be replaced with Tzemel, and then he said everyone's going to want to be a secondary category for that. So the Sopeni what it means is a secondary. So now we have Sa'is and Bechara, which is the two primary mega colors, and you have Sepakas, which says there is a secondary category. Now, after the Sa'is, the Sa'is, says Sa'is, Sepakas, so I know that we have Sa'is and its secondary category. How do I know that's not Paras as a secondary category? And we're according to Rabbi, according to Rabbi, there is only secondary category for Sa'is. You have Paras on its own, then you have Sa'is as two secondary categories. But now, according to the Rabbi, how do I know the Paras, which is the Snare color has the secondary category?
That's how you find girls. You just bump into
So I'm just going to say Taylor Arsenal, and Zero never look one of the same. And one of the other. It says why when it comes to Sa'is. It says why when it comes to Paras. Now the one on here is Sa'is. Jesus, so just like the whiteness
seems like the
that
guy
comes
that you
along
would
with
want someone to walk you to your car with, so that a guy like you doesn't end up.
Half the one on here is Paras. You can feel like it says white. It comes to Paras. That's why it's secondary. Just leave it up to the sun. And the Mishnah will be there.
It's hard to hide
After a bunch of Sepakas, they Sa'is,
hard to not make a noise if you're walking down the hallway.
After a pasuk, the Sepakas says the word Sepakas, or inserted between the words Sa'is and Paras. One of them teach you the shape to tail the Sa'is, just like there's a secondary category to Sa'is that tail the Paras, and there are two different ways of understanding. And yet you have probably people that come up, and you have two categories, which is Sa'is and Paras, and just now there's snow and water. So then, just like you have the secondary category for study to wine, and the secondary category for war, this is egg membrane, and that's where the word Sepakas is stuck. Okay, now this one goes to just a few different illustrations.
Like the craziest shit that you eat. Like
I like to eat examples of how to know what it is. Sa'is, Ketzemaleva. Sa'is is like white wool. Like Ketzemaleva, what is white wool that will cost you? Our
It's great. I eat a lot.
on the Vasi, Bibi, Seven, Vasi, Seven, Nakim, it's clean wool, then yet, on the very first day of his book, Shem, the Tajmin, Bo, Libya.
Seems like you hold on to a lot of what you eat. What's a guilty pleasure for you?
You have to accept it as Kashmir, I'm not sure if that's what it is translated, but I don't know what wool is pulled from the baby, but whatever the wool is pulled from, it's very soft wool. Look at Rashi, Rashi explains this wool. first skinny on that. He says, Russia,
You like to eat like Jesse Burr likes to say crazy shit
and then he
all
explains,
the time. How do you do it?
talk to Shanola Kevas. And this cheapy book, but the aim will stop ourselves, but not only live it or not. All the remnants of the book. Aim Seller Lucky also yes. And the world is never going to be out in that day. And it's an animal. It spends time indoors. Therefore, it gets very dirty. On that day, after the animal is born, his mother will lick it up, clean up all the wool, and on that day, we will see the greatest and the cleanest and the softest. Now, the ROTHSCHILD meal in the Milas, the person wants to say it for the last for this type of material. Also, the Keves, not the R. We get
I feel like every once in a while in this show calling names out of the book, and I feel like sometimes destiny puts something right on our face. Sorry to make you guys hungry again, but I don't know. It's the very beginning of October. Guys, this month are doing Sober October. We once did a weight gain challenge on the show. Would you guys be interested in doing a weight loss challenge? And you guys come back for the first show in November and check in and we see we have no weight. I don't know, what do you think? How about you wait? Let's do, in the winter we'll get whatever your combined weights right now. Raise money. What's your weight? What's your weight?
we have these
Are you serious? 450? Okay.
so what's the muscle for that?
Jesus Christ. I thought we were going to give him
The
like
two outfits, the two
$500.
kings,
Jeez.
we will show you
1,000
5
bucks?
It's the
How
two
about you? Where are you at?
covered ministers and governors.
Really? Let's stand next to each other.
Government
One of you's
offices.
lying about
So
something
Malco
over here.
Shazah, Lamala Malco
It's
Shazah,
easy to catfish when you have barbecue sauce on your fingers, you know what I mean?
the Malco Shazah,
You can't catfish Uncle Toby, you know what I'm saying? I'll call you out. We have a scale here. Let's get a fucking scale up here right now. Yeah,
and what's
let's
the
get a fucking
process?
scale.
Hands on
Yeah,
the
be the
Zah.
scale
You
that
know,
is medium.
look
Any drug dealers in? Look
You
at
have
that. Look at those calves. We can only measure them in grams.
like a Supreme
Milligrams.
government. And we have here in the United States, you have the federal
Maybe come
government,
back next week. What weight? That's the official weight.
then you have state government,
Maybe that's
you
the
have a
way we
local
come
government.
back.
So let's just say you have like the president and the vice president, and you have a governor and a lieutenant governor. So now, when you want to say,
We're going to add together the feet.
you have this king is higher
next week. Who knows?
king.
This could be gone in any
And then
given. Yeah, you can't cheat.
minister is higher than that minister. So
You
essentially,
want to
what
call
you have
I'm
is
sorry about our diabetes. One thing we did, you get it.
governor, vice president,
We both deserve
lieutenant governor. That's the way the Gemara explained it. And the Gemara said, but that's not the way it's supposed to be. That's not what we're trying to point out. We're trying to point something else out. The Gemara
So
explained
much
that.
fun,
That's
train
what
pack.
we're
We'll see you.
Malchus Shazeh, Lamala Mi, Package and Upstate.
I don't know if we got
Malchus
sets with
Shazeh,
that.
Lamala Mi,
Yeah,
Package
we'll
and
figure out a
Upstate.
good
What happens is you have
guys, right?
the king is
Okay,
higher
you
than
got
the
train back
second
and Jordan
government.
McDonald. We're
So
going
you
to
have
see
the
them.
president is higher than the vice
Next week,
president.
they're going to weigh
But
in.
the
Oh,
vice
this guy wants to
president is
join
still
the
in a more
competition. Look at this
position
guy.
than the governor because he's part of the federal
Yeah.
government. So you have the
According to one of them, you only weigh 200 pounds.
president, vice president, governor, lieutenant governor. So each one
You guys
is
ready
going to be
to
in its own category. We have to
turn this
divide
party
it
up a fucking notch right now, huh?
But each one's going to line up exactly how
We
it
have
works
one
out.
final regular here to report tonight. This guy is the longest serving regular in the history of Hill Tony. He's broken every record. He's a monster. He's been opening up all week for shows with me and Joe Rogan. He's an absolute killer. We love him. One of the best comedians in the fucking city with a brand new minute for you. This is the great William Montgomery, everybody.
Next one.
It's him, the big red machine, the Manila Gorilla, the Knoxville Strangler.
Very tricky position.
This is William
You have
Montgomery.
a Malca King El
I'm
Paso.
part of the weight loss challenge.
Is another form of the government. We feel like this is the head of the army. The
In
rest
case
says,
anybody was wondering, my grandfather emailed me last night and said, "Do you have excellent Wi-Fi in heaven?"
it's Ipata Shamalka.
blaming Facebook for getting
The
drunk.
very same governor thinks we're going to do so, and the rich people say, that means this guy's again. How does everybody do that? Because that's another problem where it's one on top of that privilege. You're just describing the base of the government from the most supreme position to the lowest position. So again, where it says, and will not give to the king and the king's minister the following level. So now it could be you have the king and the minister. The minister's position is lower than the al-Kafka who's in the higher position. But okay, the way that they travel is that the king will travel together with his minister, even the minister, and yes, we do like the press secretary. You have the president and the press secretary. Well, press secretary is definitely, from a governance perspective, lower than the governor of the state. Press secretary can house. However, when they travel together, therefore it looks like this. Rabbi, my Rabbi says to go, Shavar Malka, yes, Shavar who is the king of the Shavar is the Persian king, and then the Caesar, which is the Roman king. So I'm going to let Rabbi, responsible to Rabbi, how do you know I talk? You're talking about a Persian king and a Roman king. Which one is better? I'm going to let you set in before Chicago, and you live in the fire, and you and eating, you have no idea what's going on. In other words, you realize what planet do you live on that you don't know that the Roman king is much stronger than the Persian king. And the Rabbi explains the reason why this interaction happened is because since he mentioned Shlomo first, which is the Persian king, and he lived.
Honestly,
the couple lived under the Roman king, he didn't want
you saying this next one is going to be great.
of not recognizing that the Roman king is
expectations
to be big, therefore we have to clarify that point. Before Shikaki was in other words, you're reading the fire. Look at the Mount Sagidava. Look at which one is Sidra, the Silver, the Fantastic, the Kota, Kel Ara, the Tadurka, in other words, it's described as the Roman king is going to be strong. Okay, the Yochanan says the Jew Rami, that this refers to Romi, which is like Roman. I guess, in other words, the evil Roman dictatorship. It's called its jurisdiction runs out the whole world, fundamentally. Here I'm agreeing it's one more example, but it's kind of this is your agreement to Amazon, okay? You have this wool garment, and it got rubbed out, and so even the kiss of the shop gave this wool garment, and it got rubbed out. So the way this works is, the wool garment is very white when it starts off, and then it gets rubbed out, it's less white. And then you have the linen garment, which is quite white when it's new, and it gets rubbed out, it goes down. So, in other words, it will skip the category. Brightest is well, but when it gets rubbed out, it comes pretty moving well. And then the second one is going to be the linen, which is pretty bright when it's new. And then when it gets rubbed out, it's going to be at the bottom. Because it is describing, this is all describing the color scheme according to the bomb. We'll stop here for today, everyone.
I buy the spinach. Okay, William, I buy the shrimp. I buy the T-bone. Oh, a T-bone on a pizza. I buy the macaroni. Okay. I buy the apples. All right. I told you it was TikTok. Shut the fuck up. Why would you say that? That was starting to be kind of funny, and then you fucking say that. You're out of turn me off. You're making supreme pizzas, William. Do you know that? I am. They are super supremes. All right. What else is going on in life? Oh man, just a bunch of ghost shit in my apartment. There's ghosts everywhere. There's shadow people. It's almost Halloween.
Now, just to let you guys know, what you're seeing right now, believe it or not, is not a joke. William is literally afraid of ghosts, and he's convinced that his apartment here in Austin, Texas, is haunted. Tell us more about it.
There's all kinds of shadow people. I'll be laying on the couch and I'll see like a shadow out of the corner of my eye, and I'm like, what the fuck was that? That's a shadow person.
Is that the shadow?
Just all the fucking time I see him out of the corner of my eye.
Do the shadow people look anything like my friends Jamar and Moses?
Those goddamn shadow people living in the neighborhood.
Believing in ghosts is the most vain and narcissistic shit ever. No, it's like you making a racial slur. This is a whole joke to make this racial slur. Shadow people, I'm like, this is a good one, actually. Says they were super.
They actually weren't as black as them.
Good morning. today's down. Good. Now, paying, if you are taking your responses, you take your annual counter responses, you take the counter responses, and you first you say first for army show. You also take your counter sponsor for the month. So be ready for Dr. Small and Robin Grabkin, the sponsor of the process and promotion of the offset from Strava, Leonard Grabkin, Lee Patel, Tesco, Campaign, the offset is like this, Cheney, Sean Maria, and that's the thing. Here's the thing. Ari is going to look for the sponsors of the Eco Learning English with Amy's mother, Linda, team. Also, Leia Baku the mayor, first have a really Grenada, and the family should have in the top. So today's topic is that hey, we're going to pick up on that dollar public days. We will pick up from Amale Vina Ramon. Once a week out, and just very quickly to represent that what we were trying to do here. Trying to figure out who the kind of us that this is, and who is that support is the repping itself, is every close 7 people. And ultimately, if you wanted to figure out if Rabbi possibly could have been the one without reasoning it as opposed to South Africa. Now, I'm sure you went through this yesterday, but they're taking Reboy and New York and Reboy and New York and Reboy. And South Africa are very similar concepts. The question is, which one are we using? Reboy, New York, and Reboy is more inclusive. Cloud to cloud is more limited. And so anytime you have a machorkas, whether we're going with the logic of Reboy, New York, and Reboy, or cloud with cloud, we're going to be deciding which one is that is not right. If you're going with cloud to cloud, it'll be much more limited. If you're going with Reboy, New York, and Reboy, then it's going to be much more inclusive. So let's go see if it's possible to actually say, as we just up there saying that Rabbi goes with the logic of Reboy and Reboy, as he just did, the previous tomorrow with regard to if he didn't have that. So I'm going to do it over my mouth. Rabbi does Reboy. The meal, is it true that Rabbi actually vouches Reboy and meal? The problem is that Rabbi totally was talking about. We find Rabbi and these vouches from the logic of clouds and now with the logic of Reboy. Kind of, for some is also Marcel. Negativity is a effort, a self-defense, to say here, but to say beyond the 6-year mark, there's a whole procedure. Part of the procedure is to get here with the fall. That is all the taking Marcel. Where is Amy Marcel? I only know from whether you can use the actual Marcea in order to pierce the deer. And why in the rabbis, how do you know that I can actually use the another type of tool, such as a seal, a sira, a masat, a kedeh, and the first three, seal, sira, and masat are all really types of elements. You're not really saying anything about the shadow out of the corner guy. I asked you, like, is it the I don't see, like, a person. Pierce his deer. Kedeh, not only with the kedeh, but the drill. So they have a drill. It's especially for like a drill. What you say? We put it in Home Depot. It's something that a hand type of drill you use to pierce the deer with. But on this stuff, and again, those type of metal instruments that we use to pierce his deer. I don't know. You can use all those tools to pierce the deer. I'm a little more, you go let cop. Because when a cop kills someone, say, he takes this ball. So we got from here, call it Davar.
Yeah, this could be big trouble if you
Any
ever get cast on SNL or
item that
something.
you take it in your
They're
hand.
gonna look back at this and be like, what is that he's doing? Someone's gonna be like, it's
That's
comedy.
the unique risk that you have. But how it takes tells you to take anything, and I'd say I'm limiting.
Really?
Well, maybe on the
You know what? We used it earlier when you're like, I think I got too high upstairs. I was like, oh, that's funny. It's like,
this literally got way too special. Why is it special?
I think maybe you kind of maybe sort of did. I agree with you.
So that turns you into a rapist. I
The
mean,
thing that we're going to be taking is going to be made out of metal. Now, Rabbi was the one where the logic of
William, what do you think you look more like? A rapist
he
or a
would be the
racist?
one who's much more
Yes, you do. You
inclusive.
like
Not
yeah.
Film is much less inclusive. I just went ahead and told you these all these types of tools. These are the ones that are made out of wood. Who is the one who says that? That's not the opinion of Rabbi. That's the opinion of the Rabbi Yehuda. Why did he say that? Because the Rabbi Yehuda, he died from giving references to a kafta. You take anything you can hold in your hand. And then it says the martzea. So again, martzea is like limited. What does he actually limit? So the word is actually explicitly saying over here. The Rashi brings it on the top of the next element. And it's quoted with more intuition. That the limitation of martzea tells you has to be baby tools. As opposed to using some type of salve, a medicine, or something like that. So it's basically painful procedure to burn a hole in someone's ear. But one might think that any way you make a hole in someone's ear would be okay, because it's a no. It has to be something which is a complex and somewhat similar to a martzea, but it's an actual tool. If it's not a tool, whether it's a salve, a medication, it's going to be excluded. Now, the one who's more inclusive in this case is the Rabbi Yehuda. Watch the he's even the logic of the meal. Who's the one who's much more limiting? That is Rabbi. Why? Clearly, the Rabbi follows the logic of
until tonight was considered the craziest woman in the history of the show.
Martzea is limiting.
It is, this is such a fucking mentally unstable episode because I almost did to bring this Amy up here to do a bit of crazy to have
Rabbi does
Alright, you stay on stage with your William Crazy Gentlemen. This is a division from Miss Amy Ho, everybody. And then we're done.
So the major problem for Judaism is culture. A Rabbi, when it comes to what the thing that going to be actually usually a meetup. However, you see very clearly the focus between the two, Rabbi and Rabbi, there is what we got to with the logic of usually a meetup for and who's the one who says that? Rabbi. Now, it's complicated, all right? Well, it's generally, when you just typical case in shots, and Rabbi's good guys in the puzzle, he's always going to use the concept of the Alma Kali Pratido. He's always going to use the logic of polyprop, which is a generalization and then a specification, as opposed to a revoice inclusive and then immediate and then exclusive. He's always going to use polyprop. What's the reason why when it comes to Pidyon HaBed? He dies from using it. The Tanya Rabbi Shmuel. Because he follows the Tanya Rabbi Shmuel, which is the Tanya Rabbi Shmuel. Bamayim Shnei Pa'achim. It says Bamayim 2 times in a row. This is not the way the Tanya Rabbi Shmuel. The Tanya Rabbi Shmuel is talking about a case where we actually read this recently. This is a part of Shmini, where it talks about the halachas of kosher fish. It says, Zed talking across our Moyim. This shall be each thing right that swims in the water. Call out so yes, the snapping because Kesas Bamayim. Anything that has fins and scales in the water. So now, Bamayim and Bamayim are the color, the generalization. And afterwards it says, after it says Bamayim twice, then it says, Bayamin Ibanachalim also prepared. So Mayim is a generalization. Yamin and a color, a sea or a stream is considered a specification. The power over here is that instead of being a cloud, a generalization, and then a cloud is a specification, and then a cloud, it says, which would be the Mayim, it says Mayim, so it has both columns together, and then afterwards it has the process. Cloud. So in such a case, probably the Shmuel says when you have a Mayim divided by Mayim, Ein Zeh Polyprop Ella Riba Umiya. This is, in other words, this is an exception to the rule. Even if you're a person who generally uses polyprop, generally anytime you have these generalizations and those specifications, you're always going to use polyprop. And as we mentioned, it's always going to be much more limiting. That's only true if it's actually structured as plow, to claw. But if it's plow, to claw, then you get a default, the revoid meter and revoid logic. Therefore, when it comes to a picking up that, see, in that puzzle as well. You go back, and that puzzle goes with that feedback, it says over there.
Look at that. Changing people's lives.
It says,
my husband did not know I had been drinking. He just Wait, your husband did
Midot
not know what?
Kodesh,
Yeah,
we brought the answer some concepts that it says Tifkus. It says the Bria and Tifkus together next to each other. So therefore, he's also going to say in that case, since the Bria and Tifkus are right next to each other, and then when it has the specifications afterwards, you go ahead and follow the logic of Hebrew. In other words, here it says, you can do the Kodesh Tifta, and then it says, at the end, there's a concept. Let's just scroll in. Therefore, he's going to use the logic of Hebrew here as opposed to power. In other words, the bottom line is, you know what God goes to say, now those who argue actually do that to power, but they say that make it as that is the one of the Christ, the name is Christ. In other words, the other argument says, yeah, they get to bent out of shape by the fact that we have two far next to each other. He says the lion, and then says down in the column, just move it over the second lion, and then sandwich them together. In other words, the fact that you have both columns, and the top is supposed to make a difference, the order is not ethical. However, the problem is, it seems like the Rabbi, who did use Hebrew here, he must have been following Congress.
You don't understand anything you're saying right now.
Another problem is, Hasidam, where the Pharisees are, the bottom line is, what he told me is, Rabbi got his qualified, not Hebrew here, barring the exception that he will start in Hebrew here, only when you have foul and crop. But if you have foul,
I would send him home to my children and
so now the problem is,
remind everybody that's right story. It's Samuel up here. Remind everybody
the whole idea was you want to
$20
use
for the crack cocaine and the
Rabbi himself to offer the mission and say two darshans, Revoid and not fall back, and that's how we can keep all the Shavuos, all the others of the past. The problem is we just got to say he doesn't use Revoid here. He's a Kala Brown. Now, what you cannot choose the time of our mission. You know, it says, right? However, Shavuos not to leave the Kiva, and then it's going to get to the back, which is, yes, Rabbi wrote the Mishnah, but in this case, Rabbi did not write this kind of opinion in the Mishnah, rather he wrote the opinion in the Mishnah, and it cannot be the Mishnah. In short summary, what we accomplished today is that it's true that there are some exceptions where Rabbi himself will darshan a Hebrew in here, but that's the exception. The default for Rabbi is that whenever he has a generalization, a specification, and a generalization, he's going to use the logic of prophet trial, but he's much more limiting and says you can only include something which is very similar to the specification. He does not follow Hebrew in here, which essentially is much more inclusive and only excludes one thing unless there's a problem with the cloud. For example, the cloud is too close to the other cloud, or the cloud is far off. Therefore, it cannot be the Rebbe kind of the Mishnah. The other kind of Mishnah was the Kiva, or the Rebbe who's just quoting the Rebbe. Getting back to another Gemara that was mentioned yesterday.
That's tonight's
We're done with the cloud tonight. So let's check out the cloud to read the boys on to the next piece.
Make some noise for my friends.
You right now to a quote. I want you to go yesterday and we're going to analyze it. Ella al-Tiyeh talking about a person who works in the Beit HaMikdash when he is tummy or he comes into contact with something which is sanctified, which can't be touched when he's tummy, or something which is consecrated. So that one is, how do you know, this is yesterday, that you know he knew beforehand that he wasn't supposed to touch it, and he knew at the end that he did touch it, or he really wasn't supposed to go to this Mikdash. And then at the end, so he had to know beforehand and know afterwards, and then the power was tired and he forgot. In other words, a drop of background.
Be sure to check out Roast
Whenever we
Battle
have
on Mix Comedy. That's every
any type of
Tuesday.
skill, any
They're
type of
recording it at the Comedy
responsibility,
Store,
or
streaming it out of the Comedy Store.
for
And follow Jamar Neighbors on
what is
everything.
liable for is the concealment in the middle,
Social
the mistake
media,
being made in the
and
middle.
check out all
So
of his amazing
we're always going to
comedy
count
albums,
the
everything.
fact that
And yeah, Austin, Texas, we love you. This was another fun one. We'll see you next week. We're going to do it again every Tuesday here in Austin. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
what we're doing over there is you always want to find out how many mistakes were made. Generally, a shogeg is considered to be a halal, meaning something, and then there's a ha'awama. There was a temporary lapse in his mind from not knowing what happened. Now, the ha'awama could either be that the person forgot the halacha, or that the person forgot the specific circumstance. So a person could have forgotten that it's optional for a person to become a broken to this extent. Or a person could have forgotten that they is coming. That's considered to be a halal. Now, a halal, by definition, always means that there was something that he once knew and he forgot. And that's going to be the basic premise of today's tomorrow. You have to have the idea in the beginning, you have to have known at some point, forgotten that, and then found out after. That's what you want to say yes. When I'm saying a fire, person not fire, I want to feel so you give a feel what you originally knew, you give a stuff, and now at the end you know you made a mistake. However, the hell of Italian, mistake happens during the concealed period in the middle. Hamalema, we know that from the Naram, Shnei Pa'amim. It says the Naram Shnei. If you read the concept, so we're talking about the working, and that person for Tiga of Sodom coming, person who touches something with his coming, over the liver of sky is name where he touches the corpse with an animal, or the liver of the mayor, who touches the corpse of a dead, again, impure animal, the liver of Sharon's tummy, and now I'm man who forgot about it, who touches it, and now I'm man who got to be touched it, who coming off it. Now we come tummy because he touches this impure animal. Next. Oh, he got the too much all when he touches the impure person, the whole too much of Shahid from God, and now I'm the man. Yeah, he touches the person becomes Tamei, and then now I'm the man who gets that. There's two times in consecutive psukim where it says the now I'm the man he forgot about it. Therefore, what the now I'm the man even if the keeper of the keeper says this, he says the now. And now it's coming, you learn from here you have to have known about it, and then forgotten about it, and then known about it again. McLeod, now the one says, Rabbi already disagrees, and he says, you don't need the two words of the Noam to teach you that you forgot and knew, want to tell you one that says the Noam because he forgot. And McLeod, see that. By definition, forgetting something means that you knew about it. You can't forget something that you never knew. You could not know it, but that's not called forgetting about it. The Noam means he was concealed from it. However, there's a piece of knowledge he had, and right now, in this moment, that's the knowledge is somewhere separate place that's pretty saturated. But just not knowing something is not called the Noam. Now he didn't know that, and now he knows about it. Now on the contrary, he is. If you forgot about something that you knew first, then you forgot, and now you know about, and now you know about it, you have to work it. You have to post that. In other words, you have to sandwich your forgetting about between two knowledges. So now the definition of the knowledge is that you forgot about it. So you already have the first one, you knew about it, you forgot about it. You know that this is the second piece of knowledge, but you have the second half of the second.
And my good friend John
So now, it's in my phone, so that's the case, why don't you put it out the second time?
Still Tony live in Austin, Texas, brought to you by the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose, the two best strip clubs on the planet of Earth.
First of all, forgot that he's coming.
Held up on Sam
Another
Smokehouse,
case
thanks
is,
to our
you knew
friends
that he
from
was
Sam
coming, and
Smokehouse,
forgot that
Golden
he also
Acres, and
connected to
Cade and Yoni, and we've been drinking Canteen, delicious vodka soda and margaritas in a can. It's really so good. A lot of those canned drinks, it just doesn't feel like real. Make sure you Cantina, it's different. Be sure to subscribe to the show. It's what I was told by one of my advisors to start saying. If you're on YouTube right now, click the subscribe button. All the kids are doing it. It's a really good deal. Before we start tonight's show, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here right now. You know, I'm going to be honest with you, Rick Dan and I didn't drink. We don't drink. And Rick Dan snoozes in until 3 or 4 p.m.
and Yellow. In other words, the implication was the Nella is, you knew about it, but then you forgot about it. How will I about it? The Rabbi said that. That's the Rabbi. Tell him the opposite, that's the case, but every time you have to look at Nella, you knew about it, and then forgot about it. The verse of progress has happened. You're about to problem. Why? Rabbi Sosa, when it comes to a Sosa, it says the Nella Me'ena Isha. It was concealed from God. So very quickly, we learned something together not too long ago. It's actually years ago. So a quick review. What is Sosa? Sosa is a woman who allegedly engaged in inappropriate behavior with another person. She's a married woman, and her husband accuses her of engaging in inappropriate behavior with another man. So he warns her not to leave herself with that man. That's her cheating. She goes ahead and she secludes herself again with that man. And it was all disgusting. It was her parents, it was her agent, the agent involved. The whole disgusting and bottom line is, if she conceals herself from this person, there's a process where she brought down to the base of makeup, and they ask her kind of questions, she makes surveillance, and ultimately, at the end of the story, she continues to deny it, the husband continues to insist on his side of the story, and then there's a catch with the maid Sosa, the right to fight the Sosa, they erase it, they put it to water, she drinks it. Now, if she is innocent, she gets the most wonderful brachos. If she is guilty, the opposite is true, and she dies at the end of the life. Now, the Gemara says over there. So the Nella Me'ena is concealed from the eyes of the light. Machal, to have the other Meikar. Because the Nella that she was concealed means that he knew about it. In other words, he has absolute knowledge that she engaged in this extramarital affair with this man. So now he forgot it. Now hold on a second, that means he knew about it. According to our logic, he knew about it. Machal, sorry, to have the other Meikara. Now, the other Meikara is also the Maya, is what Pasha said to us. The Pasha is that Pasha was the Raisa, the Nikra Ha'ish Me'adam, and now will be pleased to also, Isha Ha'id Tisavona. If she is indeed guilty of engaging this extramarital affair, then Isha Ha'id Tisavona, Savona shall carry the sin. Now, the Gemara does not say it's Nikra. If he is clean, then Hamayim open his Ishto, the ruler will effectively check out whether she is guilty or innocent. However, Aina, if the man himself is guilty of sin, then Aina might open his Ishto. The is not going to look to check if guilty or innocent of engaging in this extramarital affair. Now, hold on a second. If he knew about the fact that she engaged in this extramarital affair, guess what? She becomes opposite to him. If he decided to go ahead and continue living with her, so then his hands are not clean either. If his hands are not clean, then the whole process is not going to work. Now, we're expecting the process to work. The process is the Nella Me'ena, that she was concealed from her husband, and then the time that he described the process because he knew about it. Now, if Nella means he knew about it, and now he doesn't know about it, it's not going to work anymore. It's just going to be a relationship with him. So therefore, it can't be that the Nella means he knew about it. It's true. And furthermore, Rabbi Torah Psukim, which describes the Torah in Iyov, says the Nella Me'ena Kofai will be concealed from the eyes of four living kings in the Hashemayim. Now it's like the first angel. This is the cloud. Then it was he killed out the Yochanan, who was sons who knew that the Torah before it was given. The problem is that the Enosh had to never leave the same from the Torah before it was given. So over again, it says the Nella, who was hidden, concealed from people before it was given. Now, if you tell me that means that someone knew about it first, probably the process was the Nella knew about it first. So again, another problem we have using the word Nella, meaning knew about it and then ultimately forgot about it. However, if I left to several Rabbi in his opinion, if you DS-based robber, no issue. Rabbi says that when it comes to Killa, the DS-based robber is smoky. In other words, this concept is the concept where everyone knows the halakha at some point. So again, this is a very big assumption. But every single Jewish person went to school as a kid. Every year went to Torah, and every Rabbi taught every single kid about Shulchan and Torah. So now you might not remember exactly that lesson that was studying, but every single Jewish person knows at some point in his life that it's also to go to this mitzvah for me. So therefore, that's considered to be an idea. I want to talk about it.
Thank you very much, Tom. We're very excited to have you. You famously have taken the show by storm, writing and recording a brand new minute every single week. You've made up with over 23 strippers on the show. You've made out with 14 normal girls.
In other words, you're telling me everybody knows that you learn in school, then haven't you ever had a scenario where someone doesn't know about it? The case where it says,
antibodies than anybody else. We've tested.
We're very excited to have you here, Is there any Jewish person who's not going to pay as a child and learn that lesson of Shulchan Torah? And the lady said,
we're going to have some fun with fun tonight. You guys ready to start this show?
did not go to Jewish school.
Nowadays, I'm going to say it again. You have to do better than that. Are you guys ready to start this fucking show?
Not all of us are not in Jewish school. Also, we see the concept, even in times of Gemara, there's a concept from Nifsa, and exactly how that applies to personality.
A bunch of people signed up for the chance to earn 60 seconds on this stage. You know there's 60 seconds to someone hear the sound of a kitten. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear.
Going back
Ryan J.
to
Melby's in
our
Los Angeles drawing tonight's episode. He draws every single episode. He draws every single time. So that's all available. RyanJMel.com, including Kill Tony, the video cards. You can play bingo while watching the show. And follow along. See if you guys make so much people signed up. You guys ready to meet a stranger?
Tzil Shabbos, carrying the Shabbos, the Shtayim saying out
Your
of the
first
name,
Canadian
2, which is
Canadian
4.
one in
Inside,
60 seconds
strengthening
tonight.
Arba,
We shall start
2,
with
which is
chaos.
4.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a bucket that I cannot control. The first name I pull is Miss
Which is 4
Evia.
inside, 2, which is 4 outside, means 4 for 4, which is
It
8.
says Supergirl,
Our
Miss
mix now did
Evia
not say that.
/
Our mix just simply said
Supergirl.
it's Stashing Arba, which is 4.
Wow,
Therefore, the
this
word
show
for the
is
house.
crazy.
Why is our mission different over here? The Thomas Shtayim, Shehin Arba Besulai, it just simply said Shtayim Shehin Arba and nothing more. The Mashmas, the Thomas Shtayim Arba Besulai, Shtayim Arba Besulai, it has 2, which is 4, inside, which is 4, which is outside. Now, just quickly to get through this, the cases are as follows. When we talk about Shtayim Shehin Arba Shehin Arba Besulai, Shtayim Shehin Arba Besulai, but the Snim, we're going to refer to as Rishis Hayakit, and by Put Rishis Hayat. Now, there's a bunch of different terms which are used in this Rishis Shabbos, which are not real, but the more just use it to explain it, because you remember it. The Gemara talks about a honey and a balabais. An honey is a poor person, a balabais is a homeowner. Generally speaking, if you're going to pass something out the window of the house, and then the balabais, the owner of the house, who's settled and comfortable inside the house, is going to be left with providing something for the honey to the poor person who's outside trying to beg for something. But now, that is not
For those of you that don't know, Miss Evia made her debut on this show about a month ago. She's been on twice since then. Very lucky with this book, and I don't know what kind of voodoo she's doing. Pregnant with your baby, so have to be careful. Miss Evia, you are crazier than
and
shit.
transferred it outside the house
I'm glad you're back on the show. When I saw you, I thought it's a crackhead, it's
Now,
a meth. Oh, it's Supergirl.
to violate the
You do look like you got changed to the
prohibition
phone
of
booth
carrying
tonight,
like
though,
that.
so.
What has to be done is it has to be
Very
something like
authentic
Kira, which
Supergirl
means you lift it
outfit.
up from the place
Miss
where it is.
Evia,
You
what made you
uproot the
dress
item
like
from
that
its place,
tonight?
and a hanaka, which is you place the item down in the other domain. So now, typically, if a person goes with one person involved, so let's just say you have a balabais, and what happens is he's inside the house, he wants to bring some food outside, so he goes to his kitchen, he picks up some food in the private domain, walks outside the public domain, and puts it down, you have an appeal inside, you have a hanaka outside, and you have thereby violated the halacha of carrying yourself. You have to do this if you have a honey, a poor person. You have to
Drink
food, he goes outside, and he finds
cans
blood
of
sitting on the floor.
margaritas
So
and
outside when he
vodka sodas. What do you think,
he picks up the item, that's the akira, he walks into the
On
private
tap
domain
roll,
to his
Miss
house,
Evia,
puts it down on the
Miss
table
Evia,
course, unfortunately violated the prohibition of carrying on Shabbos. Now we have two people who are involved. You have another cases, which are, for example, you have the other standing in the Rosh Hashanah outside, and he takes something from outside and puts it inside. So what you do, he's standing in a window, puts something up on the floor, lifts it up, puts it inside, and puts it inside the house. So that's the case of only about this. You have the ani outside, places the item inside. Another case is exactly the opposite. You have this person qualified, the homeowner. He's standing inside, and he takes his hand from inside to outside, he puts it out of the house, off the floor, brings it inside the house, puts it inside his house. He's violated the prohibition of carrying on Shabbos. Now, what happens if you have kind of a hybrid case? So you have the ani, let's just say that the guy standing outside, so he picks it up, and the guy inside picks it out of his hand. Or the opposite, you have the guy inside, he picks it up, the guy outside picks it out of his hand. So you have sheer malach over here. Remember, you said you have to lift it up and put it down. What happens if one person picks it up and another person puts it down? Or the opposite in the other case, bottom line is there are 8 possible scenarios of how you could divide this up. Here you're going to have 2 of them. Say, cumulatively, you have 4 of them which are here, and 4 of them which are here. Now, the bottom line is, what I'm saying is, as far as the only is 2, we have 4, we don't have both angels. Why are we including the other 4? That's the one question. The more answers.
For those of you just listening to the podcast, not watching the video, a lot of the audience members are vomiting right in their seats right now.
Obviously, that's not the most striking arrow, but it's sensitive over the Morris is hot side, if you're shopping soon, guess what? That is up for your mentions, 4 applications, 4, another 2, which is 4, with 2, which is 4, backwards. So you have total 8. That means that if you're shopping, they've actually set the shopping section. So therefore, what it says, also, the Iker Shabbos suit by others for others. He wants to list 4 of the pages, others, and others. Others is the main category, and then others are the subcategories. Now, also, for that Iker Shabbos suit, this stuff is good, this stuff is good. Let me learn about the Shabbos over here. This is you want to get a totally all of the subcategories.
How about one more time for Miss Amy?
All those funny with
Miss Amy, we're going to keep the show moving along.
What are the others?
Oh, shit.
That's one of the main categories.
Hans, you want to give her a little kiss?
You want to say you can see us.
You guys think Hans should give her a kiss?
And you can see us. Counting at them. You see us at least 2. In other words, if we're only counting your teeth, we should only have 2. Not 4. If you can only count the few, you're only 4. But only listing the ones which are. So we have some which are private, some which are partner, some which are actually liable, and some of which where he's exempt. Our case was lined up right after Maris Sagai.
I've heard of a cold sore, but you might get an old sore.
The leprosy. In those cases, not has to do with you, but just like in those older cases, over the Garim, our cases where it's a problem, our cases where in cases of carrying a Shabbos, in cases where it's a here. And the Shabbos, the Shabbos comes to the curing. Over there, since it's been specified, there are cases where it's liable and we're talking. You be tiny, we're teaching the cases where it's tired, we can see we're cutting it up all these teaching cases are in support. So therefore, we're only going to have 4. Once it's usually my name, one of the few, where the cases where it's tired, it's here. Where you're taking it outside as opposed to bringing it in. It's charging out there. Again, we only have 2 cases where he takes it out. You see us tied people to have it. Stein goes up, and Stein does nothing. But you see us only have 2 of them. Yes, we have 2 which are going in, 2 which are going out. More than what you see us, because I mean, we're going to get serious, which means to take it. it out. And Rashi, Kana, our Kana learns Hachnasa, Kana, Hachnasa, our Kana refers to bringing it inside as Yitzia as well. In other words, Yitzia really means bringing it outside, but our Kana actually explains that Hachnasa is also called the Yitzia. Now, the Gemara explains, Mina, it's weird, because the top not presents the Mishnah, Hamoti Roshul Precious, the person carries from one domain to another domain, tires. You find that one domain to another domain, you are skinned to come out of you, and you like, isn't that talking about where he brings it inside or he brings it out? The car outside, call outside, and therefore it's fine to still call outside when it's going through. You will not come out with this, just the opposite side. How do you know? Maybe that case you will go from, hey, you should say Yakid, this is a private domestic public domain, and therefore, for the Yitzhak, he's taking it up. The person is not saying that's the case, this will not make it disrespectful. Say that. In other words, the fact that you say you're going from one domain to another domain, not specifying going from inside to outside, that means the either way is going to be fine. Now, my versus is this, but the Fisherado was just enough.
Austin, Texas.
The Karen of outside, still calling outside, we see that the Karen outside, picking out, consider you to be bringing you inside, and therefore, the fact that it's something serious in the mission cannot be limiting going inside. Now, the time of nine, what's the reason why we call going inside, going outside? And it says, time of time to be a status from the Tomo, outside, anytime you take something out of its place to another place, you consider taking it out. Now, this explains very quickly and seeing that we're really short on time. You still have a lot to do today. Get it done. But the concept of why considered a hotel is because, just in general, one has to ask, why is carrying something from one place to the next considered to be on the left-hand side? If you go to all the Malakas, others, Malachas, and Shabbos, you're going to find that every one of the Malachas, you're going to have to be able to describe something significant that is done. So, for example, when it comes to the soul cooking, you always have to identify what changed in the item. That's why there's a big discussion whether or not, or how there could be a fee of a visa, obligation of cooking when it comes to water. There is. It's prohibited to cook water on top. So the question is, what are we trying to do with why? What is the significant change in water just changing its temperature? Hey, look, there's a discussion about that. When it comes to anyone in the office, we always want to find out what is it that changed significantly about this item that makes this qualify as one of the third enough to do that? Now, when it comes to Hassah, what did you do? What you do is you pick something up, move it from point A to point B. The answer to that is that every item only has its use if it's in the right place at the right time. If the item is in the wrong place at the wrong time, then it becomes useless. If person showed up to Dafyomi and they left the Gemara at home, so then they can't use it. The Gemara is essentially useless for them because it's not here. You show up to work without your computer, so the fact is you have your computer, you think, well, I have it, don't worry about it, got my computer. But it's useless, you can't use it. An item is only useful if it's in the right place at the right time. So essentially, every time you pick something up and move it to the proper place, you are then giving that item purpose and use. So therefore, the law is explaining anytime you move something from one place to the next, whether it's going inside or going outside, you are removing it from the place where it's useless and moving it to the place where it's useful, and that's considered a utility. You're removing it from the place where it wasn't useful. We spoke about drills earlier today. Person is in construction, shows up to a construction site. Drill. Says, don't worry, I have my drill. It's in the back of it's in my garage. It's useless. It doesn't help us in your garage. You have to remote it from your garage and bring it to the place where you need it. Now it's able to go past. Therefore, that's considered to be a utility. I'm not doing this on the disk. I'm just actually make sense. This is bad. The penalty says you see self-distinction. How about the two things are the first? You can follow that. After you go back to the second chapter, you'll find where it's all those cases UTs, all those cases UTs, the first case of an actual the games is a case of bringing something inside. You have to receive the term, you see them at NASA going out and going in, I have to change this probably not. Rabbi Marella said, the shoes, the tummy, the shoes, Shabbos, Stein, In other words, rather than saying nothing, you see the need taking it out. Just need the different domains for Shabbos. Again, exactly, it's not specifically said out in the Gemara, but he just settles it by saying the specific issues. So let's move on to Maris Nagayim. Maris Nagayim, Shnayim Shnayim. Our Mishnah said that there are Maris Nagayim, there are two which are four.
What does she do for work? She's a witch.
What does that mean? Not also. We learned elsewhere the Sefer Nagayim. Maris Nagayim, Shnayim Shnayim, we have two different words in the Torah which describe what this notice we start to start with the Torah, we just named it. The Pasuk says,
switch your luck around.
Adam, Kiyah, Ba'ar, B'Saros, Se'ez, or Sapakas, or B'Haras. First we'll have on the screen the Se'ez, or Sapakas, or B'Haras. One of those things. We'll define this soon. The Se'ez and B'Haras are the two different colors of this Pasuk. Nagash, Sapakas means is a
One of the
subcategory.
sound effects of an official witch.
So you have Se'ez, B'Haras are the main category. Sapakas is the subcategory. Let's see what that is. B'Haras
Dale Turk, everybody, there he goes.
is
His real
alpha
funny
touch.
debut.
It is the whitest of the white.
Here you
It's
go,
white
take one
like
of these
snow.
little jokes.
Shnila,
You're a
what's the
long way
subcategory
from a
of
big
that
joke,
one?
my
The
friend.
Sida Heichal is like the line the classically used inside the Heichal in the sanctuary. Se'ez,
Yeah, the great
that's
bonsai.
it. What's
He's
Se'ez?
awesome.
It's like the
Follow him on
Sema
Instagram
It's
at
like
bonsai
fresh
with a
white
Z
wool
in the middle.
of an animal.
Your next comedian is
Shnila,
Roland
what's the subcategory of that? The Trombetra, like the membrane of an egg. That is not the egg shell. But this is, when you break an egg, you notice inside the eggshell there's a light little membrane. If you try this at home with the egg for breakfast this morning, you take that membrane out and leave it to dry. It's dry is in a very white color. So that's what that's like. But that is the lowest category of white. In other words, the brightest white is snow. The non-brightest white, I'm not trying to say that, but the least brightest white is going to be the creme base membrane of the egg. Now, anything which is less white than the membrane of the egg is called bohak, as the Pasuk describes it. Bohak is not white enough and it is color. So you have these four categories. And just to explain it very quickly, what we're saying over here is you have snow. The order of whiteness is snow, wool, lime, egg. The snow, wool, lime, egg. Now, the mystery of Gemara gets on me because you have snow, and then the subcategory of that is lime, and then you have next category which is wool, and subcategory of that is going to be the egg. So, again, the two in the Torah are going to be the two brightest. And then each category is going to be underneath it. So essentially you have snow, wool, lime, egg, but it's listed as snow in the subcategory of that is lime. And then you have wool in the subcategory of that is going to be the egg. It's very important for the Gemara to remember that order.
It's true. Why do you think it is that black
Honor
men...
Tanina says,
this question.
non-Tana Maris Nagayim. Here's the
Why do you think it is
Tana
that
of
black
this
men
Maris
don't
Nagayim. It can't be directly to give the can't be everything. Like here, give him the honor of Zulu,
There you go.
Zulu,
Hans always has good
Zulu,
answers
came
to
to
things
us and
like
said,
this.
hey, from the attack. He says that whenever the colors go exactly like I do, in other words, the order of the brightness is going to be snow, wool, lime, eggs, and that's how it goes. What's going to happen is you have a cloud combining the colors. Why? The halacha is you have to have a grit's worth of quality size piece for it to be coming. If it's not going to be the size of this grit or this barley, it's not going to be coming. What happens? You have a half barley which looks like Sid Hazel, like the one that Hazel, and a half looks like another color. So technically it should be able to be combined. However, there's a problem. We're doing things right now why it's not going to work. Right? So how do you know what's out? Which one can you combine with Sid Hazel with? With Sasha Badi Beharas, you want to combine it with Beharas. The problem is, as we explained, Beharas is the snow. Ace is the world. And the subcategory of line comes third. Now, if you're going to have one spot, which is partially snow and partially line, you can't combine those two because you're skipping the color. You're skipping the color of wool in between. You can't do that. But you can say, so this is according to the Kiva, you have to go in color order. You have the Ace, which is the wool, which is better than it. You can't combine it. So then what do you want to do? Besides about this Ace, you want to combine it with the color of the wool? You can't do that. It's not coming together. As this definition is explaining, it's not the subcategory. You can only combine a subcategory with the main category. But in this main category, it's not. You cannot switch the names. The main category of Sid of line is the snow. So technically, line and snow are the only two that can be combined. But the combinations of lighter color in between.
Where are you starting on those?
That tells you can't combine it. Therefore, you're stuck.
You're going to do stuff. Okay. Alright.
And then I cut hair on the side. I used to do that back home too.
It's all about this. It's not so good. The hockey needs to watch, but that's the case. You have the same problem with the lowest category, which is
Very interesting. What's your
base
love
up.
like?
When it comes to the egg membrane, now they're on the other side. What will you combine that with? Talk about the same one guy combining it to say. The problem is, you have the Ace is the low color, but then you have the Sid, which is higher than the egg membrane. So you're skipping in the middle. Let's talk about the Sid. You want to go to the bottom of the Sid. The problem is the Habari negative. It's not within the same category. It's the subcategory of the other one of the others. So go to the top.
Cups of Jameson.
So right now, let's what's going on? First one below Sid. If you want to have Sid in there, so then you what's the paper? Look out for that of a problem of the egg membrane. Like after that, it's convincingly Tapari, even though the egg membrane is the least right, if you Tapari this is, so you can say that Mana Omar was A for Sapatas, and Sapatas is clearly the same. After that, you may not commit it to that. In other words, if you only have those three, you only have the snow, the wool, and the conviction, you can say, listen, the person said there's something for the Sapatas, which means this is a lower category. So you add it in, I forgot you're not going to Sidhanta Kasha, but Sidhanta is going to be a problem, because that always gives you an issue with combining it, and it's all the Raja, therefore erase it or write it out. That's just what the people can't do without Mishnah, follow the people, cover the people, and we'll stop here. Have a wonderful day.
Hell yeah. My dad's a cop. I'm a firefighter. You know, I'm also a valedictorian. I come from like long line like construction workers, you know, but we were never the project engineer. We were always the bricklayer, you know. Like we were always the guys like figure out like a rectangle on top of another rectangle. Like that's as far as we got. Like we're not smart. Like I'm Italian, but I don't think I'm related to like great inventors like Leonardo DiCaprio or whatever. You know, I'm pretty sure my ancestor was the guy that like cut the marble into a giant block before Michelangelo turned it into a masterpiece. You know, he lived in ancient Rome but talked with a Boston accent. So when he named it David, once he fucking got himself a boyfriend, it's not even human. You know, it's not even human. The fucking scam. Dude, I'm so dumb and blue collar. My ancestor's biggest hang up with Michelangelo wasn't that he was gay, it's that he was a non-vegan painter. Alright guys, I'm Dave Caggiano, thank you.
Dave Caggiano. Welcome to the show, Dave. How are you, my friend?
Alright, you know.
So you're a firefighter here. Is that here in Texas?
No, I'm Boston area.
Oh, you're from Boston.
Yeah.
All right,
Well,
then
this
let's
weekend I performed in the Boston Garden. Have you ever heard of that before?
Good morning, let us begin by thanking all of
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
our sponsors for this morning show today.
So you're from that place, but meanwhile,
Yeah, I work in the fucking bleachers back in the scumbags.
Today, our annual commentary sponsor, the
were you
person
there for like the Boston
Check out
Marathon a
our
few years ago?
getting
worked at an ambulance, not that. I was a
in
college
order to
member.
drug test this year as it's close for the service coming to all of that.
My best and cheese.
And so I found very focused on my here, have all in it.
Oh, bro, I just told you I'm dumb. That's like the kind of guy that would do CPR near the throat.
So the small round of Rabbi, this is the outfit of Shmuel's father, Mr. Leonard Rabbi, and the father, Daniel Pesco, according to Golden Rocker, and all these other learning sponsors, Ali is doing lifting and even this match for his mother, Rocco, and Leia, Bass, Living, Mayor, is calling the Rabbi of the Mary. Alvaro, Tonto, and all the Christians have known the family in the middle. His father is the real fashion. Bring home all of our hostages, the Shalom and the Kano, and the Hashem and the soldiers to be successful. The whole Maaseh leader. Those are the guys who let us begin for so tremendous Shkoyach and overhead to identify participating in the CMS night and feel a very special purchase and over the family. Guys, being it was just a beautiful, inspiring, powerful, delicious, and uplifting the lashes and lifting his mind. Imagine we should be looking so very beautiful and holding spiritual accomplishments together. Because in that way, he's back there, and really fascinating guy ahead of us today. We are picking up the Yetz Hashem on the bottom of Guinea Odyssey. We're heading yesterday 2 ranks up from the bottom. So again, just to orient ourselves a little bit. Yesterday's class was really quite fascinating because we spent the bulk of our time just logistically figuring out what happened in our mission. And one of the things that we strived to accomplish was to assign authorship. The way we do our prayer is hoping right now is that the mission is reflective of the view of Rabbi Shmuel, and interestingly enough, the liability to which the mission refers is Malchus. Malchus lashes liability. So if I say, here's the income that created. What's the other thing that we're working on is the opinion that everything that comes up on which are based on that is that Rabbi Shmuel looking at us. Again, that was one of the major takeaways about Mishnah. Even if you have a law that doesn't have an associated action with it, you get noticed for that all the time. The timings are real things, not that your opinion is a problem. That one of the positions, especially your opinion, should be a little bit of other issues. What was the issue? Well, your opinion was that Allah is like a stand Mishnah, which means I wish there's a stand Mishnah without attribution. To me, that comes by Mishnah. Based on that, our opinion is life should be what myself in making Allah. Okay, so where you fill in the blank, right? If I remember the example, but you know, often use for that to myself, or if I remember the example, no sir. Like that's the example that keeps coming up over and over and over, right? They cover this up, I overcover this up, I don't go ahead and I try to get one of these examples. Then you love shit, but myself, you get much. So you're the Yehon follows our standards, no? The covenant of Yehon himself holds a record that says, love shit, but myself, in Yehon Allah. So therefore, when I want to return to the answers, how do you align how do you provide those two sheets of the real food? To which you pick up with argument and was Allah, I stomach my stuff, it's not a problem. But the opening himself finds another stand Mishnah, and that other stand Mishnah supports this approach of Lakshmi Vamasa in Yokinala. Okay. What's the establishment? Here we go. Shua Shua Oha, Kikazu, Shua Shua Oha, and Baka. First of all, the first one that said like this. 2 shuas like this. I swear that I will not eat this loaf. I swear that I will feed it. Now, again, we're actually, if you notice over here, we're going to do this case in Eretz Hashem on Chaf Aleph Amud Aleph. So we're a couple of weeks from now, getting up to this case. So we're not going to go into the shua intricacies of this case because we're going to take shuas. But the way shuas work, we'll see is there's a whole discussion about shua, how shua, to one shua revolves on another shua. We're not going to get to that now. The point here is I'm making repeatedly 2 shuas on the same loaf. 2 shuas on the same loaf. So I swear I'm not going to eat this loaf. I swear I'm not going to eat it. Okay, and what happens? The opera. I eat it. Okay, I eat it. So we're going to have how many precautions we take not to eat something. We just end up eating it. So let's talk. على خطاب الجامعة الأول إيه خايف على أساس أول خايف
once. I'm going to type once. Now, what's the pshat in Rashi? In the type of Rashi says, in the Mishpa Allah Shivon Shema, so again, Rashi used the same other concept here. Because since once I made that first shvua, which was shvua shema ochal kifesu, I swear I won't eat this loaf. Once I make that shvua, the loaf becomes prohibited to me. If you had that, and if you had a shtabah, how would you reach for the kindness and Islam? So I said, this is, like I said, I'm not going to do this just this way because we're going to do this stupid together. But we seem to have parts that we're doing. So when I go ahead and I swear I won't eat this kikar, okay, so then the shvua works, the kikar of the loaf becomes prohibited to me. Alright, fine. Now when I make the second shvua, the second shvua actually doesn't take effect. Why? Because again, Rashi says that we are having it's mishpa l'klayim Islam. And what it says essentially that second shvua is really a swearing to fulfill a mitzvah, which means taking the oath to do something which you are already obligated to do. And what happens when you take an oath and you swear to do something you're already obligated to do? That's the way we are. Mishpa l'klayim mitzvah, for the shvua, hata yishvuas kaveh. The halacha is that if you swear to fulfill a mitzvah, now mitzvah in its context simply means something you're already obligated to do. If you swear to do something you're already obligated to do, halacha l'maisa, that shvua doesn't develop upon you. Therefore, the violation of that shvua also doesn't generate liability. I say we're going to have a lot of fun with this case. And when I say fun, I mean like legitimate, good, kosher fun. Right? So I'm going to go through that place like that. So again, I really just put it in some ways. And this means, I swear I'm putting on toilet. I swear I'm putting on toilet. And for some reason, I don't put on toilet past the shower. So what happens to that? So what basically what you're saying over here is essentially, when you swear to do something you're already obligated to do, that shvua has no room to like vest. It has no room to take hold because I'm what's called mishma ba'omer. I'm already obligated. So therefore again, because you're already obligated, the shvua effectively is meaningless. Now, not necessarily meaningless like shvua's child or like that you saw yesterday's that. But the idea that it has been in room to take hold. So therefore again, taking into this loaf case, I swear I'm not eating this loaf. Okay, after that shvua, essentially what's my shit to the loaf again? What's my shit to do? Get out of it. Now notice that I have it. There's a mitzvah for me not to eat it. Right? Because after the shvua, there's a mitzvah to uphold whatever oath you give. Most of us are set to shvua, whether it's a shvua or whatever.
Yeah, go ahead, Hans.
But so therefore again, I have a mitzvah not to eat that oath. Therefore, when I go and I take that second oath, and I say, shvua shelo ochlena, I swear I won't eat it, essentially it's meaningless. It's meaningless. And therefore again, if it turns out that what I eat it, so as a violate, how many times am I fired? Only once, because again, I'm counting the first shvua, not counting the second shvua. Again, beautiful. And also, by the way, these are the nuggets and verses of beautiful information. This is what's going to be telling you about science. Right? This isn't even like our primary content right now, but the more often it drops of breadcrumbs through there, our job is to pick it up, to take it, to absorb it, and you'll see that when you get the Muhammad feeling, potentially what this again, we already already finished beautiful information. Now, why is this going for us? So we should have to take another concept, not just Dash in the best of cover over here. He says, this is the paradigmatic example of Shuas Beatrice. So remember again, Shuas Beatrice, that's the Shua. Remember, we didn't really do too much dough with the Shuas, because we really spent the bulk of the list of really took it down. But the United States over here, this is the paradigmatic example of the Shuas Beatrice. And the way the Shuas Beatrice, a declarative oath. A declarative oath. The idea is a declarative, definitive statement. The Lord says this is the example of a Shuas Beatrice, where if I chose to violate it, I'm tired of this. And if I intentionally violate it, I'm tired of carbon all that loaf. So again, I swear I'm not going to eat the loaf. I end up eating the loaf. If I violated unintentionally, Marcus, intentionally cover all of the others. Beautiful.
Welcome to Texas.
Beautiful. Now you guys are it's very interesting deal. So
Goodness.
I love it very much. This case is the example where if I willfully violate this Shmuel's beauty, I cannot what we were talking about alcohol, the real alcohol is low level. So it's like you notice again, what type of case is this? What type of case is this? This is the Rav Shimush B'Maisa. Right? So again, I swear I'm not going to eat it, and I ate it. And I ate it. So I did something dynamic. I did something positive. I did something which that's the case of Shmuel's beauty for ultimately again intentional violation. Cover all of it. Let's read it. Interesting. That's the case. But if you flipped it, like I swear that I'm going to eat the
So you
roast.
Twitch
And I
professionally. How
don't
much money do you
eat
make
the
twitching
roast.
like
It
that?
sounds like based on this that what? That I would not be in violation of Marcus. Well, actually, I would not be in violation of the Shua. And therefore, if I unintentional violation, I would not be fired Marcus. I would not be fired Marcus. Now, let's say, now why not? But like, so why did I define Marcus? Why not? Like the Hashras, that's a lot. Shame on myself. Because failure to eat the loaf, okay, that I'm in violation of the Shua, and it's a passive violation. It's a lot shame on myself. So because it's a lot shame on myself, ultimately again, I would get Marcus. And I say, what did we just hear here? Abby Fogel, you see what's the Jim Marcus over there? Or the whole news you're working with, right? You got this? Excellent, good. Joe, you have any problems? You don't like the shield, you don't like the coffee, you go to Abby. All right, he's your guy. All right. So say, you don't say this follows. Or Johnny last week, if you went to Johnny, that's his son, right? What? Here's one thing. What did you have? You say it's his son? Oh, Michael, right. That's my son, sorry. Right, okay. So he writes as follows. So I said, Salaf on myself, he makes no secret work. Stam Mishnah, that at the end of the day says, Stam Mishnah says, La Sha'im myself, Ein Mokim Alaf. That's what's happening over here. Incredible. So it says, here it is, Rabbi Yochanan has now a La Sha'im myself, Stam Mishnah, La Sha'im myself, and you get Marcus. Okay. So what says as follows. Look here. So what says, hi, so that part there, it sounds like at least for this moment, the Gemara is a perfect harmony. Right, so look what we have. So we've got actually Mishnah by Mishnah by Mishnah. The Mishnah happens to have Rav Sha'im by myself. No, okay, keep it over there. But the only thing says that alcohol is Stam Mishnah. But holds Rav Sha'im by myself. Any more clear on that. So what is the deal with the fact that all Stam Mishnah says, so the Yochanan is established, so the Yochanan is got his established, the Mishnah has got his established, and everyone is happy. You know, it says, okay, high standard, my person who is not everyone's case is a bigger problem. I understand how you have two standard Mishnahs that have the opposite conclusions. In other words, that totally undermines the whole notion of a Stam Mishnah. Right? The whole problem of a Stam Mishnah is at the end of the day, right? Because there's no attribution, therefore it's authoritative. But if you have two Mishnahs with no attribution, and they say the exact opposite things, then halakha l'maisa, how does that work? So you want to look at high stomach, high stomach. So therefore again, shvius, like the Mishnah, we already understood, ultimately again is a Stam Mishnah. The second Mishnah is also a Stam Mishnah. My cousin, the other key high stomach, the other key high stomach. I understand. I mean, in other words, you ask me which one, even on the real thing. How do you know if your person's halakha is Stam Mishnah? But you have to how do you know that halakha follows the Stam Mishnah you just quoted as here? Why not say halakha follows the Stam Mishnah on shmos that things in love? That things in love. In which case again, the Stam Mishnah is not true when I say no problem. I see Kasha. He was it's a global question. Don't make this about the deal, right? This isn't about the deal, right? We're Italians. Rabbi Buffet, Hockey Stan Lund Hockey, the Haka Hockey. No, it's a different person, Rabbi. Listen, this is like shit. Now the teaching is all really off the chain over here. Rabbi, how did you, Rabbi, you guys see the great codifier of the Mishnah? How did you codify two contradicting establishness? Everything. This is the great, this is like a Mishnah. This is a revolution. This is a revolution. How are you going out and codifying two statements that give us two opposite conclusions? So listen, this is the one. I don't think what's happening right in front of us over here. This is a historic event. Anyhow, it's never been a historic event. But this is historic event because this event is a window into the mechanics of Rabbi. It's the mechanics of how all of this is coming together. Because again, you must kind of give me the power of the Mishnah to tell me that it's not actually Mishnah's ever wanted it. The problem is now I have two non-attributed Mishnayos, which yield two different conclusions. Rabbi, how did you do that? How did you do that? How does that make sense? This is a very important idea. May call us Sahar, Lash, and myself over about the stomach, this all the suspect. This is what happened. This is incredible. But we couldn't be Rabbi thought that the halacha was. Lash, and myself, Rabbi himself felt that the conclusion was a lot of nice of your like this. Like Rabbi Shmuel. Like the Mishnah that we had in the beginning of Sirius, he was crazy about it. Then what happened? The Hadar Sabah, he looked at Rabbi Sasco. He leave it on. He changed his name. And he said, okay, again, Lash and Bonaisa, and therefore we made a second Spanish law. So why not go ahead and redact the first? Why not redact the first? The Mishnah was doesn't come off. Like the Mishnah did not leave from its place. I always have to go with Rashi. Rashi says that the Mishnah doesn't come off. The Mishnah is saying, I thought we should touch about it. Even though Rabbi himself changed his mind. I don't think the again did not hold back that first Mishnah. The first one is Irish, but it's true. It's not going to get on the dollar. But last year, when my son looked at us, he changed his mind. Nevertheless, after Shepashka Baruch HaKamidin, and once it was only learned, ultimately again it was impossible or unable to unlearn it. We need to ask Shalom, and ultimately therefore both Mishnayos given, והנס כיום שחרור העיקר שחזר במורה Shalom. And the most important thing is the exactly the following the word of the question. So we're looking at the ultimate one, the second one is the authoritative one. I.e. the one that says Rab Shein B'Maisa in Yekiyalah. You want to like the authoritative. And then it trumps the first one. Incredible. So there's so many fascinating things that come out of it. What it looks like. The power of the see here, we have the larger adapted, where it was papers. It was already engraved. So listen, you see over here how it's just the danger of again, of Lahab, which is just something what I think is the most high school of this. The danger of being tossing negative techniques. Right? How sometimes you know that something is wrong. Never something is wrong. And yet, keep on doing it over and over and over. And you know, this is just we all struggle with this in different ways. And the more I do, the more consciously I know that it's not the right thing to do, the more it's done, the more ingrained and the more it becomes, and the more ingrained and the more it becomes, the harder it is to forget it. The harder it is to undo it, the harder it is to stop it. Such a tremendous misunderstanding, which is why when we know that there's a has to be fixed within our lives, it is so important to take dynamic activity to know and not to, because the longer I wait, the more ingrained it becomes, the more ingrained it becomes, the more difficult it becomes to change. Incredible. That's mission number one. Mission number two, which is one of my favorite pieces of this that Gemara tells us so often, is that halacha l'maisa is okay to change your life. That so often we become ingrained, and we think a certain way, we live a certain
It's what it is.
certain way,
Former
to behave
drug
a certain
addicts are
way,
always
and
some
we
of the
repeat those
funniest
behaviors
people. We've
over
seen
and
this before. Steve Gallen,
over, and
Neil
we close
Vaughn.
ourselves
There's
off
a
to the
lot of
possibility
newly
of
sober
change.
people that end up
The
being at the
possibility that,
Bottega
you know
level
what,
of funny
I
that is
can't
absolutely incredible. So that's where you get your
think
swagger from.
differently.
How often
I
were you
can
how
behave
long were you hooked on
differently. I
heroin?
can act differently. I can become a different person if I choose to do so. You know, the Lord gives us this without even ready. But the people who listen to the living the codified Mishnah, it's one way of thinking, and then at some point in time, I don't know if it's
Don't let
an
the hearing fool you,
I
dude.
don't
This
know.
guy's
But at some point in
shooting
my life, it's like, you know what? I
absolutely
changed my
doing.
mind. Speak to my
So how do
mind.
you get off the
It's
heroin? When
okay
did you
to
fill
change
that
your life,
gaping
and it's
hole?
okay to change yourself. And it's okay we have so much invested in the personalities that we create. And then you have those pinnacle moments when I recognize that the personality I created for myself at one stage of life is not the right one to guide me to the next stages. But we're so invested in it that we can't find the courage to change. If you're ready to do it, so can we. Let's go back to it. So that's another thing to finish right now. So now, let's round out the picture. So now what we've done is as follows. Now we've established our Mishnah as, according to Rabbi Yishmael, right? Mishnah, two things. Number one, ROTHSCHILD is not the Rabbi. But also what he also did was as follows. Remember, in order to make the Mishnah fit with Rabbi Yishmael, it also has to be talking about what? Malchus and not a carbon, right? Because you remember again, the issue we had with Rabbi Yishmael is that Rabbi Yishmael originally said that by a Shmuel, by Shmuel's detour, we're not tired for future Shmuels, we're only tired for past tense Shmuels. The way you have used the two Shmuel with the Mishnah. So when you reconcile that, this will say, what? And Shmuel says, you're tired of Karban, you're coming over the Yonei for future Shmuels, but you're tired of Malchus. Okay? So now we've established the Mishnah as the ultimate Rabbi Yishmael, and ultimately again, the punishment by the Rabbi here is Malchus. So you know, guys. So that's the Israelim between the Shmuel and the Malchus. Malchus and the Malchus. Here's the issue. What Malchus do you have by Malchus? I understand Malchus by the other case. What Malchus? How do you come up with a Malchus case? What can you do by Cyrus that will make you rival to Malchus? So the code says Cyrus or Kadiakin when you're ready. So say, give me a case of where a person cuts off his blemish. I have some days on my skin, and again, I'm not sure. Is it Cyrus? Is it not Cyrus? And I cut it off. That act of Cyrus will move open that itself is a lot. So you know, it says, I'm not the right. From what they should have known. Yishamar, Pen Bahal, Ina Sasa. Whenever you see the Russian of Yishamar, Pen and Al, that's worthiness of the lot. So what's this? The Torah says, Yishamar Benegrat Saras, which really means be careful with Saras. What does it mean be careful with Saras? You know, understanding what it means to mean. If you have a Saras legion, if you have a legion that may be Saras, or it is Saras, you may not cut it off. You might think that, like, I'm just going to go to my local plastic surgeon for, laser Saras removal, right? So I'm not going to say that's an issue that I said. You're not allowed to do Saras, and therefore you want to suggest positive, but doing so ultimately again would be Malchus. Okay, Yitzias Shabbos 9 Malchus. So you know, it says, what about Yitzias Shabbos? Now again, what's that? In order to make this whole attribution of the Mishnah work according to the Shmuel, we need to come up with Malchus in all of the cases, not just by Shmuels. Right, so again, so I've got Malchus by Saras. What Malchus can you come up with in the case of Shabbos? Right, we're going to go into the case of Shabbos, cases we saw. Two cases, I will finish Shabbos, and two more cases, I'm going to finish Shabbos. So what's the Malchus in that case? So the Gemara says, I don't understand. Lav Shemitah Laz Haras Misas Bezdin. This is remember, this is Misas Bezdin, right? This is a law that ultimately is potentially punishable by death penalty. The whole Lav Shemitah Laz Haras Misas Bezdin is a local law. The general rule is that any law that is punishable by Misas Bezdin generally does not get Malchus. So what's the Malchus case by Shabbos? To which the Gemara says, we should hardly come with Rabbi Yishmael, the other last sheet, the last house, he says, he's been looking about fascinating. Who knew? And Yishmael happens to have even a lot of responsible by Musa's business, so subject to Malchus. Also, by the way, to begin to see, fascinating to see But
And you
Yeshua
are
has a lot of
absolutely
these
hilarious. If
very
you had to guess
interesting
how
features.
long of
Like
a set you think you can do, how long confidently of a set would you do? I got
Shanita Lance Harris
I
research
love
being
that.
being excited. A lot that is pushed by death penalty, looking at it. Okay, fascinating. Hot love hockey. So
And
once again,
Broken
it says
Chefs,
hot love hockey.
ladies and
It's just
gentlemen,
if
absolutely
you're
do it
not
again.
able to go and answer all these questions, what would you say? High
I feel
love.
like
Can you keep up?
Tony
You're
here
the same thing
in
says when you
Austin,
keep up.
Texas.
Listen, what is the platform? Remember the
Come on, everybody, make some
writing
noise
shit
for
for
Nate,
you.
everyone.
You know? That you keep always in a lot for an answer. There's
I don't know
two
whether
things
he
going
was
on.
just extremely great
So you keep
or
said
just the
the
people
only
before
liability
him
in
were
case
so
of hell and
terrible
tumor.
that
Only in the case where you go
it feels
ahead
like we found
and
the
you
young
forget
god
that
here
you're
on the
coming
show.
and then
I feel like I
enter
need to
into the
start
midnight
doing
operation Kodesh. That the Akiva said there is no case of what? Forgetting
Alright.
Kodesh or
We got our
forgetting
first-
the Mikdash.
first
And
real
ultimately a day
lady
becoming
here.
liable like that.
Express
So
for
therefore, again,
Mimi
this was
Meyer,
the
everybody. She's the next
that
on
the Lord
Del
says,
Tony.
with not for the fact that it was the Lord of life will be small with the Akiva. The Lord says, there's the problem. How she or you deals. That's not true. That's not true because you remember how can you align this like when you just mentioned that the Akiva only
Well,
holds
one time for Mimi Meyer,
Torah.
everybody.
He
Come on.
doesn't hold the Param in the flesh.
Thank you.
First thing was
I'm
like,
kind of an awkward
that he's
person.
slowly
Today this woman said to me,
Rabbi
baby.
Akiva,
Oh my God, I saw my grandma baby.
And
I didn't know what to say to that. I was like, cool, is she a slut too?
but actually, it's really just it's really
Yeah,
just the same
I
steps back and forth.
I grew up wearing a purity ring.
How did we make?
If you don't know what a purity ring is, it's this ring you would wear so all the boys in school knew you were serious about being a loser.
That's what you're going to
Yeah,
be
but now things have changed. I think Plan B is a great invention.
not kind of future. He said, oh, you should be a kind of card.
Who knew that one day I'd be able to walk into any Walgreens and pick up a bag of Doritos and my freedom?
You highly love this. So why
And
can't
you
you
know,
say the
ladies
same
do well
thing
today
about
when
your
you
people
call
by
about
Tuma?
unprotected
That you
sex.
keep up
Not
on
all of
for
us.
ultimately when you fight
Not all of us
the
are fine.
in the case of Tuma, it was a lot of
Yeah,
similarities about the Tuma
I
itself.
come from an exotic place called Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Thank
you.
The
Our
Chinese
claim to
Thai
fame is that we are the city of bridges, which I like. I think it's fitting. But the best part of Pittsburgh is that there's so many great ways to live. Thank you very much, Mimi Meyer.
Just by the way, but the whole issue of talking about Marcus,
Hi,
that's
welcome
what
to
we're
the
talking
show,
about
Mimi.
anyway.
Hi, thank you.
How are you?
I'm like shaking. I'm having so
Why
much
does
fun.
it say, why does it use
This
the
is a lot
Russian
better than
ultimate
waiting
again
tables
of
like I did today.
It should say,
Wait tables. I've actually been into your restaurant before, and you waited on me, and we talked about the potential of you being on the show one day.
that much of like lax of awareness seems much more
I'm
coincidence
from
than
Pittsburgh. I don't really run into famous people, so it's a new experience.
You know what's great?
Which is
Friday afternoon in the Boston Garden. Now, let me guess, you know that or not. And then Saturday, I performed at the PPG Paints Arena, the home of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Just wanted to make sure everybody knows that that's exactly what I do in my life. Not to be confused with the week before was Madison Square Garden, a whole different. Yeah.
Now she says,
Yeah.
she not short
Get yourself canceled, people. It's the life. Get yourself canceled.
I remember when I started working at the restaurant where you were meant to eat my first day of work. I started chatting with this guy, and I was like, yeah, it's like, waiting tables, it's a lot of cardio, it's pretty crazy, I'm so exhausted. And he walked away, and my friend said, hey, baby, that was Lance Armstrong.
Wow, you really dropped the ball on that one.
This is really only two cases. Seriously, it says, the scene achieves the idea, because I have them very silent. I love it about this, my face. Even though there was a history, the initial structure, right? The initial case of too much. The initial says there was awareness in the beginning, and there was a lapse of awareness, and there was awareness at the end. They will say, what does Marcus have to do with
Mimi, you seem like a wild, wild girl.
This was very simple.
There was
How do you
somewhere
get off
between
this?
like super dork, but you also seem a little bit freaky. Am I correct?
About
A little bit.
and you still
You reference unprotected sex at some point in your set. Was that you talking about you that you have unprotected sex with people?
I used to work on a cruise ship, so it got kind of weird.
Hell yeah. Okay, we talking about what, carnival cruises or Norwegian?
I worked for Disney Cruise Line.
disingenuous to the reaction type of the Mishnah itself means. To which the verse is Mira. So let's say, so now we are about to do a wedding. We're not a total wedding, but a pivot, a little bit of a pivot. So remember again, essentially what we just saw happen right in front of our eyes is we worked so hard over the course of yesterday's daf and the beginning of today's daf to set up the Mishnah in accordance with the position of Rabbi Shmuel. Facts began to develop in that Talmudic facade. They might try to reintroduce Rabbi Akiva, to which we understand Rabbi says, in essence, it doesn't really claim either of them, because according to Rabbi Shmuel Rabbi Akiva, the only way to make the Mishnah work according to those opinions is how is the Mesa to go ahead and set up the student office. The problem is the Mishnah doesn't really read that way. The Mishnah really is focused on Kabbalic liability, and this focus in his power control, and certainly it sounds like that Shmuel also. So therefore, it really doesn't work. So therefore, what's that you pivot? Let's say, by the way, because you're trying to say that also. Sometimes, you see, what is the Gemara trying to do? And this is fascinating. The Gemara is trying to go ahead and fit the Mishnah into a particular opinion, as opposed to going ahead and fitting an opinion into the Mishnah. So let's say, it begins at a terrible way, right? Whether I have a certain opinion, I have a certain knowledge, and I try to fit reality into my opinion. Sometimes it works, but more often it doesn't. Especially if my opinion is wrong. Right? So people spend a lot of time trying to go ahead and kind of conform the reality to fit their own.
I don't want to pressure you.
Ideas, isms, outlooks, shifts, hashkafas, instead taking a step back and trying to understand what the reality is, and then forming my opinions and understandings based on objective reality. So that's what just happened over here. Tried so hard to fit everything into the positions of Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, but it turns out that we didn't really work for the whole issue. Therefore, here we go. I'm not going to say, but also here it is. And this is the
Amy, what do you like to do for fun when you're not waiting tables or going to stand the film?
I like to do like to sing a little bit.
Really?
Is actually adopting different opinions for different topics. Here we go. The ideas is also Rabbi Shmuel. When it comes to Yes Atula, right, close it Rabbi Shmuel. But also Rabbi Shmuel holds
This guy has a good voice.
to Malaika in one of the two cases. Either when you I forget that I'm Tomei, and I enter into the Mikdash, or
Okay, and here we
see
go.
Kodesh,
Here's the wedding of the Beatles with
I remember
Mimi
that I'm Tomei, but I forget. That it's a Mikdash, or I forget that ultimately I'm consuming Kodesh. That's Rabbi Shmuel. That's the two cases
This
that
guy can
and the Shmuels, when it comes to Shmuels, lots of Rabbi Akiva. Ultimately, I don't know what Rabbi Akiva. What's the way Rabbi Akiva holds? Rabbi Akiva holds that Shmuels between is what? For future tense and past tense. Beautiful. Because the Mishnah doesn't have to work solely according to one of those opinions. So I think what does Rabbi do? Rabbi is accepting different opinions for different cases. So in the case of Tumah, the word of Rabbi Shmuel, beautiful, and in the case of Shmuel speaking, the word of Rabbi Akiva. Incredible. I'm in this Shmuel, the coming of Kana. So I said this one, I'm like, Kana, but Amari, Yoki no Rabbi Nassim, Rabbi Tanori, Elena Smiele, and a Rabbi, I mean, the natural Mikdash. So it's looking at kind of this analytic information here. Don't think that Rabbi was only going ahead and simply espousing other people's opinions, but he himself didn't know that. Right? That's not the case. In fact, what ended up happening here? Rabbi is aligning himself, or aligning the Mishnah, with Rabbi Akiva when it comes to Shavuos, and Rabbi Shmuel when it comes to Tumah. But that's also because this was Rabbi's personal position. Right? Rabbi's not only trying to frame the Mishnah, Rabbi himself is also establishing his own opinion through the Mishnah, because Rabbi himself holds that Rabbi Akiva in the case of Shuras B2, and that Rabbi Shmuel in the case of Tumah. There we go. Gemara says,
Last week we
"Kisanda,
had two
Minayishin Chayit
massively
Saying, how do you know that in the case of Tuma, you're only
I
chayiv
told
to cover
them
all of the
that
yoro
we should do
if
something
there was
fun
Tuma
and
awareness
they
in
should
the
do a
room,
weight loss
then
challenge. And we right now are going to do
you
an
forgot
official
that you were
weigh-in.
coming.
How does that
Forgot
sound
that
to
you
you
were coming. Oh,
guys?
by the way, one second.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is straight back and Sam Hunter, everyone. Here we go. This is very exciting. Since a week ago, he got a scale with a 500-pound capacity. And these guys are going to have a weight loss challenge during the month of October through the first week of November. And here's the deal. Here's what we figured out. For each pound that you guys lose in the next month, Tony is going to donate $10 for each pound gained. Anyway, the other one has to give the other one $10 for each pound. Does this make sense? All right, here you go. Jump on the scale. Weighing in first is Sam Hunter, everybody.
Because have to know. So let me say like this.
All right. 380. Oh my God, it's fluctuating. You guys have no idea.
And then they forgot their tumor.
We're gonna guess 334 there. That's what it looks like. Shit.
That I knew something at a certain
All right,
time.
here goes straight
I
back,
knew,
everybody.
then I forgot.
Oh my God, the scales just started sweating.
With the yada, and it's really
396 pounds, everyone.
awareness is when you mention twice,
Wow.
right? So the interesting thing with the Nala, when we
My
forgot,
money's on
that
him.
he knew at one point. And then plus it also
Jesus
says
Christ.
he knew with the yada, he knew.
All right, here we go. Trey, how do you feel about what just happened here?
Awarenesses over here. Two awarenesses over here. And saying, not
Wow, look at that.
the Nala. So ultimately, there are two awarenesses over here. Then why does the person need to indicate? Why does the person need to say, forgot twice,
Going into this weight loss challenge.
I'll have them tomorrow, I'll have them fresh. Beautiful. To teach us, says Rabbi, that there's two different types of lapses that can generate tumor liability. What are the two lapses? Either case number
I
one,
highly doubt
I
that you're going
forgot
to
that
die
I
from
was coming. I
starvation.
knew that
I
I was
don't see
coming.
how that's
I
possible.
forgot that I was coming.
Man dies
Bring
today
up
in
some of the ways I
starvation.
did one of two things. Either A,
360 pounds.
and so we put into the flesh.
I find that to be impossible. I'm pretty sure you're going to
Touch it.
survive.
Then afterwards, what
Hand
happens?
the mic over
I
to little
remember.
Sam Hunter over there.
Right? I remember that I was coming. If I did all the things.
Next to you is a tiny little boy, it turns out.
And then there's a second base. What's the
Sam,
second
what's
base?
your plan for the next month? What's your plan of action here?
I forgot. Yeah, I was entering into the flesh.
Shithouse. Wow.
Trey's about to run into an absolute
Well, I
buzzsaw.
forgot
Wow.
that
Oh,
I was
shit.
consuming so much. And therefore,
Oh my God, that's right. He knows how to shake his
I
tits. Show
remembered
the
what
people.
it is that
Wow.
I did. So I says, therefore, when these are the two pieces
Dude,
of
that's
Rabbi.
not even
And this is
muscles.
Rabbi
That's just
himself.
heart
Right? This is
palpitations.
Rabbi himself. That just from putting together the Mishnah,
Well, I'm
Rabbi
so
finds
excited for you guys, and I wish you both the best of luck of fun. And little Tony can get behind something as positive as a weight loss challenge here. And I thank you guys for doing it. Feel free to keep signing up for the show and keep doing comedy in the meanwhile. We'll get updates along the way. We're going to see them the first Monday in November, and someone's going to win a bunch of money.
and was saying the Mishnah, Rabbi found different
Jesus, imagine if Sam
different
Hunter, or imagine if one of them loses 200 pounds, we have to pay them, what is it,
not just the Rabbi found
$2,000?
other Thomas.
Jesus
also and the same way that Rabbi himself was. So Rabbi will see his own person. So she thought was like Rabbi Shmuel in the case of Tumah.
Anything can happen. We're
And
going to
therefore,
see.
there's
There's going to be a lot of fucking,
forgetting your Tumah
a
status,
lot of
as well
misdemeanors
as
between the
forgetting
two
that
of
it is
them.
Mikdash or
Your next
Kodesh.
comedian is Mason Smith. Back to the bucket we go. Let's eat another stranger together. Mason Smith is next. Uncle Tony in Boston. Other fucking Texas. Here comes Mason.
Both is what? Whether the Shmuel is in future tense, right? Othal, the Shalom, Othal, or past tense, Achalti, the Shalom, Achalti. Now, Rav Kahn is suggesting that he himself holds that way as well. Where do you see that? Shmuel is the instant time of the actually, you know, like, the more you see that Rabbi, like, this is Rabbi's first look at Shmuel, right? Svara, ultimately, I want to Svara. Okay? Frankly, especially, what does that do? Mishnah Akira, our stars is a different question. Ashkik and Yiddish, the seven of Rabbi Shmuel, Yishmuel, the seven of Rabbi Akiva, Miyalam, Svara, so it's a Svara, it's a Svara, that means that on this way, that Shmuel's literally, you carry it not only against the past tense Shmuel's, but also for future tense. Now, what does that mean? It's a Svara. So, you know, Rabbi Akiva might come from the Rabbi Shara. So, say, why does Rabbi Akiva hold that you're carrying for past tense Shmuel? Why is that? The Danish rebreaking the Ego. Okay, so I said, get into this. We're going to see that, now, here's the statistic. Okay. It appears based on the way the Gemara going now, and again, this is also the Mishnah, that the paradigmatic case of Shmuel's weekly is actually future oriented. Right? The paradigmatic case, right, of a declarative Shmuel is, I will eat, I swear I will eat, or I swear I won't eat. Okay? The drush is like, because remember, that's how the Mishnah explains. Stein Shin Abba, the two different paradigmatic cases of Shmuel's future, the future-oriented Shmuels, which then will be the second to for what? Past tense. Like Shmuel Sha'achal, Shmuel Sha'achalti. Now that's this. We're going to keep a get over this front. And that's this. We bring to the thing. And that's like, this is really exciting. Because remember, this gets to the core of what we call our exegetical principles. Remember again, those are very different mechanisms in which one can actually supernatural. Now again, obviously, you don't wake up one morning and decide which exegetical principle you want to use. Like, that's not outside. That's what gets you up in the morning, right? It's a pizza, right? But again, what I'm talking about over here is these super adaptations, these 12 different exegetical avenues. Obviously, different power and different disorders. There are different conditions from where they're going back, everything else I believe, about how the adaptation different secret. Rabbi Akiva, ultimately again, adaptation through the rebirth in the weekdays. Okay, now, and we're going to see how this plays out in just a moment. Rabbi Garish rebirth in the weekdays. And Rabbi also generally use that same exegetical principle. So because Rabbi Akiva used rebirth in the weekdays, and we will look and Rabbi also used rebirth in the it is not supposed to say that Rabbi called like Rabbi Akiva. Okay, let's put a little more meat on the bones here. Decide that. There we go. So let's just an example of how Rabbi Garshin's rebirth in the
what do you like to do for fun? You seem like a real man, so I'm excited to hear what you have to
Firstborn son has sanctity, and the Lord is this part to get what's the process of getting it? I go to the Kohen, I give the Kohen, I give the Kohen, asks you, what do you want to do? You want the kids that finish the Misha, you want to redeem him, want to redeem his firstborn safety. If I want to redeem the firstborn safety, I could transfer the safety on to 5 slugs. 5 slugs. You know what's follows? You know what's everything? A couple do the part, then put the rest follows. You can redeem your firstborn child like anything, with the exception of documents. That's the reason the document. Let's say again, I have a firstborn son. I want to redeem him. I happen to have a document in my possession that says Ethan owes me 5 slugs. So I have one document. And again, the one document is get a 5 slug. So I say at the same time, here's what we're going to do. Let's go.
And this is also what acid sounds like. Mercy, what do you say hi to these people?
I'll give you documents. You can do that.
This is literally who Mercy is all the time. If you're wondering, like, hey, I could easily be a little bit funny for the show right now. Not at all. That's literally all of his catchphrases. Like, if he was a doll and had a full string, that's what he says. He says, cheer, this is what I do, dude. Fuck yes,
My time to
just that people understand what we're talking about here, but how often, honestly, without being funny, had all of that. Give us a ballpark of how often you do have some. There we go.
So the pasuk says, "You shall from 1 month old." Now again, Kibiyah is a reborn, which means pretty much you can redeem
Just off and on, 4 or 5
with
times a
what?
day.
With what?
Straight up acid,
With anything.
which lasts,
Okay.
what, 8,
So the
10,
Gemara
12
says,
hours or something like that?
It says, "Amishes shkalim," but then it says again with the value of something that is 5 shkalim, right? Silver worth 5 shkalim.
I just wanted you to come say
That's
hi.
a
Be so nice to my
Right?
friend
Again,
Bruce.
also, we use again being mad that you're including everything. Now here is a meat that is 5 shkalim of silver, 5 silver shkalim. That's a meat.
Lasts longer than you wanted to, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And then it says, "He shall be with you." That's a reborn again. How's it Reba? So what I have in this passage, Reba, who means Reba. So there's a reborn, right? There's a reborn, Kibiyah. There's a meat. There's a meat. The Erke Chakaz of Chamisha Shkalim. And then there's a reborn, Tifta.
So, yeah, what
We'll
did
say,
she
what do
do
you do
for
when you have a reborn, a meat, and a reborn? What does that do? So it says, Reba HaKol. In general, the result of a reborn meal and reborn is ultimately everything is included, even honey, but listen, but it includes everything with
So
the
you
carve out.
left her in Boston and now you came down here
It's an
for all
exclusion.
the
It's an
was
exclusion.
it a month ago you said?
The exclusion in 98
2 weeks ago.
new
Fresh
shirts. That
blood here in
includes
Austin.
everything.
What part
Includes
of town are
everything.
you living in?
What does it exclude? It excludes
That's my boy. He
shirts.
actually
So
married
that's
my
how,
wife.
why
You
would
look
it
like the kind of guy
exclude
that would get a
shirts? Why
studio
exclude
apartment in
shirts?
Round Rock. Am I correct?
Because ultimately, again, the star does not have an inherent value. It actually says over here,
Awesome. And you live by yourself?
yeah, she says, "Chutz
Very
min
good.
hashtar,
You think you're going to lose anybody into a Hutz camp? What do you think about this?
I think it's a star that comes with your finger to the honey about it. Actually, it's good.
Really?
So,
Wow.
that's why, because the star does not have
It always
an
surprises me how many
inherent
drugs
value.
Hans
But the
actually
only, in
does.
general, the only value
Very
of star
rare in the
has is
Asian
what? What's
community.
the
Am I
value of
correct?
star?
It's like a
The
black
value,
pedophile.
the
Doesn't
value,
happen
the
often
Gemara
in
often uses the
Asian.
expression, what did the star do
In
for?
Asian
A
church.
battle stopper. Well, a battle stopper, that's just a use for it. So therefore, again, because that's no inherent value, therefore, halach l'maisa, if halach l'maisa, you can't accuse your partner doing that. And our partner is supposed to say, that's Rabbi. Right? And therefore, Rabbi's coming to this conclusion, ultimately, again, to a replay, a mirror, and a replay. On the other hand, for Rabbanon, that she clearly practice. Rabbanon, on the other hand, don't use reading anymore. They say, what do they use?
So
They use
much fun. I
Daled
love
Fox.
your set.
Now watch
Here's
this.
a big
Rabbanon,
joke
that she
over
clearly
the green
practice. If
mountains.
you we
Come
don't
back
call
again.
Cloud.
Sign up
You
again.
shall redeem it from the age of 1 month. Cloud. Right? And that is a general statement.
Yeah,
The
can we get
Erke
we want a
Chakaz
Jack
of
and Coke?
Chamisha
A
Shkalim.
Jack and Coke for my friend Hans.
You shall use silver of 5 shkalim. That's prat.
We're having
That is a
fun. You
detail.
guys having
The
fun
detail
out
is
there?
detail. Tifka, ultimately,
There you go.
who shall redeem him?
All those
Front of the color.
smiling
Listen,
faces.
just, do you see what's happening over here?
Golden
You
is next
don't
Seinfeld.
often see it
We're
like this.
flying through it here
You're
tonight,
bashing the
though.
same words. Right? Wherever you get, it's the same exact words. Right?
Brandon, if you're trying to say something, I can't hear you. Hey, how you doing, big dog? Hey, how you doing, big dog? Yes, sir. All right, so we were watching the games earlier. Let's see how you've done. My number one team almost lost. Excellent, big man. So if you want to know how you're doing, I'm well, thankfully. All right, so you, my friend, are
there's one specific thing that is excluded. So therefore, the Rebbe's model of reborn, near reborn, you could do bigger Rabbi with everything
let's see here.
except for Shtaris. Shtaris is the one exception to the thing. In Klal Chapter 12, which is like
Yeah, man.
this.
So we're tied right now. You've done really well. Really, really well. Good job, Brandon.
A paradigm.
Absolutely. Do you know how to check how you're doing? Okay, so you open up. Why don't you share your screen? Open up ESPN.
category of things. You hear this distinction? Now watch this. Therefore, according to the
Okay, which one is it?
The category that is
Which one is it?
Is the category
Which one is it?
conforms to the details of the prat.
Okay, excellent.
All
right.
And
And
the prat was silver.
so here's how you can tell how you're doing. Okay, go to ESPN.
Now watch this.
Okay, go to ESPN.
What's unique about the prat? Not prat before it's covered on the counter. The group on the silver is silver.
And then, do you see it says like your bracket on the left side? View your bracket on the left side. View your bracket. It's at the top. That's okay. Go to yeah. That one. You got it. Okay. And do you see your selection? Okay. Wait. Go back up. Go back up. Okay. Do you see your team? There's like a. It says like ESPN fan and then a bunch of numbers. So click that.
So in both cases, the excluding piece defines that which
there you go.
is that
okay, so this is the women's.
Excluded.
Okay, so this is the women's. Do you see at the top it should say men's? Do you see at the top it should say men's?
What's included is anything that is.
Click on the men's one. There you go. Excellent. Good job, Brandon. Okay, and then. Click on your name again. Yeah, there you go. And then you can see how many points you have. Like right now you've got 60 points. And it'll tell you what games you won and what games you didn't win. So like the first one, you picked Duke. So you got like an outline on that one. And then I think you picked like Wisconsin maybe. And then like you see the ones where you've got an outline around it. Those are the ones you won, and then the ones without an outline either haven't happened yet or you didn't win. And then you can check on here. So make sure you have this bookmarked, and then you'll come back to this over the course of the day, and you can see how you're doing. Excellent. Now, one other thing we're going to help you with. Go to just the regular ESPN. So make sure to bookmark this. Okay, excellent. Now go to just the regular ESPN webpage. Okay. And do you see there's like a big banner at the top that's distracting? It says All State. You see that? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I want you to install an extension. And this extension is going to get rid of all of the advertisements on the internet. Okay, so then I want you to go to a new tab. And then type in the letter U. And then type in the word block. B-L-O-C-K. And then I want you to type it. Yeah, so right there, there's an extension at the top. U block origin. Yep. Yep, installed. Excellent. This is going to save you so much time because you won't be distracted by any ads anymore. So now go back to ESPN.
Uses that same exact mechanism for Joshua says, well, we're not quite finished with it. We'll stop.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir. Okay, so did you see how it says Allstate? And then scroll down. And there's like things on the side that are advertisements. Do you see those? Those just waste your time. So, it just installed uBlock. Now refresh the page. Scroll all the way to the top. What's missing? What's missing?
What's missing?
That's right. Good job, Brandon. So you won't get ads anymore.
You won't get ads anymore.
Okay, excellent, my man.
Okay, excellent, my man.
So there's another website that I found. Oh, maybe you found. Maybe you got it. Okay, great.
Maybe you got it. Okay, great.
You've got it.
You got it.
There you go, my man.
There you go, my man.
So is that showing the game?
Is that showing the game? For this morning's share today.
Let's see if it shows the game.
Let's see if it shows the game.
I don't think you have to be signed in.
I don't think you have to be signed in.
What website is that? Okay, that shows the games. Have you watched the games yet today?
That shows the games. Have you watched the games yet?
Okay, so yeah, no, I understand. That's cool. So I'll give you a website that has the games. Unless you can connect with that. If you can connect with that, try that. There you go. There are the games. You got them. So see that one that says live and it's got 4 games at once? Yeah, go to multi-game. That's cool. That's really cool. Oh, you got the hookup. What is it? What does it say?
What does it say?
Today, we will begin the Gemara together. So we are picking up today's daf is daf.
Okay, that's okay. We'll fix it. So you haven't been able to watch any of the games today yet, right? I understand, and that's absolutely okay. I just want to make sure that it wasn't previously working and now it's, or it wasn't previously working and now it's not working. So I'll give you the website for it. Oh, commercial break in progress. So just keep it on there, and it should work. If it doesn't work, I'll give you another website, and you'll be able to watch all the games. No worries, okay? How do you turn it up? Yeah, TCU won. They beat Ohio State. Oh, okay. It's right there, isn't it? You're trying to get the sound up?
And with Mincha and then see at 7 o'clock, there is still time. There is still time to register. If you would like, you won't get food, but you I'm just kidding, you won't get food. There's plenty of food.
Okay, well let's try to fix that. Double click on the game. Do you have your sound up on your computer?
Solid. Why we are watch Shavuos. There's one side, Masechtas only. And the progression of Masechtas is methodical. So why are we going from
Okay, now click on the game.
So you know, it's very simple. You show the 20.
Whatever game it is. There you go, you got it.
So remember again, one of the last sugyas that we had in the Masechtas Makkos.
No need to apologize. You haven't done anything wrong. You're absolutely fine, Brandon. That's amazing. Yes, sir.
one corner here, one corner there.
Yeah.
Right? These two prohibitions.
I'm watching him right now, my friend.
There's actually 5 spots, right? Remember, again, the temples, the jawbone, and the chin. So what's unique about this? So
When are they playing?
When are they playing? Look, remember again, there's one prohibition, right? There's a prohibition not to destroy beer. There's a prohibition not to round out the colors. There's one prohibition, yet it's one prohibition that results in multiple sub-prohibitions, right? In other words, if I go ahead and I round out the corners of my head, it's one.
There you go, big dog.
We have a tiny twice. I'll destroy my beard with a laser. It's at the end of the day, again, it's one round.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful to hear, Brandon.
I'm tied 5 times. So you want to say this Malchus, the last formal halacha that it dealt with was this concept of what
I think so.
that could ultimately translate into multiple layers of liability. So everyone say, well, John, this whole shit.
Excellent. Brandon, do you hear in the background, you get this notification sound because you're in so many discords and it goes ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Yeah, let's fix that. Go to your settings. So that's there's a little gear at the bottom on the left. Right by your name. Click it.
And now 2 that is 4 in our Mishnah. Beautiful. Therefore, again, the Gemara said, beautiful. Okay, so now ask the Gemara.
Okay, so you see where your name is? It says Brandon. Go back. Yeah, that one. Right there. Perfect. Okay, now do you see notifications?
Remember again, in our Mishnah here.
Yeah, notifications. Okay. And
two additional cases as well, right? Case number
So-
one was Shavuos oath. Case number 2 was
I would just shut them all off, at least for sounds. I mean, you're on here all the time anyway, so you don't pay attention to those. There's no way you could pay attention to them all. So yeah, shut the ones for sound off. Well, you can keep the ring on, but just where it says new message.
When it comes to Shabbos, and by the Mishnah,
So where it says new message. Okay, notice it's now. Okay, shut off new message. Okay, and you may have to hit save.
And yet, in those other places, specifically by Shabbos and by Saras,
I know. You may have to hit save.
You may have to hit save. Saras only quotes the case by Tzmidar, only quotes the case by Saras, and not the other 3 cases. Okay, so
It's at the very top, maybe.
The question. I'll tell you. On the Shavuos VBS
I don't either. Okay, so okay, so are you only logged in on one account on this computer? Are you only logged in on one account on this computer?
We are laying next to each other in the Torah. So that's number 1. Right?
Yeah. Okay. So this pink one's. Okay, that's cool. Go to the pink one. And turn off the Go to the gear and turn off the sound notifications there as well.
So because number 1, they are scripturally juxtaposed, and because number 1 and number 2 they share the same carbonic liability, therefore again they're mentioned together. Now we'll say so that's why in the second Shavuos we're automatically going to
So,
through Tumah.
Go to the pink account.
Once we're mentioning two,
The pink account.
once we're
Yeah.
mentioning two, you know what it says?
Yeah. And then go to the gear
Once you're
and check the
mentioning
sounds.
two out of the four
Check the
keys,
sound notifications.
Okay, alright, well, then what? Then what? Then you might as well go ahead and
Okay, so that's good. That's good. Hold on.
Number one,
Are you logged into any other accounts on this device?
is Marcus ended off with the case of one lock that results in multiple layers of liability. So
Like, are you in a Discord browser? Okay, go to that account and turn off the settings in your Discord browser account.
Yet in other circumstances, only the particularly relevant case is mentioned. Because once we mention Jewish, always going to mention Tumah, because they're linked scripturally and canonically. Once you're mentioning two, then ultimately what? You might as well mention the other two as well.
Because it's still going. Ba-do.
This is as follows. I'm going to say, it's a tremendous
Okay.
also.
Go to your American flag one.
Go to your American flag one. The fourth. But it's like, once you mention two, I don't know if you don't either way on that.
Yeah, it might be the Baltimore Ravens one.
I was talking with someone about doing the Cephas Shmiras.
Okay, go to all of them and just shut the sound notifications off.
So see, why not? Because I'm just really good.
Yeah.
But why not? Like, no, I'm not gonna do it. I said, I promise you, if you can give me a compelling reason why you're not going to do Shavuos,
Turn off sounds for new incoming message for all the accounts that you have.
If you just say, no, what is that? You can tell me.
Yeah, it's still going, so just check all the other ones too.
I'm driving 15 carpools. I don't know, but just like, no, first of all, at least use your proper English. That's number one, right? Not some type of, no, I'm not doing this.
Okay, that one's turned off.
You have a beautiful opportunity.
Go to your next one.
Now, sometimes you can't take advantage of that. Well, then that's the nature of life. If I have a legitimate
Excellent.
reason,
Go to the next one.
Opportunity, of course, no one can take advantage of it. It's so awful. Like, it's just like, it's just like, no, I'm not doing it. It's just, I'll come along and say, well, why not?
That's great. Go to the next one. I know, but you can still hear them in the background. So one of your other accounts still has them on.
Unless there's a compelling reason not to
Yes,
continue
sir.
forward, why not?
There you go. There you go. Hey, that's it. Do you notice it's not going ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Excellent. It's a lot better now, right? Because, like, you can't pay attention to all that stuff. That's way too many. Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. It's too much. You know what I'm saying, right? Excellent. Excellent. Okay. Let's go back to the game.
Let's just turn the page back. So the rest of the Mishnah was about Tumah. So the Gemara says, I don't think stylistically that doesn't make sense. If the heading is Shavuos,
You can save the women's too, yeah. The women's will start up soon.
And then literally the rest of the Mishnah, which was a very long Mishnah, it was a block Mishnah. The rest of the Mishnah was Tumah. What's the pshat? This is very interesting. So it's a pasuk with Shvus on Farshi Dias. I don't understand. You opened with Shvus, but then you went ahead and spent the rest of the time on Tumah. To which the Gemara says very interesting. I did the Zutron Milayu, pasuk Shailu, the other 20 Shvus to the Tishim Milayu. So then the Gemara says like this. Actually, fascinatingly enough, the laws of Tumah, at least in this regard,
what'd you say?
like this type of Tumah liability is relatively succinct.
You were just showing them a second ago. There you go. There it is.
Which are much more complex. So therefore, the Gemara made a conscious decision to
there you go.
Let's finish with what we mentioned.
So the guy in the bottom right is talking right now. I think if you click on the bottom left, it'll give you the sound of the bottom left game.
Because in life, there are different ways that a person should approach accomplishment.
There you go.
We all want to accomplish in life. We all set for ourselves objectives and goals. So in general, there's this type of tension I think that we often encounter about what
do you see it?
And goals should I set for myself.
Excellent. There you go.
Long-term goals, long-term objectives, or short-term goals,
all right. You have any other questions, Brandon? Okay. Well, if you do, just let me know. Okay. If you have any other questions, let me know. I want you to know that I'm here, but I'm gonna just mute your. I'm not muting you. I'm just muting your voice. Not your voice. I don't mean to say that. I love talking with you. But I can't have the basketball game sound on or I'll get a copyright strike. So I'm watching it with you, but I just want you to know that I've got the sound turned down, okay? I can still hear you. Yep, I can still hear you. So can you talk just to test it? Perfect. Okay, so I can still hear you, and I'm watching the game, but I just turned down the volume on the stream. Excellent. There it is. Okay, cool. So I'm watching with you, and let me know if you need anything, okay?
Okay, Shavuot time Shinarba. Interestingly enough, we spent so much time.
We'll find out right now.
Explaining all the cases.
There you go. You can do that. That's what I'm doing.
So remember again, and there's also good from the first case Mishnah.
It's halftime, Brandon.
It's halftime, Brandon. There are two cases,
That's correct.
Again, another two.
But it's really cool. There's a lot going on, right? There are a lot of games going on simultaneously. It is really cool. You've got 4 games going on right now. That's amazing. And if you don't get ads on your computer anymore, and you've got a bracket filled out, and now you just get to sit back and watch your teams and see how you did in your predictions. What'd you say about your stream? How do you get all those games on the bottom of your screen? Okay, how do you get all those games on the bottom of your stream? Okay, what do you want with the NBA and all that? What do you want?
Two more cases, and the two additional cases, right? So the two additional cases are same oath, same shvus, but what?
I just see it says. I just see that it says halftime.
I swear I didn't eat something. Okay. So that's the case. That's the case of Shur Stein She'arba. Next, you hear us after much Stein She'arba. When it comes to Tumah awareness, there are 2 cases that are for. So the biblical time, in many cases, Steinim, you hear us Tumah's Kodesh.
What are you saying you want on your screen when there's a whole bunch of games going on?
So what are the big bad cases? So let's say, so the case over here is like this. The big bad cases are, I forgot that I was coming. Right? We saw yesterday's Mishnah.
Yeah. Aren't they? Isn't there a ticker at the top?
At some point in the beginning, right?
That has all the games? Yeah, there's a ticker at the top. It has all the games and what's going on.
And then one of two things happen. Either I enter into the Beis HaMikdash without awareness, or I consume Kodesh without awareness, and then I subsequently become aware.
Okay, so not just college basketball, you want all the sports?
So you want all the sports? Cases where the lapse of awareness was about the tumah. I knew that I was coming. I forgot what I was coming.
Okay. So you want it for all the sports, right?
What are the two additional cases?
Okay. Yeah. Let's see how we could do that.
I forgot that I was walking into the Kodesh, and I forgot that I was going ahead and consuming Kodesh. Good. So those are the two cases. Then the fourth cases. Next.
That's okay. It's because they're probably a commercial.
Which is transferring an object from one domain to another are two cases that are really four. What are the two primary cases? So remember again, we mentioned all it's all good chazar. The biblically paradigmatic cases of Hotzah are what? Transferring an item from Rishus Hayachid to Rishus Harabim. That's how it works. And I will say, I want to point out, why is that a biblically paradigmatic case? Remember again, Omelachos and Shabbos come from where? The Mishkan. Where is Hotzah done in the Mishkan? Potentially the removal of the crush and removal of the boards from the wagons, right, into the camp. The wagons themselves were a Rishus Hayachid, and removing them would be into Rishus Hayachid. So within the paradigmatic case of Hotzah, now there are two ways. You can move an item from Rishus Harabim to Rishus Hayachid. From Rishus Harabim, right? Case number one is, let's say the guy in the house takes the item in the house and he goes ahead and he transfers it out of the house. Case number two is how the guy standing in Rishus Harabim puts his hand into the Rishus Harabim, lifts the object and pulls it out. So those
okay, I found something. I'll just send it to you. I don't know if it's exactly what you want, but it might be. It has all the sports on it. So, like, you don't have to go to different pages.
Inside the Rishus Hayachid, or the guy from Rishus Hayachid extends his hand into Rishus Hayachid, takes the object and pulls it into his domain. Beautiful.
Yeah, I don't know if that's possible without doing a bunch of modifications. Okay, I'm going to send it to your Brandon account with the Meerkat. So go to the Meerkat messages.
Primarily identify forms of Saras, Shade Arba, Seis Vitol Dasa, Baharas Vitol Dasa.
And I just sent you a link to Yahoo Sports. I don't know if this is exactly what you want, but it's got all the sports on there.
And there's an offshoot of Baharas. Okay.
So it's got baseball and basketball and college basketball. It's got everything that's going on in one page.
Which then yield two more cases afterwards. Okay, beautiful. To which the Gemara says, money less than sin. In his opinion,
A bookmark?
does the Mishnah reflect? Lo Rabbi Shmuel, or Lo Rabbi Akiva. Not Rabbi Shmuel, not Rabbi Akiva. Why? What's going on over here? In Rabbi Shmuel, so what's in Rabbi Shmuel? Amar, Eino Chayiv ala Asid Lavan. This is very interesting. I'm saying, obviously, we're going to get into all of this in Eretz Hashem in the coming doctrine. But the Rabbi Shmuel holds that for Shmuel plus Bitui, you are not chayiv ultimately again for a future-oriented oath. You only chayiv for past tense oath. So I was talking to Shmuel, I can be chayiv. A Shmuel's Bitui would be, I ate or I didn't eat. But I will eat or I won't eat. That is not a Shmuel's Bitui. Well, here's the problem. The problem is our Mishnah counts by Shmuel's Shtayim Shein Arba. The additional two that are brought, right, according to the Mishnah, the biblically paradigmatic two are what? Future-oriented oaths, right? And the additional ones are past tense oaths. Well, obviously, that's in conflict with Rabbi Shmuel. So our Mishnah can't be Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Akiva,
what did you say?
Interesting. Rabbi Akiva holds that in the cases of Tumah, you're only trying to cover over the Yoreh if you forget that you're coming, right? And then enter into the Mikdash or consume Kodesh. But if you remember,
okay, just say
forgot that it was the Beis Hamikdash, or you forgot ultimately again that it was Kodesh you were consuming, you're not liable. But that also stands in contradistinction.
Okay, just hit refresh, the refresh button, and it should work.
Like, how does that work? What do you think? Is 7-Eleven? Like, I was like, what do you do? I said, you see something amazing. You see something amazing. You see that at the end of the day,
there you go. There are the games.
Novelty wears off. Right? Novelty wears off. Right? It's, I take this, you move into the new shore.
Yes, sir.
Big question in the shore. People shouldn't walk in with cups of coffee. Just for davening. I don't even learn this. I should learn this different. And it's in general, like,
all right, but
really only use that shore. That means register for davening.
okay.
Okay. You just, there's something so wrong about it.
Yeah.
So different.
Yeah.
Like it just represents, like, if you're going to make a Chaim Kanievsky's,
wait, what? Show me his screen again.
Show me his screen again. Or seltzer or anything else. Like, you just went, I'm going to go so fat.
What do you want? Show me his screen again. So you want your video to be small and the scores like that? Do I understand? Hold on a second. Do I understand you correctly? You want your video to be small so that you can show all the scores?
So at the end of the day, you just take certain liberties.
Okay, like when you're streaming on Twitch? Okay. Do you have OBS Studio? Okay, open up OBS Studio.
Just people take it for granted a little bit, and that's one of the things that we have to work on so much in life, right? It's one of the key things you have to work on.
You have OBS Studio open?
And no matter how long a person has been married,
I know, but you have OBS Studio open? Okay, just a moment. Let me look. Where's OBS Studio? Show me the main page of OBS Studio. All I see is just some guy. Okay, that's fine. But I don't want to see him. I want to see OBS Studio.
Once he settles into it, there's like that excitement that's there. I don't know. I only worked very long.
Yes.
I actually remember what that was like. But to be honest, I feel it. You want to feel it? I feel it like that. This week after Pesach. I don't know. I haven't been on tour for a week. Like that excitement.
Open up OBS Studio.
It's hard to generate it day in and day out.
Click it. You're showing me Twitch. I need to see OBS Studio. OBS Studio is not showing because there's a message that's popping up. Do you see there are two boxes? Click the box on the right. No, there. No, at the bottom. There you go. But then click on the box on the right. Yeah. No. Open up OBS. Okay. Minimize everything. There you go. Minimize. Okay. Open up OBS Studio, please.
So let's say maybe we should read like this. When it comes
Where's
to
OBS Studio? I see a moose.
two cases out of four. But you're not necessarily reliable for all of those
Okay,
cases. In other words,
do you see there are two boxes that pull up?
two cases of future tense shavuos and two cases of past tense shavuos.
Click OBS Studio or hover over the OBS Studio icon.
And that can fit beautifully with Rabbi Shmuel.
Click the OBS Studio icon, please.
Some of them there's liability for.
Double click it.
You forget that you're coming. In other cases, there's not liability for when you remember that you're coming, but you forgot that it.
Are you sure you have OBS Studio? There you go. Okay, what's it say?
Remember again, all four of the cases are mentioned together. For example, when it comes to Tzara's case, so remember again, Shat, Tumah, and Shavuos have to be compared
Normal mode.
to Tzara's case. Tzara's case, not Hasan Kulu Kiva, Hakanani Kulu Kiva. Because it doesn't work. Just like in the Tzara's case, all four cases are liable, right?
Okay, where is OBS Studio? It should open up like a box.
Two more cases are liable. Just like in Tzara's, all four cases are quote-unquote liable. So too in all the cases of the Mishnah,
Yeah, OBS Studio. It's like
it has to result in four cases of liability. So to create this model
right now. I'm just seeing your desktop.
Any sense? Okay. You know who's like that. So again, understand what you're trying to do.
No, close that. That's Twitch. Don't close it, but just minimize it.
So we're trying to figure out is whose opinion, who is the color of our Mishnah.
Okay.
The way the Gemara started is by process of elimination.
Press Alt Tab at the same time. The Alt button, which is next to the space bar, and the Tab button, which is on the left side of the keyboard. Press them at the same time. Press the Alt button first, and then the Tab button. Yes, sir. Okay. Now, no, you gotta hold them down. Okay. No, you gotta hold them down at the same time. Do you see OBS anywhere? Okay. Double click up. Close. Minimize this. Double click on OBS again.
Rabbi holds like this. The Torah explicitly says that a false oath is like an oath in the game. Rabbi said, now this is very interesting.
What's it say?
The difference between a shvuas shav and a shvuas sheker. So if you look at Rashi,
okay, have it run in normal mode.
The last white line in Rashi, you see that? So go into that Rashi and count.
Look at the bottom right by the clock
3, 4, 5,
and see if you see the OBS icon.
OBS. Why are you looking at me? Why are you looking at me? Right, 7 lines down in the
And if you do double click on it.
Rashi says, what's a shvuas shav? Or to say it differently, if you see there in the Gemara, it's right across in Rashi. Right? It's right across in Rashi. Shvuas shav. Rashi says, what is a shvuas shav? It's very important. Definition of Rashi.
Okay, do you see the icon for OBS Studio?
To change something that is clearly apparent and obvious. For example,
Where is it? Okay, double click it.
She says, again, this is not political commentary. I promise. I'm just reading Rashi.
Okay, wait, what does it say?
If you say,
Hold on. What did it say before then?
Rashi says, a man is
What does that say?
a woman. It doesn't matter how you feel. It doesn't matter how you identify.
Okay, it's already running. Hit cancel.
These are anatomical and physiological realities.
And no matter what you think,
or close or whatever, cancel. Hit Control Alt Delete. Wait, do you see OBS running there in the corner?
That is called an ultimate name. So in other words, when I swear about something,
Okay, just press either one. Just it doesn't matter.
visible and
Yeah, that's fine.
certified.
Control Alt Delete. Go to OBS and end task.
So it says, the question is, I think it was a waste of a lot of time on this, but Nishba the channels as Hayadua. You swear to change a pre-established fact, which you cannot
Okay.
change. Right?
See if OBS is running anywhere else in that list.
Or there's a stone, and I swear this stone ultimately, again, is a piece of gold. Okay, so these statements are absolutely meaningless.
Okay,
You can't swear to
double
change
click on OBS again.
That is called the Shav Mashma Davar Shinakum.
Yeah, it's still running somewhere. So Control Alt Delete.
So to swear and to say something that is an absolutely unequivocally meaningless statement.
And look
Is it a false statement? Is it a false statement?
for the OBS icon.
Yeah.
Let me know if you see it anywhere.
A Shua Shav is Nishpa Lashanas Hayadua. There's an established fact. You swear to change that fact, but you're wrong. That's called the Shua Shav. What's a Shua Sheker? Look at Rashi. Shua Sheker,
You found it?
The word says Shua Sheker is a case where someone takes an oath, and at the time they take the oath, I have no idea about if they're swearing about.
Okay, open up OBS.
I swear.
Okay, it's still running somewhere. So if anything, just restart your computer, and that will shut it down. And just come back in here, and then we'll find it. Don't open anything else. Just restart your computer, and I'll be here. And come back into the call, and then we'll work on it. Okay?
That's been called the Shvuas Sheker. So again, we're going to spend a lot of time on these things, but really quite fascinating. All right, so the Gemara is like this. So the Gemara suggests maybe our Mishnah is related like Rabbi Shmuel. And Rabbi Shmuel said, when Rabbi Shmuel said that there is no liability for a past tense shvua, shvuas bitui, he meant there's no combined liability, but there's still liability. You still get malchus like Rabbi. What did Rabbi say? The favorite shrups, the Torah Shvuas Sheker doing the Shvuas Shad. The Torah itself equates a Shvuas Sheker with a Shvuas Shad. Also, Ma Shad L'Sha'avar, Sheker Nami L'Sha'avar. And also, by definition, a Shvuas Shad is always a retrospective Shvuah, right? Because a Shvuas Shad is taking something that already exists and trying to change it into something else. So therefore, again, a Shvuas Shad is always retrospective, right? It's always the Sha'avar, it's always past tense. So therefore, Sheker is also refers to something that already occurred. And therefore, again, the Gemara says, in the same way, and for both of these Shvuas, ultimately, this is Kid Marcus. So therefore, maybe Rabbi Shmuel says that you're not valued for a past tense Shvuas Itui, he meant the carbon. But there absolutely is still liability in the form of Marcus, in which case, the Mishnah can still work according to. So the Gemara says, all right, let's analyze this. So let's say, I understand, fine. So you can have a Shia speaker, for example, I swear I ate the challah, or I swear I didn't eat the challah. Okay, so that case can work. Why? Because you also again, and then assuming I'm in violation of that oath, I'll be chayiv malchus. It has a retrospective shvuah that certainly fits the paradigm of a shvuah sheker or a shvuah shav. Okay. Shalo okal ve'achal nami lav shiush b'ma'isa. Say it again. If I swear, I will not eat the challah, and I do eat the challah, there's also liability for that because
okay, I'll be there one moment, Brandon.
I violated something. Listen to this. Ela okal v'lo achal anai.
Okay. Share your screen.
Says like this. I swear I will eat the challah. And then what happens? I didn't eat the challah.
Which one do you want me to look at?
Lav she'im b'ma'isa. What's it back from Marcus? Please. He's lav she'im b'ma'isa. You see, it's very disciplined. What was that sound like? What did I do wrong? I didn't do something. Okay, in general, right? In general, the halacha is
and a large chain by myself, looking a lot. Right? So again, so why would I be liable for this type of shilas between? Kassav Rabbi Shmuel, large chain by myself, looking a lot. Okay, so that's a simple answer. So as Rabbi Shmuel holds, and that's so it's a marcus. Not everybody agrees with this principle. That principle.
Yeah. Are you sharing your screen?
In looking a lot is subject to dispute. Rabbi Shmuel himself is a lead that a large chain by myself, looking a lot. So everyone says, so just say that we're setting this up over here. We're looking to hitch our Mishnaic wagon to a particular time. We can't.
Okay, minimize everything. Okay, double click on OBS. What does it say? Okay, just say run normally.
So we're trying to say here, what he meant was there's no carbonic liability, but there's absolutely marcus liability.
Okay, do you see the icon at the bottom of the taskbar?
I will eat, and then
It's the one on the far right on the taskbar. Do you see it?
Okay. Here's the problem. Now,
Click it. There you go. Okay, click the box on the right. Okay, we needed that one. That's okay. Just click on the icon on the bottom for OBS. It's black. It looks like an upside down peace symbol. Do you see it? Yes. Click the box. Click the icon. Okay, what does it say? Yeah. Have you ever been able to use OBS, Brandon? Okay, good. Okay, great. What does this say? Okay. What are the options? Cancel. Okay, I want you to hold down the Alt button and press the Tab button at the same time. But do you see OBS anywhere? Okay, click it if it's OBS. Do you have another monitor or something?
Okay, here's the problem.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, press down Alt Tab again.
I swear that I will eat.
Okay, what are the options there? What did they say at the top?
And yeah, again, the day goes by, and I did eat the roast. What's that about?
Okay, go to the OBS one. Click it. Yeah, it's not showing for some reason. Okay, in the bottom right, where you have the clock, do you see the OBS? Do you see the OBS icon anywhere there? It's black. Double click it. No, not that one. Not that one. Where the clock is.
That's number one. Now, if that's true, that means the halacha is lav shein.
Okay, you don't see it. You know what? I'm just gonna have you uninstall OBS and we'll reinstall it because there's something wrong. You should be able to bring this up. It shouldn't be this hard. So go click your start button.
Rabbi Yochanan's own
Just
personal
click the start button. Yes. Type the word uninstall, UNINSTALL.
This is what's called the Hasra Suffix. Why is there Hasra Suffix? You want to say essentially, in order for us to work,
And you should see add remove programs.
between the Hasra and the add. In this case over here, what happens? Right? Again, I swear.
No, not in new tab. No, close edge or whatever that is. Go back to the control panel or wherever you were. Yeah. Just type remove. REMOVE. Okay. Find OBS and uninstall it.
How do you reconcile this?
Okay, excellent.
Not a problem.
Excellent. Now
another stomach.
we want you to. Okay, so did it uninstall? Okay, now go to OBS Studio and re-download it.
Hey, stomach, which stomach is it?
So if you got it from the Microsoft Store, get it from there. If you got it just from the website, get it from there.
Right? Oh, sorry. I'm going to say it, guys. What's it? Current Pesach. So isn't this Mishnah? Person leaves over from the current Pesach. Talking about a tar current Pesach, right? The proper current Pesach. One leaves over Nosa. Or Hashover Tummy. Or one breaks the bone of a current Pesach that is tummy. Then what's the halacha? Internet gets hard one. You don't get out the speed of these infractions. Now, why not?
Okay, and then install it. Yep, download it and install it.
You're not allowed to break a bone by the current Pesach. Just as an aside, I think we spoke about this, right? Because in Mark, there's always a current Pesach a number of times.
It's saying what?
Why are you not allowed to break a bone with current Pesach?
Okay, now press download. Or install. What's that blue button say? What's that blue button say? Yeah, press retry. Okay, close the Microsoft Store. Open up Google.
Is consumable, i.e. tahor. If for some reason the current Pesach becomes tummy, there is no
Type in
of breaking the bone.
download OBS.
Okay. Gotcha, Rabbi Pasul. My timer. But I said ultimately again, if you leave over, right? If you leave over no side. Why is there no malchus again?
Yes, sir. Okay.
If you do so,
Not from the store. What's the second result? Not that one. Not that one. Close that.
The answer must be because leaving over.
What's the second result? Yeah, go there. Yeah, go there. And then the blue button. Yes, sir. And then go to your downloads.
And what does the Mishnah say? What does the Mishnah say? You don't get malchus. So again, Rabbi Yochanan has another stam Mishnah that he aligns his personal position with, right? Rabbi Yochanan himself is on record as saying, you don't get malchus for a lot she'in b'maisa. And now there's another stam.
All right, install it. Yes, sir.
Again, is there another stam Mishnah, i.e. Arush, that contradicts that? Yeah, that's true. But Yochanan does have another stam Mishnah that aligns with his particular position. So the Gemara says,
install.
Then Rabbi Hudini, Umishum Defa HaKasach Litin Aseh Achamos Aseh. So let's learn the answer in 1 second.
And how do we know? That ultimately, again, that it's Rabbi Yaakov who holds that a
Okay, what does it say you have to close?
Perhaps it's a position of Rabbi Yehuda, ומשום דבר הפוסל ליטי עשה אחרו סעשה.
Okay, what application does it say you have to close? Close Microsoft Edge.
Because the Torah says whatever is left over, what do?
Now,
That's not like
press OK. And allow it to install.
Right, when after the fact that it's a prohibition that to be remedied by the terms of Hashem's commandments, you would get malchus for it, which shows you that what? You do get malchus even for a lot of shame for myself. Because we learned also similar the Torah says do not eat over anything until the morning. And if you eat something over until the morning,
let me know when it installed.
There's a lot. What's the law? Don't leave over. But then there's an assay.
It's installed?
If you do installed,
okay,
sure
open up OBS.
Okay, so open up OBS. Given I say after the loss, I say no matter. Should open up the Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda says that's why we get malchus. This Rabbi Yaakov Omer no man has shame yet. That's not the reason. El Yushem the Havi lot shame by myself.
Okay, press Alt Tab.
Okay, press Alt Tab. First one, Rabbi.
Yeah, Alt Tab, hold it down. Okay, what's the flashing one?
The reason of the malchus is why? Because
click the flashing one.
So I will say, just to highlight where we
are. Click the one on the left.
Click the one on the left. In this moment, right? Where we are from this moment, because we're going to actually pause here for just a second.
Click the one on the left. No, that's the right.
So remember, we're trying to figure out attribution.
Minimize that. Okay, now click the one on the right.
Instead off the bat, it can't follow two opinions.
No, minimize Discord. Yeah. Okay, press Alt Tab and just hold it down. Okay, now take your mouse and press on the box on the left. And click it. That's the right. So minimize. You're okay. Minimize Discord. Alt Tab. Press the on the left. That one. Click that. And nothing shows up.
And therefore, again, the Mishnah is talking about a case ultimately.
Press Control Alt Delete.
But a malchus liability. Now, interestingly enough, the reason why this brought up an interesting case is because how can you hide malchus? How can you hide malchus in the case of? Right, all
right, don't press end task on anything, but do you see OBS anywhere? Okay, does it just say running? Okay. Yeah, what number is it at? Excellent question. Both.
The problem is not to trigger a whole other story. What storm do you trigger? Because that means that our Mishnah is established.
Okay, thank you. Just one moment. Just one moment. I'm going to try to figure this out.
Here's the problem. Enter Rabbi Yochanan. Right? Rabbi Yochanan holds that the Mishnah Halacha always follows a stam Mishnah, which we seem to indicate then that what? The Halacha follows our Mishnah, which is you get malchus for lav shein b'maisa. What was the problem? Rabbi Yochanan himself holds that you don't get malchus for lav shein b'maisa. So how do you reconcile the personal position of Rabbi Yochanan with the fact that Rabbi Yochanan holds that you always hold like a stam Mishnah? To which the simple answer the Gemara gave was, guys, Rabbi Yochanan has a different stam Mishnah that he aligns himself with. And that stam Mishnah ultimately says you don't get malchus for lav shein b'maisa. What's the problem? The problem is we just effectively deconstructed that second stam Mishnah. We effectively deconstructed it, which then leads us back to our original question.
Okay, Brandon, are you ready?
How do you reconcile Rabbi Yochanan's
okay.
statement that
calls Stam Mishnah, which in our context now means
What I want you to do
is for Rashi in the Maisa,
is press
personally held position.
Control Delete just like you did. Right click on
And now again, that's why I just want to show you how the next line picks up.
OBS.
To see the next stage in this journey is
What is this? Microsoft Edge? Yeah. Okay, right click on OBS.
It's going to be okay.
Does it say expand anywhere?
Work it out. I see like somebody's like a little existential angst over here.
Okay, now the one that just expanded, I want you to right click on that and press switch to. So right click on that. No, go back.
On the timeline that I want.
Okay, right click on the new one that just dropped down. And what does it say?
Tomorrow we're going to work it out. Today I'm going to have to live with a little bit of ambiguity.
Press switch. Press switch to. Okay, what is this? What is this? This is Microsoft Edge, right? Okay, close this. Control Alt Delete. Press Control Alt Delete. Okay, where's your task manager? Press Control Alt Delete. There you go. Okay, under OBS where it says switch to, click that. Yeah, I see that. Pull up Control Delete again. Yeah, and then open up the task manager. Yeah. Do you know what the OBS icon looks like?
Good morning.
Yeah, it's black and it's got like 3 lines. Okay, do you see that long list below the top? I want you to see if you can find the OBS icon in any of those.
This year, as is Chus, when we saw the Salvation on Yisrael, our Talmud sponsors for the month.
Do you see it?
Shmuel Rabbi Karatkin, portion of the yahrzeit of Shmuel's father, Leonard Karatkin, Mikor Ben Yefeska Hakol Zichron Yivracha. A week of learning sponsors, Ari and Lily Rifkiman, Ili Nishma Stephen's mother, Rachel Leila Bas Ruvain Meir Zichron Yivracha. And our Dr. Yomi sponsors for today. This is a beautiful one. Rebecca, Penny, Shane, and Reese Myritz.
Do you see it anywhere?
Daddy and Zadie and everyone else completing the Cephas Max.
Okay.
So beautiful. Love the Daddy, love the Zadie, love the Lord Hashem. Really beautiful.
Okay, go back up to OBS. At the very top.
Recognize the impact that our learning has on us. Hashem, when Mishpacha sees that their grandfather learns.
Yeah, and click on it, right click on it, and press End Task.
The impact that it has on children, on grandchildren, cannot be understated. So really beautiful. And of course, we dedicate our last half like this.
What just opened? Something black just opened. Did you see that the screen went black for a second? Yeah, okay, double click that. Okay, at the very bottom, the icon that's furthest to the right, do you see it? Left click on it. What happens when you click on it?
What happens when you click on it? The Malchus absolves you of the Kares. So a dramatic statement.
Yeah, the last icon, it's black. It's the OBS one. At the very bottom of the taskbar.
There is no distinction
Okay.
between Shabbos and
Do you see the very last? Yeah, there you go. Now stop. Do you see there are two boxes? Click on the box on the right.
Actually takes care of colors, right? That every single time you have colors, you also get Malchus, but you get Malchus, but Malchus comes in and absorbs your colors. So that's the case.
That's not it. Go back to the one. There you go. There's a box all the way on the right. Okay. Bring it up so you can see the both boxes. Yes. You see there are two boxes. Okay. You know what? Press Alt Tab. Okay, yeah, go back. Alt Tab. Okay, what's the first option? Okay, click on that. Okay, do you see the icon at the very bottom of the taskbar where the two messages pop up, the two boxes pop up? Okay, click that. Click that black box.
Morality is punished by Kares. The Torah goes out of its way to say that so incest with one sister is punished by Kares.
Click that. Click that. What happens?